Demonsa. You're like scared of you. You guys, come outside, please. Sorry. I look a mess, you guys. I have to do my hair today. Oh, Lord. I have to clean today. I'm so far behind. It's not even funny. Oh, Jesus Christ. But I saw this video, you guys. I saw this title, right? Come in here. Come in here. I saw this title, and I'm like, to what avail? Like, what warrants all this? Hurry up. Get in here. Wake up. It's Monday. Get in here quickly. Hold on. What do I need again? Let me just bring my hair right. So I'm doing my hair too because I'm behind. I have to do my hair. I haven't done my hair in so long. Oh my gosh, you guys. I stayed up until like 4 because I had to detangle my hair. Oh Lord. Last time I washed my hair. Hey Queen, what's up? Hey Brown Sugar. I miss you guys too, you guys. Oh, yesterday was the last day of the month, so I had to like do all this exercise stuff. Oh Lord. This weight loss journey is like all consuming. Yeah, we did. I slept. I was so tired. I was really, really exhausted. I was really, really tired. But come on in, you guys. Come on in. I'm not gonna be here for long, you guys, because hey, Laura, I'm not gonna be here for long because no, like they're fucking ridiculous. Like that xenophobic shit. It's like people are trying too hard. And if you're offended today, then so be it, because I'm offended when I see bullshit like this. So the thing is, like, you guys don't know. I'm gonna show you. There's this black girl. She's from Nigeria, right? I think she's Igbo or whatever. And she dated this white man who claims to be a prince from God knows where, from the Denmark, and like the Scandinavia or something. I don't know, right? And so he ends up scamming her family out of $300,000, right? Cool. So my thing is, to me, when I saw the story, it's like, okay, you're really crazy. You probably think white people is better. But I mean, to me, it's insane. It's like a prince. Like I always say, this is my personal stance on it. I always say, if a white man is truly of a high caliber, hey, Janet, if a white man is truly of a high caliber, why would white women allow this man to get away? Because the way I see it, white women are incredibly hypergamous. So how can a prince get away from white women? Hey, okay, hey, honey, right? How can a prince get away from white women? So I'm always very skeptical when a so-called successful white man wants to be with a black woman. It's really weird to me. Like, why don't you want to have white children? Okay, do you really want to have black kids over here with nappy hair running through your house? I don't know. It's kind of weird to me. But nonetheless, though, I do feel like you can make commentary, you can explain what went wrong or where she went wrong without making it about her being from Nigeria. She called the girl having a long chin, right? And I'm like, it is so weird. Like, I don't know what it is. Like when Trump was running for office, so many African Americans were out here crying, oh, he's a racist. He's a racist. He hates black people, meaning he hates black Americans, right? But low-key, high-key, ever since Trump got elected, they are in line, in tow, to make the most distasteful, xenophobic, just misplaced commentary ever. And so for me, I've gotten to a place where I feel like it's time for people to be brave enough to admit maybe a lot of African American people are simply jealous of African people, because it's fucking weird. I don't understand how somebody can be from a first world country, America, right? This is America. We're not in Denmark. We're not in freaking Poland. We're not in freaking Russia, okay? We are in America, one of the greatest countries in the world, one of the wealthiest countries in the world. People who are born here, they have U.S. citizenship, they have Social Security, they don't have an accent. I mean, they have an accent, but it's like, it's more like a local thing, right? Based on your region, whatever. But ultimately, they're from here. They have such a head start. And every single day, it's African people living rent-free in their heads. This is so fucking weird. It is so fucking weird. Like, I don't understand how you can be from here and your main consternation is always African people this, African people that, because they don't want to focus on themselves. That's what I've noticed. And I told you in my last video, right, that to me, I've got to a point where I've come to realize that whether you talk about white Americans or you talk about black Americans, an American is an American. Ultimately, it's like hateful people. So the white Americans are racist. The African Americans are xenophobic. And it needs to be said. It needs to be said. I even think people need to be brave enough to even admit that the word tether is a racial slur. It's a racial slur, y'all. It's a racial slur. Because why do you have to insult someone? right? And it's an indictment on their intelligence, or lack thereof, and we see it. They come from these goofy ass public school districts where they can't read, they can't do math, all their kids go to prison, right? You have so much on your plate that you need to tend to. No, they want to worry about African braiders. Like, in the bigger scheme of things, African braiders is what's holding you back. Like, even listen, I'm from the Ivory Coast myself. I don't even know that many African braiders. I don't even engage with African braiders, because many of these girls, they don't come from like the wealthiest part of their African country. We, besides being from quote unquote Africa, we don't have much in common. Like, what the heck? They do braids because that's all they can do. Okay. Like, listen, it's a fact of life. But I'm like, this obsession. Like, recently, there was, I guess, like this Black American girl, she went to get her hair braided at the shop. So before she went, I think she texted the lady. The lady told her $200. Then as she went there, she got some bohemian knotless braids with freaking like human hair. I'm like, and you see, and this is why people need to just go ahead and wear the natural hair. Okay. This is why people need to just go ahead and wear the natural hair. We wouldn't even have these problems. But ultimately, I guess it's a price issue, a money issue. The African lady who braided the hair, she decides to hold on to her hair. Now, for me, that was excessive. Like, girl, you don't have to hold her hair, right? If she's not paying you the extra $50, just call the police. Right? If she still don't want to pay the $50, just let her be. She just can't come to you anymore. And moving forward, just ask for your money up front. It's not a big deal, right? But you see, like, so many Black Americans just ran to make the content. Oh, the African woman this, the African woman that. It's like, how many Black American women are thieves? Like, I'm so sick of this shit, right? The bonnet crew. So many Black American women go to African braiders and they steal. They steal. They sit there. They get their hair braided. They don't say anything. Oh, I don't like my parts. The front is too tight. This and that. They don't say anything. They go home. They call their credit card, and they file a chargeback, right? How many African people, how many service providers who are Africans who stood there for hours braiding Black American women's hair and did not get paid? They didn't get paid. Right? And they never make videos about that because they never want to deal with their own level of dishonesty, their lack of integrity. They don't know how to be good customers, right? That's why nobody wants them in their business. And I don't know why they don't want me here, because you don't have a good reputation. You don't have a good reputation. Yes, the lady, by holding her hair, she acted poorly. There's no need for you to do that, right? And also, if you're here on papers, hey, babe, right? If you're here on papers, right, you getting arrested like that, the day you have to go apply for your green card, apply for your citizenship, it can come into question because you have an arrest. I do believe the charges are going to get dismissed. But my point is, you should never let anybody get you to act out of character, right? She owes you $50. You ask her to pay. She doesn't want to pay. You call the police. If she still doesn't want to pay, just let her go. Right? But it's not just African braiders. It's the Vietnamese people who do nails. It's the Korean store. It's the restaurants. Even the Uber drivers. How many Uber drivers or DoorDash drivers, food drivers that are African American women that have got scammed by other Black American women? Right? We sat here and we saw this Black American lady who's doing DoorDash to feed her children. She goes into the business. She gives the food to the bonnet committee. Right? And the girl turns around and tells DoorDash she didn't get her food. The Black American lady came back. She was so upset, like, rightfully so. Rightfully so. You're messing up her livelihood. Right? Even like this weekend, another one. This other Black American girl too. She's doing DoorDash to take care of herself. Like right now, DoorDash is her main income. Right? She went to Popeyes because it's a bunch of Black Americans who work there. They locked the doors early. Like, let's say the store closed at 7. They closed the door at 6:30. So she took the order. Once she got there, the doors were locked. So she let DoorDash know, oh, the doors were locked. Instead of having integrity and saying like, yeah, she right, we locked the doors. No, they tell DoorDash that she's lying. And now the young lady, she's at risk of losing her DoorDash account. I'm like, this is how she feeds herself. Like, there is a problem with integrity and being honorable with many, many Black American people, especially Black American women. They like to go for services they cannot afford. How many Black American women do like the hair extensions, the weaves and stuff like that? And a lot of Black American women will go there, get service. Oh, I want this, $4,000, $6,000. They don't have the money. They swipe their card. They go home. They file a chargeback.
Anybody who's followed Alonzo, if you follow Alonzo, the hair guy, right? Alonzo, how many times did Alonzo get scammed out of wigs? The girls will order wigs from Alonzo, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000. They get the wigs, they go on PayPal, and they file a dispute, item not as described, because that's the way you get your money back on freaking PayPal without having to do too much, right? Item not as described. So PayPal says, okay, send the wig back to Alonzo. They put some weird ass tracking number. They take a dirty ass synthetic wig and they ship it back to Alonzo. So many people, so many Black people, whether they be African, African American, Caribbean, I don't know, Afro-Latino, I don't know. But so many Black people who are involved in the service industry are always getting scammed by a lot of Black American women. Like, that is a fucking fact. Are you kidding me? Are you truly kidding me? Like, people are fucking insane. And I'm like, and the thing here is like, the way so many Black Americans lack self-awareness, it is truly, it's really, really concerning. Too many Black Americans lack that. You truly, truly lack self-awareness. And it really pains me, like, for real, because my husband is Black American. It really, and not even just that, it really, and I do have friends who are Black Americans. I even hate saying that. It's kind of weird, right? But my point is, like, it truly pains me to make this video because, you know, my video, her video, it's like, ultimately, you are giving talking points to racist people who just don't like Black people, period. I don't like doing these kinds of videos, but it's like, enough is enough. You can make a commentary without being xenophobic. You can say what you want to say without being xenophobic. You don't have to insult. Hey, Sunshine, you don't need to insult anybody based on where they're from to make a point, right? Onika, she misbehaved. She put her family in harm's way. Like, the man scammed the whole family. Yes, and she has an obsession with white people. But you want us to sit here and believe that Black American women do not have an obsession with white men? You really want to do this? Like, you want us to go toe for toe? Like, Serena Williams doesn't come to your fucking mind? Serena Williams, like, she is the GOAT. She's one of the greatest African-American women in sports to ever live. The lady has bleached her skin. She's on fucking Ozempic. She cannot stop wearing blonde wigs. She's done all kinds of weird shit to herself. We don't even recognize her anymore. You really want to do this? Like, bunch of fucking imbeciles. You truly want to do this? You see, and that's the difference between African Americans and African people by large, is that we are respectful. You're just disrespectful. You don't need to be disrespectful to make a point. You don't have to be a xenophobe to make a point. You see, Charlie Kirk, the shit Charlie Kirk said, it was very hurtful. Black women, I think he meant Black American women, do not have enough white matter to be put in certain positions. Is that not offensive? Is that not hurtful? Goofy shit, because you don't know how to take care of yourself. So if you're not a sex worker, because allegedly, from what I was told, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hey, Jessica. Okay. And like, it's really fucked up to do this, right? But allegedly, from what I was told, Six used to be a stripper because she got pregnant by a man, and I'm sure he's Black American, who left her. She couldn't feed her baby. So in a cultural, ethnic quitter mode, she chose to be a sex worker, always choosing the easy way out. Like, that's why she sits here today. Even the way she conducts herself, the way she sits there, she always puts her boobs all in the camera. She puts the camera very low so she can open her legs. Everything about this girl screams sex worker. I need attention. I need male validation. That's all she does. The only thing she has on this platform is the fact that she is skinny. Does she have more virtue? No. Is she more honorable? No. Did she wait for marriage to have children? No. Is she a godly woman? No. All she does is insult these other girls for being fat. But many can be fat, but they've never been a sex worker. They've never been up and down a pole. Okay? So that's all she does. Even to this day, she's not even capable of making consistent content on YouTube and build a solid platform with her content. She has to peddle goofy ass makeup classes on Patreon to make a living. And even that's also a hustle. Right? If you care so much about helping women, especially Black American women, why do they have to pay to have access to your content? Okay? Do white American women charge money to help white American women? No. The girl who does the GoDaddy podcast, she does her show is public. You can see it. right? Why can't you make your content readily available for your sisters to gain knowledge? No, she sits there. She thinks she's better than because she's skinny, but her past is disgusting. And one thing I will say, one thing I've come to realize, it's always the people who struggle with forgiving themselves that have a harder time being nice to other people. Hey, Kevin, they have a harder time being forgiving onto other people. They're so mean because they don't forgive themselves. They are just so mean because when they were going through, no one helped them out, right? But at the end of the day, Onika's family was scammed out of $300,000. So that means they got it. And I left her a comment. I said, you six, can your family even be scammed out of $30,000? Can your family even be scammed out of $3,000, sis? You have to sell makeup classes on Patreon to survive. Make it make sense, though. You don't have that kind of money. Onika has a well-to-do family. And I think that right there was the trigger. How exactly are these African people having $300,000 to give to a white man? A lot of Nigerian people. And Onika, I'm pretty sure she's Igbo. A lot of these Igbo people, they don't like to work for other people. They're business people. You see, a lot of African Americans, let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. A lot of African American people, your main issue is self-hate. You hate yourselves. Like you have so much unresolved issues because of slavery and Jim Crow and whatever. You have so many unresolved issues. And the other sad part is you have allowed yourself to listen to white people. When white people tell you, oh, Africans sold you into slavery, they sold y'all, you just, anything that comes out the mouth of a white man. In 2025, you should know it's probably a lie. When have you ever known a white man to be honest? But that's who you choose to listen to. So many of y'all, if you went to therapy or even you grabbed yourself a flight and you went to Africa, choose any country, wherever you want to go, right? You will see that people have so much love for you. But because you listen to white people, because I also think you struggle, like you really struggle to fit into American society. You feel like you feel like an outcast in your own country. Right? And so because that really triggers you, you're looking for someone to scapegoat. It's not going to help you. And it's not going to help you. Every day you go around thinking that people hate you. If it's not white people, it's African people. If it's not African people, it's the immigrants. You have issues with everybody. At what point are you going to say to yourself, maybe it's the voices in my head, I need to go get that shit sorted out? Most African people do not mean you harm. Yes, they might stay away from you because you're very disrespectful. Okay? No, you're very jealous because it's very weird. You are absolutely jealous. And even before we even talk about the money, before we even talk about education, you are just simply jealous that most African people are usually, in terms of family values, are usually successful, right? If you ask an African girl, are you married? I'm not nuts at all. You are nuts, right? You don't see a bunch of African girls out here having kids out of wedlock with men who don't want them. Right? There are 2.5 million Africans in this nation. How many African women are actually on welfare? How many? Right? Black Americans you're jealous of how successful we are. That's it. You are jealous of how successful we are. You are jealous of the fact that we have family values because we fear God. We put family first. You are jealous of the fact that we don't have a bunch of kids by a bunch of men who don't want us. You are jealous of the fact that we go to school and we push ourselves and we pursue very, very difficult degrees. Yes, you are. What's going on over here? Okay? That's it. You are very jealous that our kids are not involved in crime. You don't see our kids being 15, 18, getting 40 years in prison, 65 years in prison. You are very jealous because we have our fathers in our lives. Our dads are not in prison. Our fathers are not in prison. Our mothers don't have to chase behind our daddies to come show up on our birthdays. Yes, you are. Because if you are not jealous, you tell me, why is someone from a first world country always so concerned about third world country people? Why are you so concerned? Right? You should be competing with the Indians. You should be competing with the Japanese people. Compete with people who actually make money in this country. Compete with the Jews. No, your main concern, African braiders, African cab drivers, and whatever kind of goofy ass African you know, right? How's that going to help you? Our country has 330 million people. African people are only 2.5 million. There are over 80 million Latinos, and they take your jobs. They take your cities. They take everything from you. Look at Miami. Miami used to be predominantly African American, right? And today, the Latinos, especially the Cubans, they have pushed you all into the Everglades. Like Dade County is the fucking swamp. Do you not know that? Right? You're so fucking goofy. You're so damn goofy. Right? Not that they're fucking insane. Miami used to be owned by African Americans. A lot of cities used to be owned by African Americans. And today you're nowhere to be found. Right? And instead of addressing these actual factual issues, no, you want to focus on African braiders. You're a fucking clown. You are a damn clown. So yes, you're fucking jealous because what the fuck do I look like living in Beverly Hills and worrying about somebody in the hood and what the fuck they got going on? We're not in the same zip code. I don't give a fuck. You're poor. I'm rich. I don't give a damn. You're from a country where the average, the GDP per capita is $90,000. And here you are, you lose your fucking mind over people who come from countries where the GDP per capita is $50. You're a fucking loser. You are a fucking loser because you don't know how to compete. And that's what racist people do. But you're not a racist because you don't have the systemic power to oppress anybody. You're just a goofy ass xenophobe, right? You don't know how to compete. Anybody comes to this country surpasses you. You don't know how to compete. And instead of asking for help, you want to be a fucking xenophobe. Are you sane? Are you actually sane? Right? But the problem is, we don't even care. Exactly. And you don't think that's sad? You don't think that's sad? Okay? Do you know how many Jews live in this country? Do you know how many Jews live in this country? I don't even think America has more than 5 million Jews. Right? Do you know how many Jews live in America? And do you know how many of those Jews are millionaires? Because you don't fucking read. It's on brand. That's your cultural brand. You're always fucking ignorant. You do not fucking read. You don't educate yourself because you're so busy worrying about African people. Exactly. Now think about the Jews. Think about the Jews. Think about the Latinos. Think about the Indians. Right? If your average median salary as a Black American is $55,000, the Indians, theirs is $105,000. And also, we know Indians have a tendency of being heavy into real estate. They're big real estate investors. So think about their spending power, right? You're so damn silly. Do you not realize that this country, it just hypes you up? Oh, Black American women are the most educated. Well, they just lied to y'all because they know that's what it takes you to get to the polls. You just want flattery. You don't want actual numbers. That's all you care about. Flattery because you're emotionally weak. You are intellectually fragile. That's why you don't engage with people who actually have facts. You engage with people who suit your fucking ass xenophobic feelings, right? You don't meddle with facts, right? Do you know how many Jews live in this country? It's probably not even more than 5 million, right? Exactly. So then why do you worry about African people? Right? Why do you worry about African people? Why? 44 million of y'all over here. Why do you worry about African people? Because you're fucking jealous. This is what you have to do to make yourself feel good about yourself because you're fucking irrelevant. You're fucking irrelevant. How many Black Americans get invited to sit down? We know you have exactly because you're next to white people. Every Black American city is a third world country, from New Orleans to Chicago to Memphis to St. Louis, you name it, to Baltimore, to DC, and to even Baton Rouge. Any city that is predominantly ran by Black Americans is a third world shithole. The place is a fucking failure. Murder rates are through the roof, right? The number one cities for murder are cities that are predominantly filled with African Americans. Right? If it's not New Orleans, it'll be Memphis. If it's not Memphis, it's Baton Rouge, right? So go sit down somewhere. Even in Baton Rouge, these Black people out there trying to bully the whites. The whites pulled back. The city went to the fucking slums. You're not capable of making anything successful. Anything you touch does not succeed. Exactly. And just like here, have you ever been to New Orleans? With the outages of water, the outages of whatever, you are successful because you have proximity to white people, right? By yourselves, you would not make it. And we already have, like I said, we have the predominantly Black American cities to back up our claim. Without white people, you would not make it. Go sit down somewhere. Because why isn't New Orleans an oasis of successful Black Americans? Why isn't Memphis an oasis of successful Black Americans? Why isn't St. Louis an oasis of successful Black Americans? Why isn't Chicago an oasis of successful Black Americans? Why is it that everywhere you aggregate in massive numbers, people die like crazy, right? Anytime you go to a school, you bring the grades down. The test scores, they go down, okay? I know, but you also shit the street. You don't even shit the street. You kill in the streets. You see, poop is one thing. You can wipe away poop. Can you wipe away bloodstains? Right? That's all you have. That's all you have. Oh, you poop in the street. Like, oh, your mother's a bunch of crackheads that don't pee on themselves. You have uncles that are crackheads. You have aunties that are on crack. You have so many of your family on crack. So many of you are homeless. So where are you shitting? Where are you pooping? Like, seriously, right? The homeless crisis affects Black Americans more. So where are you pooping? Your Black American veterans, they're in the streets. They're pooping in the streets. So don't ever lie to yourselves, right? How HBCUs, they're all failing. Morris Brown declared bankruptcy, right? Even for Howard University, it was a white woman. Once again, right? It's a white woman. What's her name again? Mackenzie, right? Right? Mackenzie, right? Once again, always want to talk all kinds of shit, right? Once again, it is a white woman, Mackenzie Bezos, who gave $80 million to save an HBCU. Per usual, you cannot make it without white people, right? What is FAMU known for? A bunch of bullshit. Bunch of bullshit. Morris Brown declared bankruptcy. Spelman, it's a lot of white people who give money to Spelman. You care about education? You care about your alma mater? You invest in things that were built by your ancestors? Oh, please, go sit the fuck down somewhere, right? The biggest, anybody who makes the biggest donations to HBCUs, it's always white Americans. It is always white Americans. It's always white Americans. Like even now, yeah, you need to stop killing in the streets. Stop spilling blood in the streets. I repeat, you can clean away blood. You can clean away poo-poo. Can you clean away blood? Always murdering each other like fucking animals. We are not in Papua New Guinea. Okay? We are not in Papua New Guinea. We are in I don't care. You a dumbass. You a dumbass. You are a broke ass. You are completely irrelevant. Nobody cares for you. Most people see you coming, they might want to call the police. That's how your cultural image is so fucking fucked up. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, you shit in the street. You don't shit in the street. You shit in the street. You sell drugs in the street. You sell sex in the street. Anything but be honorable in the streets. What is it that you don't do in the streets? Right? Now don't shit in the street. You stop selling drugs in the streets. Stop prostituting your fellow Black American sister in the street. Stop killing your fellow Black American in the street. Stop shooting innocent Black American children in the streets. Respect the elderly in the streets. Can you do that? No, you cannot. Do you have honor? No, you don't. Do you have principle? No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and gain some fucking clarity. Gain some fucking self-awareness. You are fucking insane. You're fucking insane. People are really, really crazy. You're batshit crazy. You are batshit crazy. Are you actually saying everybody sees it but you? Everybody sees it but you. You need to gain some perspective. Gain some fucking perspective. Because like I said, I don't understand why someone will be from a first world country and is always so obsessed with African people. That is so fucking weird because you're a fucking loser. You are a fucking loser. And this is why even people like Sean Carter don't even hang out with African Americans. Every time you see Jay-Z, we don't care about your 14 billionaires. Do you know your 14 billionaires, you put them together, Aligo Dangote has more money. That's how slow you are. Put your 14 billionaires together and then take the wealth of Aligo Dangote. But then again, do you even know shit about this man? No. Okay? Right? You are really silly, right? Take all your Black American billionaires, put their money together. He has way more money, right? That's it. You guys live in America. You live in a media machine, in a marketing machine, right? There's no real substance to the news. No, I don't care. I can be broke. I'm from Africa. You're from here. You were giving 13 years of free education. You were giving 13 years of free rides to school. You were giving, for 13 years, you had free lunches. Why are you broke? That's the gag. Why the fuck are you broke? Right? I can be broke. I'm from Africa. Right? I'm from Africa. I'm an immigrant. So yes, I can be broke because this is not my native land. This is your native land where you were subsidized for 13 years. You have free books, free education, free everything. That's good for you. Why does your family only own 200 acres? Why they own more? Right? Why doesn't your family own more land? Right? Shut up, my family. Yeah, right. Always trying to take on credit for someone else's work. What the fuck do you own? Nothing. A Dodge Charger, right? An extensive criminal record, right? A freaking ankle monitor on your freaking wrist. What the fuck do you own? Talk about you sound fucking stupid. You sound hella stupid. You're the fucking idiot. My family owns. What the fuck do you own besides a Dodge Charger with a crazy ass interest rate and an $800 monthly payment that you can't afford? Probably running from a repossession right now. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm sick of y'all. I am truly sick of y'all. Shut up. Like, just shut the hell up. Shut up. Just shut up. We have shut up. Without the Jews, Oh yeah, 400. Oh yeah, right. That's all you can afford. That's how I know you live in the country. Where you live, your house is only 475. That's how I know you live in the country. That's the only place you can thrive. But I'm glad you're there though. Enjoy having home ownership. You're fucking insane. Oh, good. A townhome. That's all you can afford. A townhome is 475. That's all you can afford. Can you live in the DC area? Could you? And exactly. Move to DC, fam. Move to DC. Move to Northern Virginia. Big bank take little bank, right? Shut the hell up. Truly and honestly, shut up. Shut the hell up. Exactly. They do too fucking much. And when you go in these hard majors, like I was a math major, you go to the math major, you barely see any Black Americans in there. You major in statistics, you barely see any Black Americans in there. You major in electrical engineering, anything that's hard, you don't show up. But when it's crime, you are overly representing. We'll talk about somebody. I don't care what your opinion. They should own 3 homes. They're from here. That's my whole point. If you're from here, you should have shit. If you're from here, why are you on welfare? Right? If you're from here, you should have shit. Own some shit. Have some shit. Why do you rely on the fucking government? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, my house is... No, I don't have to own shit. I'm a fucking immigrant. I don't have to own shit. I'm an immigrant from Africa. I don't have to own anything. This ain't my country. You think I'm gonna die? I'm not dying here. I'm not gonna die here. I'm not gonna live here. I don't have to own anything over here. But you, it's your native land. So you should own something. You should own plenty of things besides being stupid, besides having a Dodge Charger, right? Besides having a bunch of kids you don't claim, right? Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Like you looked at yourself. Like you, I'm like, sometimes I look, I swear y'all, sometimes I look and I listen to a lot of African Americans. Like, okay, you think that you have the reputational cachet. You think you have the resume to talk about somebody? Of course you have no kids because you are dishonorable. That's what y'all do. You don't have kids. But have you slept with people? Of course. Have you slept with a bevy of Black American women? Of course. Right? That's what y'all do. You sleep with people. You sleep with your sisters. You require unprotected sex. You expose them to all kinds of STDs, right? And then you don't marry because you're dishonorable. You are dishonorable, right? That's it. And that's all you can say. Oh, my family owns. I'm sure in your family, your patriarchs were married, right? I'm sure your dad was married. I'm sure your granddad was married. And you're not married. You're dishonorable. You will sleep with a bevy of Black American women and you will expose them to STDs, but you're not going to marry them because that's who you are. You are dishonorable. You think it's a flat, and I'm sure you're like late in your 40s. I think you're late in your 40s, right? And you think it's honorable for a Black American man who has a house, who has an MBA, to not be responsible for a Black American family? You're proud of that shit? That's why I said you can never compare yourself to the Jews. And that's why you have to relegate your scorn to African cab drivers and African braiders because you are dishonorable. Right? You're not going to see a Jewish man in his 40s plus with an MBA and some money talking about, oh, I don't have no kids. It's embarrassing because according to the law, even according to the Bible, you are not even a man until you are responsible for a family. You should be responsible for an African American woman. You should be her covering. You should be her protection. Right? You should make sure that at least one of them is not going to be in her car when she's 60 because she ain't got shit to her name. Right? But you are dishonorable. You are a dishonorable group of men. You are dishonorable. That's why nobody fucks with you. The Jews don't fuck with you. The Chinese don't fuck with you. The Japanese don't fuck with you. The Arabs don't fuck with you because you're not family men. You're not God-fearing. You're not about family. You're not about protection. You're not about service. You don't do shit. It's all about you. Oh, am I married? Motherfucker, I'm fucking African, bitch. It's quite obvious I'm married, right? I'm married. I'm African. Ah, right? There you go. Because we don't do dishonor over here. Imagine that. Oh, are you married? I'm fucking African. It's like asking me if I'm from a third world country. And it's fucking obvious, right? Get the fuck out of here. It went up. But is your ass included in there? The answer is fucking no. Is your ass included in there? The answer is fucking no. So shut up. You are fucking dishonorable. And my thing is, I need to block your ass because if you're not married, if you're a man and you're not married, you don't even have the right to talk on my channel because you're not a man, you're a fucking boy. To timeout you go. You go to timeout. I'm going to use dishonor people because in your culture, in your Black American culture, when you're a Black American man and you're not married, other men allow you to sit at the table. That's why you don't realize how dishonorable you are. Y'all need to spend a weekend or a whole summer camp with the Jews so they can put some manhood in your fucking ass, because you are extremely dishonorable. You don't control shit. You don't control shit. You don't control shit. You don't have a family. You don't have children. You will never be a granddad. You will never be a dad. You're a fucking loser. You're just going to fucking die. Okay? You're going to fucking die. No one is going to remember you because you made sure not to procreate. You made sure not to pass on your last name. You are dishonorable. Yes, I left home to come here. That's not dishonorable. To you, to be native, to be a Black American man, and to boast about your house, your this, your that, and you're not responsible for a family, right? Are you fucking insane? Are you fucking insane? No, I will make blanketed statements, okay? Because you guys, some of you Black Americans who are xenophobic, you make blanketed statement. I will reciprocate your bullshit because you're fucking bullies. You're a bunch of fucking bullies. And that's the American way. I've come to realize that's the American way. American people think they can bully people. I will bully you right back. If you don't like how it feels, then don't do the same thing to other people because it's not nice. It is not nice. You want to make your commentary? Make your commentary. Somebody misbehave. Okay, they misbehave. Do you have to lump all African people together? It's a fucking continent, but you're so damn retarded. We keep repeating that shit to y'all. It is a continent. It is a continent. It's a continent. But no, every time you talk, you lump all African people together, right? I don't care. They can be deported all they want. Matter of fact, like I said, you're not married. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. You're banned. Okay? I don't want no unwedded person over here. Okay? So that's that. If you don't want people to make blanketed statements about you, don't do it to other people. And tell your fellow African American commentators to not do it too, because it doesn't feel good. Right? We're not about to sit here and fight racism for African Americans to think that they have carved for themselves the right to be xenophobic and talk to people any way they see fit. No, if you talk crazy to people, we're going to talk crazy right back to you. It's America. It's America. It's America. If you can't take it, don't dish it. If you know it's really hurtful when people make blanketed statements, then why are you doing it? So African people don't have feelings, right? You can dehumanize African people. You can talk about people from Africa any way you see fit. Like we're not human beings to you because you can't wait to have your racist white fantasy, right? You think being hateful gonna do what for you exactly? White people were racist. They did so many evil things. Where are they today? Where are they today? What person do you know actually wins in life by being hateful? Hate gets nowhere. It gets you nowhere. Look at America always starting wars in people's countries. What has gotten resolved? Nothing. What does it resolve? Nothing. It just makes shit worse. It makes life more expensive. It increases the price of gas at the fucking pump, right? It makes groceries more expensive. What does hatred actually fix? What does hatred fix? If you go around being a hateful person, what does it fix? If you have an issue, state your issue, but you're not capable of stating your issue. Always want to be disrespectful, always leading with disrespect, and it shows your lack of intelligence. You don't have, you can't say that. You cannot say, oh, we love y'all. If you love me, I wouldn't be here today, right? If you love me, I wouldn't be here today. Somebody who writes, a person who writes a title like this is not love. Long chin African women worship and pays for a near dental like looking white man, okay? This is not love. When you love people, you don't talk like that. When you love people, you don't talk like that. When you love people, you don't call people all kinds of tether, all kinds of bullshit. You don't know how to love anything, okay? You don't even know how to love yourself. That's why you're so disrespectful. Because if you actually love yourself, you will carry yourself in a certain way, and you will never give yourself permission to address other people in such disgusting manners. It is disgusting. Xenophobia is no better than racism. If you have an issue, state your issue. State your issue. But because, what's the name, Oyenka, whatever, she got scammed by one white man, you have to insult all Nigerian people? Like, what the freak? What the freak? We didn't see a Black American girl over here. She went on a date with this broke-ass white boy who's 35 years old, and she was 21 years old, and the white boy, he cut her into pieces. And I covered that story. Never did I pick on how she looked. Never did I pick on anything about her, who she is and where she came from. No, I was like, you know what? If anything, I believe that these are the consequences of social media. But like the young lady, she was dismembered. And the main thing for me was to have empathy. Like, what the fuck? He took her into a basement and he fucking tortured her. You think the first thing in my head was, oh, she's Black American? That's not the first thing in my head. I saw a young Black girl who got deceived by social media. Because at that time, Cali had a song about lobster and pasta. Right? Isn't Cali Black American? No, but they have the right to view you a certain way. Do you not see it? Like, stop the bullshit. Stop with this fake indignation. Oh, the way they view us. Do you not have eyes? Your eyes don't fucking work? Your eyes don't fucking work? In the past 20 years, you want to sit here and tell me that there has not been a destruction of the Black American image? Right? You acting like we're still in 1980s or we're in like in 1990 or like the early 2000s, where the vast majority of Black American people we saw on TV were the true Black Americans. There's an infestation of ninja culture. Right now, it's possible that most Africans don't know how to distinguish between an actual Black American and a ninja. But the problem is ninja culture has overtaken the culture. And that is problematic. So miss me with the bullshit. Oh, the way they view us. Do you not see yourselves? You don't see how you're represented? And instead, you want to be mad at African people? No, be mad at your own people, because they have to understand the way you carry yourself. It causes everybody to be judged. Auntie Monique came out here. She said, oh, Black American women should not go outside with bonnets because it's not a good look. She got cussed the fuck out, right? Sherry Shepherd, another Black American woman. She said, oh, Black American women should cover themselves. Be modest because you're beautiful. You don't have to put your titties out there. She got cussed the fuck out, right? So please stop the bullshit. Every day there's a fucking national holiday. There's Labor Day. You name it. Bunch of Black American kids come together. Someone is going to die. Someone is going to die. Every summer we're scared. The Black kids go to the fucking, what's it called? The amusement park. Someone is going to die. Every day you go. Yes, this morning I turned on my fucking YouTube this morning. Another Black American kid, he's 18 years old. He just got sentenced to 65 years in prison. So you have to stop. Stop sitting here and acting like, oh yeah, we don't have a dangerous image, right? The image is not good. It's just not good. And the fact that you refuse to have self-awareness is so fucking triggering. Like, oh, people come here and they find Black Americans from the 50s, or they're coming here, we find Black Americans from the 70s who are very honorable, who are hardworking, who joined the military, who had no tattoos on their bodies. They were all married. They didn't have a bunch of kids everywhere, committing crime everywhere. They were very honorable people. Man, like this generation right here, it is not honorable people. They're not honorable. And they're really scary. They are truly scary. So why are you mad at the African and you're not mad at your own people? Like, yo, we got to do better. And we cannot continue to let ninja culture be representative of Black American culture. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. But that's your fucking fault because that's your fucking brain. It is your brain. You as a Black American, it is your responsibility to make sure that nobody plays with the Black American brand. It has to mean something to you. But no, you let people do all kinds of bullshit. People get to bastardize the brand, act all kinds of fool. People look crazy, and oh, you're mad at people for being like, oh my God, that's a lot. It's fucking a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Ninja culture never should have been allowed to be the dominant culture in Black America. It never should have been allowed. But the honorable Black Americans should have fought real hard to make sure it never happened. Don Cornelius Straw, he got cussed out. Auntie Dionne Warwick, when she was against the NWA, gangster rap, she got cussed out. Everybody from the old school who tried to protect Black American image got cussed the fuck out, but they were right. And people owe them an apology. People owe them an apology. Even Lauryn Hill, when Lauryn Hill wrote the Miseducation Lauryn Hill, everything she said in there, it came to pass. You're going to have your nails done by Koreans. You're going to be promiscuous. You're going to have a bunch of kids with no husband. Okay, you're going to wear a bunch of weave. Lauryn Hill tried to warn the people, but even she knew she was being too honest, so she disappeared. She made one album and she ran for the hills. She just ran for the hills. So you have to stop. You have to stop. People will give credit where credit's due. But if every time you hear of a Black American person's name, it's involved in foolishness, you cannot be mad that someone is like, yo, I'm staying away. I'm going to stay away. Okay? I do not need to be Black American. That's what y'all don't understand. I don't need to be Black American. I don't have to be Black American. No one needs to be Black American. Right? Right? Stop thinking that African people are not proud to be African. You need to be proud of being Black American. And African people also have the right to be proud to be African. Nobody wants to be Black American. You think everybody wants to be you. You have nothing to offer. You need to understand that. In 2025, as it stands, you have nothing to offer. Right? You have to stop. In 2025, what's the appeal? Like maybe if you talk about the 1940s, the 1920s, yes, these people were really classy, you know. Those were very classy Black American people. They were very classy. They were married. They went to church. They dressed good. The woman wore gloves and shit. The men wore suits and shit. Yes, right? Like that's the 1920s. 2025 Black America, you have nothing to offer people. You are falling to the wayside. You are self-destructing. Your poverty levels to the roof. The number of y'all on welfare is extremely concerning. None of your kids can read. You're behind across the board. In science, you're behind. In English, you are behind. Listen, you are behind everywhere. If most schools could kick out Black American kids from their school, their scores would go up. They would get more funding. You have nothing to offer people. You sit here and you see yourselves. You want to take credit for Black Americans that came before you without doing the work because you're fucking lazy. You are fucking lazy and you're fucking dishonorable. I'm going to say it to your face, right? You're fucking lazy. You're fucking dishonorable. You'd rather be a drug dealer than to join the military, right? You'd rather be a sex worker than to be a wife, right? That's how fucked up you've been with all these weird ass progressive liberal shit. You've lost your fucking way. You have lost your fucking way. And do not sit here and delude yourself and deceive yourself into believing that you represent the Black Americans of the 1950s, 1940s. Even they won't even recognize you. And I'm pretty sure those people there to come back, you call them all kinds of N-word, you call them all kinds of uppity, oh, you think you're trying to act white. Why? Because they're respectable, because they're civil, because they're well-mannered, and they're highly educated, right? You resent any Black American that comes from a traditional Black American family, right? Any child. No. I'm not trying to compare anything, my love. I ain't trying to compare shit. But this is the reality. This is the reality, right? Because if we care to be honest, if you can be honest, which many of y'all struggle with honesty because you're extremely delusional, you're extremely bipolar, right? You have Black American culture. That really is a culture. Within Black American culture, you have a subculture, which is ninja culture. And yes, you can say that ninjas represent 10% of Black America. Absolutely. But unfortunately, my love, because of cell phones, because of social media, because of the fact that anybody can have an account today, right? Who has taken over? Even though they're the smallest, right? Just like trans people, right? Not that many people are trans, right? We don't have that many people in America who are transsexual. Maybe like 1% or like 0.02%. It's not that many people. But yet the issues of trans people always dominate the airways, right? So that's the same thing. If you can be honest, which is something that you struggle with admitting to yourself, like we're not doing well. And you see, it's like a person that is sick. You've been sick for about 20 years. And you don't want to have the courage to say we're sick. Something is not working. So instead of fixing that, right? Oh, no, I don't think you're candid enough because if you weren't candid, I would have to say the shit, right? If you could have enough courage, like fortitude, intestinal fortitude to say, Black America is sick, we've lost our way, right? Things could get fixed. But no, you do what most white people do. That's why I say, at the end of the day, an American is an American. Yes, I will compare because that's what we do. We compare in history, we compare in econ, we compare. Right? And that's also part of you being a Black American. You struggle with being compared to other people because you think, oh, it means I'm not good enough. No, but it definitely means you're not where you're supposed to be. But we compare. Just like you should compare yourself to your person yesterday. You should compare yourself to who you used to be 6 months ago. And if you see that there's a need for redress, then redress. It's not a problem, right? But you struggle with acknowledging that you have a problem. Black America is sick, right? Even the rise in homosexuality by tradition alone, true Black Americans are not homosexuals. Real African Americans are not homosexuals. Now, some have been gay. Yeah, sure. But even the ones that were gay, they knew their place. I've been in this country for 30 years. I studied Black America before I even moved to this damn nation, right? And to me, there is a true definition of a true African American person. It's hard work. It's the fear of God. It's the love of family. It's sacrifice. Even when this country was so fucking racist, so many Black American men went and they joined the military. It never occurred to them to sell drugs. Do you know how many Black Americans went to Afghanistan or went to Vietnam or went wherever? They never thought, oh, let me bring back drugs to my community, because it was not in them. Because these people were God-fearing people, right? Today, a Black American man, if he has any kind of issues, oh, let me go sell drugs, why don't you join the military? Why don't you go into the military like your granddad? So many Black Americans, if they look at their lineage, the vast majority of their patriarchs were people in the military. That's how they got their this, and they all joined the military. because it was honorable. It wasn't easy because white people are fucking racist. It wasn't easy. But that was the way to be a man and to provide for yourself and take care of your family. Today, if life, no, America is saying, hey, I will go home when I'm ready. Just like you need to stop committing crimes, right? And I'm sure you'll do that when you're ready also. Just like you need to stop having all these abortions. But I'm sure you will stop when you're ready as well. We can do this, sis, right? Me, Marlene, disrespect is easy for me, right? I tell everybody this, whether you're white Americans, you're American, I don't care who the fuck you are. We can be friends. We can truly be friends. But if you want to go down the disrespect route, we can go there every day. Right? The same way, if America's so sick, go home. If America's so sick, stop having so many abortions. Can you do that? Exactly. There you go. Like, there you go. We ain't scared of you. Go home. Go home. You also need to go home and stop committing crimes in the streets. Tell your children to have a curfew. Give your kids a fucking curfew so they can go home, Roger, and stop killing people, unaliving people. People are getting sick and tired of this bullshit. Like, get the fuck out of here. Exactly. We ain't going no fucking weird. Like, they can't even do shit. And matter of fact, the way you like going to prison, we're definitely going to be here because somebody got to be here. You're going to be locked up behind bars for 60, 40, 20 years, 100 years. So somebody got to be here. Somebody has to keep having more black heads. Somebody has to be here. So we will be outside. And you're going to have to deal with that. This is fucking insane. And it's fucking, I'm like, this level of mediocrity needs to be addressed. Like, it's fucking insane. Oh, the way they view us. You don't have eyes. You can't see. Like, you can't see. Like, it's insane. Like we're sitting here like a freaking marshmallow camp. And when you turn on the news, you see a bunch of black Americans doing honorable shit and people just choose to be mean out of nowhere. No. And a lot of African people also have been murdered by African American people. Let that sink in. But then if you don't care, okay, then you do not care. You know how many cab drivers, African cab drivers have been murdered? Even my cousin was murdered by a black American, right? You kill everyone. You just murder for no reason. Right? Because you are the only group of, I'm telling you this, I'm being so honest. You are the only ethnic group in America that thinks because you went through slavery or you have some kind of grievances, you don't have to control your emotions. You can just do whatever you want, kill whoever you want, murder whenever you feel like it. It's fucking enough. So many, there's an uncle, he's from Philadelphia, right? I'll put the video up. Because you like lying to you. So you kill so many African people. So many African people have lost their lives because of your foolishness. You just like to kill people. You're a bunch of homicidal freaks. All you do is murder. You're not capable of having a conversation. You don't know. I'm telling you, you have a problem with respect, right? I don't know. But you have yes, that's how I truly feel. Are you slow? Are you fucking slow? Y'all think y'all deserve like special privilege? When I'm sitting here and I read these white people, you think it's what? That's how I truly feel. And that's the way you should feel if you have some sense, but you're too dishonorable, to be honest. You like ethics. You don't have integrity. You do not have integrity. Are you insane? That's how you really feel. Well, duh. Do you not live here? Do you not live here? Like, this is insane. You think you could just go around and just treat people any way you see fit because you're the only ethnic group that believes, oh, we don't have to check ourselves. We can call people any kind of names, but God forbid somebody calls us a name. We can check anyone we want to check, but God forbid somebody checks me. No, you don't have any more rights than anyone. It's one nation. It's one constitution. And it's one vote per American. Black Americans don't get 5 votes per person, okay? It's one nation, it's one constitution, it's one vote. You don't have any more rights than anyone in this country. It is enough. So if you want to be treated respectfully, learn to respect other people and their property. Start there, right? Is that really how you feel? That's how I fucking feel. Why did I'm scared of you? I told this other girl, she Black American, I told her, I'm not scared of Jewish people. Why would I be scared of you? What can you do to me? What, you gonna find me with a gun and aim like this and then shoot an innocent bystander per usual? Always missing shots because you don't know how to fucking aim. Are you fucking crazy? Are you fucking crazy? You want to be a xenophobe? I will take you there. You want to be a goofy ass xenophobe? I will take you there. Because too many people don't tell you shit to your face. Just like white Americans. People talk about them behind their backs. I will tell you that shit to your face. You're fucking insane. And you need some therapy. You need fucking help. You need fucking help. You can say what you have to say. Even if. What do you say? What about Africans in the continents currently being killed and scammed for your... you see, 13 years of free education, you're not even capable of making a comprehensible sentence. What did you just say? Try again. You see, 13 years, you're a bad investment. 13 years. Taxpayers have paid for your education for 13 years. You are a native, you are an American, your first language is English. What is this? What kind of sense is this? Right? Well, then write the whole thing all over. I can't read this garbage. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I am not Nigerian. Is that the only country you know, my love? I am not Nigerian. I'm from the Ivory Coast. There you go. There's more than one country in Africa. There's more than one nation in West Africa. Nigeria. That's all you know, right? Read, educate yourself. Shit, like fucking read. Why do people hate reading so much? Why do you resent having culture? Why do you resent being curious about the world and knowing other people? Right? Oh, people don't like us. Yeah, because you're not friendly. You're not friendly and you're excessively disrespectful. Let's start there, right? You're very disrespectful. I'm not Nigerian, but I guess I could be honorary Nigerian, but I am from the Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. My first language is French, okay? There you go. Like, they're fucking insane. Yes, Brittany, I did, my love. Did you have a good Thanksgiving, my baby? I missed y'all. I really did. I wish I didn't have to come out here on this video, but it's a little too much. I miss you, Brittany. Brittany, give me some salads. I need some salad ideas because December, I need to lose more weight. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing, though. Let me even say it. I can even give that to you, right? Yes, a lot of African leaders are murderers. Yes, but Africa is poor. Why are you murderers? You see, that's my point. You're so damn silly, right? You're from a first world country. You're from a civilized nation. America is extremely developed. America is extremely wealthy. America is extremely civilized, right? On average, the federal government spends about $13,000 to $18,000 educating one American child, right? So you grew up here. Why are you murderers? Because you're right. The way some of these African American kids carry on, you would think they were raised in Chad. You would think they were raised in Central Africa. You would think they were raised in Liberia, right? Under freaking, what's his name? Charles Taylor, right? Why are you so murderous, right? You live in government housing. Your mothers have welfare. They have EBT. You don't pay for shit. You go to school, it's subsidized. Your transportation subsidized. Your lunches are subsidized, but you turn out to be so fucking barbaric. Why are you homicidal freaks? Right? Most African people do not have the luxuries that you have. Most African people do not have the 13,000. Who will give them that kind of money? Okay? In Africa, you pay for everything. But even $1,000 to send a child to school, who has that kind of money? But yet you're from here and you are murderous. You are murderous. You behave in such a primitive fashion. Right? If you had archaeologists, if you had anthropologists study most Black Americans, you come up as primitive cannibals. Primitive as fuck. Why do you kill people over tennis shoes? Why do you kill people over disrespecting my homie? That's worth killing someone over. Why do you kill people over colors? Oh, he wore blue and my favorite color is red. Boom, boom, I need to kill him. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Right? Why do you kill people over foolishness? And the sad part is, it's not even like you're killing like bad people. Many times you are killing African American people that have so much potential. So much potential. When I lived in New Orleans, you know the number of students from LSU, the number of Black American students from LSU that were always getting gunned down by their fellow Black Americans? Are you fucking insane? That is a college student from fucking LSU. Why are you killing that person? Right? You don't go around and killing pedophiles and killing all kinds of bad people. You never kill Black people. No, I don't have to be Black enough to speak on you. And I thank God I'm not. Okay? I will speak on you, period. Welcome to America. Okay, there's a constitution. I will speak on you, period. You speak on me, I'll speak on you. You want to be a xenophobe? I will realign your shit. Anybody scared of you? You out your fucking, you think you're a Jew? You think you run APAC? You think you have these $1 million donors? You're not a fucking Jew, boo. Sit down somewhere. You're not a Jew, okay? Just because you see the Jews do that kind of shit, you don't have that kind of privilege. That kind of privilege requires money. You know, I ain't projecting shit. I'm telling you about your fucking self. Now, maybe I have a projector and you see yourself. So yes, if the movie makes you cry, start crying and do better. Then somebody's scared of you. You people are fucking crazy. Because when you on your goofy ass Twitter spaces, you argue with African people who just got here, right? You argue with, look at her title. Look at her title, right? Look at her title. Danish Deception, launching African women worship and pays whatever. Why does she have to write that? Why? Like, seriously. Why? You can say a young lady allowed herself to be deceived because she put white people on a pedestal. That's it. That's that. Right? But to sit here and want people to believe that Black American women do not sit on the internet every single day insulting Black American men, that they ain't shit, they ain't this, it's better to go with a white man. There's not a girl named Callie who is Black American who made a whole song. Hold on. What's it called? Right? There you go. This girl is a whole Black American chick who made a whole song called Lobster and Pasta, right? Talking about white men, right? So miss me with the bullshit. If African girls worship white boys, so do you. Okay? If African girls worship Black men, that's fine. Okay? Because wherever white people have been, Black people have had self-hate and issues like that. That's fine. That's okay. I'm not even gonna argue with that, right? If African girls worship white men, so do you. Stop the bullshit. Okay, this girl, her name is Callie, right? Her name is Callie. Okay, good. She's African American, right? She made a whole song called Lobster and Pasta, which is the worship of white boys because the white man is the lobster. Okay, and he took her out and whatever he did to her, right? And so because he's white, she feels like you should give him everything, right? It happens both ways. We have Serena Williams. Like, do we really have to do this? But let's do it because people are really silly. People are truly, truly silly. Right? Here is Serena Williams. There you go. Ever since she married a white man, she always has to wear a blonde wig. She's done her nose. She's bleached her skin. Like nobody recognizes Serena anymore. Right? So like where the fuck as a Black American woman do you get off not even acknowledging your own issues? You have more issues when it comes to white people than African women. Right? Most Black American women cannot even live without a wig on. Okay, you guys go to sleep with a wig, you wake up with a wig, you're losing your hair because you want to wear hair like a white woman, right? Most Black American celebrities have done rhinoplasty. I ain't got to take no fucking breath, okay? Y'all like to shoot, so I'm shooting hard, okay? Got a Glock on my mouth. What's the problem, right? Y'all some bullies. Y'all some bullies. You are bullies. But the problem is when you do your bully shit, you go and pick on newly arrived, newly minted African immigrant, right? So they struggle with their English. They struggle with the clapbacks. I've been outside for 30 years. Come outside. I know all your business. Fuck with me and find out. Fuck with me and find out. I'm an educated African. I don't do braids. I've never braided hair in my life. I don't braid hair. I don't drive a kayak, do all that bullshit, right? I came to this nation first class. I live in a very, very expensive neighborhood. You couldn't even afford there, right? From middle school, from elementary school, middle school, high school, every single Black American I knew either lived in an apartment or a townhouse. They couldn't afford my neighborhood. You are fucking crazy. You're batshit crazy, but I will put you in your place. I will put you in your fucking place. You out your damn mind. Black American women, they're not obsessed with white boys, right? Even Meghan Markle, her mother is Black American, right? Did she not go have a baby with a white man? Meghan Markle's daddy is a piece of trash. Hold on. These people are fucking crazy. These people are fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy. Okay? There you go. This is Meghan Markle's daddy. Okay? That's not look at this ugly ass white man. Look at this ugly ass white man, right? And this is who her mother, her Black American mother, chose to have a baby with. That is Meghan Markle's daddy. Ugly as fuck, fat as fuck, right? This man almost ruined her wedding, right? So why would she marry that? Have you seen Meghan Markle's mom? Hold on. Let me show you her mom. You people are fucking crazy. You all feel like you don't worship white people. Yeah, the fuck right. You out here spending. You don't even have any money, huh? You go into debt trying to buy a Birkin bag. How many Black American women measure their worth by a Birkin bag? Right? Never been to France. You don't speak French. You know nothing about the House of Hermes, right? You will go into debt for a Birkin bag, right? Birkin, she's like Miss Becky. She's from freaking Europe. She's from France. What does France got to do with you, right? Do you support these Black African American designers? Of course you don't. No, I ain't gonna calm the fuck down. Y'all piss me the fuck off. Hold on. You piss me off, right? Louis Vuitton bags. Every time you go to Tyson's Corner, do you see all these Black people in there trying to buy Louis Vuitton? You're always chasing white people for validation. You and your obsession with white trinkets. How did Halle Berry get her Oscar? Huh? How did Halle Berry get her Oscar? Play with me. Right? Right? When Halle Berry won her Oscar for Best Actress, what was it for? Monsters Ball, right? There you go. What did she have to do for Monsters Ball, right? She let the white man do a train on her. Do y'all remember the movie? Who remembers? Even Diddy was in there. I remember Diddy was in there, right? Monster Ball. This white man, the Billy Bob Thornton, he used to date Angelina Jolie, right? They were treating her body like a freaking whorehouse. That's how she was able to win a freaking Oscar, right? You are obsessed with white people. You are obsessed with white people's trinkets. When you sell drugs to your own people, commit your own people to a lifetime of chemical bondage, right? For what? To buy Mercedes, to buy watches. Like, when have you ever heard of a drug dealer selling drugs because he wants to like upgrade the homes, or he wants to send the kids to school, right? Nino Brown and his bullshit. He was out here selling drugs because he want to make his place better. No, right? You will poison your own people. You will go work with the Colombians. You will work with Bolivians, Mexicans, Argentinians, anybody who's willing to sell you drugs. You will work with racist people who hate your people, cuss your ass out in Spanish that you don't fucking understand. You'll come to your own cities and you'll sell that shit to your own people, right? You will sell to your own people. Why? Because you have to buy a Mercedes. You got to go buy you some Timberland boots. It's always about consumerism. When is it not about consumerism for you? Are you okay right now? You all the way there? Are you all the way there? Like, millions of people's lives have been destroyed by this whole drug game. For what? For change. You go like this, oh, you're my chain, here's my chain, right? Can you show us integrity? Can you show us honor? No, you cannot, right? You will poison your own people. You will give drugs to mothers, and you know she has children. If she goes on drugs, these kids are going into the system. These kids are going with the freaking child service system. Like, you will never see these kids. And so many black kids are in there. They're getting abused. They're getting tortured. Yeah, I sure did see the movie. That's how I know the movie, because I saw the movie. I watched the movie. Billy Bob was having sex. They ran a bunch of Billy Bob and some prison guards run a train on her. And in the movie, Diddy's in jail. Again, well, when art imitates life, when life imitates art, okay? Go sit down somewhere. You're not obsessed with white people? Like this lady here, Halle Berry. How much money did she lose with these white men, right? Her 2 divorces, one baby and 1 divorce, right? With Oliver and the other white man. She ended up paying $50 million. This girl spent $50 million on 2 white men. And we'll talk about Onika. Onika, yeah, it's $300,000. It's a lot of money. But what about this dum-dum? What about Halle Berry? Have you looked in your own backyard before you talk about somebody else? Have you looked in your own backyard? No, because you have specks in your eyes, specks of xenophobia. You're so hateful. You're just as hateful as these white Americans. Go to fucking therapy. Go get some fucking help. Go get some fucking help. Every day out here, we see what black American women are willing to do to be with a white man. Look at Tamara. Where's Tamara? Huh? Look at Tamara right here. Beautiful girl. Tamara is so fucking beautiful. Huh? This is her husband. Look, Adam. He's always fat. Huh? Adam is fat. Adam is boring. Adam is a racist, right? A pretty girl like this, a beautiful girl like this, he made her sign a prenup because he was afraid she was going to take his family's money. I'm like, why? No, I don't have childhood trauma, but I do have childhood trauma dealing with y'all being some bullies. Because y'all some bullies. I used to get bullied by y'all in high school. Because elementary school, it was predominantly white. So y'all were not there. Middle school, it was good. Pretty good. High school, because I was still taking ESL. It stopped happening. The last girl to ever bully me, her name was Jackie. She was Black American. She was short. She was fat. I think she was a stud. She made the mistake. I don't know what the hell she called me that day, but I went the fuck off. From that day, junior year, I've never had a problem. Never had a problem. You're not going to bully me. Because you're not going to bully me, right? You're not going to bully me. And she apologized because it was real. It was in the cafeteria. So she thought, oh, Maria's African. I'm going to try her that day. Yo, I know a lot of shit about you. You're a criminal. Anything else? I know a lot of shit. You are a criminal. You're dishonorable. You don't pay your bills. You probably have a car you can't afford. Yeah, I don't have to try hard. Even Miss Cleo can know a lot of shit about you. Man, thank you for calling Miss Cleo. Miss Cleo, you're a Black American man. You got 4 kids. I see. Ooh, I see the police around you. The police is looking to arrest you because you haven't paid your child support. Ooh, Miss Cleo. Yeah, I see. A little bit of drug dealing. Thank you for calling Miss Cleo. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Sorry, I'm doing really well. No, it's like me. I spar for fun. Play with me if you want to. I'll hurt your fucking feelings. You're a bunch of crybabies. You're not tough. That's why you always use guns. You're not tough. You're not tough people, right? That's why you can't fight. You can't use your hands. You got to use a Glock. My Glock is telling me to love her. My Glock, right? Can you use your hands? Of course not. Can you use your intelligence? Yeah, the fuck right. That's asking for too much, right? You're a bad investment. You are a poor investment. Hey, for me, right? Play with me if you want to. See me, I love myself. You hate yourself, right? But I'm like, imagine that. You're going to be a Black American woman and you're going to tell us, right? Yes, she fucking did. Yes, she fucking did. You want me to, I can't even play the part. Yes, she fucking did. Anybody can go watch Monsters Ball. You will see they ran a train on her ass. Everybody knows that. Just like when it comes to Denzel Washington. Denzel had to play a corrupt police officer that sells drugs by the Russians to win his Oscar, right? Because that's how desperate you are for white validation, right? Of all the roles, I'm not mad at all. I'm entertained. You cannot make me mad. You should be mad, right? There you go. You should be mad. How come this African girl knows all my business? Because my name is Miss Cleo, right? And nothing to be mad at. You annoy me. I am annoyed, okay? So because I'm annoyed, I've decided to let you know you fucking annoy me, right? There you go. But no one is more obsessed with white people than Black Americans, right? Your woman spent over $1 billion or $5 billion with the Chinese, right? Yes, I am married to one. And so what? I can be married to one. Thank God he doesn't act like you. You think because my husband is Black American, he represents you? He doesn't represent you at all. Okay? He doesn't even identify with y'all. Y'all some hateful people. You are hateful people. He's not a hateful person. But you are a hateful people. But then again, he's highly educated. Most of you are not. Right? And that's why you're so fucking ignorant. You're a bunch of Black rednecks. That's what you are. You are no different than these racist white people. And when you study it carefully, closely, if you can, do you even know how to study? But anyways, right? Probably a D student your whole life, but it's okay, right? But if you knew how to study, upon close examination, you would realize that most racists, yes, y'all, there you go, right? Upon close examination, you would realize that most racist white Americans are poor white Americans, right? They're poor. Educated white Americans don't give a fuck. Because you will never be able to afford to live where they live. They're not going to let you into their business. They don't really care because they're incredibly wealthy, right? But when you see, like, especially like with MAGA and things like that, even Nick Fuentes, right? When you see most racist white people, they're usually poor. Charlie Kirk, poor. It's like it's a poor, struggling people, right? Poor people with their scarcity mindset have to be hateful because they feel like it's not enough. So racist rednecks, white rednecks are racist. Black rednecks are xenophobe, right? That's it. If you spend time with highly educated Black Americans, you're not going to deal with this stuff because it's the people that they're cultured, they have traveled, they've made lots of money, they've gone to college while you were in prison, they've gone to college, they've gone to universities, they've got to meet different people, they have traveled the world, they have done summers abroad. So their mindset is very much open where they can actually see the person, right? But a white American redneck, a Black American redneck, y'all have never been anywhere. You've never left this country, right? You can't even barely afford to stay in a local hotel for one night with taxes. Can't afford that shit, right? You can barely feed yourselves. You don't know much about the world. You even struggle with basic English. You can't even be eloquent in English. You can't even write properly in English, right? Your grammar is atrocious, right? So you're a small-minded people because you're not successful. You're not well-bred. You're not well-traveled. You're not well-educated. You only speak one language. And even that, too, there's a strong handicap when it comes to your phonics, right? So yes, right? But when you deal with African-American people who are well-educated, who have traveled, who are well-seasoned, they will never reason like that because they will talk about the actual issue. Right? But because you have a below sea level type of intellect, right? You always attack the person. You cannot talk about the issues. You have to attack people, insult people, demean people. Yeah, because you steal. You can afford Birkins because you steal. You can afford Birkins because you steal other people's social security numbers, right? And you want all kinds of credit card scams. You're a bunch of boosters. Right? We saw you with Earn Your Leisure. We saw y'all with Him 500 telling people to go to Navy Federal to apply for an auto loan and then don't buy the car and then keep the money. You do a lot of stealing, right? You do PPP loan scam. You stole so much money from the PPP, right? So yeah, you have the Birkin because you steal. You go into stores, you steal. You start running, right? You go into store, you throw rocks at the store, right? Everybody's scared of y'all. Right? Even here in the DC area, Pentagon Mall used to be very fancy, but nobody wants to go there because of you, right? The same thing with Tyson's Corner. Okay, Tyson's too, the Chanel store. Now there's a line to get in there because you, right? So yeah, you're a bunch of boosters. Anything else? Like seriously, anything else? Your average income is $55,000. Come on now, sis. If you have a Birkin, you probably stole it, right? Or you took somebody else's social, probably your dead grandmother, right? And you're doing all kinds of foolishness with the credit card. It's okay. It's truly okay. Stop it, because you're gonna start crying. No, they no, no, of course they do. They steal. People steal. But unlike you, me, I have self-awareness, right? If an African person does something wrong, I will say, yeah, this behavior is out of order, right? You don't call out anything because you're tribal and you're dishonest and you don't have integrity, right? It's like no matter how heinous an African American person behaves, you are still going to cape for that person, right? I do know you ain't shit, right? That's why you look at you putting Muhammad Ali up here, putting what's it called, Malcolm X. Do you know that Malcolm X's mother's not even from here? Right? She's from the West Indies, right? Y'all take these pictures of these people and you're nothing like these people, right? Muhammad Ali was not a hateful person. Muhammad Ali was not, oh, I rebuke you even further. Stay away from me, please. That's why I live next to y'all, okay? Right? Muhammad Ali went to Congo, right? He fought in Congo, the rumble in the jungle, and he was well treated by Congolese people, and he was very loving to Congolese people, right? I think Mobutu was in power. No, you're more than a demon, okay? You are a principality. That's why you keep getting locked the fuck up, because everybody's scared of you. You make America unsafe anyways, right? Right? Malcolm X, he went to Mecca. He went all the way to Medina in Saudi Arabia. He sat there with everyone who was Muslim, be they dark-skinned Muslim, white Muslim, this Muslim. He sat with everybody, right? But once again, these are educated people, right? So before you use someone's picture, ask yourself, am I even worthy of putting that person's picture up, right? Muhammad Ali refused to go to Vietnam to kill innocent Vietnamese. Do you have any video of Muhammad Ali insulting African people, demeaning African people? No. And he also knew he had African roots, and he was proud of that. Most of y'all, oh my gosh, I'm not African, I'm indigenous, I'm Cherokee. Well, shut up. Like, we don't see your nose and your hair and your lips. Shut up. And this is exactly what Malcolm X said. The day the Negro knows how to read, the day the Negro becomes an intellectual, he's going to start caring about all Black people, right? But all you people want to do is create these factions because you're a bunch of Black rednecks. You are severely uneducated, right? There's an intellectual attrition. There's a severe attrition of Black intellectuals. We are surrounded by pseudo-intellectuals, a myriad of goofy ninjas, right? Go sit down somewhere. That's why he's scared of you. You're so deplorable. You have no integrity. You're so dishonorable. Go sit down somewhere, okay? No, because I leave it up to you. How do you manage to get 65 years in prison at 13, right? When it comes to crime and you have a knack that I don't even care to understand, because God forbid I be tempted, okay? So you tell me, how do you get 65 years in prison at 13? You tell me, right? But when it comes to crime and you have a knack that I do not care to understand. Leave me out of this shit, because I'm a child of God. My thoughts are on good things. Philippians 4:13. There you go. Okay. I don't even know, why doesn't your house have clean water? Aren't you, most of you are raised on like EBT and government stamps and government cheese and stuff like that? Every day you come out here, oh, as a Black American woman, as a Black American kid growing up, my mom had to decide if she's going to pay the water bill or the power bill. Do you even have water? Do you even have gas in your house? I remember Eve, like, she was like, oh yeah, my mom had to leave the oven on at night because it was so cold. Why can most Black Americans afford their heating bill? Like, let's start there. Like, right? Yeah, I don't, oh, please. And you arrived when? What do you know? What do you fucking know? What do you know? I arrived in the 90s. When did you arrive? When were you born? What do you know? Right? What do you know? You arrived in the 90s. Who cares? Who cares? It's not about when you arrive. It's about the effort that you put in. Do you know anything about effort? No, you're mediocre. Okay? What road have you built? Besides the road to hell, paved with your 1,000 murders and your stolen Jordans. Okay? What roads have you paved? What road have you paved? The road to prison? Life in prison? Mass incarceration? Right? Killing white people over Jordans? Right? Go sit down somewhere. What roads have you paved? The roads to gangster disciples, joining gangs and crime activity? Right? The roads to prostitution? Right? The roads to pimping your own people? Right? Shut up. What roads have you built? Please tell me. I would love to see. I was talking about take a picture. What roads have you built? White people give you roads like MLK Boulevard, MLK Avenue, right? No respect for Dr. King. You up there shooting people, you murder people, you sell drugs, you respect nothing. Want to tell me about the roads? The roads. Make sure you clean the road in front of your house. No needles, no crime, no foolishness, right? And when the road is called MLK Jr., show some respect, right? Show some restraint for once, okay? Show some restraint. Don't be a full-on barbarian. Show some restraint. Right? Respect people's name. If it's called MLK Jr., no, you didn't build nothing. You built what? You built what? You're always in prison. Well, you're building tables for public schools. You're building American flags for public schools. What did you build for who? Like, y'all like to say that shit. We built. What did you build? You specifically. What did you build? What did you build? Right? Even to put a pic. You see, that's an old African American boxer. Why don't you show your own body? Because I'm sure you're fat. What did you do? You go so fucking crazy. We built the road. What road did you build? You know where I live? Do you know where I live in Northern Virginia? Like where? Exactly. I haven't built shit. And that's why I don't go around saying I built, right? Because I haven't built shit. What have you built? You haven't built shit also. Sit down somewhere. Okay? We built. You didn't build shit. You didn't build shit. What you built was hip hop, trap culture, drill culture, murder culture, baby mama culture, and impregnating these women and not taking care of your kids culture, right? That's what you built. You didn't build shit. Go sit down somewhere. We built the roads. You built the road? Do you even know what goes into asphalt? Have you ever even seen asphalt in real life? Shut up. You're lame. Shut the fuck up. It's getting old. In America, everybody who lives here has played a part into building America. White Americans played a part. Jewish Americans played a part. African Americans played a part. Chinese Americans played a part. Japanese Americans played a part. Africans have played a part. You name it. Everybody, Latinos have played a part. Everybody has played a part into building America to what it is today. And we all benefit, right? You guys, you sit here as if like, oh, you've never benefited from other people. You have equally benefited from other people. You should have known better when you see my hair. Baby, at least you see my hair. When was the last time you saw your hair? When was the last time you see natural hair? Okay? You think that's a bar? You're so fucking weak. Yeah, no, they're a bunch of fucking clowns. Oh, I seen her hair. Yeah, and you seen hair. I'm sure it turns you the fuck on. When was the last time you saw one of your own women with her natural hair? Always got to smell them Burmese hair, Chinese hair, Indian stolen hair from the dirty ass temple hair, right? I know the fumes fucking with up with your lungs. These nasty fumes from them stolen hair is fucking up with your fucking lungs. You fucking crazy? Oh, I seen her hair. Yeah, and I'm sure it turned you the fuck on. When was the last time you touched natural hair that was actually curly and actually smelled good? Yeah, you wish you could. There you go. Get you a clean, self-loving African girl, and then you'll be able to touch all this natural hair. White people, because white people make sense. That's why they run the world. Yes, white people make sense. White people make fucking sense. There you go. That's why you need them to give you welfare so you can take care of yourself. I don't know how to feed myself. I don't know how I'm going to feed myself. Yeah, ask the white man. Don't worry, he'll make you a direct deposit, right? Because whenever shit needs to be done out here, a white man will do it. There you go. Because you're too busy being in prison so you can pose like this. Huh? Posing like this while you have kids? Dishonorable. You are so dishonorable. Okay? Exactly. Nah, I'm not like, listen. No, because they're xenophobes. They are xenophobes. They are xenophobes. I am going to realign their shit. I'm telling you, America is full of, America is full of hateful people. I will never stop saying it. You are not a true American through and through if you're not hateful. They're all hateful. They're all hateful. So the Black American, he cries when the white American man is racist to him. But then he turns around and he can't wait to be a xenophobe to an African person. You see, they don't want to be better people. They want to be just as fucking evil. And they think because you're African, you're supposed to just lay flat and allow them to mistreat you because they mistreat each other. Right? That's the real gag. Right? They love to come out here and pretend to have this amazing community, the Black community. We all know that Black Americans do not like each other. Okay? They do not support each other. They cannot tolerate each other. They don't want to live next to each other. They do not want to get married to each other. They don't like each other. We witness that every single day. There is no real community with these people. Right? They only come together if a white man shoots a Black man. That's it. Right? Education, they're not going to come together. Resolving crime, they're not going to come together. Even with this whole food crisis, like if the money had not gone from the federal government, right? Tell me which Black Americans was trying to work on some initiative to make sure that these women were going to be taken care of. Instead, so many Black American men ran to social media and saw this not only as an opportunity to make fun of their fellow African American women and their children, right? No, and to also make money. They're so deplorable. Right? Even though I can agree that sometimes Black American women can be a little too much, right? But there's a time to roast somebody and there's a time to help somebody. When it comes to starvation, when it comes to women with children and them not and potentially having a famine in the wintertime, you can help her first. Help her. Make sure she's on her knees, right? You can always roast her later. No, the bevy of content, the thumbnails, these are Black American men who have thumbnails where they display these Black American women. They use AI, they use Mid-Journey, and they make these Black American women look so crazy, look sad, whatever. And they use this for clickbait because they're mediocre. They don't know how to create content without making fun of someone. Don't know how to make content without hurting people. That's it. And that to me is a strong indication that you are not a well-educated people. You're not well-raised and you are so desperate. You don't know how to make money, right? Imagine a man, for you to make money, your entire channel has to revolve around you degrading Black American women. You are pathetic. You are so pathetic. Nobody else does this over here. The white Americans don't do it. The Jewish Americans don't do it. The Chinese, like any man, all these ethnic groups over here. What man group do you know? What ethnic male group do you know is constantly making fun, berating, and like doing all kinds of weird shit, attacking women? That's how they feel good about themselves because they're a bunch of scorned people. Bunch of scorn. You have to be such a fucking lowlife to have an entire channel dedicated to making fun of women. What does that do for you? Like, seriously, what does that do for you? Right? No, I don't have to go at my people today. I go at them when I feel like it. Right? And they know that she told you. You never read her content. Right? Okay? You ever read her content? Right? I go at people when I feel like it. Exactly. So much hatred. So much hatred. There's never forgiveness. There's, let's talk. Okay, you hurt me. I hurt you. I apologize. You apologize. Let's move on. No, everything has to be involved, rooted in disrespect. And I'm like, this is why America is so fucked up now, because rednecks have taken over. Rednecks, be they Black, be they white, the rednecks have taken over. No class whatsoever. But how can you make fun of a woman that looks like you, that is from your community, that shares your lineage, because she's out in the cold with Black children? Because you are dishonorable. You are, even if, and I'm not even going to say, oh, you have to marry a baby mom. You don't have to marry no one, okay? But as a man, if you see a woman with children, something in your heart, you're like, you know what? Let me take care of these people because these are my people, right? You should never be okay as a Black American man to know that there are Black American children who are sleeping in cars and they're starving. That's crazy to me, right? No, of course not. I got to go fight some African braider. You are fucking pathetic. You are an embarrassment. I don't even know how people are not fucking embarrassed. I really don't get it, right? So many churches did not kick in to help. But yet these Black American women, they go into these churches, they give so much money. Every year, the Black American people give like almost $18 billion to the Black American church. And now these women have nowhere to stay. They don't have food. They don't have food for the kids. They're sleeping in their cars. Their shelters are full. And instead of you, Black American men, applying pressure on all these Black male pastors who are always extorting these women financially, like, y'all need to feed these people. No, you run to social media and make your low vibrational content because you know Black American men are so fucking broken. You're so fucking weak. Can you imagine, like, the way you feel good about you is to see a Black woman suffer? You're sick as hell. You are really sick because men have to be better than that. Men truly have to. No, I'm not talking about I'm talking about you. Because that goofy ass girl, the goofy ass sex worker, chose to insult African people. So I'm coming for your ass too then. Okay? You talk about my people, I will come and talk about your people. We're going to learn respect. I mean, you're going to learn respect because you have none. You truly have none. You out your fucking mind. You're always sitting here disrespecting each other. You treat each other like fucking garbage, okay? Everybody sees it. Everybody sees it. You talk about each other like fucking animals, always using racial slurs. You have no respect. If she's not calling you the N-word, you're calling her the B-word. Like, who fucking raised you people? Who fucking raised y'all? You're so disrespectful. You are so disrespectful. You are so fucking disrespectful. You think somebody's scared of you? You are fucking insane. And I even feel like what I'm doing now is community service. You better be thinking me. You need some fucking self-awareness. Anton, you name it. Anton, angry man, you name it. No, not every race does that. No, that is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie because you're fucking dishonorable. And like I said, you don't even deserve to put the picture of Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X. You are dishonorable. These men will not even sit next to you. You're not even worthy of shining their shoes. You are dishonorable. You think Muhammad Ali made a living roasting Black American women? You think Muhammad Ali made a living making fun of his own people? Right? Everywhere he went, he represented Black America as an uppity citizen, as a hardworking man, as one of the greatest boxers to ever live. This man has a fucking brain. Can you touch his brain? Can you match his brain? Have you ever heard of Malcolm X putting hands on Betty Shabazz? You ever heard of Malcolm X disrespecting his wife? You ever heard of Malcolm X trying to sleep with every single girl in the Nation of Islam? Huh? You are so fucking dishonorable. And that's why these young girls today cannot find a husband. Because y'all some dishonorable people. Bunch of weak-ass men. And that's why anytime you see a Black American dude out here go viral, you know because he's talking bunch of bullshit about Black American women. You are weak. You cannot make content about finances. You can't make content about being fathers. You will never hold each other accountable. Like I saw a video, even though he's not Black American, but whatever. Huh? I saw a video. Yeah, and they need to be exposed. They should be exposed because there's some bullshit. They need to be exposed. And they need to be thrown in jail. Because they could have hurt someone. That's the thing. That's the difference between you and I. I don't care who breaks the law. Lock their asses up. You look at the color of the person and their ethnicity before you decide whether or not the law should apply. That's why I said you are no different than these racist ass white Americans. You're no different. But if these Nigerian ladies went over there and they faked their education, and then they had access to human beings. They had access to putting shots into people and things like that. People could have died. So give them life in prison. I don't give a fuck. Do you have that courage in you? Every time a Black American breaks the law, oh no, it's racism. Oh, no, we don't fucking know. We don't fucking know. And that's why your community today has been overtaken by criminals. You are besmirched by criminals. Because you don't have the courage to say, no, you misbehaved, right? You are so afraid. You are so afraid to say that wrong is wrong and right is right. And that's why so many of your sons today are wearing wigs. So many Black American boys today are gay. They're not even just gay. They all want to be trans women. It is insane. They don't want to be men. You have a whole male crisis on your hand because you, as the older generation, you don't know how to be men because you're fucking evil. Your grandfathers were men. Your grandfathers were in the military. They were soldiers. They were fathers. They were grandfathers. They were patriarchs. The wife didn't even work. You fuckers, all you do is ask for 50-50. You are a bunch of shameful people. You are so shameful. You want to sleep with a woman, impregnate a woman, make her work, make her clean. You are shameful people. And you never make content where you hold other Black American men accountable. Like, we got to do better. Because how is it possible that my granddad was making a third of what I was making? He joined the military. He made a third. And my grandmother never had to work. Y'all make so much more money than your grandfathers. But you are a bunch of soft little pussies. Right? Like, oh, a woman got to give you money. A woman got to do this. Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking man. Grow a pair. Make your back wider. Go to the fucking gym. Every day want to sit here and make content about Black American women being obese. Most of you Black American men are obese. Most of you are obese. I see you at the gym. You're fat as fuck. You're in your 40s. You look like you're 60 because all you've done is make poor choices. Academically, poor choices. With your penis, poor choices. With your finances, poor choices. So it's catching up to you because God has put his hands against you. You're 40 years old. Look like you're going to 75. Shameful people. You have no fucking shame. Fucking shame. Yeah, so as I was saying, right, I was sitting here, you guys. I was sitting here and I saw a video of Tommy Sotomayor. Talk about, oh, yeah, he wants to hold Black women accountable. Oh, Tommy, shut the fuck up, okay? If a woman is not married to you, if a woman is not your kin, who the fuck are you to hold her accountable? Can you imagine that? Because I'm Black, I'm going to walk outside and hold random-ass Black women accountable. It is not your place. You hold your wife accountable. You hold your daughters accountable. You hold your sisters, the women that are connected to you. Those women are your responsibility. You are not responsible for any other Black women. Who are you to hold me accountable? Do you hold yourself accountable? Tommy Sotomayor has been on YouTube for almost 20 years. He has yet to make it. Kevin Samuels came out of nowhere. He just took over. He's still struggling. God told you, God gave you the mandate to hold Black women accountable. Do you hold yourself accountable? No, as men, they never want to talk to other men. They never want to fellowship with other men because they're all filthy. They're all cursed. They're all promiscuous. They're all fat. They're all broke, right? And they have no integrity. Because the first thing you should do as a man is to make sure that other men are in check so that the girls can be safe. Your number one duty as a man is to keep the woman and the children safe. And the best way to do that is to have these men in check. You are fucking insane because you're fucking weak. That's all they can do. That's why you will never see them with Patrick Bet-David. You will never see them with No. Everybody got no. Who timed you out? Who timed you out, Jizzle? I did not time you out. Who timed you out? You guys, you have to stop. Stop with this main character bullshit, Jay. Stop that shit. Okay, MJ, stop that. Nobody timed you out. You just showed up. Now, with YouTube, sometimes if you write certain things and you put in certain words, YouTube itself will block you. I just met you today. I don't have to block you. Anybody need to be a coward. You're the black man over here, not me. I'm a black woman from West Africa. Never been a coward. There's not a square inch in me, MJ, that's bitch made. I'm not bitch made. If you even told me, Marlene, I'll see you outside, I'll come outside. Now, you might have a gun, but it's okay. Because in the Lord, I trust. In your aim, I also trust. Because you don't know how to shoot. Nobody's scared of you. You understand? I will never be. You don't scare me. That bullshit works with white people. Doesn't work with me. You understand? I don't have to time you out. I don't even know you. But if you write something crazy, YouTube itself can block you or like do something because certain comments they don't want to see. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, you're the one who's not married. Ah, well, thank you for putting a face in, MJ. Nice to meet you. So you're the one that has the family that has 200 acres. You live in Dallas. You live in a townhouse that's worth $475, but you choose not to have a family. Yes, I blocked you. I absolutely did because you're not honorable. Wow. And Marlene, the way I am, because I'm from West Africa, the West Coast, the best coast, right? Yeah. Okay. A man of a certain age, MJ, who doesn't have a wife, who doesn't have children, who doesn't have a family, even though you can, and you are called by God to do so, you're not a man. So I think I gave you ample time to talk, but I need to realize you're not the kind of man I want to converse with. Because to me, that is dishonorable. That is dishonorable. When you see all your sisters, even though I will say that's true, sometimes Black American women can do a little bit too much, but you also have to understand they're just sensitive, you know, like they're like, even though 6 don't piss me off, even though she pissed me off, I will forgive her, right? Black American women, they really are insecure, but they're very sensitive. They do all that shit, but they're very sensitive. Okay, I don't know who you were then, baby. I don't know. I thought you were somebody else, right? They're very sensitive. But to sit here and to treat these women like they're worse than getting a prison sentence, a life sentence, or being shanked in prison, to me, that's completely out of order. Because as a man, I don't care how batshit crazy a woman is, your manhood should be so on point that when you talk to her, she realizes that you're not the one to fuck with. You understand? But so many of you Black American men, the way you posture yourself, you invite disrespect. But then again, you don't have self-awareness. And the problem is, at the end of the day, I repeat, MJ, an American is an American. Self-awareness, and y'all, it's like water and oil. It don't mix. You despise self-awareness. Because how is it possible that your granddad, even you, I'm pretty sure, MJ, I am pretty sure, whether on your mother's side, on your father's side, I'm pretty sure you had one patriarch who joined the military. Because that's how it goes out here, right? You had grandfathers who did not make what you make. You had grandfathers, if they could come back and even see the car that you drive, like, what? How do you have this car? That's crazy. You have so much more than your granddads, and yet you get no respect. So at what point do you check in with yourself, right? Your paternal granddad, your maternal granddad, then make this much money, then have all of this, like even the cars, maybe they have to even take the bus. But somehow the Black American wives they married were extremely respectful. Right? So at what point do you sit with yourself and check in with yourself? Right? And understand, oh, maybe I'm lacking in my manhood. So you conduct yourself in a way that invites disrespect. You disrespect yourselves. And that's why these women are bold enough to disrespect your ass. Because you don't love yourself. You don't respect yourself. Right? A woman knows who to play with and who not to play with. But she has no respect for you. Right? And instead of asking yourself, why is it that I'm not getting the respect my granddad used to get? No. Instead, you want to hate her, be mean to her, insult her, impregnate her, and leave her. You will never prosper in the name of Jesus. You will never make it. Hate will never open doors for you. People don't understand that. Hate will never open doors for you. Yesterday, I was watching The Lead Attorney. Talking about, oh yeah, my cancer is like bankruptcy. Yeah, because when you sit on YouTube and you make hateful content, right? All the money you make on YouTube, you're going to use that money for bullshit. You will never be able to enjoy your money. The same thing goes for, oh, okay, good. The same thing goes for Anton. You will never be able to enjoy your money because it's not honorable. You can make money fast on social media, especially if you're hateful, right? But you will never enjoy your money. Slow and steady wins the race. It is better to build a brand that is rooted in integrity, being honorable, being truthful, being forthcoming, and even when it's hard to say, you know what, I fucked up. But it's so crazy to me how there's such a horde of like it's like an entire army of Black American man content creator. And they think the biggest issue is checking Black American woman. No, the issue is the man. The issue is the man. If the woman is out of order, you look at her man, he's weak. If children are out of order, the father is weak. Because why are your kids in the streets? Why are your kids doing all kinds of bullshit? You see, my father-in-law, because my husband is Black American, right? My father-in-law, his dad was a Marine. They lived in D.C. In the Reagan era, the drug era, the cocaine era. My father-in-law never touched drugs a day in his life. He never did cocaine a day in his life. He has 4 brothers, 1 sister. No one ever went to prison. Nobody ever touched drugs because he was a crazy motherfucker, right? I've seen his granddad. A crazy motherfucker, right? So between the drug dealer or the dad, you fear your dad more than the drug dealer because that's not a weak man. He's not weak. He was 10 years old when he was they're fucking coward, Kima. You know, and Kima's Black, but Kima, you know I love you, right? But some people I have to roast. It really hurts me because I don't like doing this shit. But some people I need to roast. So Kima, Brittany, Kevin, I love y'all. But some people I need to roast some people copiously today, okay? He ain't no bitch. Like Jimmy's granddad, when he was 10 years old, his dad had a mental health issue, so they had to lock him up. At 10 years old, the man had no childhood. 10 years old, he had to take care of his whole family. At 10, it's like the age of Stefan. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like when he told me that, I even started crying. When I first met Jamie, let me tell you, when I first met Jamie, you know, I'm West African. I don't hide from that shit. Okay? African parents are very, very strict. Everything, they beat your ass for everything. Like, it's like, oh, you sneeze wrong, you get beat. Like, it's not just the fucking culture, right? You guys get beat. So when I first met Jimmy, he was like, oh, my granddad was crazy. My granddad was really tough. Da, 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 da. But you see, me, Marlene, I feel like you have to judge people based on their times, right? And I'm like, yeah, he grew up in D.C. He was raising boys in D.C., so he had to be a crazy motherfucker. Like, sometimes you do stuff as a parent. It's not because it makes you happy. But if you're not the crazy motherfucker, you know either the police gonna get your child or the drugs, the streets gonna take your child. So the children have to fear someone. You understand? Because when you're a child, the concept of God is too abstract. Oh, if you sin, you're gonna go to hell. Kids don't understand that. But kids understand the belt. Okay? Understand that shit. So when you have a child needs to fear an actual human being. And that human being needs to be the dad. You understand? So it's like 4 boys. I'm telling you, nobody went to prison. I had a friend, she's like, you know, like the typical shit. Oh, you know, Reagan put the drugs. I'm like, okay, Reagan can put whatever the fuck he wants to put in there. Reagan can put even like boatloads of drugs in Black American neighborhood, right? But where you have families, where you have strong family values, where you have strong Christian families, no one is going to touch it, right? Like, what the heck? What the fuck is this? Right? But when you don't have family, when you don't have family values, you don't have the fear of drugs, the fear of God, you're going to touch it. Right? And I told her, my father-in-law, because y'all love to talk like, oh, since you're from Africa, you don't know. And you also don't know shit. There are over 44 million African-American people. You don't know everybody's story. You know what you know, and you know what's convenient. But I'm like, the way you talk, anybody listens to you, you sound like a white, raging, racist liberal. Okay? Because what you're trying to tell me is that Black Americans have no agency. So if they see drugs, they can't walk past. Oh, they have to touch it and they have to sell it. No, the fuck they don't. It's a choice. And this choice will come down to how you were raised and who do you fear. My father-in-law, his dad was a Marine. I tell you, the man is fucking crazy. He was like 70. The only reason why he died, because when he went to Vietnam, he inhaled that dirty stuff. So it made him sick, and you can't sue the U.S. government, right? But even in his 70s, that man was fit, y'all. Man was fit. The man was never fat. I wish I could show y'all pictures, but it's too personal, right? Man was never fat. He would wake up like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Man is out here running like in his 70s. That man has too much energy. Most Black dudes today, they have a gut. They're fat. They go to the hookah bar. They want to smoke, drink. They eat horribly. Many of them are going to have prostate cancer. They're full of bad poop. Okay, they're constipated. Don't take care of themselves, right? But the fact is, nobody touched the damn drugs. Nobody did. Why? Because they were raised by a crazy motherfucker. And I told Jimmy, me, Marlene, I respect your granddad. Because when people talk about people, you got to talk about people within context. What the fuck did DC look like in those days, right? It was fucking crazy. And you think this man is about to let some drug dealer, some and have shit and scared to lose shit type of person come and take his sons? You out your fucking mind. Because when you're a father, you have to lay your life down to protect your kids. Or you think he gonna let some white police officer knock on his door at 9 o'clock at night to take his son to some goofy ass DC prison? Yeah, the fuck right. Right? And even one day we went to, who was it? It was somebody's birthday. But I was sitting there with my father-in-law and we were talking about the whole drug thing. I'm like, yeah. But ultimately, the fact that you were raised by a crazy Marines made you make the right choice. Because you know, your daddy is way crazier than this fucking drug dealer. There you go. Right? But today, most Black American men don't want to raise their kids. You're a bunch of quitters. Oh, she's hard to deal with. Oh, she this. Oh, she that. Yeah, because you're a bitch. And when you come around her, she smelled the bitch out of you. Right? Learn to be a fucking man. Y'all want to sit here and go back and forth and exchange words with women. You don't respect yourself. You are the only group of men on social media in the world that I know that will sit here and exchange words with a woman. Every day you go back and forth with the woman. How is she going to respect you? Have you ever heard of when people say familiarity breeds contempt? Make yourself miss. Go somewhere. If she's talking, you walk away. Right? A real man needs to be a man of a few words. No, you're going to sit here and go toe to toe with this lady. You do not respect yourself. You walk around like you are thongs and bras. You don't respect yourself. Do you shop at Victoria's Secret? What the fuck is your problem? What the fuck is your problem? You watch Patrick Bet-David. You even Ben Shapiro with his bitch ass, right? Do you see these guys out here go back and forth with the women? No. What's his name? Tucker Carlson. All of these men out here. It doesn't matter who they are. What man has a woman or bunch of women on their platform and is out here every day going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth? No. The mere reason that she feels like she can go back and forth with you because she does not respect you. And it makes you mad. So then you want to put your hands on her. You want to kill her. You want to make her have abortion. You want to kick her in her stomach when she's pregnant, you fucking demon, right? But you're lacking in your manhood. You go, y'all, I'm not trying to be funny, y'all. Go to the gym. I was sitting, one day I was on the Stairmaster, y'all. One day I was on the Stairmaster. Because when you're on the Stairmaster, you're very high up in the gym. Like you see everybody. But it dawned on me that there is so much content. Love you, Kima. There is so much content being made about how much the Black woman, the Black American woman needs to lose weight. Most Black American men are obese. Most Black American men are morbidly obese. And I'm not even trying to be funny. They're all out of shape. Even when they walk in the gym, you can see that these guys are defeated. Their posture, they like this. They like this. They drag their bag. They drag their bag. They go into the locker room. It takes them 20 to 30 minutes to come on the floor to start working out. They're on the floor. They just play around. They might work out for like 10, 15 minutes and they go home. They don't even push themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like, they're not competitive. It is not a people who yearns for respect. It is not a people who yearns to be celebrated. They want to do the bare minimum and expect to be treated like kings and queens, and nobody treated like a damn king. Because a king, he has an empire. A king, every day, every night, he thinks about how to make more money, how to have more land, how to have more this, how to have more that. You don't do shit like that. You sit there and you're upset because you think this woman owes you respect. This woman nobody owes you shit. You have to earn it. You want your woman to be submissive, you have to earn it. You want your woman to say good things about you, you have to earn it. You want your woman to, like, even when you're not there, all she does is think about you. You have to earn it, right? But you're not in the business of earning. You are in the business of shaming, always shaming people. Yeah, always shaming people. It's disgraceful. They have their flaws. Women, we all have our flaws. African women, we have our flaws. Black American women, they have their flaws. Listen, we're all fucked up. But that's why you as a man, your job is not just to be her lover or her impregnator, but as a man, you also have to see her like, you know what? That's my baby. Like, that's my baby sis. Like, you got to have some kind of paternal love for her. Like, she needs direction. And I can't turn my back on her. I have to help her, because if I don't help her, what about the kids? But you don't have this mindset, because progenitor is not your shit. Generational blessing, you don't care about. You don't care about family. You are incredibly selfish. You are so selfish. You're just so fucking selfish. Will easily do 20 years in prison. But somebody says to you, oh, go get married. Even try marriage for a day. Oh, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Oh, I don't want to pay child support. But will gladly go to prison. 20 years, 15 years, 40 years, 65 years. Because you cannot wait to be in like a severe confinement with other men. You're fucking weird. You are fucking weird, right? You could snitch and be home with your wife or your woman and raise your kids. No, you ain't gonna snitch. He gonna do what he has to do to make sure he gets locked up with a bunch of men so they can smell their drawers and make moonshine out of the fucking toilet. And you want to talk about somebody? You want to talk about someone? It is fucking shameful. How many Black American men could have been somebody's husband today? No, they're rotting in prison. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. I'm like, you want to be around men this badly? You could snitch, go home to vagina. You could snitch, go home to a Black woman with big ass titties, big ass booty, all kinds of, no, he's not going to do it, y'all. He's going to do whatever he must do to be locked up with these men for God knows how long. And you don't find that deplorable? You don't find that dishonorable? You'd rather be loyal to a gang, some goofy ass street culture. Oh, I didn't snitch. Meanwhile, your kids are by themselves. You got this poor lady out here raising children by herself, and you wonder why she's batshit crazy. She's fucking depressed. She's going through fucking depression. And maybe she's even bipolar, because it's too much for a woman to carry. And you have no mercy. You have no mercy on your fucking woman. Like, you know what? That's too much for her to carry. You got them big ass shoulders. You got them big ass muscle, them big ass calves. You got all this muscle mass, but you don't want to carry anything. You're fucking evil. You're fucking evil. You're gonna come to my live and tell me some bullshit. Are you insane? We're sitting here. We see you people give $30 million to fucking Cassie Ventura from the Philippines. You're out here giving $30 million to a Mexican from God knows where, right? You'd rather give your money away to foreign sex workers than to take care of a fucking family. You are disgraceful people. Come find me outside. People are fucking insane. No, they're fucking insane. Oh, we're going to hold the Black women accountable. Hold yourself accountable first. When you are a real leader, you answer to yourself first. You start with self. Like Michael Jackson said, start with the man in the mirror. Make sure you are where you're supposed to be. Who holds you accountable? Every day, all day. Oh, I'm here to hold the Black woman accountable. I'm here to hold the Black. No, hold yourself accountable first. The real measure of, not even of a man, the real measure of a leader is the fact that he or she holds him or herself accountable first. Hold yourself accountable first. Demand that other people in your group hold you accountable. No, you don't hold yourself accountable. You don't ask anybody to hold you accountable. But you want to, you giving yourself this mandate to hold Black women accountable? It's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. Is this really a fucking joke? It has to be a fucking joke. But unfortunately, I'm not fucking laughing. Okay? You're fucking ridiculous. You are fucking ridiculous. You're ridiculous. And you're the reason why everything out here is so damn fucked up. Because manhood, Black American manhood has left the chat a long time ago. And that's why ninja culture, because the thing about ninja culture, right? If you really care, I'm not going to put a picture up, but if you really care to understand ninja culture, it's a bunch of Black American kids who were forsaken by their dads. You understand? It's a bunch of young Black American boys who were abandoned by their fathers. These kids, they're truly crying out for help. They're crying out for love. They're crying out for acceptance. They're craving like brotherhood. They're craving manhood. They're craving a father figure. And they go find it in the wrong place. You understand me, right? They go find it in the wrong place. And that's why they're so violent. They are so violent because they're overcompensating. It is no different than a female stud. Female studs do the very most. They're more ninja than ninjas, right? Because she's not a man. So she's overcompensating because she thinks this is what a man will do. If you live here, for example, you will notice very carefully, right? Let me see if I can find you a picture, right? There you go, right? If you notice with a lot of these, I call them ninja studs, right? They never want to be Black men, right? You can be a more, I guess, male lesbian, But you can be an honorable version of a male lesbian, like, right? Like, which is what I call the black men. Because me personally, I make a sound distinction between a black American person and a ninja. Now, I understand they have the same lineage, but it's not the same culture. There's a black American culture, like there's a traditional black American culture that unfortunately is like it's almost going extinct because it has been at war definitely for the past 20 years with ninja culture. Then within the black American culture, you have a thing called ninja culture. And unfortunately, ninja culture has truly risen to dominance today, where people conflate the true black American culture with ninja culture, right? But the thing is, when you look at some of these girls, the girls that are studs, and me, honestly, as Christians, I'm a Christian. I don't believe in homosexuality, right? But the Christian in me, the woman in me, the black woman in me, the humanitarian in me, right? My heart really goes out to these studs. You understand? Because they're getting the worst deal ever. I feel so bad. Like they're getting so fucked. Like they're getting screwed. You understand? But you see, these young ladies, they're overcompensating. You know, fathers that never checked on them. Many of them also have been molested, you know, feeling very neglected. Sometimes they're tomboys, so they think, oh, because I'm a tomboy, that means I automatically like boys, right? It's such a lack of guidance. It's a lack of guidance. It's a lack of counseling. It's a lack of love. It's a lack also of security. You know, when children are living in broken homes, when children are missing one parent, right? Not only does it cause pediatric depression, but there's also a fear of, there's a lack of security. And that lack of security can start to turn into personality disorders, where the person decides to become what they didn't have growing up. You know, I think a lot of these girls are trying to be the man they didn't have growing up, the father they didn't have growing up, the brother they did not have growing up. Some of these girls also have lost brothers. They've lost brothers to violence. They've lost their brothers to prison, right? But, you know, all these emotional societal issues can cause a person to truly start having personality disorder. And I think most of these studs are going through a personality disorder, where they're trying to be something they will never be. They're trying to be something they wish they had. And because they don't truly know how to be a man because they're women, right? They're overcompensating in the most destructive way possible. And which is why most likely these lesbian relationships are so violent, right? Because you're dealing with people who have personality disorders. Listen, okay? That's number one. So when you look at young black American boys who become YNs, as they call them YNs, right? A lot of these YN babies, they're just hurt. They're really hurt. They're so hurt. They don't feel loved. They don't feel welcome. Nobody even takes the time to say you're special, you're really smart, you're very creative, right? There's no appreciation for any of their gifts because everybody's in survival mode. Where I even feel like the child might even say, why was I even born? You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's why they're willing to do so much for their friends, because these are the only people that they can say are consistent in their lives. So since you've been here with me this whole time, I will do whatever it takes, because that's how you realize that people were not meant to live in isolation. Children were not meant to be raised by one parent. Children were meant to be raised by two parents. But how many of these black dudes out here are a bunch of quitters? One child support payment. They get so mad. Want nothing to do with the child. Oh, the girl refuses to have an abortion. They want nothing to do with the child. They're like all kinds of bullshit. Not even realizing this is an innocent human being. It's an innocent child. And if people do not come around and embrace this child, love on this child, give structure to this baby, not only is he going to hurt people, he's going to hurt himself, right? And it always throws me for a loop. How many Black American men have no sort of shame, qualm, embarrassment when they realize that, yo, my last name is in prison? Your last name, like you have a child in prison. It does nothing to them, right? But they will come tell you about being an African, okay? An African man, if his son is in prison, oh, his life is over because his last name is in prison. How is that even a thing, right? And that right there should grieve you. Of course, they're not grieved. They're not whatever. Blame the mom, blame the mom, blame the mom, right? Instead of saying, you know what, maybe I could have handled this better. Maybe I could have learned to understand this woman better. And maybe I could have learned to not take heed to everything she says because you are a man. But they walk around, they carry themselves like they struggle with their sexuality. It's really concerning to me. But I don't even know. Even like to me, like I said, to me, I think a lot of Black American men are completely dishonorable, to be quite honest, because I don't even know how a man can leave his son, the person that has your last name. That's how sick people are. Your son has your last name, and you're leaving your firstborn. You're leaving your heir to be raised by a woman, and it doesn't bother them. I can understand if it's a girl. Okay, that's a girl. Listen, maybe when she's 11, 12, 13, she'll have her period. So that's a lot. You got to be with her mom. But your son, from the moment you know that you're about to be the father of a male child, from the moment conception, you find out he's born, you should do everything in your life to be involved in his life, because he's not only an extension of you, he is the person who's going to sustain your last name. He will represent you. One day you'll be a granddad. One day you'll be too old to take care of yourself. And you would want your son to be able to stand firm like a man and say, Daddy, I can take care of you. Your hospital bills, I got you. Your wheelchair, it's not a problem. You need to live somewhere, I got you. You should want to be an elderly man, and your son is coming to you wherever you live, or if you live with him, he has a wife, he has children. Like, wow, look at my son. Look at my last name. Look at my seed. This is fucking crazy. And so that when you die, you can say, you know what? I might not have been the wealthiest man. I might not have been the most successful man. Probably didn't make that much money. But I raised a good man. I raised a good son. I raised a good boy. You understand? And that's the thing to me. Always sitting here trying to do these African content, that xenophobic content. But you know why Africans will always win over you? Because we have family values. We value family. We value children. We are really invested in the kids. Sometimes it might even come off like it's overbearing, but we are truly invested in our children. You're not. Like that's okay. We care about family. You are very short-term people. Even when you insult people, you're only thinking about the now, because you don't realize that one day. No, they don't flee. They do not flee. How many kids are even? Let me tell you something. Even when you have men that are shameful. You see, African kids are raised in such a way, even when the daddy ain't shit. Trust me, I've had friends who fathers weren't shit, but the love of the mother, because the mother's involved. You see, most African women are not feminist. There you go. Most African women are not feminist. They're not liberal. They're not progressive. If you ever meet, that's why I say you're just like the white racist rednecks, right? You don't even truly know African people. You're just like white Americans. They live on the periphery of Black America. They consume the music sometimes. They eat the food sometimes. They might see you at work sometimes. They might see you at Costco sometimes, but they don't truly know African Americans. So that's why when they see ninja culture, they assume, oh, all Black Americans act like that, because they don't know you, right? Because it takes time to study. No, I don't need to teach my kids to hate anyone. Your behavior will make it so no one is going to like you. That's what you don't understand, right? You feel like people don't like you. And instead of being an adult and saying, you know what, maybe I'm not friendly. Maybe I'm not respectful. Maybe I don't conduct myself in a way that is conducive to me making friends. No, you just hate me because I'm Black American, right? That's what you guys always do, right? Everybody's used to this. You deflect, you lie, you're delusional. You'll do everything but take accountability, right? The same thing you shame Black American women for. Oh, they can't take accountability. Most Black Americans cannot take accountability. Right? If someone doesn't like you, it's because you're FBA, right? It's an easy cop out, because you know dang well you can't help the fact that you're Black American. So if you say, oh, you hate me because of where I was born, right? Then you're like, then that completely relieves you of correcting your behavior, right? There are many Black Americans who are appreciated. There are many Black Americans who are loved, respected. Like, people just go crazy for them, right? Why? Because of who they are, how they carry themselves, how they treat other people. But to just go somewhere and say, oh, because I'm an FBA, roll out the red carpet. That's not how life works. And that's why most Black Americans, you struggle in relationships, relationship with self, relationship with other people, relationship at work. You walk around with a sense of entitlement. No, you struggle with the basic concept of relationship. I give, I receive. I take, I give, right? It's symbiotic. You guys want to live like parasites, where you think everything should go your way and nothing should come to other people. How far are you going to go thinking like that? How far are you going to go thinking like that? You struggle with partnership with everybody. You struggle. You don't know how to make friends. And because you don't know how to make friends, you don't know also how to have relationship. You're always by yourself. And then you are hurt because you're by yourself. But it's like, yeah, you're by yourself because you don't know how to be friendly, right? You think everybody hates you. No. Me, I can be like, yo, that's my cousin. I love my cousin. But this behavior right there, I can put up with that because it's too disrespectful. right? Me, Marlene, if you point out some behaviors that African people have done that are not right, I would say yes, absolutely. Because what matters to me is cohesion. You cannot have cohesion if you can't have integrity, right? You don't care about cohesion. You only care about being tribal. That's all you care about. I'm Black American. No matter what I do, I need to be right. No, it cannot work like that. You're not the only person on the dance floor. You're not the only group of people in America. There are other people. You have to learn to have partnership with people. You have to learn to air out your grievances without being disrespectful. You can say, like, there's another lady who came. I said, Mimi came in here acting all kinds of crazy. I said, Mimi, if there is something I said that you did not like, is it not more prudent, more wise, and more classy to say, Marlene, when you said X, Y, and Z, it really hurt my feelings. Let's talk about it, right? Because I can make, you know me, I'm very blunt, so it is what it is, right? But you could be hurt. Now, just because you're hurt doesn't mean you're right. But I can still understand that you're hurt because people don't have self-awareness, right? When you don't have self-awareness, anybody speaking facts is hurtful because you're delusional. You live in an alternate reality. You're not here. You're not here with us. And I think a lot of Black Americans are not here with us. You're somewhere else. Like you're in the 50s, you're in the 40s, right? So when we talk about what we see today, you're offended because the image that you have of yourself in your head is not the actual current image. There's a serious dissonance. We're talking about 2025, and you're talking about things that were done in 1950. We're not in the 1950s. We are in 2025. And the fact that you can't even admit to yourself that the brand has been destroyed, it is crazy to me. Because the day you die, because we're all going to fucking die. Me, I will die, and they're going to bury my ass in Africa, right? But ultimately, everybody's going to have to face their ancestors. While you sit here worried about some African braiders, the day you die, if you were to ever meet Malcolm X, or you were to ever meet like Ida B. Wells, or even Wells Santana, Wells was out here, right? Wells Santana was out here talking about, oh yeah, people don't need to know how to read. I'm like, but you know what? Right? You understand? He said, oh, Black American children they don't need to know how to read. I'm like, you see, and this is what I'm talking about, ninja culture. Because true Black American culture is rooted in literacy. We know the most educated people in Black American history have always been Baptist preachers, right? Most Black American people learned to read and write in the church. That's why to this day, the Black American Baptist Church has a long vetted history of having incredibly loquacious pastors. These people can speak English, y'all. I mean, like, they can even speak Latin. Like, it's not a fucking joke. Everybody should know that. Real Black American history is not rooted in broken English. Yo, 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 what's up, bro? My nigga, my nigga. This is not how real Black American people talk. This is how ninjas talk. Okay? Let's be so for real. Real Black American culture is rooted in family. Like, this is insanity. Real Black American people, they're the kinds of people who have a family reunion at the park in June, and you have 5, 6, 8, 10 generations of people. Like, what the heck? And they're really friendly, by the way. They'll give you food, very friendly, very sweet. It's a sweet, loving people. But ninja culture is so disgusting. This is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. Real Black American culture is rooted in family, solidarity, the fear of God, going to church. Like, especially Easter Sunday. Don't nobody do Easter Sunday like real Black American. I'm like, that hats are like fucking crazy. It's fucking art. It's fucking art. Ninja culture, they don't go to church. They don't care about God. All they do is care about themselves. They care about sex, committing crimes, and people are sitting here and they want you to believe, oh yeah, this is Black American culture. No, it is ninja culture. And people have to be brave enough to call a thing a thing. Real Black American culture, when you're a man and you don't have money, you go into the military. Don Cornelius, military. My other daddy, but there's so many of these men. Master P, where did his granddad go? The military. Most Black, real respectful OGs, they go in the military. They don't sell drugs. What the fuck is this bullshit? What the fuck is this bullshit? You understand? Real Black American culture, you honor your mother. You respect your mom. The mere fact that you broke your mother's heart, just like African culture, the mere fact that you broke your mother's heart, oh no, you even hide from your mom. Real Black American culture, even Black American people that used to live in the project, That we used to live at a time where most Black American women, even in their poverty, would never take money from a son that sold drugs. Absolutely the fuck not. She's not gonna take it. She might be as poor can be, but she goes to church on Sunday. She's part of the women's group. She'll cook for the pastor. She's always on her knees praying. That's a real Black American woman. If anybody gonna see her knees, it's the ground. The real Black American woman, she does not walk outside naked. Are you kidding me? Are you truly kidding me? Right? For as long as we have lived, people that have always done pornography, sex work, all that weird shit, it was always white women. Real Black American women, they're prudish. They're extremely prudish. They're extremely prudish. That's the real culture here. You're not going to sit here and distract the people out here. Anybody who goes to church, if you've ever gone to a Black American church, even to this day, the grandmothers, they wear gloves. Everybody, they wear gloves, they wear hats, because you're not supposed to see the inside of their heads. The same thing with African women. Like, you're not supposed to see the inside of a Black woman's head, especially when she's older. It's disrespectful. And that's why when an older woman, when a matriarch is sitting, you don't stand above her, because you're not supposed to see the crown of her head. You got to come down. Like, who the fuck are you? You're a fucking child. Bow the fuck down. You stupid. Right? But it's the hats, it's the gloves, because you can't touch her hand. Today, people walk outside, they're just broad ass naked, because you men are perverted. You are perverted. You are a bunch of perverts. And because you're a bunch of perverts with a sick ass porn addiction, this is why today the ladies have had to conform themselves to your disgusting sexual habits, because you're a bunch of fucking pigs. You're a bunch of fucking pigs. You're disgusting. You're not honorable. You will sleep with a young lady. First of all, you'll lie to her. Make all kinds of fake promises. Oh, I love you, girl. Da, da, da. You'll be calling her nonstop, making all kinds of goofy promises, right? You're so dishonorable. You will say to a young lady, I love you. Don't even fucking mean it. You people you're fucking cursed. You are truly cursed. You're fucking cursed. You do not have the honors of your granddad. Your granddad wouldn't even dare kiss a woman without even talking to her dad, right? You people, you'll have sex anywhere, everywhere. You're so dishonorable. You get on these dating apps so you can have your way with as many women as possible. You're a bunch of disgusting pigs. You're disgusting. And that's why nobody respects you. No one respects you whatsoever. I don't even think your granddad was alive. He would even respect you, right? To go on a date, they're going to try to meet the woman, your grandmother. They're going to go meet her dad. You, how many Black girls have you slept with? Do you ever say, oh, I would like to meet your dad? I want to get to know your dad. No, because you have evil intention. Bunch of criminal-minded people. You have fucking evil intention. If you guys were more honorable, these girls, they would have a choice. They would have to step it up. Like, oh, yeah, oh, you want to meet my dad? What? But of course you don't want to meet her dad, because you know what you're here for. You're just here for sex. You're a lazy-ass man, and you wonder why you don't prosper. You wonder why your income don't go up. Why will people give you a raise at a job when you don't have a family to take care of? Why would anybody give a single man who is not trying to have a family or promotion? For what reason? For what reason? The same way women have made less money than men, because it was assumed that they're not the breadwinner of the house, so they don't have to make that much money, right? So the same question I'm asking is, why would a white man give a Black man a promotion when we all know he is not responsible for a family? Make it make sense. Dishonorable people, start by holding yourselves accountable first. As a matter of fact, start by losing weight first. Start by understanding finances. You have so much to work on. You're so far behind. When it comes to AI, when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to robotics, nobody mentions y'all. The Saudis came to DC recently. They had a whole conference. Let me show you. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, you guys, I gotta go, huh? What's his name? Jensen Han? Child, whatever his name is, child. Okay. There you go, right? Look at this picture. Okay. Let me show you this picture. Okay. So, you know, these rich Saudi people, huh? These rich Saudi people came to DC recently, and they had this big conference because Saudi Arabia wants to invest in America, right? Do you see any Black American men up there? No, because they're too busy trying to argue with women. Nobody takes you seriously. No one takes you seriously. I kind of do, yeah, a little bit. Now I got to clean. I have to do my hair and I have to clean, right? Nobody takes you seriously. In AI, you're nowhere to be found. In robotics, you're nowhere to be found. In politics, you're nowhere to be. Where are you? And when we see your representation, it's usually a Black American that's a homosexual, right? Most Black American men in politics are homosexuals. Where are the straight Black American men? No, it's for real. They're so fucking delusional. You lack self-awareness. You truly lack self-awareness. The Saudis are coming to America with you know how much money they have? Do you know how much money these Saudis have? But like, they're not going to invest in Black America. They're not even going to invest in HBCUs because there's no one to lead. There's no one to be strategic. There's no one to come up with a plan to say, hey, by 2050, Black America needs to graduate about like 10,000 or 20,000 electrical engineer, right? Because you don't plan for shit. You live like fucking horny cicadas. All you live for is your penis and your Dodge Charger and roasting Black women on the internet. What else you got going on for yourself, right? Are you capable of planning a future for kids? No. How many Black American men even sit here on a day-to-day basis and you know what? This is how I'm going to plan my son's future. Let me open a savings account for my son. Let me make sure he's good at math. Let me reach out to his teacher. There is so much you have to do, but you do none of what actually matters. Oh, let me go fight the Africans so I can prove that I'm proud to be an FBA. Get the fuck out of here. If you're so proud to be an FBA, raise successful FBAs. Fuck these African braiders. Fuck these African fucking cab drivers, right? If you're proud to be an FBA, raise your children. Make sure that the world of tomorrow, Black American kids are going to be the CEOs of these Fortune 100 companies, are going to be involved in AI. They're going to be involved in robotics. Stop giving such a fucking damn about goofy ass people from third world countries. Everything is flying right before your eyes. And you want to sit here and fight about African braiders? Like, you're so embarrassing. Do you not see where the world is going? Do you not see where the world is going? The next billionaires are going to be in AI, robotics, and all that kind of shit. Why don't you focus on that? Because you don't know how to win. And you wonder why your woman has no respect for you, don't know how to win. But when I saw this, like, for real, Kevin, like, when I saw this, I was kind of sad. Because I'm like, damn, there's not a Black person on the stage. There's no one. You know, Elon, he white from Africa, even though he's Canadian, okay? He's Canadian. But he's white, born in South Africa. Jensen Huang, he's Chinese, Taiwanese. But I'm like, this is it. Like, because the chip thing, all the microchips, the chip stuff they keep talking about, they're mostly made in Taiwan. When it comes to these batteries, renewable energy and the batteries and stuff like that, Korea has that shit in a stronghold. When it comes to the rare earth, China has that shit in a stronghold. And even that, instead of insulting African people, learn about Congo. Make friends. You can go, if you're an African American, if you're nice, you can go to Congo. You might be able to get into the mines, right? Insulting people. Where is that going to lead you? Like I said, you struggle with partnership. And that's why you're not going to be successful. Because most people who are really successful, most people who are millionaire, multimillionaires, and billionaires, they're amazing at networking. They know how to take care of relationships. They know how to nurture relationships. They know how to talk to people. You don't know how to talk to anyone. But yeah, when nobody wants to fuck with you, you're in your feelings. Oh, they don't like me. Yeah, because you're fucking disrespectful. You're disrespectful. It is not that hard to be polite. You can say how mad you are without being disrespectful. You should learn that shit. Learn, like, have some class. Like, seriously, have some class. Oh, I didn't like when you said X, Y, and Z. Okay, what is it that you didn't like about it? Let's talk about stuff. We can talk. Everything does not have to be disrespectful. But to me, it's like it's getting old, right? And people need to learn from Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, he was out here as a white boy, another redneck, a poor redneck from Chicago who couldn't even afford a suit because he was poor. Eric Trump had to buy him a gift card so he could afford his first suit, okay? Where is Charlie Kirk today? So if you think you can carry on being a xenophobe, making hateful content, insulting African people, and it's going to bode well for you, do it. Do it. The Bible is clear. Everybody shall swiftly see the retribution of the wicked. If you want to be a wicked person, an evildoer, by all means, do it. If in 2025, people from a first world country with 13 years of subsidized education are not capable of any verbal eloquence to say, you know what, I was upset about this, I was upset about that, we can have a conversation. That's on you. You be the barbarian. It's up to you. You be a stereotype. It's up to you. It's up to you. You carry on and be low class. It is up to you. Because we know one thing for sure. You 2025 Black Americans, one thing we know for sure. You don't care about your brand. You don't care about your brand. You don't care about your reputation. You don't care how people see you. You do not care. You're a bunch of ethnic, entitled crybabies who think they can just do whatever they do. And somehow everybody else has to work hard, pay the bills while you receive welfare. So continue. It's up to you. But one thing I will say, if you want to come on social media and insult African people, be ready. Because it's not just me. It's going to be a whole lot of people. And think about this. The vast majority of white people don't like you. Like, because you guys, you struggle with numbers, right? Because I think sometimes you say to yourself, oh, if we attack African people, it's like 44 million to like 2 million, right? So you want to be on some bullshit. No, you have a bully yourself. You have white Americans. They're like almost like a 200 million. They don't like you. So you know they will come behind the Africans to apply pressure. Most Latinos also don't like you. That's also another 80 million people. You struggle with numbers. Like you really do. Like it's really sad. You struggle with numbers. Greater are those that are against you than those that are for you. So if you had some sense that this little sprinkle of 2.5 million African people, you would do everything in your power to be friends with those people. Because the last thing you need are black-skinned people that you don't get along with. Because money talks. The Jews have a lot of money. The whites have a lot of money. And one thing about America, it's always about the money. Give African people enough reason, just like Vivek did to Don Lemon, right? Don Lemon lost his job because Vivek put him in his place. Give enough reasons to African people to say to the white man, how much you paying? You see, Marlene, you see the way I speak so well? I could have a whole channel roasting y'all every day. And I'm pretty sure in 6 months, I'll make $1 million. Because right now, it's à la carte du jour. Right? You know how you go to a restaurant, you say, oh, what's à la carte? What's à la carte, right? What's on the menu? What do people love? Right now in America, right now on social media, people love content about Black fatigue, Black American this, Black American. I can do that shit with so much ease and make so much millions. But I tell you, Candace always ain't got shit on me. But I choose not to do that because it's not nice. It's not nice, right? But keep giving people reasons to look at the white man's money and his temptation. Like, you know what? Maybe it's not that bad after all. Okay? Maybe it's not that bad. You do not have the numbers on your side. You need to you need to understand that shit. You don't like each other. I think so, and I'm gonna tell that to your face. Black Americans, you do not like each other. If you had so much love for each other, no one would have to make content after content after content telling you should get married. You should go be with the father of your kids. You don't like each other. Most Black American businesses fail. You don't support each other. You don't support each other. You don't like each other. You don't want to live next to each other. You don't have the stickiness that people had in the 50s. You don't have the stickiness that people had in the 30s. You are not those people. But you want to make you want to make bets like you're those people. You're going to fucking lose. You're going to fucking lose. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but you're going to lose. People in the 50s, they were very, very sticky. Right? Black Americans in the 30s, they were very, very, very sticky, right? There you go. Black Americans in 1900s, extremely sticky, like gum at the bottom of your shoe. They were extremely sticky, right? How many blackouts or boycotts have you done recently? You try to boycott Target. Where the fuck that should go, right? You try to do a blackout, boycott Black Friday. Nobody listened to you. You're not sticky. You're not those people. You are severely impaired. You need some help. And like I said, me, Marlene, because you are Black, I am Black. We share common ancestry. I'm gonna take it easy on you because I never want a white person to watch my content and be fully inspired, right? And that was always a fear of mine that I will make content, say certain things, and one day you wake up, there's a bunch of white people in your comment section, and that really scares me. But it's like every day you're giving me like, oh, you know what? Okay, there's no need for that. If you had a bad experience with an African person, say what it was. Let's talk about it. But you also have to understand, sometimes the issue is the actual person. It's not where they're from. We're all individuals. You got to stop with that tribal bullshit, right? Just like me, I've had a lot of horrible, even my mom has been robbed at gunpoint by 2 young African men. When she met my husband, she was like, oh, no, these people. She didn't do that to Jimmy because Jimmy is Jimmy. And the people who robbed her at gunpoint, they robbed her at gunpoint. The fuck? It's not the same people, right? But it's like you want to internalize if one person does you wrong, I'm going to judge everybody by the same yardstick. Okay. If that's how you want to go about it. But if somebody reciprocates that bullshit towards you, Don't go complaining. Don't go complaining. Now, I will say this again. When it comes to, oh, African people don't like us, I repeat, a lot of you guys, your behavior is scary. Now, maybe because it's your culture, you are okay with being aggressive, you're okay with being scary, that's fine. But just because you've got acclimated to a certain temperature doesn't mean that other people have to be acclimated to a certain temperature, because people don't act like that. Same people do not act like that, right? And so, like I said, for people who are from a first world country or U.S. citizens, you live in a very wealthy country, you've had 13 years of free education, 13 years of free transport to school, 13 years of free lunches, right? It's really, it's an enigma for me why you struggle so badly to express yourself in a respectful manner, and you struggle so hardly to make friends. Like, I really don't get it. Because what's the point of all this education? Like, the fuck? It's for you to actually fucking use it. Use it. You don't like something, you can say, hey, Marlene, you said this, I don't like it. That's cool. Let's talk about this. And like when you do something, I'm going to let you know, you said this, I didn't like it. That's it. Right? Like my dad always says, like the tongue and the teeth. Like sometimes, like, yeah, you'll bite your tongue and stuff, but you can't get rid of it. Right? You have to learn to work with other people. Even your two hands have to learn to work together. Right? You're like your left brain, your right brain, they have to learn to work together. Partnership is part of life. Successful people are good at doing partnership, even with people you think you don't like, because it's life. You got to grow up. You really have to grow up. But African people are not your enemy, and you know that damn well. Stop with the bullshit. When you walk the streets, you never fear an African person taking your life. When you have your Labor Day events, whatever, you do not fear an African person taking your life. You've never feared an African person anything. Stop the bullshit. But when you are amongst your own people, you fear for your life. And we see the content, right? We see you complaining. We see you get scared, right? You don't have to fear. Most African people don't kill people. Most African people don't want any problems. Most African people like to go to church. Most African people are very like into the church. They're very, very like religious and all that kind of weird shit, right? You can never say, oh, as a Black American, I feel so unsafe when I'm around African people. You can never say that. And you know damn well. So the fact that you're bending over, you're stretching, you're reaching, trying to make this African fear a thing, it's laughable. It's laughable. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. When we look at the numbers, the number one killer of African Americans are fellow African Americans. You kill your own people. You abort your own babies at a rate that is bewildering. Once again, for a first world country, you would think that these women are raised in a village. No, you are in a first world country and you struggle with taking birth control. That's fucking crazy. Using abortion as birth control, that is fucking crazy. It's fucking insane. Okay? So stop with the bullshit. Stop with the self-righteousness. Stop with the fake indignation. Stop with the, oh my God, the Africans don't like us. Do you even like yourselves? Right? When you look at the content, you look at the discourse, you look at how people carry on. If you yourself were not an African American person, would you say, wow, these people really love each other? These people are really nice to each other. They have such great communities. They have such amazing ties. They're so friendly. They're so supportive towards each other. No one will ever say that. And you know damn well, okay? Most people, when you listen to most affluent African Americans, first of all, they refer to other Black Americans as ninjas. Oh, these ninjas are crazy. Don't live next to ninjas. Stay away from ninjas. Or if they don't want to say ninja, they'll say these Negroes. Don't live next to these Negroes, right? Every day we see how successful or affluent or those who are able to make something of themselves, we see how they talk about the rest of Black Americans. And it's always, you have to stay away from them. They're not good people. They're very jealous. They're going to shoot you. Like, what's his name? Young Dolph. Young Dolph was out there in Memphis. He's from Memphis. He was amongst his people. He went to buy some cookies and he was gunned down by his fellow Black Americans. That's how it goes out here, right? A man can't even go to the store and buy cookies. But how much you want to bet? If he was in a predominantly African neighborhood like Silver Springs, Maryland, he wouldn't have died. Right? If Young Dolph had went to a Ghanaian food store to buy some okra and some yam, right? He wouldn't have died, right? Black Americans do not die in the custody nor the presence of African people, right? You kill your own people. When you study Fulton County Jail is a jail that is predominantly ran by African American. The DA of the city, Fannie Willis, there you go, right? The whole DA, everybody that runs Fulton County is African American. Right? The vast majority of those detained at Fulton County Jail are African Americans. And yet they die. They get eaten by bed bugs. They get abused. They don't get to take their showers, right? And even if you go in the South, most prisons in the South are ran by African Americans. The warden is Black, the Black American, the correctional officers are Black American. Everybody is Black American. But the number of abuse, the number of sexual assaults, the number of women who get pregnant, right? You torture your own people. Miss me with the bullshit. You are not nice to each other. You are not loving to each other. You don't look out for each other. You only do it in the presence of white people. The community or the love that you have, hey, Elliot, the community or the love that you have for each other, it is so performative. Not only is it performative, you are doing it in spite. You do it to spite white people. That's it. Once you remove the white person, the white nemesis, you guys fall apart because it's not real love. It's not. And my thing is, it could never even be real love if God is not in it. As the years have gone by, as the decades have gone by, you've become more and more democratic. You have become more and more progressive. You have become more and more liberal, and you become more and more perverted. And that makes it really hard to have a sticky community, because for people to be sticky, it does help a whole lot when people believe in God. Because when you are a godly people, like Jesus, for example, you learn how to be selfless. You learn how to take care of the poor. You think about the orphans. You think about the widows, right? And that's why when you compare this generation to Black Americans from yesteryears who were way more religious, even if they didn't know how to read, they will always go to church to have the Bible read to them. It mattered a lot to them to be pleasing unto the Lord. So when you have a godly people, even a godly people that can't read, but they do everything in their power to hear the word of God, those people are going to have a better community. Because there is no community without agape love. You do not know agape without God. God teaches us how to be selfless, because it's not in our nature to be selfless people. It is not in our nature to put the needs of others before our needs. It is not in our nature to apologize. It is not in our nature to be humble, right? And that's why we have to hold on to God. We have to hold on to the word of God. But many Black Americans are well known for saying that the Bible is a book written by white people. Okay, and that's fine. Let's assume the Bible is a word written by white people. Then what do you propose? Hip hop, drill music, trap music? How's that working out for people? Right? And that's why you struggle, because you have strayed so far away from the God that took you out of slavery. Right? And I guess, and that's why I say you're jealous, because most African people, we have remained closer to God. So yes, there's more pep in our step. There's more grease for our elbows because we stay close to God. How can you walk away from God and expect to have the blessings of the Lord? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. You've become so apostate. You become so obsessed with your complexion. You become so obsessed with gender, all kinds of bullshit, right? And you have forsaken the God that took you out of slavery. And instead of being mad at yourself, you'll be mad at African people. No, you need to go back to God. You need to go back to the Lord, and you need to apologize to God. It's all over the Bible. God always said, if my people come back to me, if my people repent, right? Like you're like right now, that's my personal opinion. Black Americans, to me, especially the xenophobic FBA ones, you give off like Reuben and them people, and how they got so jealous of Joseph. Because to me, Joseph is African people. Oh, look at all this favor they have. Oh, they get married. Oh, they go to school. Like most Black doctors, I think 75% of Black doctors in the U.S. are Nigerian, right? Okay. It's not because you're not intelligent. You don't want to apply yourself. It is your fault, right? Before African people came here, most people going to med school were African Americans. What happened? You're always making fun of intelligent Black American people. Even Kevin's a pastor, right? Most Black American kids who are that's really the actual tradition, because that's what it is. It's like traditional Black Americans. If the patriarch is not a pastor, he's in the military. If he's not in the military, he's a blue collar worker, right? It's usually those three. But even sometimes the patriarch can be a pastor, but he can also be like a blue collar worker. But nonetheless, though, true African American legacy resides in the patriarchy being pastors, bishops, deacons. It's they are really into the word of God. But how many Black American children that are PK pastor children, right? Pastor kids that we have seen be rejected by mainstream Black American culture. These kids have to completely turn their backs on everything they know. Right? Cam Newton, PK. Phaedra, PK. Candy Burrs, the daughter of a bishop. She out here a lesbian today, she whatever tomorrow, right? Who else? Give me somebody else's name. Like, it's so many of them. Like, oh my gosh, I'm missing names. But my thing is, any Black American kid, Talitha, she's here, she's a content creator too, right? Her dad's a pastor. But most Black American children who come from true legacy, right, which is patriarchy is involved in ministry, right? They're so degraded. They are disrespected. They're told they're cowards. They're not Black enough. Like, this is how you treat people. You're very mean. But you're mean because you're extremely ignorant. I'm going to say it to your face, right? But I'm not even Kevin. Kevin would not be accepted. Oh, yeah, Lemuel. Yes, the guy who has Zeus Network. His daddy's a pastor. His daddy's a pastor. And I'm like, what the heck are you doing? Right? Lemuel, his daddy's a pastor. Right? And when he started Zeus Network was meant to be, hold on, you guys. My bad. Give me a second. Okay? I know I got time today. Come here and mess with me. Okay? When he started Zeus Network was meant to be something positive. It was not meant to be all of this. It was not meant to be this. He started Zeus Network because he wanted to create positive content from Black America. But he's a pastor's kid. So he's not going to be accepted. So now look at what he's done. Now he's a baby daddy. Recently, he got some girl pregnant. The girl was part of the show. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? When he started the show, when he started Zeus Network, he had a girlfriend. Like, she's very skinny, very pretty, very classy. Yeah, but even Mayor Marion Barry, right? You can't compete with him. You can't compete with him because he was very honorable. He was a very honorable man. Most young people in DC, most young Black American people in DC got their first job because of Marion Barry. You know what I'm saying? Like when I lived in Burkina Faso, where my dad brought the tapes with the whole setup with the FBI and the CIA thing, right? Like, my whole family was sad because it's like he had never done drugs in his life. And when the people, and there was a Black woman, she's Black American, right? They used a Black American woman to trap him. And the FBI or the CIA people were talking to her because he was already there. Okay, fine. He's cheating on his wife. He's already there. He was on the bed, like almost half naked, whatever. You can stop that shit there. No, the white people kept telling the Black lady, you need to get him to do the drugs because she had the cocaine on the table. He had never done cocaine in his life. And the reason why, after everything white people put him through, right, the Black people of DC never turned their back on Marion Barry because so many people were employed because of him. Today, how many Black American people create jobs for people? Right? That's why I'm saying, like, you guys, you swear because you're from here, you can school someone. You can't school me. I repeat, I am not an African braider. I have never braided hair in my life. My dad was not a cab driver. Okay. You cannot school me on Black American history. Most of y'all who are FBAs, you're so fucked up in your head. You think ninja culture is Black American history because even you yourself don't even know what real Black American history is. That's why you carry on in such dishonorable fashion. Because if you truly knew what being a real Black American was, the traditional sense of Black American, it's not possible for you to let a woman raise your son. It will never happen. So that's why I'm like, miss me with the bullshit. You ain't gonna teach me shit. Oh, you came here in the 90s. Yeah. And the 90s with a fucking powerful brain, an amazing fucking memory. You can't teach me shit. You can't teach me shit. They're like in the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, most Black American men were letting their firstborn, their sons, be raised by women. Are you fucking crazy? Maybe he was dead. But he's going to be alive and a woman's going to raise his son and then he's going to start putting nails on, and wigs on, makeup on. Are you fucking insane? Most Black American men, traditional Black American men, have always raised their sons. That's why you didn't have a manhood crisis. You didn't have a male crisis back in the day because they raised their sons. Today, most Black American boys wear wigs, they wear lashes, they wear heels, they do BBLs. Like, it's a deformity. Like, what the fuck is going on? Right? So miss me with the bullshit. You don't have to be from a place to know what's going on. What you have to do is be an intellectual, be someone who cares to read, be somebody who cares to do research, right? Be somebody who can actually remember what the fuck you read. I'm extremely intelligent, right? And that's not something you can argue. That's it. You came here in the 90s. You've been here your whole life. Why are you fucked up like this? Make it fuck sense, okay? So anyways, so Lemuel, he's a pastor's kid. He started Zeus Network because, like, he wanted to create positive content for African Americans. They didn't want it because you don't want positivity. So then he went into the bad girls, the baddies, all that degenerate, Krishan, blueface bullshit. It just took off because you have a natural attraction to toxicity because you are godless. You hate God, right? So that's that, right? Look at your boy Ray J, right? Who raised Ray J? No, like, no, hold on, Elliot, hold on. Ray J dad, right? There you go. Okay, there you go. Mr. Willie. Isn't Mr. Willie a pastor? right? Isn't Mr. Willie a pastor? Like, I'm telling you, it's because people don't want to have self-awareness. I told you, your bullshit, it works with white people. It don't work with me. That people do not want to be honest over here, huh? The vast majority of Black American people who do the most in these airways are usually children from pastors. They're usually Black American children from great families, but they're so embarrassed. Because you make them feel like shit. It's not African people. You make these kids, you make your fellow FBAs who come from a 2-parent household, who were raised in the Bible, you make these people feel like shit. Because your favorite line is, oh, you're judging me. Yeah, somebody need to judge you. And they should have judged you harsher, because ninja culture never should have been allowed to rise to prominence, point blank period. Isn't Ray J the son of a pastor? Isn't Mr. Willie a pastor? Before they moved to California, they were out there living in Mississippi, right? Were they not in church every day? Was Brandy not singing in the choir? Did Ray J not sing in the choir? These are pastors' children. Look at what Ray J's had to turn himself into to be accepted by Black America, right? Cam Newton, Ray J, Lemuel, Candy Burroughs, Phaedra. I'm missing names. You hate, and that's the thing about ninja culture. Ninja culture despises Black American excellence. You're so jealous. Like you're just a jealous, mediocre, hateful people. And if most Black Americans had enough bravery and enough courage, they will delineate from you. People think the real conversation here is to delineate from Africans. Where the fuck what? Traditional Black Americans. Traditional. I'm talking like real Southern traditional Black Americans. And African people have way more in common than a ninja and a traditional Black American. Black Americans, real traditional Black Americans and ninjas have nothing in common besides complexion. And I guess speaking English, that's about it, right? But value, like what you value, what I value, mindset for mindset, ethics for ethics, integrity for integrity, academic excellence for academic excellence, like traditional Black Americans have way more in common with African people. Absolutely. And that's why if you ever get to live in the South, you'll see most Southern African Americans get along with African people because it's the same shit. It's the same mindset. It's the same mindset, right? Traditional Black American people, they are really big on family. Family is a fucking big deal. Like it's the kind of people when their grandma turns 95, their grandma turns 100, everybody flies from all over. Oh my gosh, my grandma's turning 95. Mom is turning 95. What? What about? I've been here for 30 years. I know real from the fake. I know what's real made. I know what's made in China. Please don't play with me. Okay? These are the kinds of people. These are the kinds of people. Real traditional Black Americans is the kind of people their grandparents are still married to this day. They're like, oh yeah, my grandparents were married for 60 years. There you go. Because it's in their culture. Marriage is in their culture. You don't have to explain it. You don't have to explain submission, like all that book. It's natural for these people. Their grandparents, 60 years of marriage, 70 years of marriage, 80 years. Then people got married at 16, 18, 16, because they don't do promiscuity. There's no first date. There's no kissing people's children. There's no impregnating. They're too fucking honorable. You cannot compete with these people. That's why you're so mad. That's why you're so mad, because you fumbled your legacy. You fumbled your brand. You fumbled your tradition. You had a fucking amazing brand, and you let these goofy ass project deranged people come over here with their drug obsession. I sell drugs. I'm a hustler. I'm a real ninja. There you go. So concerned with being real ninjas instead of being honorable Black American men. It is your fucking fault. It's your fucking fault. Delineate from Africans? No. Delineate from ninja culture. Okay? And let it be known, put a strong line in the sand that there is a thing called Black, Yeah, they're really sweet. I'm telling you, like, I know my people. I live in the South. I live there. They are incredibly sweet. But they're very sweet, very respectful, hardworking. They don't steal from nobody. I'm like, that is the real Black American culture. When I lived in Columbus, Georgia, my mother, my pastor mom, Mother Ellis, right? Mother Ellis, that's a real Black American woman. She don't curse. She don't smoke. Like, what is this? Right? Even when my pastor dad, like they took care of me. I took care of them too. I love them so much. My mom said to me, she was like, that's your grandma. That's your mom right there. My pastor mom, we were like this. She was like my baby. Then you have so much hatred in your heart. You're so fucking hateful. Do you know how many African people take care of Black Americans over here? You're so damn. She loved me more than she loved her daughter. Her daughter started getting jealous. And mind you, Precious, she's way older than me. She's like my mother's age. She started getting jealous because her mom loved me so much. Because I know how to take care of old people. I know how to take care of old people because I'm West African. I was raised a certain way. I know how to take care of old people. But my pastor dad, at one point, he was cheating because he didn't want to come home. He bought, I guess, like he bought a new a Camaro. He bought some Camaro, like a fancy car. So the girls at the bar were, ooh. So he stopped coming home, right? She didn't file for divorce. She grabbed the kids. She moved to Virginia. She didn't sleep around with people. She didn't say, oh, by her. No, she's like, I'm going to leave you for God. She packed her stuff. She's like, she's not staying in the house anymore. She moved to Virginia. He thought he was tough, whatever. But after a while, like not even more than like 3 months or whatever, he drove down to VA and he begged for forgiveness. And after that, she never had a problem again. Y'all, we would be in the church, like in the middle of service. She would read this man. Like, remember we used to cheat on me? I'm like, they're so damn crazy. But they stayed together. You know, he cheated. Like, it's not a joke. Oh, over here, a man cheats. I'm going to leave. I'm going to stab him. I'm going to kill him. Like, what kind of culture is this? Like, who are these people? Right? I remember, like, because when he got sick on Sunday, we were all at church on Sunday. We went home. He tried to cut the grass. I don't know, y'all. Cut the grass. He goes to the hospital. Monday morning, he's amputated. I'm like, what the freak? So I go to the hospital. I'm like, what is going on? You were walking yesterday. Today you're amputated, right? And I said to her, because I was so shocked. And everybody was there, like all the kids were there. Because one thing Mother Ellis never did, she never turned her kids against her dad. Like she has 2 sons, yeah. And so it's one boy, it's the oldest. There's a girl in the middle, and then there's a boy, right? But the 2 boys, just like my pastor dad also, he joined the military. I'm telling you, people don't sell drugs over here. This is ninja culture. This whole, life is hard. Let me go sell drugs. I can't pay the bills. Go sell drugs. This is ninja culture. This is not Black American culture. Now, if you're not familiar with Black American culture, I can see how from the surface, you go, oh yeah, these are Black American people. This is what they do. No. You have Black American culture. Within Black American culture, you have a subset called ninja culture. This is what they do. Life gets hard, they become dishonorable because they've always been lazy anyways, right? So my pastor dad, I think he joined the Air Force, if I'm not mistaken, right? But both of his boys too, they joined the military, right? Over here with Jimmy, his granddad was a Marines. My father-in-law, he had a full ride to the Air Force Academy, but he also joined the Army, right? His sister also joined the Army. But I'm like, most traditional Black American people, they have legacy of service. They go into the military, like they serve this nation, like they die for this nation, like they go and they serve, even though they're being abused, even though there's racism, right? They don't look for an easy way out. You understand? They do the hard thing. They do the honorable thing. Ninja culture is always about the easy way out. The easy way out. You get somebody pregnant, I'm gonna pay for an abortion. Right? Mediocrity culture. It's a low bar, low functioning, low hanging fruit culture. People have to be brave enough to say it. Okay, so they stay together. But so when he was in the hospital, he got amputated because he also had kidney failure. So because of the kidney failure, his blood did not coagulate as fast as possible. So he was having an issue with his leg coming back together. So because of that, they had to cut the leg a second time, right? That's not my family. I don't know these people like that. I moved to Columbus, but they became my family. Like, this is my church family, right? But I said to my pastor mom, I said, Mom, I know, Daddy cheated and all that kind of, but girl, I'm so glad you stayed with him because this was meant to happen. You know what I'm saying? If he had cheated, you cheated, I'm out of here. And then she had weaponized the kids against him, you guys. Imagine him in that hospital by himself. Because then they had to move him because since he's military stuff, so the VA kicks in. So they had to move him to like a nursing home, so we would go there and visit him after church and stuff like that. But I'm like, family is so important. And a mother also is important because you go through stuff with your husband, but if you don't know how to forgive and you don't teach your kids forgiveness, right, they can hate their dad. You know what I'm saying? But everybody was there. Everybody was there. It's like people make mistakes and you have to forgive. I'm not saying it's okay to cheat, but it's also not a reason to break a whole family. Like, gain some perspective. Okay. Go to therapy, try to get that shit fixed. All right. But I'm like, that's the culture. That is the culture. Like my pastor mom and her husband, like they were not wealthy people, but it meant so much for them to have a church. Like the church, it wasn't that big. It's like a house. It's like really, really small. But I'm like, that is the culture. There is no there's no such thing as Black American culture without the church. That's just, it's not a thing. Like I don't know, it's not a thing. But ninja people, they don't go to church. They don't honor God. They can't even tell you one Bible verse. They don't know shit. All they know is fuckery. They live like cicadas. They live like grasshoppers. They're anchored to no nobility. They're not anchored to integrity. Not anchored to nothing. Okay. And so the problem is, because Black America is a very tribal culture, black, you have these Black American children who come from very successful, traditional Black American families who feel like they have to prove their Blackness. No, you don't. And in the process of proving their Blackness, they destroy themselves because this is not the real culture. They don't come from a toxic culture. They don't come from a broken home culture. They don't come from a culture people just start selling drugs because it's hard or start dancing naked because it's hard. Life has always been hard. And it's so funny. Like, you think your life is hard in 2025? Do you know what the life was like? You know what life was like for most Black American women in the 1920s or in the 1930s? Nobody became a sex worker. Because people had their principle, people had their values, people had their morals. And most importantly, people cared about their family. And when you care about your family, you care about your reputation. Because whatever you do, it affects the entire family. Oh, so-and-so's daughter is now a prostitute. It makes your mom look bad. So you don't do it because they cared about other people. Today, with ninja culture, the way Black American culture stands is hyper individual. I do what I want, whenever I want, how I want, womp. Can nobody tell me shit? When you are forgetting that because you are an image bearer of other Black people, whatever you do affects other Black people. And that's why people like Carmelo Anthony today are suffering reputational harm because there are people who look like him who have done all kinds of bullshit. So now when people see him, they can't separate him from the mainstream image because what makes him different? Why is he not a YN? How can you convince me that he's not some unhinged homicidal freak, right? It causes so much reputational harm. And I'm like, this is fucking insane. And how many innocent Black children, if they ever get in any trouble, are going to have to not just defend their innocence, they're going to have to even defend their existence. Oh, I'm not a YN. I'm not from a broken home. I have two parents at home. This is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. It's fucking unhinged. And instead of focusing on like repairing the brand, repairing the reputation of the brand, out here obsessing over African people and pooping in the streets and do they have running water? Why are you even concerned about that shit? Do you plan to live in Africa? No, you live here. Worry about what's right here in front of you. People are so fucking silly. Yeah, it causes reputational harm. You know what I'm saying? It causes reputational harm because anybody, when you're here and you consume content, you are more likely to see a Black American in something mischievous than you are to see someone in something good, right? Like there's this one video, Elliot, like this girl, she pissed me off so badly. Let me see if I can find it. She's Black American too. Like she pissed me off so badly. And I'm like, if you were not, let me see if I can find the video. I don't even know because I watch so many videos. Yeah, this one. There you go. I have the video. Hold on.
You will never be a good enough nigga in this society.
You see?
I mean, just
hold on. These girls are so
likability politics, if I had to guess.
So damn stupid.
Like maybe I'm too woke, but I don't find the quarter zip shit funny because I also didn't find it funny a couple years ago when all those Black men put on suits and then stood around.
You see that? And I'm like, and people want to come over here and tell me, the African, that I need to learn about Black American history. You guys, I'm like, if this girl was not Black, if I couldn't see her face and whatever the fuck she got going on with her pure looking ass, because you're like a skunk, okay? Let me tell you this, right? If you yourself, think about this. If you yourself if you were not from here, if you were not Black from here, or if you didn't know Black American history, you would think, kind of like the African stuff, like where people think all African people are bare feet, they have bloated bellies, and then they have like flies all over because mucus comes out their nose, right? You listen to her, you would think that most African American people have never owned a suit in their lives. I'm like, you sound hella crazy. And that's why I repeat, just because you're born here, just because you're Black American born here, doesn't mean that you even know shit about your own history. Because most Black American children receive their education in some kind of white-owned institution. You learn about your Blackness, your Black history through white people. You have to wait. Most Black Americans wait for Black History Month to learn about Black Americans, right? That's what you do. They wait to go to a white liberal college to major in African American studies. You sound crazy, right? It is your job. It is your responsibility to, as long from the moment you can read until God calls you back, it is your responsibility to always educate yourself about Black history. It is not a degree. It is not a course. It's not a major, right? It's a lifestyle. It should be part, like the way you, like your daily hygiene. At least once a week, you should learn something new about Black history, point blank period, right? But you hear this girl talk, and you will truly believe that most Black American people have never had a suit in their lives. Like all they do is wear saggy pants, and even that too, ninja culture. It comes from prison. Honorable Black American people don't go to prison. And even sometimes, obviously, you can watch, if you don't believe me, it's fine. You can watch MSNBC Lockdown. You can watch all the prison shows. Even when you have a well-raised Black American person incarcerated, you can always tell the difference. You can always tell the difference. You can always tell, like, yeah, he might be here, but he's not like the rest of them. They're usually the ones whose pants don't sag in prison. They're usually the ones who are able to get jobs in prison. Yes, yes, yes. They're usually the ones who run the Bible ministry in prison, or they run the Islamic ministry in prison, right? They're usually the ones that don't have behavioral issues in prison. They're usually the ones that are, they make it's a lot easier for them with the parole board. They know better. This got in trouble, but they know better. So when they get in prison, they, just like Daniel, even though Daniel didn't go to prison, but when they go to prison, they're not like the other prisoners. You can always tell, because ninja culture is a culture of mediocrity. It's a culture of assimilation and a fuckery. It's a culture of mediocrity. You get along, you do whatever to get along. You act like a fool. You act like a little monkey, right? You can always tell, like, there you go, right? There you go. Their food, their kids don't have food to eat, but they make sure to have designer shoes and Air Jordans in prison. You can always tell. And you don't have to listen to me, y'all. You don't have to listen to me. But you can look at a Black American man in prison, and you can tell if he was raised by ninja culture or if he was raised by upstanding people. It never fails. Their pants are upright. They walk upright. They have a job. They don't have issues with correctional officers. They don't have issues with the warden. They go in there and do their time. It's not a problem. When they go in front of the parole board, they usually get out. Okay? It's just a good person that made a wrong turn, but it's not in their culture to do fuckery. Right? But I'm like, you listen to this blonde skunk right here, right? Right? Yeah. When you listen to this skunk right here, you would think that Black American people, real Black American people, it is not their culture to dress up. But Emma, do you see? And this is what ninja culture has done, right? What, like around the world, even with like the Black diaspora, African people, whatever, right? What has always made Black Americans so like ideals, like goals, like major influencers to most Black people around the diaspora? It was their fashion, their sense of style, their sense of elegance. Like imagine, not even just here in the States, but imagine anywhere in Africa, people could have television, right? To see the Temptations on TV, to see the Supremes on TV. I'm like, you guys, listen. Okay? Right? Look at these people. You see, and this is the Black America that African people know. This is the Black America that African people love. This is the Black America that made Africans be like, oh, yes, these people are fucking goals, right? This is it. When you study the story of Motown with Berry Gordy, if you signed to Motown, you had to take classes in etiquette. You had to take classes in speech. You had to take classes in like your PR, the way you dress, because he said, as a Black person, you're going to be the first people to show up on these white people's TVs. And you have a responsibility to represent Black people well, right? These people, like, look, a lot of people, they're still alive. What's his name? Smokey Robinson, he's still alive. Most rappers today, most of these ninja rappers today, they die at 19. They sign a record label. They sign to a record label. They die in 3 months. They die within 2 weeks. They die within a year. These kids are always dying. If they're not dying, they're in prison, right? Like, let's be so for real. Okay, hold on, right? Okay, people are really crazy. But I think it's the drugs also, right? Right? The image is hard. The image is always prison, drug dealing, bunch of tattoos. Like you see, like look at this crap. Right? And people wonder why people are scared. People are really funny. People are truly funny. People, oh yeah, oh, this is such a lovely image. This is such a warm image. That's not a warm image. Okay, it's very frightening. And even this is still quite respectable, right? Because it gets worse. It gets worse. And you see, it gets worse. It gets satanical. It looks demonic. It's insane. And today, most of these rappers are coming straight they're coming straight from prison. So from prison, they're giving these crazy platforms to influence young Black American people. But the issue here is African braiders, please stop the bullshit. Stop this level of cowardice. People are tired, right? Little Baby was in prison. From prison, he got a record deal, right? Most of these rappers are coming straight out of prison, don't even go to therapy, don't even have some kind of counseling, don't even do any kind of self-work to realize that to whom much is given, much is required. I need to be very careful with how I handle my freaking influence, right? No, right? And people think people don't have the right to be scared. You think this is normal? No. Just because you are okay with this, other people do not have to be okay with this. Just because this image does not like make you uncomfortable, it doesn't mean that other people don't have the right to be uncomfortable. African people have the right to be uncomfortable, right? And you also need to ask yourself, what the fuck is wrong with you? That when a bunch of former prisoners, right, get to become musicians, they have access to your children. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why is it that you allow anyone to influence your Black American child? Sexy Red has access to your child. Lil Baby has access to your child. King Von has access to your child. The entire old block has access to your child. Why? Why don't you protect the stuff that your Black American babies get to hear? Because these people do not have a message of life. These people do not have a message of honor. These people don't have a message of integrity. They want to send your babies to prison because they're miserable. They have a record, they fuck up their lives, they got to go to prison, and they want to see your child fuck up his record, fuck up his social, fuck up his life. No. Why do these people have access to your children? Right? So it's up to you. You do what you want, right? But do not sit here and act like you don't know why people are scared or whatever. Okay? Don Cornelius, no, he had too many suits for me, right? But I'm like, it is the culture. It has always been Black American culture for people to be incredibly stylish, for people to dress well. You can even see pictures of like, hold on. Like, what are we talking about? There you go. You see? Black people in the 1920s of Harlem, right? Once again, Black Americans, 1920s Harlem, you see? You see? The hats, the gloves, the coats, the fur, the long dress. You see, they're not showing their knees. You see, a suit. This lady, she has a hat. Look at this, right? Everybody dressed well. A tie, a suit, right? It is the culture. It has always, look at this man. He's a whole cab driver. He's a whole driver. Look how he dressed up, right? Bunch of suit. That's Marcus Garvey, right? Look at this. Everybody's wearing a suit. These women are wearing beautiful dresses with the fur, right? Black American culture has always been a culture of style. This is Duke Ellington, right? Right? It has always been a culture of style. It has always been a culture of respect. It has always been a culture of elegance. A suit and nothing new to a Black American. It's like talking about a suit and a Congolese person. Like, okay, it goes hand in hand. So, but we've gotten so far away from what it truly means to be a Black American that for this young lady, which I'm sure, no, it's insane, Kima. Like I was really, really insulted when she said that. I'm like, what are you talking about? Right? Like the whole being dapper. I mean, there was a whole Met Gala, right? With dandyism. There was a whole Met Gala dedicated to Black American culture and the love for suits. It's called the whole dandyism thing. Black American people have always been extremely stylish people. But the problem is, I'm going to say it again. The problem is Dr. King. Dr. King, socialism, Marxism. Because the problem people don't realize, when you start doing socialism, when you start doing Marxism, you put poor people on a pedestal. You treat poor people like they have a terminal illness. Oh, they're so poor. Oh, we have to be nice to them. Oh, we can't judge them. And what happens is you become mean to successful people. You see, and that's why if people care to be honest, when you carefully study ninja culture is very, very mean to successful, respectful Black American people. Oh, you think you're better than? Oh, what are you trying to say? Oh, you want to act white, right? That's what happens. When you do socialism, You prop up the least productive, the least educated, and you penalize the highly educated people. And that's why anybody who studies Black American history, even when people were leaving the South and coming to the North or going to the West, a lot of very, like the well-educated, like Black elites, they did not want to mix with poor Black people because this is what they feared. And they were actually right. Because it's the people, and people don't understand that it's a culture thing. Oh, you're being mean. No, they're not being mean. And they would say, if you want to be with us, you're going to have to prioritize reading. Right? Because the poor Black people from the South, they do redneck shit, y'all. Like, I'm not trying to be funny. They do redneck shit. Poor Black people from the South, they have proximity to poor white rednecks. So they do redneck shit. They love to gamble. They love to play cards. They love to play dice. They love to drink. They don't like to work. They don't pay their bills, right? It's a real redneck culture. If people cared, if people were actually honest, all these HBCUs and their sociology department, if they were actually honest people, they would do a comparative study between redneck culture and ninja culture. And you will see that ninja culture takes a lot of inspiration from poor Southern redneck culture. Like they behave like Huckleberry Finn. Tom Sawyer, he's a redneck. Huckleberry Finn, he's a fucking redneck. Okay? They behave like those people. So like Black American people who do believe in hard work, they're penalized. Black American people who want to dress well, or who you think you are, okay? Black American people who have nice house. Oh, so now you want to be next to white people, right? You see, and that's what ninja culture is. Ninja culture struggles with Black excellence. They're always making excuses. So that's why if you are a successful, well-to-do, you come from a 2-parent household, raised in the Word of God, Black American person, you have 2 choices. You either stay away from those people or you're going to have to degrade yourself, because the only way they can accept you is if you self-destruct. They struggle with Black excellence. Whereas like when it comes to African people, an African person meets a very intelligent, very successful Black American. Like, oh my gosh, you went to school, you have what degree? Oh my gosh. Because we as a people, we are obsessed with degrees. We're obsessed with, you already know, right? You look at Wendy, I have 4 degrees. We're obsessed with degrees. We are obsessed with family. We are obsessed with successful people. That's what I mean. You see me, right? Every time I talk about Black American culture, I always tell you guys about people that inspire me, right? Don Cornelius, what's Gemini's name, right? Mr. Johnson, the Piercy Julian. Me, I only focus on these kinds of Black people because to me, these are real Black Americans. Everything else to me is ninja culture. You understand? I talk about Master P's granddad. I said, look at him. He went in the military. He never sold drugs nowhere in New Orleans. He never impregnated nobody in New Orleans. He had 1 wife. They met when they were super young. He stayed with this lady. Everybody lived in the house. His son, Master P's dad, lived in the house. Master P, Corey, Silk Shocker, everybody lived in the house. This man went to war. He came back. He was a baker. He could have been, oh, America's racist. After everything I've done, fuck this shit. I'm going to go be a drug dealer, be a pimp. He never did that because he was an honorable man. Now look at Corey. Look at C. Murder. Your granddad went in the military. Your granddad came back. He was a baker. He wanted so much for Corey. He wanted so much for Master P. His little baker salary. He paid for these boys to go to private school. And look at the things that he gets from Corey. Corey goes and becomes a God knows what, because he resents the fact that he was raised in a noble Black family. He had to be blackety black, but all he wanted to do was be in the Calio projects right across from the Mercedes Superdome. Right? Because that's what ninja culture does. Ninja culture makes any Black American child that comes from a 2-parent household, a supportive household, you have your grandparents in your life, like anything, like they just resent the fact that your life wasn't hard. Like in ninja culture, yes, y'all, in ninja culture, as a Black American, you must suffer. You got to have some kind of struggle. You got to have some kind of hatred. Your mama hated you. Your daddy hated you. But if you say, oh no, my mom loved my dad loved my mom, they will hate you. If you say, oh, I had Christmas, I was fine, they're going to hate you. If you say, oh, no, my mom never had to struggle because my daddy took care of everything, they're going to hate you. Like, it's okay to be honest, right? And that's why most Black Americans who decide to be embraced by ninja culture, they have to self-destruct because they don't like the fact that, quote unquote, your life wasn't hard, right? That's it. And that's why these rappers always have to have a hard image. They're a bunch of knuckleheads. They're nothing hard. They don't do the hard things. It's easy to shoot someone. It's easy to be impulsive. It's easy to be a fucking clown. It's hard to have self-restraint and to not harm a person because you're upset, right? But that is the reality today. This is where we're living today. But most Black American people, right, who are successful have never received any kind of scorn from African people. We're very happy. Like, oh, wow, that's beautiful. Because most African people are fully aware of what went on in this fucking place. So to me personally, it makes me sad that after 400 years of all this stuff, everything is going away. Like people are just, the whole brand is getting destroyed. Because if things had gone according to plan and ninja culture had never been allowed to take over, Black Americans should be on par with the Jewish people. Because there's nothing the Jewish people do today that Black Americans, yeah, of course, and that's the sad part, right? We should be in Africa. Right. And I think many Black American children, especially ninja culture, we need to have an exchange program where they actually go to Africa and they go reconnect with the motherland and get spanked and learn about order and structure, learn about respect and learn about keeping their hands to themselves. Right. That's it. Because y'all are raising these kids here and you're failing you're failing these Black babies. If they had a proper African mother and they had a proper African auntie, they wouldn't even dare. You're going to come home with a C, you come home with a D, I'm going to beat your ass. Are you insane? So yes, maybe we should send these kids to Africa. Maybe they should go and fetch water so they can understand how privileged they are and they would take their education seriously, right? People fought so hard for Black Americans to go to school. People fought so hard for Black Americans to have access to books. People used to get killed for reading a book. And now here you are, you make a mockery of education. You have a test, an exam, it's only 45 minutes. Focus, do your best. No, A, B, C, A, B, 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 C. You're picking all kinds of dumb answer because you don't care. You don't care. And you want to sit here and lecture someone? No, we should be in Africa. Because in Africa, parents are parents. And we beat our children. We're going to put your ass in place. You won't even dare. Ask my son if he dares bring me bullshit type of grades. He knows me. He knows me. Oh, mommy, I got a 90. Okay, what happened? Okay? Yes. So yes, we need to ship these kids to Africa before they go to prison, before they join a gang. We are going to welcome your children and raise your children for you. And when they're 24, you can come and get them. You're going to be so proud. Like, oh my gosh, look at my son. He knows how to clean. He's respectful. He says, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. He bows his head. He respects his elders, right? Yes, send your kids to Africa because they need it. We're sitting here, we see a mother, she's walking her kids to school and she gets jumped by a bunch of 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 9 years old. Who is raising these kids? You are 10 years old and you feel comfortable putting your hands on an elder. Who's raising these people? So yes, we need to go to Africa because also in Africa, when you misbehave, we put pepper in your butt. Oh yes, my mom, when she used to misbehave, my grandma would put pepper in her eyes and you knew not to disrespect people. Ask anybody, even O'Shea Duke Jackson, ask anybody who goes to Africa how children behave in Africa. They are extremely respectful. They are extremely respectful. American kids are extremely disrespectful. They respect no one. They go to school. They beat up the teachers. They fight the teachers over a cell phone, over a damn cell phone, right? We have seen Black American woman principal lose an entire eye because a Black American kid picked up a chair and he threw the chair in her face. So yes, send your kids to Africa. And we should be in Africa. Behavior-wise, we should be in Africa. And we would have less fuckery. Seriously. And so many Black kids, even if they have to go before the judge, they'll probably have a better case. Right? Like you swear this African thing is like, you think it's a downgrade. No, it's an upgrade. In terms of values, in terms of respect, of upbringing, respect for education, yes, it's an amazing brand. It's an amazing brand. Now, the other stuff, I guess, right? But in terms of respecting your elders, working hard in school, having your good grades, keeping your room clean, respecting people, yes, we have an amazing brand because we don't play with kids. We don't let a child not be in a child's place. You think African boys are running around Africa with fake hair, fake lashes, fake nails, and doing all of this weird shit? No, they're boys. Try that shit for your daddy, see what happens, right? We don't walk around and let our kids meddle in homosexuality. Most Black American kids, by the time they're 12, will have one homosexual experience. Are you actually saying? Exactly. Yeah, I'm looking for smoke. Yeah, you went to the bank and you left, and you brought no smoke. You ever bring a vapor, right? There you go, and you came back because you know I'm talking facts. There you go. That's it. Like, go sit down somewhere. You're fucking insane. You know, nobody's scared of you.
In suits. I don't understand what men in general, but especially Black men's obsession is with defining themselves by their clothing and not really actively doing any, it's not deeper than just like, well, we can put on suits. I can also put on a suit. What is the point that you're trying to make here? Like,
you see? But everybody knows you are judged based on how you dress. You are judged based on how you carry yourself. So for her, like I said, she's part of ninja culture. A Black person should never try. Like, just remain status quo. Because to me, even the quarter zip trend bullshit, to me, that's not even a big deal, right? Because that's small shit for me. I have seen Black American fashion be way more expensive. Even when you study the annals of Black couture, who was making dresses for Jackie Kennedy, right? The lady who made, hold on, let me a second, okay. People are so damn silly, okay? There you go. Yeah, Miss okay, here you go, right? The lady who made, there she is, right? You see? And they want to tell you, so you didn't tell me shit. The lady who made Jackie Kennedy's dress was a Black American woman, right? Black American people, I mean, not these people nowadays, y'all, but people from like yesteryears, those people, that's why I call them Black Americans. Over here, I don't know. But Black American people of the yesteryears, right? They were so fashionable. They were so fashionable. They were so resourceful. A lot of the stuff you see sometimes, you think it's couture. No, she made that by herself. She made it by herself, right? The lady who made Jackie Kennedy's wedding dress was a Black American woman. And because of that, all these white women were lining up. That lady has so much business, it's out of order. Okay? Dressing well has never been a thing for real Black American people because it's part of their brand. You understand? And when you have a powerful brand, when you have a successful brand, when you have an amazing brand, why wouldn't the packaging, aka the outfit, be top tier? Right? Even when you look at pictures of what's it called? Even when you look at Black families during slavery, right? You can see that these people tried their best. They tried their best to look good. You see? Even you see? Like there are a lot of pictures like that, right? You see? They may, even when, like, listen, even when they couldn't even afford shoes, but they still found a way to find some shoes now, right? They still found a way to find some shoes, even though they were poor. You see this? You see? Today, people have so much money, can't dress right. They have so much money, they come out here looking all kinds of crazy, right? Like, look carefully. If you ever pay close attention, right? They were poor, but they had dignity. Sometimes, even when they didn't have shoes, they would put like something in front of them, or they would like bury their feet in the sand just so that it would seem like they had shoes on. In their pictures, everybody's standing up straight, shoulders are straight, they're looking straight in the camera. Everybody here is dressed nice. Now, was it the best, like most expensive stuff? No. But the whole thing about having a Sunday best, it's a thing. Like the whole thing of, like, even in Africa too, like most Black people, like most like real Black people, even if they have no money, they have one outfit for Sunday. Even if they have, I don't care where they are, even in the village, even if they have no money, they always have one great outfit for Sunday because that's when you go to church. And church is always, it's about the Lord, but it's also about the fashion. Okay? Right? They always have one good outfit. But I'm like, it doesn't matter. You can look at pictures of Black people during slavery and you will see people in their integrity. They might not have been the wealthiest. They probably couldn't have the most expensive fabric, but they dressed like they had some sense because they knew that one day their children, their grandchildren, their great-great-grandchildren were going to look at these pictures, right? Today, we're in 2025 where there's so much money, there's so much credit, there's Klarna, there's Afterpay. People walk around here naked. People walk around here looking like criminals. They walk around here looking like they just came out of prison. They have no sense of pride. They take no pride in being Black. They take no pride in their presentation. They take no pride in how they carry themselves. Don't take pride in their weight. They take pride in nothing. But they want to sit here like, oh, I don't know why people don't like me. I don't know why people don't want to have me next to them, because you don't take pride in nothing. You take pride in nothing at all. You take pride in nothing. You have the most, you have access to so much, but you take pride in nothing. Schoolwork, no pride. The book bag is a mess. Pages everywhere. Pages are crumbled everywhere. In class, even paying attention, responding to a prompt. There is no sense of pride. There is no sense of pride. And people want to come here and think they're going to be xenophobic on YouTube and you're going to let that shit slide. I'm outside today, but come find me, please. Please come and find my Black ass. You're out your mind. You're out your mind. People are really out of their mind. Even her sister, guys, the way she dresses, it is so cheap. You're like, I don't know, it's like it's cheaper than Fashion Nova. Where she get her stuff? Shein, okay? No class. Because everything has to be seen. Oh, see my ass, see my titties, see my what? See me. Always see me naked. Because you don't know how to leave nothing for the imagination. Insecure, take pride in nothing, low self-esteem, having ass. Can you actually get a man's attention without actually tempting his flesh? No, you always have to tempt the flesh to get some cheap ass attention. Come outside and be xenophobic, see what happens. Are you actually saying? Anyways, like I stated, fashion is nothing. It has never been anything. Even Frederick Douglass, even Booker T. Washington. Okay? These people always dress well. They have always dressed well. It's part of the culture. Okay? It is part of the culture. So like I said, a quarter zip and nothing new. Okay? People have been wearing bow ties since they got out of slavery. Booker T. Washington was racist. He was born a slave. They're so fucking stupid. You ain't gonna teach me shit. Booker T. Washington was raised like the man has green eyes. If you ever see a colored, I mean, you can see it though, but if you ever see a colored picture of him, he has green eyes. They don't make them like that in Africa, but they sure do make them like that on a plantation ran by Germans, okay? So his mama was sexually assaulted. Booker T. Washington was born a slave. There is not a single picture of Booker T. Washington where you're going to see this man and he's not wearing a suit. This ain't nothing new. A suit is nothing new. It's the standard. But unfortunately, because of Dr. King, when you promote ninja culture, when you promote socialism, people think they could just do whatever they want because, oh, I'm poor, I don't have to try. Oh, I'm poor, I don't have to try. No, just because you're poor, you don't have to be dirty. Just because you're poor doesn't mean that you don't put an effort in how you present yourself, right? This is the problem here. This is the problem, is that the culture has been besieged by people who don't even care to try because they're fucking mediocre. They're so damn mediocre. Show up. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So I can't even type. Huh? Okay. There you go. Have you ever seen Frederick Douglass without his natural hair and a suit? Please tell me. Tell me one time. Have you ever seen a picture of Frederick Douglass and he's not in a suit? What are we even talking about? What are these people even talking to me about? Okay? No, you have destroyed the brand. You have destroyed the brand. I repeat, you destroyed the fucking brand. And maybe it's going to take some African people to restore the brand. What can I say? Right? W. Du Bois, another one, okay? In a suit with a bow tie. These dudes wore suits every fucking day. That is the bare minimum. A black man in a suit was the bare minimum. But you traded your suits, yes, for sagging jeans. You traded your suits for your underwear sagging everywhere, right? You traded your suits for God knows what. You traded your fancy shoes for some Timberland boots, from some Air Jordans. You allowed yourself to be betrothed. I don't know what to tell you, okay? I don't know what to tell you. Please tell me. These people are freaking crazy, okay? People are freaking crazy. There you go. The GOAT, the godfather of STEM, okay? Percy Julian, there you go. Like, if he's not in his lab coat, he's wearing a suit. It's the bare minimum. But you know and that's what happened when you have baby mama culture, drug culture, rap culture, hip hop culture, pretty much ninja culture. People forget who they used to be. You see, that it's like some kind of vortex. You put people in there and they forget who they are. Like, oh, a suit. Something that was so normal, something that was so standard. Now in their head, you're trying to be white. Unbelievable. But they're going to tell you they're not white supremacists because their skin is black. No, you're a white supremacist. If a black man wearing a suit to you means he's trying to be white, you're sick as hell. Like, no, they're insane. They're insane, Elliot. They are insane. They are insane. You can ask, hold on. These people are sick. They're truly sick. No, maybe later. My head hurts. Okay. Voila, you see? You see? Fashion in Harlem. Look at the GOAT. Look at the GOAT. Okay? James Baldwin. Look at the GOAT. Okay? Fashion. Look at the little baby girls. Look at these beautiful baby girls like that. You see? Fashion. Natural hair. You see this? Fashion. Okay? Oh. Oh, this is not Paris, honey. This is not, hold on. Y'all can see the picture, huh? You can't see the picture. Okay. This is not Paris. This is right here in Harlem. Okay. This is not Paris. This lady, natural hair, her natural hair. That's her hair. That is her hair. A little bit of makeup because she's beautiful. There you go. Okay. Look at the coat, y'all. Look at the coat. Look at the gloves. I told you they all wore gloves because you can't touch a lady's hand. These were ladies. There you go. Look at the purse. Huh? Look at this. Look at this. But like I said, you cannot have this image of Black America when you promote socialism. It's Harlem. I'm like, these people are sick. They are truly sick. They are truly sick. They are truly sick. They are truly insane. They're batshit crazy. They are batshit crazy. Like, Black American culture is a culture of elegance. Like, for real. Like, the number of people who save pictures from Diana Ross. Diana Ross is out of this world. Diana Ross is out of this fucking world. She is out of this. Like, this is insanity. Okay? Diana Ross is out of this fucking world. I mean, the fuck. Do you know the number of people who have saved this picture? Diana Ross, a fucking icon. Of this lady's like the fucking goat of Black beauty. Never fat, never obese. They had she had like a bunch of like 6 kids. She didn't complain about having children. Okay, a fucking legend. Everything expensive, everything designer. Tina Turner, another one. Even though her husband was beating the shit out of her, right? Every time you saw Tina Turner, absolute elegance. Her body, like her fucking legs. The girl was doing Pilates before Pilates was even a thing. Okay, she was doing Pilates before. Hold on, these people are freaking crazy. Okay, there you go. I'm saying this lady, her body is insane. Her cardio is crazy. And these goofy ass heels, she could be up there for like 4 hours. Like, girl, you crazy. Okay. Before the whole Pilates body was even a thing, you had Tina Turner. Everything these girls are paying for to go to Pilates, the so-called Pilates body, she had it. She had the body before Pilates was a thing. Like, make it make sense. This is the actual brand. And like I said, it's going to take a lot of brave people to say, we need to restore the actual Black American brand. And these goofy ass FBAs also, because FBAs, what I've come to realize with most FBAs, what they truly represent is ninja culture. That's all they care about. They are truly defendants of ninja culture. They're not defendants of real African American culture, which is family-based, the fear of God, men who lead their families, children that are raised by their fathers, right? They never talk about family values. They never talk about the need for Black men to regain control of the household, to raise their sons. These are not traditional men. And that's why their leader, Tariq Nasheed, is a whole former pimp. There you go. And I'm sure Tariq Nasheed, if you look down his lineage, most of his grandparents, most of his grandfathers, most of his patriarchy went into the military. But Tariq, because he's a little coward, he chose to be a pimp. He chose to sell other Black women into sex work. He chose to be a rapper. He has some goofy song about suck my penis, something like, there you go. Nothing honorable. I have never heard these FBA people convene and discuss the need to return back to the basics. Family, the fear of God, like a strong emphasis on education, right? Encouraging Black American children to believe in themselves because they can do the sciences, right? You might not think you're smart, but you're really smart. You just don't have people giving you pressure, applying pressure, and you don't have people giving you structure. White people ain't better than you, okay? He's so deranged. White people are not better than you. Chinese kids are not smarter than you. But the thing is, they study more. So if you don't study enough, you're not going to have good grades. That's all it comes down to. Consistency, singular focus, right? But imagine, I'm an FBA. And every time you open your mouth, it's always to be a xenophobe, but it's never to talk about the need to restore family values, the need to go back to God, the need to restore the brand to what it used to be. Because it's really crazy, right? But me, I know these things because I actually care, because I'm making my business to study. But most people are not going to study. If they see a Black person, all Black people do this. They're like, no. You have to make a clear distinction between Black American culture and ninja culture. And I get it. They look the same. They talk the same for the most part. So, it's all the same. No. These are very distinct culture. Black American culture is it's a real brand. It's a real brand. And inside of Black American culture, unfortunately, you find ninja culture. Now, ninja culture should have always been it somewhere in the corner somewhere, right? But unfortunately, because of socialism, because of Marxism, because of certain attitude and even evil white liberals, right? A minority of people have overtaken an entire brand. And I'm like, that is so fucking fucked up. That is so fucked up. Today, it's not the most intelligent Black Americans who represent Black America. If people want to talk politics, they go talk to Charlemagne. Who the fuck is Charlemagne? Right? And people, oh, I'm not done yet, you guys, right? You see? Look at this Black mother and her baby. You see? Everybody dressed up. Like, it's the brand, you guys. It is the brand. Like, real Black American culture. You guys, for real, for real. Even with my Creole people in Louisiana, right? These Afro-Creole people out there in Louisiana, right? Anybody who studies Black American culture, not ninja culture, anybody who studies Black American culture, you cannot separate the fashion from the history. You can't separate the church and you can't separate the fashion. You cannot. You know, like one time I was going to work, I'm going to show you. I was going to work on this eyeshadow palette because, you know, growing up, because I went to Black American churches. Hold on. Let me give you my drive real quick, right? And that was like, and I was like, because, you know, I did the Nigeria palette. So that was for Nigeria. I did the B palette. That was for like Louisiana. But I was going to do another palette. I was going to do another palette. It was going to be called like Sunday Service. Hold on. Let me show you, right? Because this is something like growing up, it has always amazed me. Like, this is crazy. Because I've always found it to be so beautiful. You see, let me show you the pictures real quick. Right? Let me show you, right? But you see, to me, and it's like, it really makes me sad because, you know, I'm not the type, you guys, for real. I'm not the type to, oh, let's make mean content. I don't like the vibe like that. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? It makes me really sad. But some people, I need to calibrate their shit real quick, right? But it's like, to me, this is my childhood. Like, when I think about people that are Black American, to me, in my head, it's a godly people. It's a church people. It's a people who love the word of God so much. Like, I remember like being a child and going to like the Black American church I would go to, like even with Pastor, like with Bishop Owens, right? Or even Pastor John Jenkins. But I've always felt like even the singing, like just because they're like, if you go to Black American churches, you have multiple choirs. Like you have the main choir, you have the bishop's choir, you have the first lady's choir, you have the woman's choir. Oh, there's so many choirs. But anyways, right? I've always felt like they should be charging for this because this music is phenomenal, right? Like, and that's why most of the greatest Black American singers, especially in R&B, came from the church. There is a certain kind of training, like with your vocal cords, with your breathing, with your singing. There's even reading music, right? That people received in Black American churches that I don't even think you can receive in Juilliard. And so one day you saw Jermaine Dupri complaining, oh, it's hard to find good R&B singers anymore because the church is refusing to train people. Because the church also, the Black American church, is tired of training people because it's so much work. Whitney Houston, all these people, Whitney Houston, what's his name? Oh my gosh, Sam Cooke, all these people, like it takes years because you start as a child. Brandy, Ray J, you start as a child to learn to have this level of breathing control, your vocal cords control. Like you have to control your breathing, you have to control your vocal cords and all that kind of stuff. Like so that these people get trained at a very early age. And then when they have mastery, which is usually like takes like 10 years or whatever, right? Here comes the evil Jewish man to take them to go sing secular music about, oh, I'm gonna be your mistress, I want to love you down, I want to open your legs. You know, people get tired of that shit. We're not going to train you to go use your gifts and your talents for secular music so you can be rich and smoke cigarettes. Okay. And you see, most Black American people who are raised with singing in the church and who chose to go give their talent to the devil, they all died, y'all. They all died. Oh, something bad happens, right? Whitney Houston, she's dead. Okay. Sam Cooke, dead. Like nothing bad, nothing good happens to them. Because when you depart from God's protection, when you depart from the Lord's protection, when you depart from your spiritual family, when you take the gifts of God to go give your gifts to the devil, to the secular world, this is not going to end well, right? So they usually die or they become crazy. Look at Ray J, look at Brandy. Like it never works out. I even think Monica was raised in the church. What do I know? Okay, but I think so because yes. Monica's mom is super spiritual. You see Monica's behavior? Running behind thugs, running behind C-Murder because she's embarrassed of who she is. It don't fail. Monica is a pastor's kid. Yes. Her mom has a big ass Bible. Same thing with Brandy out here getting pregnant and lying about it. You see, if you want to be accepted by mainstream Black culture, which is usually ninja culture, you are a Black American child raised in the Word of God. They will not embrace you. Stop forcing it. Get you some African friends and go about your business. Okay? But anyways, right? So like I said, to me, this is how I remember my childhood, especially Easter. But usually most mothers, they dress like this every day. You see, this is the culture right here. This is the culture. Like, you guys, it's a sight to be seen, huh? Especially on Easter Sunday, though, you can't even see anything in church. It's like hats everywhere. I love it. You know me, I'm all about the drama. Okay, look at this one. Look at this one, right? You guys, this is what you call the culture. This is the real culture. It's not hip hop. It's not a bunch of nudity, bunch of twerking, bunch of BBLs. This is the culture. Okay. You see, this is beautiful, huh? You see this? This is what it means to be a Black American woman. This extreme modesty, but it's dressed up in so much elegance. And I said, they all wear gloves. Look at this. This is it. This is you see, the Bible. That's what it means to be a real Black American. How can you be a Black American and you don't read the Bible? That makes no sense. That really, I mean, to me, that really makes no sense. Hold on, where are my pictures at? Okay. Where are my pictures? Right? But I'm like, this is the culture. This is what you go, oh Lord, wait a minute. Okay. Can I zoom in like this? There you go. Hold on. Let me stop. Ooh. There you go. Voila. You see? And that's the problem. And that's the problem. Because at one point, Black Americans were a monolith. Unfortunately, Dr. King gave rise to people like you, ninjas like you, right? And that's why now today we have these issues, right? Because before, this was the standard. Because it was a monolith in standards of excellence, right? But now because y'all fuck around with progressive white people, liberal white people, hyper individual white people, right? So now here we have a problem, right? And that's why you're triggered, right? They trigger you, right? Because you walk around naked too, don't you? Right? So when you see people actually covered up, when you see women that are fully covered, wear their natural hair, be fully elegant, right? They know how, and these were all married people, by the way. There you go. Didn't have to sleep around, didn't have to suck penis, didn't have to beg for groceries. These women were kept. They were kept women, full of class, full of elegance, right? You get triggered. You get triggered. There you go. That's why I say you always know ninjas from Black people. Anytime they see elegance, they're triggered. Every time they see tradition, they're triggered. Anytime they see people who are honorable, they're triggered because they feel left out. It's not a good people, y'all. It's not a good people. They're like roaches. They're like fucking roaches. They despise sunlight, okay? Yes, they do. They truly do. Because in the 40s, and first and foremost, Black people need to go back to having the bodies they had in the 40s. Absolutely. When most Black women could make everything from scratch. Yes, you're absolutely right. But you're too lazy for that because I'm sure you identify with ninja culture. So you're going to eat McDonald's. You're going to eat Chick-fil-A, Popeyes, anything that kills you. You got all kinds of orders on your DoorDash, right? Because God forbid you go back in the kitchen and you learn to cook like your grandmother. God forbid. Oh my gosh, it's oppression, being traditional, right? We know. I know your type. I know your type. It never fails. I know your type, right? But yes, Black people need to go back to the 40s. Absolutely. Yes. Everybody needs to go back. Make your own food from scratch. Take pleasure in making food from scratch. Separate yourself. Divorce yourself from feminism. Divorce yourself from liberal identity, progressive culture. It doesn't work. It doesn't even work for white people. It doesn't even work for, look at most white children. They're all messed up in the head. They're all messed up. It doesn't even work for white people. Something that doesn't work for white people, what makes you think is going to work for you, right? White people have embraced being progressive, liberals. Where are they now? Most of their daughters have podcasts about how much penis they suck by the time they were in high school. Make it make sense, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. When you look at Black people in the 1940s, did they have diabetes like this? No. Did they have gun violence like this? No. Did they have a bunch of broken homes like this? No. They won. They had the blueprint. They knew how to win. So it's okay. It's okay to say, you know what? I thought I was smarter because I'm younger. I thought I knew better, but I don't. It's okay. It's okay to say, you know what? My grandma was right. My granddad was right. And if I want to be successful, I need to go back to what I know actually works. Your family tradition, right? Not progressive culture, not liberal culture, whatever culture. It doesn't work. No. Why would you be a feminist? Why do you even need to be an ist? Like, you think these women were not about women empowerment? right? And I'm sure these women, I'm pretty sure, because I grew up then too, these women were more about women empowerment than the women today. Anybody who needs to call themselves a thing, I'm scared of you. Because why do you need a label? It's performative. You are performative, right? Most of these women, not only do they know how to cook, then you could stay at their house. They will give you great advice. They will give you great counsel. They could watch your kids for you while you went to work. They knew how to hear your business and now spread your business. You don't have to be an ist. You don't need a title to be about women, right? Today, most women who call themselves feminists, all they do is lie over here. They lie, they mislead, they overcharge, they gaslight, they tell young girls to put themselves at risk for food. Oh, a man got to take you out to eat. A man don't have to take me out nowhere. I can feed myself. But I need to take my time to get to know him. So it's very funny to me how most of you women today in modern time, you're so promiscuous. You have so many STDs. You don't have jobs. Nobody wants to be with you. You're not married. And somehow you think that your feminism has helped you. Yet these women did not have a label, but most of them were married. Most of their girlfriends were married. Most of their girlfriends did not have abortions. Most of their girlfriends didn't have STDs. Most of their girlfriends did not have a odometer with 200,000 bodies, right? You don't need a label to be a good person. But if you have to label yourself, then I know you're being performative because you're not doing this because you care. You want to be celebrated, right? And that to me makes you a narcissist. Nobody needs a label. I've already told you what the brand should be. And matter of fact, if you had enough like awareness, right? Even in this moment, you not only would you apologize, but you would make sure that this weekend you go see your grandma. You will see if both your grandmas are alive, you're going to start spending more time with your grandmother and asking her when she was growing up, how did she date? You're like, and she'll even tell you she didn't even date. Like, what the fuck? Because back then also, you cannot take a young woman out without first talking to her dad. And also, if she has to go out, her brothers have to be with her. So that's why she was a prize. You see, back then, compared to today, back then, Black women were a prize because you could not see her outside. You can even touch her hand. They wear gloves. Like, what the fuck? Okay? You can even touch her bare hands. You can even see her knees. Like, the dresses went all the way down to her kneecaps. You want to talk to her, you have to go see her dad. So that's why if you know you don't have good intention, you're not going to go ring the doorbell. So that right there created a buffer. Patriarchy back then created a buffer for Black women, right? Because if a man knows he ain't shit, he's not going to ring the doorbell because he knows when the door is open, he's going to have to meet this young lady's father. Men know real shit, right? Today, most women are on these dating apps. They swipe left, they swipe right. Anybody picks them up. Like there's no buffer. So they get taken advantage of because you don't have patriarchy. And that's what feminism has done to y'all. Right? It has not only whored y'all out, it has completely devalued you, and it has told you that patriarchy is evil. Really? Really? Look at your life. You're always in therapy about this ex, this other ex, this ex. How many men have you slept with? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right? You sleep with anybody that gives you attention. Your main concern is going to a restaurant and having a man spend money on you. You're fucking insane. You're fucking insane because you need patriarchy. You absolutely need patriarchy. But I will say, and I'm going to say because I lived in those years, I went to those churches, these women right here are way more of a feminist than most of these women today. And like in the church, there was always free food. They make the food, they cook the food, they babysit. Like you could go to church, you drop off your kids. They are going to watch the kids. You come back, the kids are just fine. These women knew how to be women. They knew how to support women. They knew how to listen to your mess and not spread your whole business. Today, most women, they're not even capable of holding water. You call a friend, oh, that's my friend. Let me tell her. By the time you hang up with her, everybody knows your business because you people are treacherous. You are a treacherous, can't keep your mouth shut type of people. Nobody can trust y'all. Me, I hear feminists, I run for my life. Hey, but what's up? Okay. So yes, that is the brand. Exactly. Oh, being a side chick. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. I'm like, Summer Walker wouldn't have dared. Summer Walker wouldn't have dared. Like when I was growing up, you had Jilly from Philly, okay? Jill Scott, okay? Okay. Jill Scott had a whole video walking up to this girl's house because she slept with her man. People will put hands on you for sleeping with somebody's children, so somebody's husband. It was looked down upon. No other woman wanted to associate with you because people cared about their reputation. There you go. That's a brand. Okay? Yes, most. Yes, it's most. It is most. Because if it wasn't most, we would not be where we are today. And that's why you're butthurt. right? That's why your butt hurt, because I'm right. It is most. Most people are doing bad things. They are doing really, really bad things. They're doing bad things, right? Look at Portia, not Portia. Portia also, like, was it her dad, like her granddad, like a pastor or a civil rights activist? Now Portia is 42 years old and now she wants to be a lesbian. Like, it never fails. Everybody's gay now. That's the new wave. Like now today too, if you want to be embraced by the Black community, divorce has been have kids by multiple men and be a lesbian, right? Oh yeah, she hates men. She's a carpet muncher. Yes, right? Deprivation, moral deprivation, moral degradation, right? This is where we are today. So yes, be mad at yourself. Leave the African people out of this foolishness. Be mad at yourself. You had everything set out for you to win. You chose not to win. It's cool. But you need to be mad at yourself. You talk to your grandma, you talk to your great grandma, they will tell you they did not go on dates with people. They did not kiss random people. They did not go and be by themselves with a random man, because back then being a virgin was a big deal. So if people see you with men, they might think that you lost your virginity, right? So the women were rare. So back then the women were the prize. Women were actually the prize. Today, because of y'all and your goofy shit and your goofy ass mindset and your goofy ass obsession with white people, white liberalism, hyper individuality, whatever, you are so promiscuous that now men are the prize. You have degraded yourselves. You have hurted yourself. You've just destroyed yourself. So now men are the prize, right? Men are not running behind y'all. Men are not running to take you out to eat. Men are not running to do things for y'all. No, because you have destroyed the brain. You destroyed the brain. And that's why, and I'm like, you struggle to admit that to you. Like, yo, we fucked up. Because once upon a time, a Black man would have done anything to be with you. Today, he'll do everything to run away from you. That says this is fucking crazy. It is fucking crazy. So yes, that's the problem. Go back to what actually works. That's part of being an adult. It's having self-awareness. It's having introspection. Like, you know what? I thought I was doing good, but now I'm realizing, no, we're all obsessed with white people. So please stop. Most Black American celebrities, they've all had rhinoplasty. Ciara did her nose. Serena did her nose. Kelly did her nose. Beyonce did her nose. Halle Berry did her nose. You guys always do your nose because you want these straight nose like white people, right? Everybody's obsessed. Most Black American women wear weaves. They wear frontals, fake hair, fake hair, fake hair. All they do is wear fake hair all the time. They go to Dominican Republic. They go to Colombia to have their bodies be completely like abused, right? And then they die over there because you're obsessed. You don't like yourself. So yes, stop the foolishness. There's nothing African people do that you don't do. And maybe they do because they see you do, because after all, you are an influencer, right? So stop. Stop trying so hard to make it seem, oh, it's an African only problem. There's nothing African people suffer from that you also do not suffer from. Please stop lying to yourself. Right? Y'all always want to, you see the flaws in Africans. See the flaws in yourself. I repeat, right? We sat here, we have seen plenty of Black American girls be seriously hurt by white boys. But no one is going to make a video and making a title that insults the victim. Like, oh, this Black American girl that I know. What the white man did was fucked up. That's it, that's that. Right? You have songs where you celebrate white men, call them lobster and pasta. Show me one song written by any African girl where she's praising white men so hard. Like, you're fucking weird, right? You are fucking weird. Like I said, to me, Onika, her dumb shit is crazy, right? And like I said, a lot of people even said it. Hold on. Onika, what's it called? Danish Deception, whatever it's called, right? Onika, her shit is fucking crazy. I don't even think, and many people have said that they don't even believe that she would have even given a Black man, be he Black American, be he Black Caribbean, be he Black African, that her family would have given that white boy, that Black boy, that kind of money. But because he was white, they did it. And that's fine. It's okay. But my point is, do not sit here and try to lie to yourself with your bipolar ass, where you believe that you don't suffer from the same shit. Where you want me to believe that there are not many Black American women who are getting scammed by no good for nothing, ugly ass, fat ass white people. It doesn't matter if it's one song. It still reveals a sentiment of your people, right? So we should have plenty songs that would be truly concerning. Like, that would definitely be a disorder, right? But one song is enough. Now, I repeat, show me one song from African women from the entire continent where they praise white men and compare white men to a crustacean and pasta, right? Even pasta is from Italian people. Your obsession with whiteness, there again, rears his ugly head. Calm the fuck down. Okay, everybody has a problem. And most of these black girls today, doesn't matter where they're from, they struggle with self-love, and that needs to be the main focus of the conversation. That's what needs to be the thing here. Let's talk about that, right? How do you warn every black girl to be very careful instead of trying to make it seem like, oh, it's an African issue? It's not an African issue. Serena Williams, is she in black? Serena Williams is not Black American. People have not seen the weird shit that's going on with this girl. Right? And but you want to talk about, oh, what's the name again? Onyenka. Who the fuck cares? Right? We haven't seen Halle Berry paid over $50 million in divorce settlement to 2 white boys. Right? This girl's almost bankrupt. Halle Berry has to sell like dildos and masturbation creams because these white boys wiped her out. Are you kidding me? So I'm like, stop it. You're going to have self-awareness. You're going to have integrity. You're going to be principle-based. And whatever you see in African people, you will also see it in yourself. And you're going to call a thing a thing. You're not playing these games anymore. If you do it, you're going to do it. Exactly. Like, let's talk about this issue so everybody can learn. You know, because it's really a problem. Oh, no, it doesn't affect me. It affects everybody. It affects even sitting here. Well, there's a bunch of songs, right? But that's what bothers me. Like me, if I see a Black American girl, if she gets hurt, I'm, oh, well, you see, that's what you get. No. When the white boy, he dismembered the girl, it was fucking insane. And thank God he got life in prison. This is insane. It was fucking evil. It was fucking evil. Okay, you see? Should I make a video and talk about? Should I make a video and talk about her and say, oh, this goofy Black American girl who wanted to worship a white man and she got what she deserved? That is some disgusting thing to say. That is some inhumane thing to say. That is so fucking inhumane. And if I ever made a video like that, I need to lose my channel. That is fucking inhumane. This white boy, he cut her up. He cut her up. He cut her up, and he was planning to kill her for 30 days. He planned how he was going to kill her. He set up his basement. He had plastic bags in the basement. And I remember when I heard this story, my only prayer was he killed her first, and then he cut her apart. And that's some crazy shit. I was like, I hope she was dead before he got to cutting her up. Then I'm like, that's what needs to be. And at that time, when this happened to her, the song by Callie was going viral. Lobster and pasta, lobster and pasta. Then there's another Black American girl, Fanita. Fanita was also hyping up white boys. You go on social media, especially on TikTok. How many black girls, I don't know where they're from, how many black girls on TikTok are always putting white boys on a pedestal? Even before that, there's another black sister here. She's Black American, Queen of Reeds, right? She tried to make so many black girls believe that her white man was so special. What's her name? Was it King of Reeds? Like, what's it called? Hold on. Now, what are we talking about? Was it Queen? Hold on. What's that girl's name? Y'all, they're on YouTube over here, y'all. I remember King or Queen. Where'd it go? Y'all, she has like short hair. Like her guy is like really big. Forgot his name. But anyways, right? Like it's all over the place. You know, but then because she tried to make it seem like, oh, he was such a rich white boy and he bought her a car and he did this for her. But then when she got really upset, she told people like, no, she met this white boy in the hood. Okay. She met him in the hood. And so, and then he was sleeping on a dirty air mattress or something. Here she is. There you go. Queen of Kings. There you go. Right. Here she is right here. And her and Tasha even got into it. Like, why do you want to sit here and put this white boy, okay? Why do you want to sit here and put this white boy on a pedestal? Like he's such an amazing catch, this, and that. But this white man, when she met him, first of all, he has kids from a previous relationship. He did not pay child support. He was living in the projects. He was sleeping on a dirty air mattress, right? And she came on social media and she pretty much gave this white man a whole new like PR makeover. Oh, he's a rich white man. Oh, he bought my car. Oh, he accepts me and my kids. A Black American man could never. And her and Tasha got into it. Like, so you mean to tell me he's a deadbeat, ratchet ass, dusty ass white boy? And you're over here putting him on a pedestal? So it happens all over. And that's what we need to talk about. It's like, it's the insecurity. Like, why do Black girls, no matter where they're from, think that a white man is their savior? That needs to be the crux of the conversation, right? Because it happens everywhere. And what you should want, if you are a good human being, put the whole complexion aside, if what you should want, if you're a good human being and you're a good woman, is for these girls not to be hurt and not to go into interracial relationships thinking that, oh yeah, it's an oasis, white man is so perfect, white man will never do me wrong. No, because people are people. And complexion does not make someone innocuous. Complexion does not make someone an angel, right? Because even that too is racist. Oh, white is angelic and Black is demonic. But are you sure you're not a white supremacist in Black skin? It's freaking weird. It's freaking weird. But there is a problem today with so many young Black girls, no matter where they're from, with loving themselves and accepting themselves, because so many Black women also have created content that paints the Black men in such a horrible light. That's why I said it's so important for us to separate honorable Black men from ratchet Black men. It's more so about know what to look for. We have to teach young women what to look for in a man. Now, if he's white, if he's Black, if he's Asian, okay, no problem. But the main thing is, it's knowing what to look for in a man. Most women are not teaching the younger ladies what to look for in a man. Instead, they have one bad experience. They go on social media and they demonize every single man. And that is extremely problematic. That is truly problematic. But I'm like, we have seen so many people get hurt. Across the diaspora, there's a bevy of Black women who've gotten hurt. You got Black American women getting hurt by white men. You have African women getting hurt by white men. You have West Indian Black women getting hurt by Black men. You have Afro Latinas getting hurt by white men. So everybody should say, okay, how do we keep these women safe? And how do you help these women to not look at white people, white men, as Prince Charming, who's not going to hurt you, who's so perfect, he does nothing wrong, 1 thing, 1.1. That's all I'm saying. Right? You can talk about Onyeka and you can talk about where she fucked up. Then talk about that. Talk about her, the person. And then give advice, because it needs to be a learning lesson for everyone. But do you have to insult all kinds of African people because you want to address Onyeka, as if many Black American women themselves do not struggle with wanting to be desired by white men? We didn't sit here and see Kayla Nicole lose her shit because a white man did not want her. Are you kidding me? Right? All Kayla Nicole talks about is that boy Travis Kelce. All she talks about is Travis Kelce. The only thing she's known for is Travis Kelce. Every day, Travis Kelce, Travis Kelce, Travis Kelce, right? Like the fuck. She talks more about Travis than she talks about Iman. Iman also didn't want her, right? But the whole world had to stop because a white boy broke up with a Black American woman and he chose to go marry a white woman. Oh my gosh, you are just as obsessed with white boys. Do not fucking lie to yourselves. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Keep it a buck, keep it a beam. You're going to keep it real with your fucking self. You might not have to keep it real with your hair. Keep wearing your goofy ass wigs all you want. But one thing you will fucking do is keep it real with the motherfucking facts. We're all here. We all consume pop culture. We are all involved in pop culture. You are just as deranged. Anytime a white boy leaves you to go back to his white people, you lose your fucking shit. You'll cry for 3 fucking years. He don't fucking want you. Kayla Nicole, her entire existence is Travis Kelce, Travis Kelce, Travis Kelce. You are obsessed with these white boys. You're just as obsessed. And that's why Callie, because she's a good businesswoman, knew that you were so obsessed that if she made a song praising white men, comparing white men to lobster and pasta like fucking Sebastian in Little Mermaid, she will have a fucking hit on her hands. Don't fucking lie to yourself. Nobody spends as much money on bleaching creams, fucking frontals, weaves, K-tips, tape-ins, you fucking name it, right? Because you want to look like white women. Don't fucking lie to yourself. Beyonce, rhinoplasty. Sierra, rhinoplasty. Kelly Rowland, rhinoplasty. Halle Berry, rhinoplasty. Vanessa Williams, rhinoplasty. Even Tyra Banks, rhinoplasty. The vast horde of Black American women in media have had their noses done because you resent the fact that your nose is wide and your nose reminds you of an African person. You fucking self-hate. So you're going to keep it a buck with your fucking self. It's enough already. We are not white people. And I think a lot of y'all, because you're so accustomed to bullying white women don't like controversy. White women, they don't like conflict. African people, we can do this all day. Okay? African people, you're not more, I'm telling you, if you're Black American, you are not more disrespectful than an African person. You don't have more stamina than an African. We grew up on pepper. Like, we grew up on foolishness. We grew up in families where people tell you you're fat to your face. You're fat, nobody tells you, because they know you will crumble like a gummy bear left in the sun. You don't have what it takes. Don't do it, sis. You grew up extremely comfortable. You don't know the struggle of growing up in Africa. You are extremely sensitive. So I suggest you remain in your prim and proper place and play polite, be friendly. Let's have a conversation. Let's be friends, boo-boo. Let's be cousins, right? But this goofy ass disrespect is gonna stop. Because you're not about to sit here when every day all we have to hear is you crying about a white man who didn't want you, crying about a white man who didn't want you, crying about a white man who didn't want you. Okay, and so what? He went back to a white woman as he should. She's fucking white. He's white. What makes you think he wants to have nappy-headed children in his household? His brother is married to a white woman. He also wants to marry a white woman so they can have more white children. Kayla Nicole, every day, Travis Kelce. And you want to sit here and talk about Onyenka and insult her over 300,000. Do you even have 300,000? Can a white man come into your bloodline and scam your family of 300,000? Do you even have 300,000? Like, we didn't see Halle Berry and her white people. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Halle Berry and Olivier Zaron. Voilà. Olivier Martinez. Voilà. Here's Halle Berry. This is Olivier. Olivier, I think he got like 20 million. Olivier got a $20 million settlement. She paid him $20 million. Every time she makes over $2 million, she has to give him 4%. She works for this white man. She's a slave to this white man. She pays for dental. She pays for health insurance. Child, it's crazy, right? That's Olivier. Now, what about the other French boy? Hold on. I thought j'arrive. Hold on. Okay. All she does is give her money to these white men. We don't talk about somebody, right? Voilà. Gabrielle. Voilà. This is her and Gabrielle. Gabrielle also, like, you know how much she paid him? She used to pay him like $20,000 a month in child support. Halle Berry's almost broke. And that's why her third divorce, she decided to do it herself because she's like, yeah, I've been through this so many times. I can do it myself and save some money, right? But these two white boys have costed Halle Berry $50 million. $50 million. So if you're going to insult someone for being all kinds of idiotic or being all kinds of stupid and worshiping the white man, you need to start with Halle Berry. How about that? Okay? Have the fortitude to start with Halle Berry. But that's the problem. You don't like to hold yourself accountable. You want to hold everybody accountable. White people, white women, Latinos, African. But you never want to sweep in the front of your door. Start with yourselves. Start in your own community. Start there first. Okay? Halle Berry has spent over $50 million taking care of some goofy ass white boy. What's up? Attends, Aubry, attends, j'arrive. C'est quoi son nom déjà? Hold on. Voilà, Aubry, voilà. Aubry is the French one, right? There you go. Voilà. You see? She pays this white man. She was paying him $20,000 a month. You know for how long? And not just that too. She has to pay so many things. So recently, if I'm not mistaken, recently they lowered her child support to like $12,000 or something. But for the longest, she was giving this white boy all kinds of money. He will come to her house. He will fight her husband, put hands on her husband. I mean, it is insane. It's insane. It truly is insane. But have you ever seen any African person make content insulting Halle Berry, talking about Halle Berry and how she's a goofy Black American who thought a white man was going to treat her like a white woman? Nobody does shit like that. Nobody writes stuff like that. Nobody, but you catch all kinds of L's. In the dating market, in the dating game, in romance, Black American women are always catching L's. You are always catching L's. Like, they're so fucking big. Even an alien could see that shit from outer space. But nobody says a thing like that because we know it's hurtful. So, okay, fine. You know, it happens. Like, shit, whatever, it happens. But you, every time there's something involving an African, African. Oh, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut the hell up. People are fucking tired. I know I'm fucking tired. I am fucking tired. Are you fucking crazy? Okay. Like, it's insane. Look at this. Okay. Out here paying all kinds of money. All kinds of money. Like I said, the white guy, the second husband, Olivier Martinez, anytime she makes above $2 million, she has to pay this man 4.3%. She's a slave. She is a slave to a white man. And you want to talk about Onyenka? Are you serious? But once again, it's the lack of self-awareness. That's going to be the end of you. Okay? That's really going to be the end of you. Child, it is fucking crazy. Okay? Like, it's freaking crazy. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, have you ever seen any African person make any content insulting Halle Berry, insulting her, be like, girl, you know, me, I made the content. I didn't insult her, but I said, you know what? If that's the case, you should have stayed with David, you know, because David had money. Right? That's what I said. I'm like, David, you're both, like, first of all, you're both really attractive, right? You're both really attractive people. You're both African American. He's a baseball superstar. He has $40 million. All he wanted you to do was to cook and clean. Like, okay, but you don't have to pay for shit. She's like, oh no, I want to be a feminist. I can't cook, I can't clean. So she decided to go with white people because she thought white men were not going to ask her to cook and not ask her to clean. Okay, sure. The white boys did not ask her to cook. They didn't ask her to clean. But because these are non-traditional men, they took her to court. And they have custody of her kids. You know what I'm saying? It's like her life is really sad. She had a traditional man. She was with a black American man. She was with a black American man who was worth $40 million. She was a struggling actress. He was out there in Atlanta making all kinds of money. She was so attracted to him that she proposed to him. Like, okay, he got to LA. He bought her a brand new house, gave her everything she wanted. All he said was, I need you to be traditional. Do your little acting shit, but be traditional. Cook and clean. That's it. A $40 million man, a man that makes $40 million, he's asking you to cook and clean. You can't do it, right? So she divorced this man. She divorced the man because she didn't want to have to cook and clean. Like, what kind of dumb shit is that? But then she decides to go with these white boys, these goofy ass white boys. So the first one, Aubrey also, he's a struggling actor. Yes, Aubrey was a struggling actor in California. He had like this one. There you go. This dude right here. He didn't have shit. He didn't have a pot to piss in. This white boy right here, right? He was a struggling actor in California. Let me show you his face, okay? Gabriel, there you go. Gabriel. He was a struggling actor in fucking California. Didn't have nothing. I think he was like a waiter or something. He didn't have no money. She goes in there. She becomes extremely hyper masculine. She gives the white boy a soft life. She moves the white boy into her house. She pays his bills so that he got accustomed to it. She lets herself get pregnant by a broke-ass French dude with no papers in America. And you want to talk about Onyenka? You really want to go there? You really want to go there? Right? That boy left with a bag. He left with so much money. He even acting for what? She gave these white boys a soft life in America. Okay? A soft life in America. Olivier also. Like, what the fuck does he do? Okay? Olivier Berry, whatever. Okay? Qu'est-ce qu'il fait ce type là? Qu'est-ce qu'il fait? C'est qui Olivier? Who's Olivier? What does he do? Nothing at all. She paid him a lump settlement of $20 million. What are we talking about? Okay? Hold on. Halle Berry settlement. People are silly. People are really, really insane. You're really, really silly. You see? I mean, it's so fucking insane. Like, the dude, like, she gave this man so much money. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Look at everything she pays for. Look at all this. But like, she gave this guy, she gave this white boy, she gave this white man. So that's white boy number 2. So she gave this white man a lump settlement of $20 million. And like I said, Lonnie's here. And like I said, Lonnie, this dude has something dirty on her. Maybe her motherhood, maybe drug addiction, but there's something he has on her. So because of that, she doesn't want people to know. So because her marriage to Olivier, it only lasted 2 years. She was only married to him for 2 years. She paid a lump sum of $20 million. That sounds like hush money. Okay? That sounds like hush money. Then on top of that, child support, health insurance, dental, vacation, schooling fees, food. I'm like, what the fuck? And anytime she makes over $2 million, she has to give him 4.3%. That's only after 2 years of marriage. Are you okay? So compare Halle Berry, who's a Black American, who was raised as an American. She's from here, 13 years of subsidized education. How the fuck does a first world woman get scammed by some broke ass French boys, right? So Anika, at least she's from Africa. You can say, hey, she African, she might be a little slow. But the African girl, she only got scammed for $300,000. The Black American beauty goddess, the icon of beauty, Halle Berry, right, who is from a first world country, was scammed by 2 foreigners with no papers out of $50 million. Do not play with me. Do not play with me. Don't play with me. Check yourselves first. And the list goes on. Even Serena Williams, they lie about her husband because when he sold Reddit, when he left Reddit was not even that big. But it's okay. Keep lying. It's cool, right? But I'm like, miss me with the bullshit. Miss me with the bullshit. This is Serena Williams. Which you hold on. People are really, really silly. I got time for you today. You are crazy. This is Serena Williams when she was young. Hold on. Right? There you go. The girl was proud to be black. This is Serena, y'all. This is Serena. This is the Serena that we know. This is the Serena that we know. She was proud to be black. Even Serena in the hold on. Not 200, sorry. In the 2000. There you go. This is Serena in the 2000, right? This is Serena. This is Serena, y'all. Like, we know what Serena looks like. She's Black American. She's from California. She's from Compton, right? We know what Serena looks like. And we love Serena for looking like Serena, right? What is this? What is this? What is wrong with this face? What is wrong with her face? Nothing at all. Look at this, right? She was not obsessed with blonde hair. She was not obsessed with foundation that didn't match her face, okay? She was not obsessed with wearing blonde wigs all the time. Like, what the fuck? And there you go. Now she started, right? So please miss me. Ever since Serena has married that white man, she's completely unrecognizable. She's taking Ozempic. Why is she taking Ozempic for? Like, she was never fat. Oh, I was fat. No, you're not fat. You're black. You're thick. Now, that's what you call actually being thick. Okay? Right? You see? Serena. This is Serena. Right? This is Serena. Right? You see? This is Serena Williams. This is who we know. This is Serena. That's Serena's real face, right? But ever since, look at this. Super cute. Super cute. But God forbid she gonna keep her face. No. Ever since Serena has married this white man, we don't know her anymore. Like, is she a lion? Like, what is she? I don't even know. Like, what is this? What kind of face is this? Like, she's obsessed with these weird ass blonde wigs. She's obsessed with, I don't know. The foundation doesn't match her hands. Like, you really want to sit here and tell me that there's not a cohort of Black American women who hate themselves so much that they'll do anything to marry a white man? And when they marry the white man, they try to be more white than the white man. They want to be more white than the white woman. Every hair has to be blonde. Every hairstyle has to be blonde. The foundation does not match. Nothing matches because there's this obsession with looking white. It is weird. What about Nene Leakes? Another one. Everything is super blonde. Her nose looks weird. Like, you don't have an issue with self-love? Are you actually okay? Are you all the way there? Like, this is insanity. Like I said, I hate doing this, but it must be done. This is insanity. This is really insanity. This is insanity. There are so many, like I said, even what's her name? Meghan Markle, right? You see? This is Meghan Markle's mom. She's very pretty. Like, when I saw, oh, your mom is very pretty, right? But look at Meghan Markle's mom, a very pretty lady. But look at who she chose to have a baby with. Look at who, this is a Black American woman with dreadlocks. Look at who she chose to have a baby with. Huh? How can a pretty woman like this have a baby with a white man that looks like this? Look at this white man. Okay? That's her baby daddy. This is Meghan Markle's daddy. Okay? That man is freaking hideous. That man is freaking hideous. Why would she ever? And he's so uneducated. He gives white trash. He's a hot ass mess. He almost ruined the wedding. The whole white side of the family is sick as hell. Right? So now tell me, why would a pretty Black American woman like Meghan's mom would go and marry with this trailer park trash person? Okay? That's what he is. He is not a good man. So why? Right? So, like, please miss me with the bullshit. So many, look at him. Look at him back in the day. He was never cute. He was never cute. He was never cute. That's why he's so mad. That's why he's big man. He was never cute. He was never attractive. So my question is, why would Meghan Markle's mama, which she's really pretty. I saw, you remember the wedding? She was like at the wedding wearing all kind of green. It was really cute, right? Why would such a pretty, natural Black woman like this want to have a baby with this thing? His whole family is ratchet. Y'all, her dad is such a drunk. He's such white trash. He was about to ruin the whole wedding. Can you imagine? Like, the Black side of the family was so calm. Buckingham Palace was scared of her white daddy because he has no damn class. Her sisters that are white, trashy. His family, the whole white bloodline is pure trash. It's pure trash, right? We have seen Black American women out here date a white boy that sleeps on a dirty air mattress with pee-pee stains on it. Let's not do this, right? Because this self-hate, everybody has it. Everybody has it. I'm sick and tired of trying to make it seem like, oh, Africans hate themselves more. You hate yourself more than African people. Do you see African people do pornography just to have an Oscar? There's nothing you won't do for a trinket from white people. You will sell drugs to your own people to drive a Mercedes. You are obsessed with white people, right? You are obsessed. You don't know how to live without the trinkets of whiteness. I know you're not talking. Are you actually okay? Are you all the way okay? Are you all the way okay? You will do anything white people tell you to do because you want to be accepted by white people. Look at Jasmine Crockett. Look at Jasmine Crockett. She has destroyed herself, destroyed her name, destroyed her reputation. The girl grew up in a very bougie ass family. She went to a private school. She went to law school. Look at what she's done because freaking, what's her name? Nancy Pelosi, the Italian, told her to be a caricature. That's all they do. All these black girls, they go to Congress, they go see Nancy Pelosi, the white woman, and she gives them their goofy ass caricature jambo walk marching orders. You want to talk about somebody being obsessed with white people? Look at yourself. Look at yourself. Look at most of your black American celebrities. They all have these fake noses. Have you seen Portia's nose? You saw Nene's nose. You saw Phaedra's nose. You saw the nose. Even Candy and her daughter, like, how old is Riley? How old is Riley? Huh? How many rhinoplasty has Riley done? Keep messing with people. Keep messing with people, right? Keep messing with people, right? This is Riley, exactly. It's African people who told Riley not to love herself, right? It's African people who told Riley not to love herself. It's you people. You black Americans, you make your fellow black Americans who have African features feel like hell. You make them feel like they're not pretty. Yeah, Ilian, there you go. Ilian, she's Somali. That's why I say you're very ignorant. If you talk to any Somali, they will tell you they're not African. That's already been established. So what is your point? Somali, even Myron Gaines, the guy who does the Fresh and Fit podcast, every time he lets you black people know he ain't black. Like, what more do you want? So you bring up Somalis for what? Ilhan Omar, Somali people have told everyone, they have made it very clear to us African people that they are not black, they're not African, they're Arab. So Ilhan, she ain't my problem. But hey, her nose is straight, so what do I care? But even her, she got a white husband too, so there you go. Right? And now her new husband, after she married her brother, she went and married a white man. Anyways, right? Make it make sense. But my thing is, here's Riley. Riley, she's not even 25. Maybe now she's 25. The baby girl has had over 3 rhinoplasty. She has over, like, there is nothing wrong with her. Like, grow into your face, baby girl. Grow into your face. And sometimes you also have to lose a little bit of weight. But there was nothing wrong with Riley. But black Americans have such a hatred for a wide nose. You have so much hatred for anyone that has a wide nose because they remind you of Africa. It reminds you of slavery. This is what you do to people. Even Michael Jackson, he hated himself because of his nose. You cause people to hate themselves. You need help. You truly need help. Okay? Janet Jackson, she went and got her nose done. I mean, they all get their noses done. This is crazy, right? Because anybody has a wider nose, you're going to make fun of them. You're going to pick on them. You're going to make fun of them. You make them feel like they're not pretty enough. That's all you do. You pick on dark-skinned people. You pick on people that have a wide nose. Don't be light-skinned and not have the European features. Oh, that's even worse, right? Because you're fucking mean. That's what Gloria went and got her nose done. Because even though she's light-skinned, phenotypically, she doesn't have the light-skinned expected features, right? So she went and got her nose done. And now they want to bully her. Don't bully her. Okay? Do not bully her. They never want to change the culture that causes people to hate themselves, right? Right? You make people hate themselves. They want to talk about African people. You make people hate themselves, right? Glorilla, there was nothing wrong with her nose. She's a black woman. Like, she has African ancestry. She's from Memphis. Like, do you know the number of African slaves that were sold in Memphis? It is perfectly normal for her to have African features. But that's the problem. Because when you're a light-skinned black American, you are expected to have European features. That's how sick people are over here, right? Now they want to pick on her for getting her nose done instead of picking on you for making her feel like she was not pretty enough with the nose that God gave her. You make people hate themselves. You truly, truly make people hate themselves. And that's why you're so mad when you see African people with their dark skin, their natural hair, their big nose, their big lips, and they're extremely confident because you're not confident. You know, well, that's what you can go fight the Somalis if you want to. Me, I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Anytime you talk to a Somali, even though we all know Somalia is in Africa, it's in the Horn of Africa, Somali people will tell you that they're not African, they're Arab. So me, I could care less. It's a country that's always poor anyway. They're always starving. They wouldn't even make it without the UN and the free bags of rice. So I could care less what they think, right? Me, my main focus is West African people. But my thing is, people make people hate themselves. And that needs to fucking stop. It needs to fucking stop. And that's why one thing I've also noticed, like the most xenophobic Black Americans are always the Black Americans that look the most African because they don't love themselves. And it's not okay. Like even Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, like when he was growing up, he was called ABC, America's Blackest Child. Like why would you call somebody's baby, okay, America's Blackest Child? And it fucked him up, you know, because he looks West African. I always say he looks Yoruba to me, right? But he could also be Igbo because he's Gula Geechee. And Gula Geechee people, they have Igbo roots. Like a lot of Igbo people that were sold in the Georgias, the Carolinas, the Gula Geechee people, many of them have Igbo roots. So you might look like an Igbo, you might look like a Yoruba person. What's the fucking big deal? But growing up, he was called ABC, right? It was a bunch of Black American kids calling him America's Blackest Child. Who the fuck does that? You're so mean. And you raise your children to be bullies to other Black kids. Oh, you're not wearing the latest J's. Oh, you're not wearing the latest expensive clothes. That's all you care about. You teach your kids to go to school and just worry about nonsense. And they over there and they bully other people. They bully other kids. It's never a competition for grades. Most Black American kids never compete on grades. It's always competing on aesthetic, who's light-skinned enough, who has enough baby hairs, who has the latest J's, but the grades are fucking horrendous. The grades are awful. Right? That's what you do. You make people hate themselves because you don't love yourself. You do not love yourself. So you cannot stand to be in the presence of people who love themselves. You need help. You're like the Jews, like the Ashkenazi Jews. You need help. You have PTSD, you know. You have so much PTSD from being in such close proximity with deranged white people who hate you. You are insane. Oh, the average Black woman is getting everything done. Every day you wake up over here, there's a Black American woman dying somewhere behind some plastic surgery. Even recently, a Black American woman, she's married. She has children. I think she's a cop. She went and lost her life behind a fucking BBL. Okay? So yes, they are extremely insecure. All they think about is modifying their body by sitting on somebody's table. Right? Go to Turkey, go to Colombia, go to the Dominican Republic. They don't even know if these people are even qualified, certified to do plastic surgery. Anybody can play on their butts. Anybody can operate on their bodies. They're all going to Turkey, getting these noses looking like Pinocchio, all that weird shit. Yes, they do. Okay, your woman, your Black American women are not impervious to low self-esteem. Many Black American women have low self-esteem. They are very, very insecure. They do not love themselves. They don't love their natural hair. They don't like their noses, their lips. They're always seeking to modify themselves, walking around like trans women. Yes, stop lying to yourself. Okay, stop lying. Do you know how much money Chinese people make off of Black American women? People like RPG show wigs and all these weirdos who sell wigs from China. Do you know how many Chinese people became multimillionaire just catering to the Black American woman's insecurity? Are you kidding me? People will line up for wigs, be abused for wigs, be tortured for a wig, okay, in broad daylight. We are living in one of the richest countries in the world, and you will see Black American women line up for a $50 wig. Like, what? What? What's wrong with wearing your natural hair? Please tell me. But like I said, you push people to hate themselves because the focus is never on education. The focus is never on academic. No, I'm not talking about no Instagram, but like as if, oh, please, here you go with you're so delusional. You are so delusional. You love to gaslight, but unfortunately, you're running out of gas because it's not working over here, right? Most Black American women model themselves after Instagram models. There you go. These Instagram models, when they have 4 million followers, 10 million followers, it's people. It's not air, you know. It's actual people. Most Black American girls want to be like Jada Waiter. Most Black American girls want to be like Ari. Most want to be like Keisha. Most want to be like Cardi B, right? That's who they want. They want to be like Portia. They love to look fake. They love to walk around looking like parentheses where the ass don't match the legs, always wearing a bunch of wigs, looking like trans women, right? That's it. That to them is beautiful. Like you tell a Black American girl, wear your natural hair, she'll go down in a fucking spiral. Like, girl, it's your hair. Because to her, it's not pretty. There's a young Black American girl, she's crying on social media Because unlike you, she has enough self-awareness to admit that the wig addiction has gone too far. And now she's losing her hair. She's going through it. Exactly. Meg Thee Stallion, that's another one of your heroes, right? All she talks about is penis. Suck the penis, ride the penis, be inside the penis. And with her 1.3 GPA from nursing school, that's all you care about. Aesthetics, sex, promiscuity, how many men you can sleep with, your clothes, your shoes, your body, your Birkins. That's all you care about. There's never a focus on intelligence. There's never a focus on the brain. Use the fucking brain, right? There you go. And Meg Thee Stallion is their fucking queen. She is their queen. That's what I'm saying. Like, they have cognitive dissonance. It's like, I don't know how to explain. It's like they have cultural dysmorphia. They see themselves one way when they're truly here. Oh, we're this honorable, classy people. When it's like, no, you're truly here. Like, stop being batshit crazy. You're not who you think you are. Like, they're like, it's like a trans person. Oh, I think I can be a woman. No, you cannot. You're born a man. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You absolutely do. Right? And if a Black woman doesn't do plastic surgery, y'all not going to embrace her. Right? That is a fact. Right? Any Black woman who wants to make it mainstream, even Summer Walker had to go destroy her body to be accepted. Right? Krishan had to go destroy her body to be accepted. What are we talking about? Right? Right? Krishan had to go destroy herself. Right? But before, when she was not messing with y'all, she was incredibly healthy. Right? There you go. Krishan, before the culture, after the culture. Right? Look at Krishan, before the culture, after the culture. Right? This is her. When Krishan was not messing with y'all, she was, hold on, what happened here? Please, I got time today. Please, give me your attention, right? When Krishan was not messing with the culture. Oh, yeah, you don't know who they are. Yeah, right. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. Okay? Before Krishan messed with the culture, here she is. Beautiful abs, beautiful skin, not a single tattoo on her body, natural hair. Like, Krishan's a beautiful baby. She's a beautiful baby. She messed around with Zeus Network. She messed around with what's his name? Blueface. His name is Jonathan. Okay, but another goofball, right? It's not no Hollywood bullshit. This is Black entertainment. This is Black American entertainment made by Black Americans, sold to Black Americans with the participation of other Black Americans. You're going to take this L. You're going to take this L. You're going to carry this L. Everybody knows that Lemuel is the founder of Zeus Network. Okay, we all know this, right? There you go. This is the founder of Zeus Network, okay? He is Black American. He is the son of a preacher, right? Just like Todrick Hall. He's not Todrick. What's the other one? Oh, I forgot his name. I used to love when I was young, right? He's the son of a preacher. His daddy is a preacher. His family is in the Word of God. He decided, because people were not latching on to positivity, that he was going to give into this destructive culture and make ratchet content, right? So he's Black American. Zeus Network is owned and ran by Black American. The vast majority of the shows, the talent, like the Natalie Nunn, all these people, they're all Black Americans. The actors, the participants are Black Americans, right? And then it's sold to a predominantly Black American audience. So no, you're going to take this L. You are absolutely going to take this out. Every time somebody brings up your people who act a fool, you want to distance yourself like white people. Oh, no, these are not us. These are white liberals. No, this is your people. Okay? These are your people. You're going to take this L. You're going to take this L, right? But I repeat, though, right? All these girls, if you look at these girls, hold on. Even, look at Sexy Red. Okay? You see? Let me see if I can find a cute little picture of her, right? Look at Sexy Red. It wasn't even that bad, right? Look at Sexy Red before. You see? Look at Janae. This is Janae before the culture. It wasn't that bad, huh? Even as a baby, like, she has Cupid. You see? Now she has to go get her boyfriend in prison. There you go. You see? This is her. You see this? This is her. But you see her nose? How's she going to love herself? You see this? You see her nose? How's she going to love herself? You see? So now she had to turn to a whole knucklehead, a whole ratchet, a whole kind of whatever, right? And it's probably, I'm pretty sure if you got to know her, she's a sweetheart. But she had to morph into this aberration of fuckery to be accepted. But this is the real Janae. But look at her nose. You think people here, you think the FBAs are capable of showing love to a Black American girl that has a wide feature, that has a wide nose? Of course not. Right? But if she had a slimmer nose, they would treat her like India Love. You colorist. You freaking colorist, right? Right? If Janae had a nose like India Love, she'll be in a whole different category, right? Because you despise people that have African cultures, that have African features. You are a hateful people. You are a bigoted, hateful people. You have self-hate issues. You need to go see a therapist. And you might even need to be medicated. That's why I feel sorry for you, because you hate yourselves. Like this obsession, as we say in French, this acharnement, okay? This obsession that you have for African people is because you hate yourself. Anytime you see a person that is so obsessed with somebody else, like they hate themselves, so they want that person to feel bad. That's why bullies are bullies. Bullies are people who don't feel good about themselves. So they bully other people to feel good. The problem is it's only temporary, right? You're not going to feel good forever because you need to actually do something productive to feel good about yourself, right? That's it. But if Janae, aka Sexy Red, if Janae had a nose like India Love, she would have been placed in a whole different bracket because you are a bunch of colorists. Okay? No, but they've been nice to her though. Oh, they used to be really nice to India Love. And because she didn't know how to play her cards right. So now she's like a ran through. But like early days of Instagram, Lonnie, early days of Instagram, oh my Lord, oh my goodness, right? And that's that. So now this is what she had to do to herself to gain attention. This is what you do to young people. This is what you do to your young people, right? Even, what's her name? Mulatto, right? Look at Mulatto before. You see? Cute little girl, right? You see? But she was not going to make it. She's not going to make it. She had to go do a BBL. She had to become really vulgar, do a bunch of tattoos, wear a bunch of weaves, be like, oh, be sleeping with a married man. Like Savage 21, he married, like 21 Savage and he married, right? She had to do all these disgusting things to be embraced by the sort of quote unquote Black American culture. You have to, yeah, I'm very sane. There you go. I'm very, very sane. There you go. You never heard this before, huh? Because most people talk about you behind your back. I'm doing it to your face. So you should thank me for that, right? I'm a real one. I always say everybody wants to meet a strong woman until they actually meet one. There you go, right? Clock it, right? That's what you do to people. That's what you do to your young people. You don't allow your young people to be functioning, healthy, functioning, well-to-do, intelligent beings. They have to self-destruct. They have to become baby moms. They have to become side chicks. They have to put tattoos all over their bodies. They have to wear wigs every single day. They have to wear fake nails, be vulgar, refer to Black men as the N-word, right? They have to drop out of school, be knuckleheads in school, right? That is what you honor. You honor foolishness, right? There you go. Me, I don't talk about people behind their backs. I will say it to your face. You should meet me in person. I'll tell you even more to your face if I got to see you in person. You don't scare me. Okay, just like I told the other girl, the Jews don't scare me. You definitely don't scare me. Jewish people have a lot of money. Jewish people have a lot of money. Jewish people have a lot of power, right? And they don't scare me. You, oh please, come on. That's a Sunday stroll outside when I'm walking to Target. Okay, you don't scare me. You do not scare me. You're so delusional. No. Okay. Yeah, you are obsessed with white men. Well, but then again, you're Black, so you were not paying attention again, right? Just like your whole life in class, right? You probably have a learning disability, all right? You see, you have a really, 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 really short attention span, right? Ever been diagnosed with dyslexia? You're probably dyslexic, right? Probably had an IEP plan your whole life, probably struggled to even get C's in school, right? It shows. You ain't too bright, okay? A reflection of your school district, per usual. Poorly funded, poorly trained, horrible teachers, and unfortunately, there's no expectation of academic rigor. So yeah, go sit down somewhere. Anyways, this is what your culture does to young people. You eat your own. You destroy your youth. This is how they get accepted. That's how they make it, right? Everybody has to go through it. Even if you're not hard, you have, yeah, exactly. A special bus, a special thing, special lunch, a special language. To this day, you walk through life as a D student, right? Oh, so you mean to tell me we're just as obsessed with white people? Yes, yes. All these little rappers, do you think the rap music they make is for Black people? You think Travis Scott makes music for Black people? Like, you're fucking stupid. You think Travis Scott makes money for Black people? Like, you're really silly, huh? Right? You think Travis Scott makes money for Black people? Right? You think Uzi Vert makes music for Black people? Are you silly? You do everything for white people, for the appeasement of white people, the comfort of white people. You're the ones who teach white people to use the N-word as long as they stream your songs. Be so for real. As long as they promise to come to your concert and buy your merch, right? That's what you do. You meddle in disrespect. Okay, not like somebody needs to calibrate their shit. Are you serious? All these rappers, Lil Baby, Uzi Vert, Da Baby, you name it. Do you truly think they make music for black people? No, they make music for white children, white suburbia. Yeah, sure. He has a 4.0 in prison. There you go. Your son has a 4.0 in prison. He's probably a great shooter, a great killer, or he's great at not snitching, right? That's how he got his 4.0. He doesn't snitch. You'll ride for the homies. Girl, by a 4.0, you're the mother. It's not possible. Anyways, let's move on. We have seen how remedial you are. Your son has a 4.0. Yeah, sure. Anyways, he must be going to Baltimore County schools. But they just give A's for fun because God forbid you tell a black child he's gonna get a C. You already says. Shut up. Your son does not have a 4.0. And let's go talk about the street code. Then that, yes, I'm sure he does. I will acquiesce. Right, please. Go sit the fuck down somewhere. But anyways, yeah, exactly. Like these boys are all raised proper, but they go into the rap game. They sign to a Jewish label. Every other word is the N-word. I'm going to put you in a body bag. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make it rain on your ass. I'm going to smoke your mama, smoke your daddy. I'm going to come to your house, shoot your mother, and I'm going to dance on your dead homie's cemetery, like grave. This music is for black people. No, this music is for white kids. It's for white kids in the suburbs, okay? A lot of white people, that's my point. White people listen to Travis Scott. There you go. White people listen to Travis Scott. Who listens to Uzi Vert? White people. And that is my point, right? You are obsessed with white people because what kind of self-respecting black person would create music when you look out, is a bunch of white kids screaming the N-word? We sat here and we saw Jay-Z and Kanye make a whole song called Ninjas in Paris. And then we looked at them performing in Paris. It was full of white people saying the N-word, including Gwyneth Paltrow, right? Stop playing with me. You're delusional. Okay. Right? Stop playing with me. Right? There you go. Right? Bunch of black Americans, right? Who go to Europe, they go to France to a white audience, and they're singing Ninjas in Paris for money. So they can stay at a fancy hotel and wear Louis Vuitton and make Bernard Arnault, their daddy, happy. You know the vast majority of these black American rappers, they all answer to the white daddy, Bernard Arnault. You are obsessed with white people, especially the Jews. Does Jay-Z even have black friends? He turned his back on everybody black. He turned his back on Damon. He turned his back on Beanie Siegel. He turned his back on Foxy. He turned his back on Kanye. He turned his back on what's his name? On the Ghostface. He turned his back on Scarface. Who has Jay-Z not turned his back on in order to have proximity to Jewish people? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Every time you see Jay-Z, it's Jay-Z. Like every time you see Jay-Z, he's with Mike Rubin. What are we talking about? Are you saying? Right? Exactly. Every time you see Jay-Z, he got a Jewish handler right next to him. You are not obsessed. Even the man is obsessed with white people. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? LeBron James, his money manager, is he not white? Is he not Jewish? They all have Jewish handlers. They're all ran by they love being with the Jews. Oh, yes, Jewish man. How many times do you want me to say the N-word? 50 times? Okay, I'm going to say it 50 times. You want to tell me that? Jay-Z turned his back on everybody. Everybody that played a part in creating Rock Nation. Yes, I will hate on your children because they're a menace to society. They're not children. They're little demons. They're little demons. That's it. There you go. I told you, we can be friends. We can be friends, or it can get disrespectful. But the problem is, some of y'all want to be disrespectful, so let's do it. Let's freaking do it. Me, I will hurt your feelings. I can tell you this. I'm ruthless. And mind you, I'm 40 now. You are so lucky you're not getting Marlene at 26. Woo! That one, she's fucking insane. This one, I'm older. I'm more mature. Listen, I got like 3 kids. I'm fucking tired. I'm trying to lose fucking weight. You know what I'm saying? And then I also know, like, sometimes people say some shit, whatever. But at some point, you also get tired. Like, okay, I'm not going to keep letting it slide, though. Right? Because you're not going to sit here and act like you don't see things in African people and you don't see the same thing in you. That is crazy. Jay-Z turned his back on everybody black. Diddy also did the same thing. Diddy didn't pay none of his black artists. But when it came to the Jewish people, what's the Julian Grange, the guy who married Sophia Richie, his daddy, right? He made sure Lucian got paid. Huh? There you go. Right? How many black American artists did Diddy not pay? Right? So what's his name? Rob, what's it called? He died in the hospital, no money. Okay. So many, even Carl Thomas. Carl Thomas went broke. So many people signed to Bad Boy who are black Americans. Yeah, what's the name? Oh, what's my boy that had to walk for the cheesecake? Dylan, huh? Dylan and people, right? Diddy took advantage of so many black American talent. But when it came to Julian got paid his money. When it came to the one that signed Whitney Houston, Clive Davis, Clive Davis got his money. You want to tell me you don't have an obsession with white people? Are you kidding me? As soon as you make money, your number one optic is to say what? Leave the black community, go live amongst white people, right? Any wealthy black American, as soon as he makes money, his main goal is to leave as quickly as he can to go live around white people, right? So please miss me with the bullshit. Everybody that is black, because of the history and the things that happen, black people do have self-esteem issues, right? But the way that you want to make it seem as though it's an acute pathology that you only find in African people, no, I'm gonna call your bullshit out. Like, this is not Maury. Like, are you kidding me? You're not gonna lie on people. You need to start having integrity. Start having some integrity. Exactly, right? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like they turn their backs on people. They just turn their backs on people, right? Even Don Cornelius, he helped all these black American people, and they all turned their backs on him. When he needed money, there was no one there for him but if he was white, though, if he was a Jewish man, though, they would have made time for his ass, right? They're very, very ungrateful. You're very, very ungrateful. So you're not going to sit here and tell me that you don't have an obsession with white people, right? Oh, DEI. Oh, white people, please hire me. Oh, please let me go to your Ivy League school. You're always begging white people to be included. You want to go to their schools. You want to live in their neighborhoods. You want to work their job. You want to be in their job. Then you want to be their CEOs at their companies. When are you not begging to be included by white people? You don't even believe in yourself. Are you kidding me? This whole DEI shit, you're crying. Oh my gosh, they're taking away DEI. They're taking away DEI. Nobody cries more for DEI than you because you don't believe in yourself. So like, go sit down somewhere. Why don't you have white people cry to come work for you? Right? Why don't the Chinese, the Asian people cry to come work? It's always you begging, annoying people to invade their spaces. Like, you want to live in their neighborhoods. You want to go to their schools, and you don't even try to study. Like, you're always failing. You're always on academic probation, right? You want to work at their job, but yet you're not friendly. You fight everybody. You are always adversarial. Like, get the fuck out of here. You don't have an obsession with white people, says the people who went and cried at Target because they cancel DEI. Okay, and like, who cares? Yeah, they always go like they're always trying to. You always want to sit next to white people. You don't feel like you are accomplished unless you sit next to white people. You always want to be next to white people, and they know this. That's why even Louis Vuitton has realized that it doesn't matter what we sell; they're always going to buy it. Balenciaga also, a lot of these designer houses now, they make garbage. They make utter garbage because they know these blacks are so insecure. It doesn't matter what we make, they'll buy it. If they make even a jar and they call it's a Balenciaga jar, you are willing to go bankrupt just to buy it. You will go to prison just to buy shit from people. Like, this is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. You like, for what? For what? Because it has a white man's name. Oh, Gucci, a white man's name. Louis Vuitton, a white man's name. Mercedes, a white girl's name. You are obsessed with white people. You're obsessed. That's why your whole life, all you do is be a consumer. Because all you want is their acceptance. You can't even save money. Do you know the average saving rate for most black Americans? Okay, look into that. You can't save your money because you're in constant need of validation. You are in constant need of white approval. Are you actually okay? You have so much consumer debt, even these goofy ass degrees. You sign up for a degree. You go to a college you can't even afford because you want to have a degree from a white person. Do you even know how to pay this back? No, you don't know how to pay it back. Then you'll beg the white man, Joe Biden, to erase your debt, right? You vote at 92% for the Democratic Party. You are obsessed with white people. Please miss me with the bullshit. Like, go sit down somewhere. Like, anybody, even Stevie Wonder knows that you are obsessed with white people. Are you actually okay? Are you okay? A psychology degree for $60,000, a psychology degree for $100,000. For what reason? Why does your education cost so much? right? Because you want to go out of state, because you want to be next to white people, because you want to have a piece of paper with your name on it. And then when it comes time to work and pay the money back, I don't know what to do. Please forgive my loans, forgive my loans, right? You always need white people to fix your shit, right? Make better decisions. Why does a freaking African American studies degree got to cost you $60,000? Psychology degree $70,000. Like what the fuck? What the fuck? You don't have the money for this shit. Why can't you go to a community college? Right? Because everything you do is to gain access to white people. You are obsessed with white people. Even white people know that you're obsessed with them, right? So please stop. Please stop. Like I said, it doesn't make me happy to do this, but I'm going to have to do it. You are insane. You are truly insane. $60,000 on a fucking degree. You could have used that money and even bought a house. You would have had equity in your house. You could have used that money and started a business. You just throw your money away because it's called a college, it's called a university. But at least pick a major that will put you in a position to take care of yourself, right? Like the whole thing with Trump. Trump is saying that the nursing degrees are no longer professional degrees. Once again, it's you just spiraling out of control. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Why? Because God forbid, you're not allowed to borrow $200,000 for a degree. Why would you want to spend $200,000 becoming a nurse? Not even a doctor. You are crying because the federal government is actually helping you because someone has to be the adult in the room, right? Why would any human being want to spend $200,000 just to be a nurse? Not even a nurse practitioner, just a nurse. Like there's no cheaper way of doing this, right? Because people don't think. You don't think, oh, I want a degree. I want a degree. You can have a degree and still do it in a way that is fiscally responsible. But you hate numbers, just like you hate Africans, just like you hate what's good for you. There you go. Like, go sit down somewhere. You're batshit crazy. Make it make sense. I'm like, why would you want 200? Like, even at 200,000, that needs to be like, oh, you're going to Harvard because you know you're gonna get an MBA and work for McKinsey or like work for Goldman & Sachs or work for Morgan & Stanley, because then you'll be able to pay your money back because they make a shitload of money. But why would a regular human being, a regular woman, want to sign up for $200,000 worth of debt? How are you going to pay this money back? So you want to get a degree and work as a nurse so that your entire life, all you do is pay back student loans? Like, you are fucking insane. You are fucking insane. And I'm like, you know what? Some people truly, truly have an inclination for loser shit. Instead of seeking freedom, you want problems. Instead of being free, you want debt. Do you not know that debt is slavery? You sign up for $200,000. How are you going to pay the money back? Do you even think about that? Like, oh, if I sign my name, $200,000, are you even going to be able to buy a house one day? Your debt to income ratio, how, like your monthly payment, right? Do you not want to have any money left over for yourself that you can save? You can enjoy yourself. You can buy yourself some nice things. Like, no, you want to work. You want to get a degree at $200,000 so that you can work your whole life just to pay that money back to these Jewish people. Are you actually okay? But you want to tell me you're not obsessed with white people? Exactly. Go ahead, my African sis. Go ahead. She Igbo. So Igbo people don't play with their money. And salting African people instead of making friends with African people so we can put you on. I here want to be fucking disrespectful. Yeah, it's insane. Like me, when I saw that, I was gonna make a video. Who cares? I'm gonna make a video because people here are so batshit dumb. People are so stupid. They don't like to read. They don't like to read. Why would you sign up for $200,000 worth of debt? Right? Yeah, exactly, Kevin. You're not gonna have a life. And then you see all these goofy ass black people making content to trigger these black people to have a visceral reaction. Like, oh, Trump hates you. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. If you are a good black person, you're going to tell another black person, why would you ever sign up for $200,000 worth of debt? $200,000? Like, how many years are you going to pay this money back? Your whole working career? This is fucking slavery. So people fought. I'm like, these people are so batshit crazy, Kevin. They're so fucking crazy. Your ancestors fought so hard to get you out of slavery. And here you are. Make me a slave, make me a slave, make me a slave, make me a slave. As long as you give me a piece of paper, you can make me a slave. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? People did everything in their power to get you out of slavery, right? No, then that's the problem. Yes, you don't think about it. You think about white people. And that's why you are where you are, sis. That's why you are where you are. because your obsession with Black people. If you thought about African people and you had some African friends, especially if you had some Igbo friends, how much you want to bet you would have at least $30,000 saved? I know you have no savings, right? There you go, because you are a consumer people. That's why most of you are overweight, because you have no self-control. If you're not violent, you're obese. If you're not obese, you're violent and obese. Make it make sense. You have no self-control. You have no self-control. So my point is, if you had African friends, you will control yourself better. You would have more savings, because your African friend will say, sis, are you sure you want to put this load on your head? How are you going to pay this money back? Because you know white people are evil. When you don't pay their money, they're going to harass you, come to your job, come to your house, call you nonstop. Your phone's going to be ringing nonstop. You're going to have hypertension, right? Because that's what real friends actually do. But you're too busy being a xenophobe instead of having around you friends that will give you sound counsel, because most African people are still wrapped up in the Bible, right? Get the fuck out of here, right? You are freaking insane. Like anybody, even with deep sea, you can go and use AI and say, oh, AI, if I sign up for $200,000 with a student loan, how many years is it going to take me to pay this money back? Not everybody has it, sis. Not everybody has it. And that's the problem. Because white people have told you everybody takes credit. Now everybody don't take no damn credit. And even that too, that's a new culture. That is a new culture, right? This whole sign up for credit, take on debt. It's a new feature of Black American culture. Because from slavery, coming out of slavery, most Black people did not take debt. They didn't take debt because they understood slavery. Because when you owe somebody something, you can't sleep. You see, that's why the people go into sharecropping. People went into becoming barbers. I'm like, you see, that's why I say a lot of y'all, you're Black Americans, but you don't know your history, right? You're like a weirdo people. Like you're Black Americans by name, but you're not Black Americans because you actually read and you know your history. You don't know your history, right? If you study proper Black American history coming out of slavery, people did not do debt because they understood the consequence of owing people shit. You're going to be a fucking slave. So they didn't want to take nobody's money. And that's why they have strong communities, because that way you don't have to borrow from a white person. You lean on each other. When Black Americans start moving to the North, they start to lose this type of community. They start to lose this kind of like familial ties because they move to the North. And here it's like in the North, it's called you're truly by yourself. But true Southern Black American culture coming out of slavery, people did not borrow shit, loan shit from white people, because you're going to end up in slavery. You, even though y'all love to talk about slavery, you love to tell us, oh, we were a slave. You were never a fucking slave. You were born in the modern times, right? Right? Y'all love to talk about that shit, but you don't really know what it is to be a slave. Because if most African Americans had a sound understanding of slavery, they will never touch credit unless you have to buy a house, like for some real shit, like house and stuff like that. But everything else, consumer credit, oh, hell no, bitch. They got me involved in that shit because my people worked too hard for me not to be a slave. Because when you owe money to people, you cannot sleep. You will not sleep. They will freaking harass you wherever you go. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, right? But it's a new age culture of Black American progressive, ninja, liberal, whatever. It's a new feature. But the old school culture, it saves money. Old school Black American people, they save money and they go buy it because they don't want any problems. They don't want any issue. And also their reputation. God forbid somebody say, oh, you owe me money. Please don't involve my name in no fuckery. Because they cared about their name. They care about their reputation. You don't care because you are a new age Black American. You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about nothing. You don't care. Oh, everybody has debt. You see, you have normalized that shit in your head. And I promise you, call your grandma, call your aunties, call your bloodline, and ask your people, did our family ever take out credit? They would tell you no. They didn't do it because they didn't want problems. And also because they're Christian, when you go to church, the pastor always tells you whoever borrows is indebted to the lender. It is in the culture, but you are so far gone from the gospel. I don't even know what to do with you anymore. I don't know. Yeah. Like Kevin, it's insane. It's like it is slavery. But even me, Marlene, 200,000 worth of debt. Oh no, please. I can't. Even 1,000, I'm scared. They're like, oh, are you sure? No, please. Because you know these people, how they are. All you do is you miss when it's time for you to sign up for their loans. They're so nice to you. They're so friendly. They'll give you cookies. They'll give you champagne. They're really, really nice. But the day you miss one payment, they treat you like they don't even know you. They will cuss you out, harass you, insult you, send you threatening letters. Your phone's gonna ring all day. This is, and me, Marlene, no. Nope. I don't do that. Leave me the fuck alone. Why are you nervous? It's yours, right? No, baby. No, sis. Alone is not alone, sis. Right? You got this, babe. Don't worry about it. You're good to go. Sis, alone is not alone. Alone is a way to put you back in bondage. And they know Black people don't read the fine prints. They know we don't read. We don't know about the APR. We don't know how when you skip one payment, then your whole thing balloons. Like they know you ain't gonna read it. Right? It's so dangerous. Like think about how many Black people have done title loans. They don't lost the car. People take the deed to the house. You know how many Black people are so damn stupid? They take the deed to the house. Oh, I need $1,000. I need $5,000. They take the deed, the actual deed to the house for some goofy ass, garbage ass loan with a 300, a 600 interest payment. You know how many Black people are tied up in these loans with 600? Yes. 600% interest rate, 300% interest rate, right? Because what? Because number one, no, it's not the reality. No, it's not. It's not. It's the reality for many Black people because Black people don't want financial literacy, right? But I don't want you to think like that. Yeah, you trigger me, but I do like you a little bit. I think I like you, right? I don't want you to think like that, sis. Do not normalize loans, please. Okay, all jokes aside, okay? I'm a really nice person, you know. All jokes aside, okay? Okay? Especially as a woman. All jokes aside. Do not normalize credit. Please. Do not normalize loans. Seriously. You understand? And if you struggle with your finances, right, you need to get people to help you. There are many good people, Black people too, yes, who are CPAs and things like that. There are some, not the people on social media. I'm talking about real people who went to school and have real degrees. They are real people who can help you. You understand? But keep taking out short-term loans to pay another term loan. It becomes a quagmire. And before you know it, they're going to take everything, right? We have to normalize saving for the things that we want. We have to normalize saying no. We have to normalize, like, listen, you can have an emergency credit card, but it needs to be an absolute emergency. Credit needs to be used for meaningful things. Use your credit to buy a house because that you build equity. Right? A car, sometimes it depends. Do you truly have to drive a fancy car? You probably don't, right? You can drive a regular car. Black people have to stop being attached. Right? No, bro, it's not no. It's not about having grace. And I'm actually having a lot of grace. I'm having a lot of grace. I'm you know me, I'm a very friendly person. I have a lot of grace. But what I do not play with is Black people recklessly taking out loans. You have to tell yourself, even if you take the long way, take the cheapest way, right? If you have to get out of school and go work and save, it's better. Because once you have your degree, everything you make is for you. You cannot just be so short-term. And I'm like, too many Black people are just a short-term minded people. The now. You have to think about the after. Everything you do today is going to affect your life a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. You understand? You take the money now, it feels good. But you also need to ask yourself, do I know how I'm going to pay these people back? And my issue is too many Black people take on loans without having a proper plan on how you're going to pay this money back. These people are fucking evil. They're not your friend. People who give you loans, crazy loans, these stupid shit, they are not your friend. Okay? Exactly. And I'm glad you said that. They're not your friend. And so that's why I was really upset when so many Black people made the content instead of telling all the Black women who are wannabe nurses, listen, it's actually smart. Because because if you know that you can sign up for $200,000 worth of loans, most likely you'll do it. Because when the money is there, I can just take a loan. It doesn't force you to start being creative. And that's why sometimes things that are convenient are usually very harmful. Loans are extremely convenient. And when when you have loans that are available all over the place and things like that, what happens? People stop thinking about, okay, how else could I pay for this? Is there a fellowship? Is there some kind of an internship? Is there my company that can pay for it, right? And that's the thing. Sometimes when you have a smaller budget, it forces you to think outside the box. So then you become more creative. You find a way to pay for a lot cheaper, and then you get to keep most of the money. Getting an education is no different than having a business. right? You want to make more money than you spend, right? If your degree costs you more than what you'll ever make working, it's not the right degree for you. You have to get your degree as cheaply as possible so that when you actually get your job, you make more money. It's a business. You want to make more than you spend, right? But when it comes to a degree, oh yeah, I'll just do it. And people don't even say to themselves, how am I going to pay this money back? You see, you cannot take money. You cannot take money if you don't know how you're going to pay it back. And the thing that really hurts me and breaks my heart is that too many Black people are taking loans on impulse. Oh, it's hard. Oh, I don't know what to do. Oh, I'm okay. It's hard. Suffer. Look at Wendy. Wendy's about to go to prison. But is it not better just go file for bankruptcy than to do insurance fraud and all that bullshit? Now she might go to prison. Her and her husband will go to prison for $400,000 because that's what happens when you live on. Wendy has 40 credit cards. How can one human being have 40 credit cards? I'm like, how do you manage to have 40 credit cards, you guys? How is that even possible? So is she stealing people's identities? What the fuck do I know? Right? But people take on these loans because they don't want to be uncomfortable. Oh, I got to do it now. I don't know how I'm going to pay this. Well, then I guess you're going to suffer. It's okay to be uncomfortable. It's okay to take longer to finish your degree if it means that you're going to come out debt free. I also do believe that this is why, even in school, when young people are in middle school, high school, every parent, every Black parent needs to apply academic pressure. Because if you have at least a 3.5 GPA, you're going to get some kind of scholarship, right? That's why we have to force Black children to have academic excellence. Because if you are academically excellent, even if you don't get a full ride, you will get something. Something is better than nothing, right? And you go to the school that gives you the most scholarship money because the goal is to get your degree with the least amount of debt. We have to stop saying, oh, debt is normal. Oh, debt is the American way. No. Debt is for people who are not fiscally responsible. It's not okay to live like that. It's very, very stressful. And I even feel like there are so many people now are suffering with this credit card debt, which is probably why people have health issues because you can't sleep. When you owe money, you cannot sleep. You can have a panic attack. You can have high blood pressure. You can have, because it's so stressful. You can't even live. You can't even eat your food. Even your favorite food no longer has taste to it because all you do is think about how am I going to pay these people back? How am I going to pay these people back? That's not a way to live. So I'm saying like everybody should be like, yeah, no Black women should sign up for $200,000 worth of loans for a nursing degree. That's the price of a fucking house. There has to be a better way to do this thing. You don't have to do that. But the problem is, once again, because people are obsessed with white people. So because the white man said, oh, just take a loan. Oh, yeah, okay, sure, I'll trust the white man. Why would you trust the white man? Why would you trust people that have a long vetted history of putting you in slavery? Oh, no, thank you. That sounds insane. That truly sounds insane. And you're not even going to be a doctor. You're just going to be a nurse at $200,000? Have you ever even seen $200,000? And that's the thing. They know because when you sign these loans and everything is so electronic, you don't truly, you don't have a real grasp of this is really $200,000. You've never seen $200,000 in your real life, but you want to go make yourself liable for paying white people $200,000 plus interest. Are you actually okay? No, you're not okay because you're so desperate to fit in. That is fucking crazy. But then if you tell a lady, oh, just go be a wife, she'll be offended. But it's a better return on investment. $200,000 for a nursing degree, being a wife, you choose being a wife, it's free. Exactly. No, they're fucking evil. They're going to fucking ruin your life. Exactly. This is insanity. But if you tell the lady, okay, listen, if it costs $200,000, even $100,000, just go be a wife. She'll be so offended. Oh, how dare. You'd rather be a slave to Jewish people than to be a wife to a Black man and have Black children. You need to get your head checked. Yeah, because they live in debt. They are in debt. Because I'm even when you're on a show like Housewives, why you can't wear regular clothes? Be so for real. Why? Who are you? I'm not trying to be funny, huh? But listen, who the fuck is Wendy that she can go to Marshall's? Right? Who the fuck is Wendy that even if you want to wear designer, why can't you go to the outlet? Who are you? You are a Nigerian girl who went to school. You got your PhD from Johns Hopkins, whatever the fuck you got your PhD, right? But technically, you're a professor. So why don't you act like a professor? Most professors don't wear luxury, right? So what's the like? Why do some people think, oh, now that I'm on TV, everything I got to pay is full retail? Why you can't use coupon codes? Like it's crazy to me. Meanwhile, Warren Buffett, who's way richer than all of us, he drives the same car, live in the same house. There are so many rich as fuck people who live like they're poor. Goddess, sis, you like. I think you're in debt, so you're trying to justify it because you struggle with self-awareness. Listen to me. Nobody is saying don't get an education. Did I say that? No, I didn't say that, sis. Okay. I never said don't get an education. That's not what I said. I never said don't get a job. I never said don't pay your loan back. I never said that. What I said was, isn't there a cheaper way to get your education? And you know the answer is yes. When you go to college, like I stayed local, right? I didn't go to community college. I didn't have to because I did AP classes. So when I went to Mason, I was pretty much like a sophomore because I had so many 4s and 5s on my APs. So I didn't have to do like the basic shit. But anybody who goes to college says your freshman year, even your sophomore year, you're doing English 101, you're doing history 101, you're doing basic shit. Like your first year, definitely your freshman year. It's the basic shit that you do in high school. English 101, history 101, biology 101. Like what the fuck? Right? So my thing is, since we know this is the basic shit, why not go to a community college? Because when you're in college too, you pay per credit hour. When you go to a university, they might say, okay, our credit hour for us, because we're fancy, we have PhDs over here, we charge $1,000 for a credit hour. Community college will charge you $100 for a credit hour. So what I'm saying is, why don't you save the $900? That's what I'm saying. Many times, the professors who do the 100 level courses at your university are the same people teaching at community college. Like here in Virginia, like in Northern Virginia, our community college is Nova. A lot of professors who teach at Mason also teach at Nova. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying I want you to be educated, but an educated person is somebody who is financially responsible, sis. Like you don't seem to get that. Right? How can you tell anybody you're educated, but your finances look a mess? Nobody's going to believe you. Because when you're an educated person, you have to do things that actually make sense. So like you only know how to be smart when it's your books. But everything else, you're dumb. That don't make no sense, sis. Oh, I'm a great nurse, but I'm horrible with my finances. How can we trust you to give medication to patients? You might know, listen, 5 millimeters, 6 millimeters, who cares, right? Hey. No. Yeah, maybe they're paid off because Biden paid them all for you, didn't he? Yeah. So Biden, if you were the lucky, because many Black women got their loans forgiven, so maybe that's why you can talk, right? Because most likely your loans were forgiven by Joe Biden, which is not fair. Because some of y'all who got your loans forgiven, you're not the most industrious. You didn't pick majors that truly helped the American economy. You majored in fuckery. But because he wanted to get votes, he paid your loans off. Right? But the people who majored in really hard shit, they have to pay their loans. It's socialism. It always rewards mediocrity. But it's cool. It's okay. Whatever. Right? But my thing is, you cannot tell us that you are intelligent and financially you are an imbecile. Doesn't make sense. You can't tell people you have style, and when we see you, you look a hot ass mess. Doesn't make sense. Right? You can't tell us you're the most educated, but you are so, like, you're burdened by so much debt. How can an educated person not see all these financial traps? It is fucking weird. It's fucking weird. So I am not saying, I will never tell anybody don't get your education. But if there is a cheaper way, and there's always a cheaper way, you have to go for the cheaper way. The problem is people think they're too good for community college. People think they're too good to take their time. People want things quick and easy, so they go and take the loan. And for that, it's a lot. You overpay for your degree, and you overpay because the interests are stacking up against you. So I'm saying, do things the smart way. Any child that gets out of high school that does not have a 3.5 GPA, the parents have to say, first of all, I'm not paying for your college. Number two, you're going to go to community college because you didn't apply yourself. So why am I going to invest in you? Because when you spend money on a child's tuition, that's an investment. You see, my son, for example, he knows I'm not paying for college. I can do something else with my money. You have enough, you have a big brain that you can pay your own way through college. And by talking this way to children, you are making children stakeholders in their own education. Children cannot be passive in their own education because those degrees are for you. When you get your diploma, they're gonna put my name on it. It's gonna be your name on it. So yeah, you need to be a stakeholder in your education. You will not be a passive person in your education. And it starts in high school. But young people can forge themselves a path that they can go to college and sometimes get it for free or pay the least amount of money. But every Black parent should desire that not only is my child going to be educated, well, I'm sure Obama paid your loan off too, though, right? That's what they do. Democrats are always paying you people's bills. So listen, it's okay. If you got the Democrat welfare, you got the Democratic welfare. It's cool. It's not a problem, right? That's socialism. It always rewards the least industrious people, like people who pick the worst majors. They get in the most debt to get the major. They get their shit wiped off, right? Because God forbid, God forbid. But if you are an engineer, if you did some crazy shit, they're like, oh, you're strong, you're smart, you can pay off your debt by yourself, right? That's it. Handouts are always given to the least industrious people. Handouts are always given to people with the least amount of income purchasing power. That's how it goes. Listen, I'm used to it by now. That's why I'm a Republican. But in spirit, I'm a Republican. Okay? That's that. But parents have to tell their kids, you have to, the cheapest way to be a surgeon is to be an amazing student. That's it. How do you know that? To be an amazing student. Because if you are a stellar high school student, your college is going to be free. So that's already big. Now, when it comes to med school, if you write papers in college, if you do internships, like you can do like science, they have a lot of summer science programs and stuff like that. But there are a lot of kids who do that. Sometimes you can do a master's first. You can do your master's, and based on your master's, then you can get into med school for free. Right? There are a lot of grants or a lot of fellowships and stuff like that, but it requires academic rigor. The reason why so many Black people have to sign up for loans because the grades are not there. The grades are not there. The summers when young people are in college also, I'm sure it will. Okay. It will. Why would it not be? So I know I roasted your baby a little bit, but I was trying to mess with your ass, but why not? If he has a 4.0 GPA and he does great things over the summer, and he has a great letter and things like that, why would he not, right? Why would he not? But that's my prayer for him too, okay? I really do pray for that because I think every Black parent, we should want all of our Black babies to come out of college with an amazing degree, not the psychology bullshit, not criminal justice, none of that bullshit, okay? The kids have to major in STEM. They have to major where the future is going. They have to major where most millionaires are going to be made. Electrical engineering. Mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, computer engineering, software engineering, something engineering. They have to go there, right? And when they do it, that they are able to do it, if not for free, for the least amount of money possible. And we have to help our children do that. You need to get this degree and get it the least amount of money possible. Everybody should want for Black children. By the time they're 20, 22, 23, they should be done with their bachelor's. They should have at least like a 700 credit score. They should have the least amount of student loan debt, like at minimum maybe 20,000, maximum 20,000, right? But that's why it takes responsible people to plan the future of young people. They don't have any idea. When you're a child, because you don't have children, you're not responsible for anyone. You don't think it's serious. But because we're parents, we've been there. We have to give our kids that kind of wisdom, right? And that's why high school has to be very serious. But unfortunately, for many Black children, high school is about a fashion show. High school is about being cool. High school about, your favorite rapper. Have you seen Meg Thee Stallion? Do you know all her lyrics? Getting your hair done, doing your baby hair, right? Black children here, Black kids in America do not take high school seriously. They treat it like a babysitting club, where it's like, it's your future. But that's beautiful, sis. If you did it, that's beautiful. Okay? Hold on. What time is it? Y'all, I'm messing with y'all, got me messed up. I love you a little too much. Yeah. If you, like, seriously, if you paid off your loans, that's beautiful. Seriously, I give you credit for that. Okay? Don't think I don't. If you did it, beautiful. Amazing. Okay? Yeah, exactly. So it's like you can do like Esther and Ruth, like they went to Barbados, like to go to med school, they went to Barbados because it's a lot cheaper. There's always a cheaper way. You even have people also who like you even have American people who go to school in Europe because it's a lot cheaper. There are a bunch of Black American women too who went to Vienna to get their medical stuff and then they come back to America, right? But that is your job. Intelligent people figure things out. Intelligent people are able to figure things out. Intelligent is not just going to school, reading a book, and just reciting everything you read. No, you go to school to become a critical thinker, become a problem solver. But if you are intelligent, you should know how to solve these problems. But every intelligent person should know $200,000 worth of debt for a degree, that's bad business. Okay? Okay. And I hope he's successful. He needs to join NSB. Right, Nesby has a lot of fellowship. Nesby has lots of scholarships, right? And also, I'm gonna tell you this, and you might be offended, but I think he can be an engineer. I don't think it's hard. I think most Black kids can do it. But in college, he's gonna have to stay away from Black children. If you can take that truth, though, it's up to you. But if you love your son, you're gonna say, your Titi Marlene said, if you want to make it as a bioengineer, not just you go there and you just get a B or a 3. No. I'm talking like the kind of stuff where you have these NSF foundation fellowship like that. He needs to stay away from Black children. Now he can join NSB. NSB is the National Society of Black Engineers because they have lots of scholarships. But he needs to make friends with the Persian kids. He needs to make friends with the white kids, especially the Eastern European kids, them Russian people. They're really good. Iranians also are really good at math. He needs to be friends with the Chinese. He's going to have to make friends with other people. He cannot go to college and be in a blackety black bubble. He's not going to succeed. He's not. Because young Black kids, unfortunately, are not kids who compete academically. They compete with the fashion, the streams, you name it. Okay? Ain't going to work. He's going to have to make friends with Chinese people, Iranian, the Persian people, Arab people, African people. Who else? European, but usually Eastern Europeans. Because these people have a culture of like they can study for very, very long hours. Indians also, they can study for very long hours, like 5 hours, 10 hours, just sitting down, just study nonstop. They don't get up. Yeah. But I'm like, if a child does not have the grades, you have to tell the child, if you don't leave high school with a 3.5 GPA and you want to go to school, you're going to have to start at community college and you're going to have to get a job. Because you have to be a stakeholder in your education. That way, if you fail, it's on you. If you succeed, I'll make you a cake. Okay? That's it. I'm telling you. I have a math degree. So I did listen, okay? And I did really well because my friends weren't Black. My friends were not Black. And my husband will tell you, when he met me, oh yeah. When he met, I'm telling you, Jimmy's here. When Jimmy met me, he was like, what the fuck is going on? I was the plug. I have all kinds of friends. Play with me if you want to. I can sit down with the Chinese. I'm fine with them people. I can go sit with the Iranians. I can sit with the Moroccans. I have friends from all over because I will get an A. No, I don't need to run a bag, boo-boo. I don't need to run a bag. I don't have to do, Jay, you keep saying that. First and foremost, first of all, not trying to be offensive, right? If you watch any of my videos, there are no ads on my videos. Not to be offensive. I don't need to do YouTube to make money, Jay. I truly don't. Okay? I truly don't. Like maybe because I don't talk a lot about myself. Sure. Whatever. I do not need, and listen to me carefully, right? I'm not these goofy ass people who need YouTube to live. Look at any of my videos here on my channel. There's not a single ad. My videos are not monetized. I don't monetize my videos. I don't need YouTube money. That's number one. Number two, I don't have to run a bag to degrade Black FBAs. You do that yourself. Like once again, you are another one. Like you struggle with accountability, right? You watch my channel, show me where. Compare me to Anton. Compare me to even Tommy Sotomayor. Compare me to even Didi. Compare me to even Pink Lesson Book. Look at my content. I don't need you. I don't need your name to make money. That's number one. Number two, I don't need to degrade you to make money. You do it yourself. Most rappers degrade themselves for money, right? I don't need it. I'm married. I have 3 kids. My husband works. I'm a stay-at-home mom, My main activity throughout the day is working out. When was the last time I made a video? I could care less. What I did not like is Six the Goddess feeling the need to insult. Like, if anything, she needs to degrade and insult African people to make a bag because she's broke. She's a former, like, what, stripper or something like that. She has to do that. What I came outside to do is provide some calibration. I will never need to use your name for money. The brand is not even good. Trust and believe that. I can make way more money talking about Charlie Kirk. And even that, I didn't even do it. I could have made so much money talking about Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk. I was like, no, he's evil. I don't want to make money off of evil people. That's kind of disgusting. Right? Money's not everything for me. I'm not from here. If I was an American, maybe you could say, oh, money, money, because people from here are money obsessed. I'm not obsessed with money. Money is not a driver. It doesn't drive me. It has never driven me at all, and it never will. What drives me in my life is the pursuit of knowledge. That's why I know a lot of things. Right? I don't chase money. But one thing that will not happen, your fellow FBAs do not get to disrespect African people and expect silence. Because now you want a punk. Now you want a bitch ass person. And Jay, you ain't gonna find that in me. I told my brother this, there's not a square inch in me that's bitch made. Right? That's it. So like, oh, you have to degrade Black Americans. I don't need to do shit. You do it yourself. Every day, it's all over. Like, it's all over. You do it yourself. Like, you don't need my help. And nor do I even want to profit from that, because to me, it's sad. It's really sad. So no. Okay? So no. Nobody does. You watch all my videos. They're not monetized. I can sit here for 11 hours. You will never see an ad play. I don't need money from YouTube. I don't block my comment section. Oh, you have to pay me like lead attorney or all these other Black American people who block the chat, and you have to pay them or pay for membership for you to be able to speak your mind. You can speak your mind. That's what YouTube's about. Speak your mind all you want. I don't need that. I'm straight. God is good. God is faithful. I will never need to do that shit. I don't make music. I don't twerk. I don't talk about killing and this and that. Even the N-word. You will never even see me use that word. I don't have to meddle in low vibrational, no integrity having ass bullshit to make money. The Lord that I serve, he always makes sure I'm taken care of. Because when God looks at me, he says, Marlene is a righteous person. Like David said, I was young, now I'm old. Never have I seen the righteous forsaken, nor the seed begging for bread. You don't get to bully African people and think that you're not going to get a response. What I'm giving you is a response. Now, if you feel degraded, that's not my problem. You gotta take that up with your fucking self. Exactly. Not just like people think I don't need YouTube. I don't have to peddle teas or whatever. No. If I wanted to make money off of this shit, I would have made money a long time ago. That's called Anton Daniels. His entire platform is foolishness. I don't want to be known for that. But what you don't get to do is because one young Nigerian lady made a faux pas in her romantic pursuit, you're going to take all African people, oh, let me insult these Africans because I have noticed that they have this acute propensity for white obsession, as if Black American women don't have an obsession for white men. Is this a joke? Exactly. So it's like, that's the thing. Don't do that. You can make your commentary. You don't have to insult people. But now if you proceed with insult, then I guess insults will come back to you. It's the law of karma. Right? I repeat, you can be very respectful. If you don't like something, say what you don't like. Let's have a conversation. But insulting people for just shits and giggles, insulting people because they're from Africa, are you kidding me? When you're from here and we see how you conduct yourself, yeah, right. That's fucking rich. That is fucking rich. So once again, I don't need to make content with you in it, you out of it. I don't care. But when my name is in it, because I am African, oh, yes, 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 I will defend myself. My name is in it. Why are you insulting me for? Why are you insulting me for? Why do so many so-called FBA, the xenophobics, always feel like anytime there's any kind of grievance, anytime an African person does a thing, oh, it's just carte blanche to start insulting people. But yet when Nick Fuentes does what he does, oh my gosh, Nick Fuentes, we have to deplatform Nick Fuentes. Oh my gosh, Charlie Kirk. But you want to carry on like these people. You're just as deplorable. You're just as disgusting. You're just as mean. You're just as vulgar. You're just as tribal. What is the distinction between an FBA and a white supremacist? You're a bunch of hateful people. right? You pretend that, oh, it's about protecting Black American heritage and it's about letting people know. No, all you do is conduct yourself in a foul manner to be xenophobes, right? Never do we see you people talk about family values, the need for structure, the need for God, academic excellence, even dealing with this whole debt crisis, because so many Black American people are having these goofy loans that have 600% interest rate. You never talk about true matters, right? Okay, purport yourself. Oh, look at us. We're the vanguards of Black American heritage. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Every time we see you outside, it's always in some deplorable fashion. We are sick of the bullshit. If you're so proud to be Black American, then act accordingly. Be a classy people. You have the right to have grievances, but just because you have a grievance does not mean you have the right to be a xenophobe. It's getting old. It's getting really old. No, the thing about me, this is what I understood, right? Because me, honestly, like the FBA, because it's foundational Black Americans, right? To me, the FBA thing, it didn't even bother me, because the way I look at it, the way I understood is, okay, you do, because with immigration, with all this immigration and everything like that, it's really important to preserve the essence of Black Americans from here, because otherwise, after a while, you won't even know who's who, who's what. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's all kinds of crazy. It is no different than having an ethnicity, right? Like, you can have an Igbo, Yoruba, whatever. Like, it's good to have an ethnicity. It's good for people to say, hey, we're from here. This is our culture, our tradition. This is what makes us unique. It's actually a beautiful thing. But the way they go about doing it, it is so offensive. They're horrible ambassadors. Like, I get the aim, but the way they're doing it, detestable. Like, no one is going to co-sign this shit. And if they're not careful, AIPAC is going to have these people on the list for being a bunch of bigots and for being a bunch of xenophobes. Right? Like, America is dying to label Black Americans racist. And they keep forging a way for that thing to actually stick on them. Like, they want the stigmata. But what they don't realize, that once you are officially labeled a racist, you're going to lose just as much as white people who get called out for being racist. It's not honorable. You can talk about your culture. You can talk about your tradition. You can talk about what makes you unique. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Just like when we see Yoruba people get married, it's beautiful. You see an Igbo wedding, it's beautiful. You see an Edo wedding, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing for people to want to preserve their cultural heritage, their cultural identity. But you don't have to be hateful while doing so. Because that is never going to make anybody say, oh, I can't wait to lean in and learn more. Right? You don't make friends by insulting people. I don't know where these people come off thinking that, oh yeah, I'm going to attract more, I'm going to attract friends by giving vinegar to people. It is not going to work. You want to be respected. You have to be a great ambassador, right? There's a way of talking to people. Oh, I'm an FBA. I'm from here, so I can just talk to people any kind of way. No, the fuck you can't. No, the fuck you can't. We are not living in some remote island with some primitive ass people. We are in a first world country. You have to have some kind of decorum when you talk to people. Are you not a fucking adult? Like, you don't know how to talk to people? Like this, like at your workplace, when you have a disagreement, you pull out a gun and start shooting people? Like, have a certain level of civility. Like, you can be civil. You can be firm. You can dislike something, but you do not have to insult people to make a statement. And you don't have to insult people for something they cannot help. Like, imagine being mad at people from Africa for being born African. Is that the same thing you cry and bitch about when it comes to white people, that they don't like you because you're born Black? Like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, they don't like me for how I'm born, so I'm going to go and be a bully to someone for something they cannot help. How, you think, like, it's what? Like, African people sign up to be born African? Like, so you sign up to be born in a country that fucking hates you? You sign up to be born here, right? Like, as if people have a say-so in where they get to be born. As if people have a say-so in their family. As if people even have a say-so in their phenotype. That's disgusting. And it's low vibrational. Attacking people for stuff they cannot help. You never talk about the character. Oh, I met this African person and I didn't like him because this was a character flaw. No, your main grievance, your main hatred with African people is the mere fact that they come from Africa. Okay, and we can't help that shit. We're already born. The fuck? Like, it's just really weird. I don't even know what the fuck they be saying. Okay, yeah, it's just like, it's fucking weird. Like, attacking people for something they cannot help. Like, who can help? Like, can you help where you're born? Can you even help the family that you're born into? Can you even help the way that you look? Like, that is crazy. always attacking people for the things they cannot help, but you never take issue with the person's actions, the person's character or lack thereof. No, it's always at Hamanic attacks on something that a person cannot help. You need to go see a therapist. You fucking need help because this is sick. Like this, and that's why I said it's fucking self-hate. Because if it's not self-hate, you're going to have valid arguments that pertain to the actual person. You attack people just based on problem. Oh, you're from Africa? Let me call you a booty scratcher. Let me call you a tether. All kinds of bullshit. Because white people have made you feel so inferior. You cannot wait to find other people to put your misery onto so you can feel big and powerful. But it will never fucking happen. You want to feel big and powerful? Actually accomplish something with your bare hands. Do something honorable. That's fucking crazy. That's really, really fucking crazy. 1, 2, 3 African. 1, 2, 3 African. Like, why don't you ever worry about the Latinos? The Latinos are all up in your neighborhoods. They're kicking you out. They're taking your homes. They're raising your property taxes. And you have no smoke for the vatos. You have no smoke for the hermanos and the hermanas. You ain't got no smoke. Because you know their numbers is crazy. Their numbers go crazy. Even in prison, these Latinos run circles around you. They wake up at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. And I've seen the Mexican gang in prison. You're so scared of these people. You're so damn scared. You are so scared of Latinos. So you want to come over here and bully African people because somebody told you, oh, it's only 2 million of them in this country and they come from Africa. Go put your big ass chest on these vatos out there. Go fight the hermanos. But you know they're going to get your ass, chop you up and put you in a goofy ass bucket somewhere and pour acid on your ass. You're a bunch of fucking bullies and you're going to stop bullying people. It's enough already. They're everything. They're like because it's a mental illness. It's like trans people. It's a mental illness because they don't love themselves. I'm like, this is insanity. This is some bullshit. Unprovoked. Every day, African. That's all they have coming out their mouth. The word African every single day. They don't even brush their teeth. African. Don't even make their bed. African. Don't even put water in their plants. African. Every single day. It's an obsession with African people. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Meanwhile, they're a bunch of killers, run the neighborhood. Their kids can't go outside. Their communities are in disarray. No energy for that. We got to talk about African people. They sleep, African people. They fart, African people. They go to the bathroom, African people. Every day, you're on these people's minds. Find something to do. Go apply for a job. Do something. Every day, African people are living rent-free in their heads. This is weird. They don't even put that much energy into making sure their kids are successful. Imagine they have emails from teachers they have not responded to. They have text messages from teachers they have not responded to. Every day, African. Go raise your kid, Abi. Raise your kid. Do homework with your child. Make dinner for your kids. Spend time with your loved ones. Shit. Every day, African. We are sick and tired. We're not the reason why you're not happy with yourself. Oh, unbelievable. Like, we didn't come here. We came here, we found you. So if you're miserable, you were miserable before we got here. It's enough. It's fucking draining. Oh, exactly. Like, they do too much. They do too every day. You wake up. Sometimes you wake up at night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. African, because O'Shea Du Jackson, he's in Africa, so he's ahead. You wake up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. You wake up to go to Planet Fitness. O'Shea Du Jackson with his nose looking like tilapia. This man's nose is wide like tilapia. It is wide. Like, what's the animal that eats the ants? Hold on. Let me show you. Pangolin, is that it? Child. Huh? No. This is O'Shea Du Jackson every morning, huh? This is crazy. This is insane. Every day, O'Shea Du Jackson, African, but he won't leave Uganda. What the heck? Every day, African. I'm like, what the fuck? African. That's all they care about every single day. It's like, my God, we get it. You don't like us. Thank you. Please release us. You don't like us. That's fine. Love yourself. Whoa. We pray for you to love yourselves. Like, it is fucking insane. It is fucking. So many things go wrong in your life. And they want to sit here and convince themselves that, oh, I'm not where I'm supposed to be because there's some African that braids hair. Are you actually there? Are you all the way there? Just like these goofy ass white Americans, right? Oh, I don't have a job because of immigrants. I don't have this because of black people. They are no different than the white American people they complain about. This is insanity. It really is insanity. It's like we're really tired. We are truly tired every single day. You can watch a day like bunch of black American kids are going to get murdered. Bunch of black babies are going to get murdered. They will never address it. Let some goofy ass drama happen in a braiding parlor. Oh, they will talk about that braiding stuff all day. Even the stuff with Essence Fest, they were offered jollof rice. You would think people were taking jollof rice like bullets and hitting them with grains of rice. Like they were being hit with bullets. Oh, let me dodge the freaking jollof rice. Like it's so excessive. It is it's exhausting. You are trying too hard. You are trying too hard to convince yourself that you have an issue with African people. You do not. Okay? You have an issue with the voices in your head. You need to go find a therapist and maybe a clinical psychiatrist because this is fucking weird. This obsession is fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Like it's so weird. Exactly. And that's fine. You don't even have to be. Nobody cares. You think people in Africa are worried about you claiming them? Are you serious right now? People in Africa are trying to survive. That's and that's the thing with you first world people. You're so fucking delusional. You have first world problems. Like your main problem is, do I sign up for a $200,000 loan to become a nurse, right? You have first world problems. The average African person doesn't even make $1 a day. You think they're worried about your morbidly obese ass that's about to be pre-diabetic? You think most Africans, when they wake up in the scorching sun of sub-Saharan Africa, are worried about if black Americans are claiming them? Are you serious? You are fucking insane. Just like white Americans who think, oh, people in China worry about them. People in China don't care about your security. You give up your social for even a free meal at Target if you could, right? You don't care about your privacy. Stop thinking that people care about you like that. Nobody fucking does, right? You don't have to work hard to get the private information of most American people. They will give that shit away for free for a burger. You don't care about your privacy. You don't care about your data. If there's a giveaway, you will give up all your information. Nobody cares. Oh, the Chinese don't care about American people. They live in their lives. The same thing with Russia. Let any white American tell you, oh, Russia is an enemy. Russians don't even think about you. The Russians are living their lives. Never even been to Russia. Don't even know the capital of Russia. Don't even speak a lick of Russian. But somehow you think Russians wake up every day and all the Russians do is think about you. They don't think about you. You think about them. Stop being, it's weird. It's truly weird. It's really weird. Like people don't even have food to eat. People don't even have food they don't even have enough food to eat. Like, do you know how hard life is in Africa? And you think most people living in Africa are worried about whether you want to claim them? Are you fucking dumb? Are you fucking stupid? You must be stupid. You are truly stupid. Like I said, 13 years of free education, so bad investment. You fucking crazy. Like it's a very hateful movement. And it's very it's giving really first world, like, oh, we're not Caribbeans, we're not Africans. Duh, we can tell. You all see how disrespectful you are? You could never be African. You see your grades in school, you could never be an African. Do you see how you have kids out of wedlock? You could never be an African. Why are you telling us the obvious? Why are you telling us the obvious? You're always in prison. You think most African kids go to prison? They're gonna get fucking killed. You will get fucking murdered. And you're gonna stay in there. Okay, you don't have to keep telling us the obvious. We know we're different. Culturally, we're different. Behavior-wise, we are different. Aspirationally, we are different. We know. You don't have to keep repeating the same old bullshit. We know. We see it. You'll never have to wonder if you see a black woman with a bunch of kids with no daddy, if she's African. You already know she's black American. Like, what the fuck? We know. If you see somebody with a bonnet stealing a Walmart, you already know she's black American. Right? No, we don't have to ask nobody. Like, stop telling us. We know. We know. The only issue is you think you have this amazing brand that we're dying to be part of. No, the fuck we're not. No, the fuck we're not. Right? No, the fuck we are not. Calm the fuck down. We know. We know you're not Caribbean. Trust and believe. We know you're not Caribbean. Because Caribbean people, too, it's a no-nonsense people. Caribbean people is a no-nonsense people. They don't do nonsense. And they don't do disrespect. That's why usually No, I do, because y'all some xenophobes. You are low-class xenophobic people. You are uneducated. You are ridiculously nasty. You're disrespectful. You're mean as hell. So that's why I have a problem with you. How can you expect me not to have a problem with a hateful person? You're so you see, that's the thing. You're so accustomed to living in filth. You think everybody should be okay with your filth. How can you expect me that I shouldn't have a problem with a racist? Right? So if I meet a white nationalist, a white racist, I shouldn't have an issue with him. Goofy, right? So the same way I have an issue with a racist is the same way I'm going to have an issue with your ass. Because you so-called FBA people are a xenophobic people. You are uneducated. You are ignorant. You are hateful. You're lazy. You're mediocre. You don't produce shit. Your leader is a fucking pimp. He's a former rapper, all kinds of bullshit. There's nothing honorable about you people. And all you do is harass people on the internet because somebody told you they're from Africa. You're despicable. You are deplorable. You're a bunch of weak-ass people. You never go and seek worthy opponents, right? Why don't you go and seek worthy opponents? Why don't you have the same smoke for Latinos who are all up in your neighborhoods, right? Why don't you have the same energy for Latinos who have businesses in your neighborhood? Why don't you have the same energy for Latinos who bully your ass in prison? You are so scared of Latinos in prison. That's what all you do in prison is bully each other. You bully other Black Americans. You are so afraid of these Latinos because they're so solid. I've seen these Mexican gangs in prison. You're so scared of them, right? But you want to come out here and pound your chest. On who? On who? If you're so mad, yes, I don't want me act like you. I could never. You're raising a child by yourself. Not once did you say you have a husband. Oh, my son has a 4.0. Oh, I paid off my loans. Not once did you say you have a husband, right? Exactly a stereotype. Me be like you and struggle, please. I'm sure you're in your 40s and you look like you're 60 with a wide middle part, right? There you go. I don't need to act like you. It will get me nowhere. Okay, there you go. Raising a child by yourself. That's why you're praying he gets a scholarship because you can afford it, right? We're not the same sex, and it's fine. No one wants to act like you. If I acted like you, I wouldn't be where I am. Right? There you go. Raising a child by yourself. I never have. I have 3 boys. You have 1. There you go. You have 1. Okay? You do everything by yourself. I don't want to be like you. Have never acted like you. I'm not going to act like you. And I'm pretty sure wherever you are behind your computer screen, there is some got to be glue melting down your forehead, right? Because you're not wearing your natural hair per usual. There you go. Your fingers probably smell like grease per usual because you just ate something nasty per usual. Because I know you don't eat the salads, right? I don't need to act like you, sis. Okay? I don't need to act like you. No, let's do this today. We got to do it one time for the one time. I don't need to act like you. You think the way you act leads to success? You think the way you act leads to God giving people favor? I don't need to act like you. Like, get the fuck out of here. I don't need to act like you. Who wants to act like you? Any African child that has tried to act like y'all, they're currently in prison. Any African child that has act like y'all, fit in with y'all, not only do you make fun of them, you make fun of their complexion, you call them all kinds of Africa, you inspire them to be drug dealers, right? I have a baby sis right now. They're fighting. Her little brother is selling drugs because he tried to fit in with y'all because there's nothing honorable over here. Are you kidding me? When have you ever sent your FBA child to an African household and in turn we gave you a drug dealer, we gave you a fucking knucklehead? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you truly kidding me? Do you even know how to raise children? Are you even capable of raising honorable children? Play that fucking game and find out. You're going to find out what YouTube is about. You're going to find out what YouTube is about. You are fucking crazy. You are truly crazy. It's every day. It's your sons in the news wanted for murder, double homicide, triple homicide, quintuple homicide, all kinds of homicidal bullshit. Are you trying to play with me? I don't need to act like you. Your sons go to prison. You in the courthouse acting a fool. Ain't got no damn sense. Your sons are fighting for their freedom, just like Remy Ma. You're fighting on the courthouse steps. Are you serious? I don't want to act like you. Are you insane? You must be insane. You truly must be insane. No, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Exactly. Who wants to be like you? Like, you're the one who don't like yourself. You're the one who don't like yourself. You are the one who doesn't like yourself. But stop thinking that African people are not proud of being who they are and we're trying to be like you. To go where? Even you act like yourself. What has that done for you? The way you act, what has it done for you? You're getting fired left and right. DEI has been canceled. This is not working out. You can't get married. You're begging for food all over the net. You don't know how to eat. Who wants to act like you? Who are you talking to? Who are you seriously talking about? Have a good look at yourself. Why would any African girl want to act like you? For what purpose? Like what road? Like where does it lead to? Perdition? No, thank you. I'm saved. Like the Bible says, aren't they beautiful, the feet of those who follow the Lord? There you go. I know where I'm going. And where I go, acting like you, it don't work. You people are crazy. You are truly crazy. You can be FBAs all you want, but that does not give you permission to be disgusting. You don't have to be a xenophobe to prove that you love your people. That's not what loving your people is, because it's awful. It is really awful. Going around being hateful, going around being xenophobic is not how you show love to your people. Because if anything, you are painting a bad image of your people. It's not honorable. But then again, it's you. So what the fuck? You are crazy. Like, you are really, really crazy. Yeah. They don't have smoke for the Arabs. They don't have smoke for Irish people, for Italians, Indians. Yeah. Indians are taking all the jobs. Indians are taking all the management jobs. Indians are all the CEOs of all these companies, right? They have no smoke for Indian people because it's about they're bullies. And not just that, they're not even principle based. So many Indians, like they put on their college stuff that they're black, and they get in these colleges pretending to be black. They have no smoke for them. No, because as long as you're light-skinned Indian, it's okay. So like in such a hurry to have Kamala Harris represent them. Oh, Kamala is a black woman. Kamala is a black woman, right? Kamala Harris is a black woman. Black weird. Black weird. What woman do you know? What black woman do you know has an Indian name? Kamala, right? Kamala Harris, right? Oh, Kamala is a black woman. Kamala is a black woman, right? Had no smoke for Kamala. There you go. Her Indian mama in her Indian outfits, right? But no, that's perfectly fine. But it's only African people that get so triggered. It's self-hate. It is self-hate. And you will never go ask these white people. Even your ancestors, they were African slaves. There you go. Like, you don't even know your history. Until you have the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, these people are considered Africans. They're considered Africans. Go ask any white person. You cannot break the spirit of an African person. You don't have what it takes. Me, Marlene, you will never break my spirit. I know who I am. I know who I am. I know where I come from. I know where I'm going. You will never break my spirit. And you will never make me feel less than because I'm African. Okay, Ann, is it a crime? Is it a crime? I need to do what? Like, I need to be afraid. I need to go do bleach my skin. I need to go put a relaxer in my hair. I need to go make my nose straight. Are you actually saying? You're so hateful. You can be an FBA. You can be proud of who you are, but you don't have to be hateful. You don't have to be hateful. You don't have to lie. You don't have to insult people. You don't have to not have integrity. For what? Something as goofy as a Danish Deception has turned into, oh yeah, well, let's use this as an avenue to be xenophobic against these people, as if Black American women here don't have an issue with being obsessed with white men. Are you serious right now? Don't do that. Yeah, like, don't do that. Oh, you want to be like as if the first Black president is not African. You better be saying thank you. Like, go sit down somewhere. Somebody came from Africa and did what you couldn't do. Go somewhere. Like this man right here. Why don't y'all scream when it comes down to Barack Obama? Is he FBA? He's not FBA. There you go. The first Black president is not an FBA. He's Afghanian and he's half white Jewish. There you go. Nobody care about Daddy Trump. I don't care about Trump. Trump don't pay my bills. Trump don't pay my bills. But it's a lot of yippity, yippity, yappity. Obama is a Kenyan name. It's from Kenya. His name is Baraka Hussein Obama. Okay, he's not an FBA, right? That is the first Black president. His daddy came from Africa. Okay, his daddy came from Kenya and went to Harvard without affirmative action. There you go. Exactly. They try that shit. Exactly. Because of an African man, you were able to go into the White House and be a first lady. Your own Black American man could make that happen for you. You better say thank you. People are freaking crazy. They are truly crazy. We're going to realign some shit over here. You're insane. You are truly insane. His daddy's from Africa. He is not FBA, has never been FBA. He was never raised around FBA. He don't know nothing about that bullshit. He was raised in Indonesia and Hawaii with a bunch of white people and Indonesian Muslims. What are we talking about? They're fucking crazy. Like, they would have Michelle Obama if it was not for an African man. She even dropped her last name. Her last name is Robinson, right? Exactly. She dropped Robinson to be an Obama. She carries a Kenyan name. There you go. The first Black president is a Kenyan motherfucker. So miss me with the bullshit. Are you sane? Are you sane? Like, when it comes to, what's his name? When it comes to Jesse Jackson, His son, they wanted his son to be president, but he couldn't help himself, had to go do a crime. Kwame Kirkpatrick, another one, went to do a crime. You can't stop doing crime. You ruin your political careers always behind some piece of ass. And you want to talk about somebody? You want to talk about somebody? Barack Obama, they looked him up and down because he has his African values. They found nothing. They found nothing. Jesse Jackson, his son, went to prison. People expected him to run for president, but you know, he's Black American, so he had to have moral turpitude. Fuck around with me. Play with me today. Play with me. You people are crazy. You know, there are certain things white people want to say to you, they can't say it because they don't want to be called racist. Me, Marlene, I got time for you. You xenophobe. You ungrateful xenophobe. You ungrateful xenophobe. You could have gone inside the White House. You could have been on Air Force One, Marine One, First Lady One, if it was not for an African man. Like, are you saying? Exactly. Like Lonnie said, you know, if a Black FBA was the president, the first lady would have been white or Dominican or even a Filipina. Okay, get out of here with that. You are insane. Every day, insulting African people like everything African people do is bad. No, you're not going to sit here and be so ungrateful. Are you sane? Are you truly sane? Like Hussein Obama? Are you okay? Are you truly there? Are you all the way there? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? His father came from Africa and he went to Harvard with no affirmative action. Exactly. That's his father. There you go. This is the father. FB aware. Okay? FB aware. That's Barack's daddy. Big nose, big lips, nappy hair. From Africa. He went to Harvard, got a PhD in fucking econ with no affirmative action. You think being African is a downgrade? Bitch, you wish. You fucking wish. You think being African is a downgrade? Please. You wish you had more African friends? Have you ever seen a B+ in your life? You haven't even seen a B- in your life? You wish you had more African friends. You are crazy. They love to say, oh, you're African. Yeah, and that's why I represent academic excellence. Fuck around if you want to. Fuck around. I throw a partial differential equation at your ass. You have looking like, looking like a whole confession sheet, right? Looking like a damn plea deal. Like, what is that? What is that? It's a fucking plea deal. Sign that shit. Okay, throw your whole life away. You are fucking insane. You are fucking insane. You are not going to do to African people what these goofy ass deranged white people have done to y'all. It is sick. It's really sick. But ultimately, yes, this is Barack's daddy. He went to fucking Harvard with no affirmative action. Didn't have to lie, okay, to get in there. He got a PhD in econ. Can you do statistics? Have you ever even heard of microeconomics? Do you even know about the Pareto pie, right? Can you even do econometrics? Can you even, listen, do you have even seen a bell curve in your life? Are you actually sane? Are you truly sane? Oh, you know, you want to act like you to do what? Where is that going to lead me to? Perdition? You are fucking insane. You are truly insane. Go sit down somewhere. So shout out to Barack Obama's daddy. Okay, shout out to him. June 18th. Does that make him a Gemini? A Kenyan senior economist. There you go. Okay. He went on to Harvard University in graduate school where he earned a master's in economics and returned to Kenya. There you go. So it's a master's. Okay. His daddy had a master's from Harvard University in 1964 with no affirmative action. There you go. As dark as he is with the nappy hair he has. And I'm sure he has an accent. But I don't know how to get into Harvard. Oh, I need affirmative action. I need DEI. I need a stool. I need help. I need somebody to prop me up. Right? You are insane. You are truly insane. And I think the problem is when y'all do your bullshit, too many African people stay quiet. That's the problem. African people have stayed quiet for too long because we felt sorry for you. Oh, they went to slavery as if we didn't go to slavery also. Like, it's so weird. Like, what the heck? We went to slavery. We went to slavery worse. We had poverty after that. No, nobody came at you with the hate first. Okay? What is there to hate? And that's the problem with so many of you Black Americans today. You think correction is hate. That's the problem. If somebody says, oh, sis, I don't like your behavior because you're so immature, you're so ethnically goofy, oh, you hate me. You despise correction. You are a very rebellious people. Let me tell you that. You're so rebellious. So anytime somebody corrects you in your goofy brain, then again, you are dyslexic, right? Oh, it's hatred. It's not hatred. Correction is not hatred. Somebody telling you you're misbehaving is not a hateful thing, right? But your mind is so warped. Maybe it's the drugs. What do I know? Maybe it's the drugs. All that weed, the reefer, the whatever the fuck you're smoking on. I don't know. Molly, ecstasy, what the fuck? Like, be sober for a day. Be sober for a day and gain some clarity, right? All that fucking drugs in your head. It got you fucked up. You don't have to claim him. America claims him. The United States history claims him. Your fellow FBA, Michelle Obama, Michelle Robinson, she claims him as her daddy. Okay, bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, there you go. There you go. Right? So I don't know. Sober up for a day. No reefer for a day, right? No ganja for a day, just water for a day and a salad. Can you do that, right? Get the fuck out of here. You are insane. Nobody hates you. There's nothing to hate. But some of the behavior, it's not okay. And people have the right to say it is not okay behavior because it's fucking crazy. And many times, if you care to be honest, a lot of things that African people say, there are many Black Americans who say the same things. There are many Black Americans who are not happy with the behavior. There are many Black Americans who are not happy with the current state of the culture. So then what? They're also self-hating Africans? Exactly. Like this is fucking crazy. But it's like, that's just who you are. You're a bunch of ethnic crybabies. The moment somebody tells you no, the moment somebody tells you don't do a thing, the moment somebody tells you, okay, this is bad behavior, or this doesn't make any sense. Oh, you hate me, you hate me. You need to stop being some soft ass marshmallows. You're too fucking soft. It's fucking weird, right? You don't even know what hate is. Have you ever seen hatred? You haven't. You have first world problems where every other street there's a McDonald's. Like, get out of here with that. Right? You have no idea what hatred looks like. You've never even seen a civil war with your bare eyes. You've never seen war with your naked eyes. You have no fucking clue what hatred looks like. That's why y'all got to kill each other over foolishness. Gangs, the street culture, signs, right? Because you don't have real conflict. You have to manufacture stupid ass conflict. Bunch of kids who all grew up together, and now because you go to high school over here, I go to high school over there. Now you're my op. I need to kill you. Goofy shit. Because you don't have real conflict to work on. Your life is too fucking easy. You've never seen hatred with your eyes. Somebody telling you, I don't like your behavior is not hatred. It is not hatred. And that's why you can never say, oh, yeah, an African person did this and that. The only thing you can always say, oh, they don't like me. Not liking you is not hatred. Did it ever occur to you that you are not likable? Right? But you think so highly of yourself. Did it ever occur to you that maybe you're not likable? Did it ever occur to you that maybe you're not friendly? Right? How many Black Americans, even when they come into a room, even greet people, you never greet anyone. You don't say, hello, how you doing? Hey, you guys, nice to meet you. You don't greet anybody. You just walk in there, you put your back down. Like this is, how do you live like this? Right? Like you don't have good culture. You don't have good manners. And I'm like, me, I'm tired. You do not have good manners. Like you have to be respectful. But you're always the one talking about people being from third world countries, living in a hut. Okay, that's fine. We're from third world countries. We live in huts. People poop in the streets. Okay, but you're not from any of that. So why are you not friendly? What's your excuse? Why are you not cordial? Why don't you have civility? Why aren't you polite? Why can't you show us what it means to be born in a first world country and be civil, be friendly, and actually be more mature, be able to actually talk about things, talk about very difficult issues, right? You can't do that. But yeah, you don't come from a hut. You don't poop on the streets. I mean, listen, maybe you have before. I don't know, right? So what's your excuse? Why do you lack civility like this? Why are you so aggressive? Why pretty much you're barbaric? Why do you act like this? What is so hard about being a friendly person? Why is it so hard to be friendly with y'all? Like, it's so bizarre. Like, when I live in New Orleans, like most Black American women in New Orleans, they never say hi. Their face is always mean. Like, you have to smile at them to make sure they don't spit in your food. If you're that upset, just stay home. But you are very unpleasant. You are truly an unpleasant group of people. You are not pleasant. You're not pleasant, right? Like my in-laws had they had their Thanksgiving. I didn't go because I don't like. Listen, to me, they're not pleasant. I'm not going. There's a lack of human warmth. Like, it's just weird. I'm not going. This is weird, right? It doesn't cost anything to embrace people. Like, it is not that hard to have civility. It is not that hard to be kind. It's not that hard to be respectful, right? But you think, oh no, I'm an FBA. I don't have to respect anybody. Oh, well, I'm mad, so I can be this. You're the only people who believe when I'm upset, I have the right to just talk to people any kind of way. That like, you're so immature. You need to grow the fuck up. People are getting tired. Like this black fatigue stuff is real. People are getting fucking tired. Right? It's not the Marsha show. People are getting sick and tired. People are really getting sick and tired. It's enough. It's really enough. You require so much from other people. Oh, respect me, respect my culture, respect my Black Americanness. Okay, but why don't you show respect to other people? Were you not raised accordingly? Right? Were you not raised accordingly? Right? Because I would say people who have so much requirement for respect, I would assume that they would also show respect to other people. No, you require respect, which is really, you low-key, you want submission from African people. But then you think you can talk to people any kind of way, and you only do it to African people. Because around the whites, you're submissive. Around the Jews, the Italians, or whatever, you're extremely submissive. Right? But when you're around African people, oh, well, hey, listen, let me feel like a supremacist. Let them feel like, what? Are you okay? You need help. I'm not subjecting myself to that. Yeah, they're very rude. They're truly very rude. They're very, very mean. Like, it's like there's no need for that. Even a smile. Well, why do I need to smile? Why won't you smile like you're a person? What's the problem? There's no war. There's it's like we live in a good country. Like, it could be better, but it's okay. It's not that bad. Why can't you have a smile on your face? Right? Always, these African people, their accent, they're this and that. Well, listen, me, I don't know. I don't need DEI. I've never used affirmative action. I've never used DEI because I have the intellectual baggage to compete. I know how to compete, right? So I don't wait for white people to pass legislation for me to get into a place because I know how to get into places. It's called hard work. It's not that hard. But some people don't want to work hard. They want to just sit next to white people. So I guess they need legislation. I don't need it. When I did my math degree, I started at the bottom. Every paper I wrote it myself. Every scholarship I got, I worked hard to get it. So I can't relate. Even now, I'm a stay-at-home mom. So can't relate. Okay? Yeah, they're always bullying people. Like, they're very mean. It's not a good brand. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, to me, like I said, I felt like initially, foundational Black American, it's all about the lineage, protecting the lineage, the history, the culture, so that, as more and more immigrants come, like, you don't lose who you are, because it's important. You have to know who you are, because if you don't know who you are, where are you going? Right? So me, like, being West African, even who I am, it matters a lot to me. And I don't want to lose who I am. So I don't want you to lose who you are. But that does not in any way, shape, or form give you the leeway to be a xenophobe. You can talk about your culture. You can love your culture. You can love your ethnic identity. You can love everything that comes from you. You can. But what about that requires to be hateful? That is just weird to me. That's really weird. Like me, I can be proud to be an Ivorian. I don't have to be nasty to a Nigerian. I've never even done that stuff. Like, what the heck? I don't need to make other people feel bad to feel good about myself. That's crazy. There's room for everyone. And also, I repeat, no one wants to take your place. Like, you're really crazy. Yeah. Palestinians they never, I'm telling you, like, they never have smoke for other people, especially if you're white and your nose is straight. They never have issues. But because African people tend to have darker skin, because African people tend to have a bigger nose and bigger lips and coarser hair, like they just want to attack you because you remind them of everything they hate about themselves. And I'm like, that is true. That's absolute lunacy. You go to most predominantly Black American neighborhoods, most businesses are Vietnamese, most businesses are Korean, Palestinian. You don't have that many African businesses in predominantly Black neighborhoods. So I don't even know where all this issue is coming from. Most African people don't live on welfare. They don't live in Section 8 housing. Like, where are you meeting these African people that you had such a horrible experience that now xenophobia is your marching call? Like, are you okay? You're trying too hard. You are truly trying too hard to create for yourself a new oppressor. Like, move on. You should fight ignorance with all your might. It's getting weird. Well, no, I will do whatever I seek to do. Like I said, she chose to talk about Black people. I don't care what you do. That's not my problem. Me, I'm from the Ivory Coast. And when my kids are old enough, I'm going home. This place is too fucking hateful. I don't want to be buried in this place. This is too damn hateful. I'm going to my fucking home. I'm going to chill. I told my husband, if you want to come with me, you can stay here. But Marlene, I will not die in America. This country is hateful. It's full of hateful, ignorant people. Fully hateful. The country throws so much money in education, and what you get is a mediocre product. It's you are a hateful people. American people, by large, no matter your complexion, you are a hateful people. You don't know how to live without hating. You need like you have to manufacture villains in your lives to feel like you have a purpose, right? You can't just have a purpose. You need to do things in spite of other people. You have to conjecture villains in your head, right? Russians, Chinese, the Africans, the blacks, right? You always need a villain. Because I'm like, yeah, exactly. They're fucking crazy. So nobody cares. Oh, you can check yourself. You don't check yourself. It doesn't matter. Me, the way I raise my kids and where I raise my children will never have to meet. Don't trust and believe that. We'll never have to meet. So you check your people. You don't check your people. It will never affect me. It affects you. It affects you. Don't affect me. You see what I'm saying? My boys, I tell them, your daddy's Black American, your mama's West African. But I would love for you to see yourself as a West African person. So it don't bother me, right? My kids most likely will go to schools that are predominantly full of whites and Asians and Arabs and stuff like that. So I don't got to worry about you, sis. We never have to meet. You understand? We never have to meet. I know that you have a culture that if my sons had proximity to that culture, they will be shamed for being smart. I definitely will be aggressive because you're not a peaceful people. You're no different than white Americans, right? But because the lashing has been so strong, the pressure's been getting worse. Now you want me to take my foot off your neck. So just tell me, I'll take my foot off your neck for a second, right? But what I want you to know, it goes both ways. Disrespecting people, it goes both ways. Saying hateful shit to people or about people, we can all do that shit. And you see, it doesn't feel good. That's why I said it is better to talk about your grievances in a mature way. If you have an actual issue, state the issue and let's see how we can resolve it. Let's be mature. But you don't want to be mature. And you think that your little tantrums that you throw with these white people, you can do it to African people and get away with that shit. We do not cater to tantrums. So we're not raised. African people are not raised. Okay? Yeah. African people are, and no, she could be Black. Lonnie, no. She could be Black American. She could be Black American. She could be all kinds of Black. Because me, Marlene, Lonnie, I will never give up hope. Not because her, the way she talks, I already know what her culture is. I will never give up hope on the fact that even if it's 100 people, even if it's 1,000 people, even if it's 100,000 people, I will never give up hope on the fact that there will always be a minority of true Black American people with real culture. You know, there are many Black American girls who they have great families, they have parents that are very involved, and so they're very sheltered from this goofy shit. And they are at good colleges. You know what I mean? It's sad because the good Black American girls, they never get they don't get respect because they respect themselves. That's my whole point. You know what I'm saying? Bunch of beautiful girls, they graduate from Spelman every year. They get no love, right? Bunch of beautiful Black girls, they graduate from Northwestern. They graduate from you name it, like all these crazy colleges. There are so many beautiful Black American girls who graduate from amazing schools with amazing degrees, with amazing resumes. I mean, you walking on stage, you have all the sashes and stuff. I see it and I know of it. But the problem is because they're not toxic, they don't get any love. Because the Black American culture as it stands today absolutely harbors, it detests Black excellence. Right? If you're a Black girl out here and you want respect, you got to be tatted up, got to have a bunch of kids, you got to be vulgar, like the Asian doll type of bullshit. Right? So I don't put it past the Lord to do what he needs to do. There will always be like, just like when Abraham was doing the whole brokering stuff with God, because God was on his way to Sodom and Gomorrah to destroy the people. Because he said he's gonna destroy everything. And then Abraham said, but what if you find one good person? I don't care how crazy ninja culture gets. I don't care how many cowards are out here. They're too afraid to check ninja culture. Lonnie, even if there's 5 people, as long as you have one good Black American woman and one good Black American man, they will have good Black American kids, daughters and son. And if my kids have to find them, they will find each other. But I will never give up on that. I just know that these girls, they're going to be somewhere sacred, because they have to be protected. But her, the way she talks, I understand her mindset. And I'm like, my kids will never encounter her kids because she thinks a certain way. So I know what culture I'm dealing with. This is not an honorable, traditional, wealthy Black American person. This is the ninja shit. I know who I'm dealing with. They're Black girls. There are so many. But then again, like I said, people have to protect them because if these girls are exposed, they're going to be attacked. Because with a lot of these so-called FBA people, for them being a Black American person means that you had to struggle, You didn't have a dad growing up. Your mom couldn't pay the bills. Your mom had to sleep with multiple men, right? Their understanding of being Black American is always pain, suffering, struggle, prison. Like they're really demented. There are plenty of Black American girls who are growing up in luxury. They are equestrian. Did you even know what equestrian is? They ride horses. Let me just break it down in basic English. They ride horses. They vacation in Europe over the summer. They take art in Milan. Like there's so many Black American girls. Even Aoki did that. She went to Milan and stuff. And she's like, oh, my American Express card wasn't working. Right? I'm like, I will never give hope. I know they exist. But these kinds of girls, they have to be protected. They have to be sheltered because the jealousy out here is real. Just the mere fact that you didn't whore yourself out is enough reason for these people to come over here and try to kill you like Joan of Arc and put you on a damn spike and burn you, okay? They despise anybody who is Black American, who is not a whore, who's not promiscuous, who's not on drugs. If you're a Black American and you represent excellence and tradition, they hate your guts. You saw what happened with Ralph Lauren. When Ralph Lauren came out with a collection showing Black Americans who lived in the Hamptons, they lost their shit. The jealousy of it all. But these are the same people. Oh, yeah, I'm Black American. Oh, shut up. They're so jealous. Okay? They're so jealous, right? They're so jealous. They were like, oh, we're so happy to know. No, they were so triggered. They were so triggered, right? You see? They were so triggered. You see? And that's why they stay away. And that's why I say, because if these were good people, they have so much to say about African people. Oh, we're not a monolith. But the moment even they see Black Americans who don't fit the traditional mold of poverty, Section 8, welfare, government cheese, toxicity, abuse, they get so triggered. They're so jealous. Like when somebody tells me they're an FBA, I know exactly what I'm dealing with. They are so jealous. They are so jealous. Because you would think if we were dealing with good people who are truly so loving of Black American and Black American tradition, the Oak Bluff collection would have gotten so much praise. You see, but they couldn't bring themselves to praise these people because they don't fit the mold. There's nobody more white supremacist than an FBA. They have so much hatred in their hearts. They have so much hatred. They cannot stand to see affluent Black people. The only kind of affluent Black people they can take is a former drug. Like you got to do, your money has to be dirty. You see? And that's why they love investing with former prisoners like Jay Morrison. They love to invest with Cesar Pena, right? Like there are so many Black Americans who have gone to Harvard. They have MBAs. They have investment houses. They have financial companies. Like they know their shit. Even JT's over here, pocket watching with JT. He's African American. He's an accountant. He's a chartered accountant. He's a CPA. No, of course not. Earn your leisure, him 500, because they despise transparency. They despise Black American people who do things above board. There's no corruption. There's no weird number shit. Like, no, everything is clean. They despise that. But someone like Jay Morrison, who went to prison for financial truancy, he comes out of prison, he goes on the Breakfast Club. Oh, yeah, they go ahead and give him $14 million. They gave Jay Morrison $14 million, right? This is what they love, right? $14 million. Now the money is gone. Oh, he's a scammer. Oh, yeah, he's always been a scammer. He went to prison. He never lied. He went to prison for financial fuckery. Imagine giving a drug addict more drugs. Like he has a problem with money. They went and gave Jay Morrison $14 million. The Tulsa fund. The money is gone. Oh, he took my money. Well, duh. Well, duh. Meanwhile, you know, like there's so many. This is crazy. But anytime you have a respectful Black American that has a serious business, who pays his taxes, who doesn't talk about being a bag chick, they love that shit. If you're a Black American person and you put an MBA behind your name, they're not going to talk to you. If you call yourself a hustler, a bag chaser, or whatever, a dope dealer, you moving keys out of Brooklyn. Oh, yeah. Now they want to give you money. They are attracted to moral turpitude. They are attracted to deviant people. It's like roaches on poop. It's like roaches on fecal matter. Exactly. There you go. This is what they do. They love to go for bad leadership because they're so resentful of upstanding, quality, traditional Black Americans. That's why I don't take them seriously. That's why I do not take these people seriously. Because when you're proud, if you are truly proud of being a Black American, you're going to do everything in your power for the very, very best to represent Black America. It is no different than the Olympics, right? So different. It's no different. Hold on. Right? It's no different, right? When you think about the 1992 Olympic team, right? Who was there? It's the very best. It's the very best. Shit, everybody over here, listen, okay? It's the very best. And that's what you do when you claim to care about your culture. When you are proud of your culture, when you are proud of who you are, when you're proud of your history, you fight so hard for the very, like you want the rarest breed to represent you. You want the hardest working people, the smartest working people, the most honest people. You want those people to be your representation, right? I was in Paris when the 92 Olympics happened. People were screaming in the streets, les Américains, right? Because those people were the very best. Everybody on that team is a fucking GOAT. That's what it means to be proud. Oh, I'm so proud, but I want to have the most incarcerated, the most felonious, the most promiscuous, the most drug dealers represent me. No, it's a bullshit culture. And even that too is done out of spite. Everything they stand for is out of spite for classy Black American people. They despise classy Black American people, right? They want to sit here and go talk to Charlemagne, a man who's living like a freaking heretic. Why are you calling yourself? Hold on. Why are you calling yourself a god? Who is he to call himself a god, right? Everything Charlemagne. What does Charlemagne think? What does Charlemagne think, right? Why? What does he even know? What does he even know, right? But then you'll have someone like, oh my gosh, right? You'll have someone like Dr. Claude Anderson. They have no time for him, right? They know every single lyric from Little Baby, the other baby, and then that baby, right? They will know every single rap lyric. They care more about the opinions of Joe Budden than someone like Claude Anderson, right? There are so many excellent Black academians. Like there's so many Black Americans in academia who know their shit. They have PhDs on that shit. They wrote books about that shit. Of course not. You're too fucking smart. You despise your own people who represent you in the best way possible, right? I'm like, you hate yourself. Like you're the kind of person, you will shoot in your own leg. You will cut off your own arm to spite yourself. You will like to spite your own body. You don't want to fucking prosper. You need help. I will never stop saying it. You need to go get help. You need to go get help. Joe Budden. Oh, what does Joe Budden say? What does Joe Budden know? Pump it up. Pump it up. A man with a failed rap career. We saw Joe Budden out here, the way he was abusing Tahiri, all his girlfriend abusing these women, right? But no, he needs to be the oracle. Joe Budden has to give him financial advice. Joe Budden has to give him marital advice. Joe Budden has to give him music advice. Like Joe Budden, like, it's always like they just have to defer, always deferring to ninjas to be able to, okay, like, how do I think? Who am I? Who I am? There are a bunch of Black intellectuals. They never want to defer to Black intellectuals because they despise knowledge. And the Bible talks about people like this, right? Anytime the Democrats, there's an election, they know not to bring Black academia. They never bring people who can push back. No, they go for rappers, they go for entertainers, right? And you think you love yourself, right? This happens because that's what you want. They bring strippers on stage to tell you how to vote, and you think you love yourself, and you want to tell African people about themselves. Are you crazy? I don't even know. I don't even know how people who have never lived through slavery think that they have the right, the privilege, the latitude to use the N-word. Because if Harriet Tubman was alive today, if Booker T. Washington was alive today, if Ida B. Wells was alive today, I would really love to see some of these FBAs go up to Mother Ida B. Wells and call her the N-word. I would truly love to see that, right? They've never been slaves. They have never experienced slavery. They've never even seen an actual lynching. They've never seen the KKK in real life. Everything is what they've heard or seen in the movies. But because they happen to be Black Americans, they think they have the right the permission, the latitude, the privilege to use a word that they've never had to feel the heaviness of that word. So you need to go ask them, because I'm not from here. I'm African. And in my culture, you cannot use a racial slur. The N-word is also in French. We don't use it because it's a racial slur. It's a very hateful word. But like I said, it's America, and America runs on hate. People like that word is extremely powerful, right? But because they want to have the little goofy ass drug dealers, their favorite rappers. Oh yeah, Jay-Z said we're taking the power back. How about you take financial power back? Of all the things you can reclaim, you want to claim a freaking racial slur? How mediocre. But then again, it's on par with ninja culture. Anything else? So you need to go ask them. I'm not like, what's her name? Queen, she's here. Goddess, whatever her name is, she's here. So she's an FBA. So you can ask her to explain to you how exactly the N-word is a term of endearment. I would love to see what she has to say, because she has a degree. And then she says she paid off her loan. So I would love to see her degree at work, explaining to us why people who've never been slaves, people who've never fought in the Civil War, people who have never had to truly live the heaviness of that word think they have the right to use that word all day, every day, in every song, in every movie, in every TikTok, and they use that word non-effing stop. And because of them, this world will never die. Like, because I'm like, this word by now, it should be so archaic. It should be so anachronistic. Like, nobody should be using the word. But ask Goddess. So she's so proud to, even Jay, I think Jay is still here. Maybe, I don't know. But the FBAs are here. So you need to ask the FBAs to explain to you whatever she said. Can you explain why the N-word is a term of endearment? Can you explain that concept? So I'm not from here. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't talk like an op. I talk like I make too much sense. That's the problem. Everybody that makes sense is an op. But when King Von and Little Dirk talk about killing and shooting, that sounds so safe, right? O Block and the murderers of O Block, that sounds safe. I don't need to be an op. I don't need to be the CIA. Y'all love these 3-letter words so badly, right? Take accountability. How many letters is that? Take accountability. Always, oh, the FBI did this to me. The CIA did this to me. No, you did this to yourself. It's called ignorance, right? It's always y'all, the CIA. Like, what the heck? Yeah, you need to ask them that, because they were never slaves. You need to ask. She's right there. Here she is. She's Black American. Her Goddess. Ask her. You need to tag her. Tag her and ask her, because Ida B. Wells, she wouldn't have called anybody the N-word. Right? Like, these people they were not out here using the N-word for fun, using the N-word in music. They were not using the N-word in their letters. They were not using the N-word. Ida B. Wells, not only did she leave the South, but she was a prolific writer. And all she ever did was write to expose how they were lynching Black people in the South. She would go on to create the NAACP, right? So Black people who were actually called the N-word, they fought so hard to build things that will help other Black people. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. And then these people are born in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, never been through shit. Talk about, oh, N-word this, N-word that, N-word, 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 or only we can use it. They don't even have permission to use it. Would Harriet Tubman give these people permission to use it? Of course not. Would Ida B. Wells give them the permission to use it? Of course not. Would Booker T. Washington give them permission to use the N-word? Of course not. Would Frederick Douglass give them permission to use the N-word? Of course not. I'm sure even if you could see, if these people could come back from the dead, I'm sure if you use the N-word, they might start crying, because you might trigger something in them. They're so fucking ignorant. They're just ignorant. They are ignorant. They are insensitive. They're cruel. They're uneducated. Don't even think about the stuff they're saying and how the stuff can be so hurtful, right? But they want to sit here and lecture everybody, give everybody a sermon about how you should act, what you should say, what you shouldn't say. Oh, shut up. You start with your fucking self. How about that? How about that? Like that N-word, I can see it can trigger someone into having an adverse reaction, because it means something very nasty. It means something very awful. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, listen, I'm like, this word is not okay. It's not okay. And then you make the music. Then I make the music, I say, but you can't say it. Like, it's crazy. Because when you hear the word, like if you listen to a song for a long time, you know what comes next. So you might just say it. So if you really don't want white people to say it, you also should not say it. Don't say it. You don't have to say it, right? I don't know what became this obsession with the N-word. People have made music for as long as I can remember. Otis made music, didn't he? Stevie Wonder made music. Temptation, they made the music. right? Like Marvin Gaye, he made music. Teddy Pendergrass, he made music. The OJs, they made music. The Isley Brothers, they made music. These people they will go on to have incredible careers. Nobody used the N-word in the music. And even to this day, their music gets sampled. There's nothing original today. There's nothing original. These people are so damn lazy. All they do is sample music. They sample old songs and put their vulgarity on top of it, always destroying classical songs. They just take a classic and turn it into a twerking anthem, right? None of these people use racial slurs. And they were so successful. To this day, people play their music, right? But maybe it's the drugs. You know, maybe when you're raised around a bunch of drugs, you ain't got no damn sense. I don't know. But you don't have to use the N-word to sell your music. But when you're mediocre, when you're lazy, and I think when you want to cater to a racist white audience, you put that in your music because you want to make easy money. But to me, it's really crazy. Exactly. Like, of course she's going to say it. Even if she doesn't want to say it, like, you just know what comes next. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I can see it because you just know what comes next. That's why even me, I stopped listening to rap music a long time ago. I'm like, oh, this is crazy. It's low, it's trash, it's low vibrational. Everything is a racial slur. N-word, 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 murder, 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 murder. Can you talk about something else? Oh, yeah, sure, sex. Oh, gosh, please don't. Like, we're fucking tired. We are fucking tired. So that's it. Okay? So like I said, I gotta do my hair. How long have I been here for? Oh, child. I gotta do my stuff, you guys. But that's it. You do not... To me, the true meaning of racism is actually a system with one ethnic group creates a whole system through laws, civil laws, communal laws, you name it, to oppress another people systemically. It's a real thing. Now, you also have xenophobia. You have bigotry, right? But the thing about racism, it's an ism. Just like communism, right? Like feminism, it's an ism. So an ism is an actual system, right? Just like organism, it's usually like the collective working together in the efforts of doing something. So an ism is a real thing. And it's usually destructive. Be it communism, be it socialism, be it feminism, be it racism. Isms are usually destructive. And the thing about isms is that they're usually tribal in nature. They're not rooted in principles, morals, like, you know, like some objective truth. It's usually rooted in some tribal bullshit. Oh, because I have this, I can hurt you because you don't have this, right? It's like, what the heck? I might not have it, but does that mean that I'm worthless? It's like, that's fucking crazy. And that's the issue with isms. Okay? So that's the thing. Because people do it. Humans like to do that shit. Okay? And I'm like, people have to stop. Anti-Semitism, like these isms, like every ism is usually a problem. Because when there's an ism, people are not individuals. People, like the main actors, they're not moving as intelligent actors. They move as a tribal collective with one brain, one neuron, and a heart full of hatred. And they see a people, and it's like, yeah, we have to destroy this entire people for things they cannot help because it's moving from a place of tribalism. And you have to move from a place of actual cogency. And there's no cogency in any ism. That's why most feminists, they just hate men. They hate all the men. Doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. You're a man. I hate you. It's like, that's fucking crazy because there's no cogency. It is tribalism. And that's extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. Now, you have some people now who are trying to meddle in xenophobia because they think they might get some euphoric high from trying to play the local racist, but it's not going to fucking work. Because hate never works. And if you think people are going to sit there and allow themselves to be battered, abused, disrespected, mistreated, and all kinds of insolence because of something they cannot help, you have another thing coming to you. I mean, I will not stop. And that's why Nafkari got so pissed off. And then he took down the video for Carmelo. But I'm not going to do that. But I'm not going to stop, though. If I feel like it, I'll be outside. You can make your videos. You can make your commentary. But you don't have to insult an entire group of people because of one girl gave her boyfriend or white man $300,000. There's no need to insult people. And that's become my issue here in America. People think, oh, because I'm keeping it real. No, you are keeping it how you were raised. You have a poor upbringing. Being vulgar, being disrespectful, being disgusting, being a xenophobe, a bigot, a racist is not keeping it real. It's keeping it real with us and how you were poorly raised. You lack manners. You lack manners, you lack intellect, you lack self-restraint, you lack emotional control. Because adults do not talk like this. And there's a problem in America with people being eloquent in their speech. Oh, I'm just going to start cursing and being vulgar. Yes, you're trash. You are trash. And we need to take the fucking trash out. It is getting tiring. Like it's getting old. You have a grievance. Let your grievance be known. If you don't like something, say what you don't like. If something happened, tell us what happened. But you also have to realize that you also probably played a part in it, because nobody's ever innocent. Oh, they didn't like me. What led to them not liking you? So they just set their eyes on you and didn't like you? Don't lie. Do not lie. People lie too much nowadays. People are always the victim. I'm always a victim. Oh, Diddy did a. People are always the victim. You're not a victim. You are a co-conspirator in your own fuckery. So if people didn't like you, and they might be hurtful to you, yeah, because you like self-awareness. But you also have to ask yourself, is it possible that I could have done something, even if it was not intentional, that could have been offensive? I mean, I don't know if maybe it's standing on business. I don't know, but I'm definitely standing on respect, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nice person. I don't like to do this kind of shit. But it's like it's too much, though. It really is too much. It's too much. Like, what the heck? One girl gives her boyfriend money. Okay, sure. She got to be all kinds of long chin African, one for what? There's no need for any of that. There is no need for any of that. And then that's the way that you build your platform. You are attracting a bunch of imbeciles. Your channel is not going to grow. You want to have a channel that caters to a broad faction of society. And for that, you have to challenge yourself to be someone who's capable of thinking at a high intellectual capacity. Okay? But insulting people, being a xenophobe, being a bigot, being a racist, being a misogynist, being a misandrist, it is getting old. The age of selling hatred in America is out the window. It's not sustainable. Hate. Oh, come with me so we can hate so-and-so. That means that you guys don't even have a real purpose. You have no real clearing call. Well, I mean, the thing is, the boy scammed her. He really did. Like, he scammed her. He scammed her family. He took $300,000. The man took $300,000. Even that, she still didn't want to divorce the man. The man had to divorce her ass. So it's like, it's excessive because her family got scammed. Her family got, if she wants to be foolish and give her money to that man, that's on you, sis. But she put that man in proximity to her family and friends, and he started scamming everybody. Okay, well, at least here you're reasonable. You see? So she doesn't agree. I'm telling you, a lot of people do not agree, but they're too afraid to say it. They don't agree. They're too afraid to say it. People didn't used to speak like that. Today, even in R&B was never this kind of music. It was all, let's make love, let's get married, let's have babies. Today, everything is N-word. You didn't come over, N-word. It's like, what the heck is this? Like, what is this? Like, this is crazy. Like, what? It's so damn ratchet because it's a very, very hateful word. It's truly, truly hateful. And to me, if you have never lived that life, you've never been through those, you didn't live during those times and stuff, what right do you have to use this word? Like, it's crazy. It could be for many things. But I like slavery slavery is real. The media also is real. I think a lot of white people also telling a lot of Black Americans, oh, Africans sold you into slavery. They didn't care about you. Like all that weird shit, right? But ultimately, like I said, you know, there's always friction like between local people. It's not even just Black Americans. Like any local people, it doesn't matter where you go. That's not specific to Black Americans. Anywhere you go, between the local people and the immigrant people, there's going to be some friction. You know, because people aren't different. Like you have your culture, even in the family, like even in the family, like, you know, you can have very sweet kids, but the mama gets pregnant and now there's a new baby. Like it changes the dynamics because now mommy has to spend more time with the baby. Like the older siblings, they might not know, even rap. We're tired of rap. People need to write poetry, right? But it's like the mom now, she might have to spend more time with the new baby. So the older siblings, they might feel left out. And sometimes they act out. It's not that they don't like their brother, but they kind of miss the fact that my mom used to have more time for me. Now all she does is Maverick, right? So it can happen, right? It's to me, it's expected. There's always going to be some friction. But what I'm saying is in 2025, people have to be better than this. People have to be better. In 2025, people know the outcome of racism. People know the outcome of xenophobia, hatred. Like it's very, very hurtful. It's very, very damaging. And many times too, people can die behind stuff like this. So I'm saying in 2025, everybody has to say, I need to find a way to say what I need to say and still keep like a modicum of like respect and harmony. right? Because if you're right, you're right. Me, I'm not going to argue with you. If somebody comes and tell me, oh, an African person did X, Y, and Z, I'm like, yeah, if it's fucked up, it's fucked up. I'm not defending people. And anybody who watches my channel knows this. I'm not the type to defend fuckery. I don't do tribal shit because I believe every individual needs to be held accountable for their bullshit. I don't do tribal shit. So if a person did something wrong, I'll say it. Even my own parents, I hold them accountable. I don't really care. Because when you live your life, you have to be someone who's after the truth, though. And the truth has no side. The truth has no color. The truth has no ethnicity. The truth has no gender. It has nothing. If you're upset about something, say what you're upset about. But my only thing is, you need to also have self-awareness, right? Don't just say, oh, people don't like me because I'm Black American. No. Is it possible that you did something that was not pleasing to these people? Because if we're going to coexist, hopefully, everybody has to be mindful. My culture, your culture, right? Like the way you talk, the way I talk, we have to be mindful. Iron sharpens iron, right? It's a process. It's not easy. But you have to learn, like you have to learn to coexist with people. Everything's not war. Me, I'm West African. My husband is Black American. For as much as our skin might be Black, we have different cultures. And we had to learn that too, though, right? But it worked out because where there's a will, there's a way. It can be a bad thing. If tribalism is rooted in only promoting fuckery, like, oh, the way we look, our noses, our hair, our light skinness, our straight hair, like how does that better humanity? Right? If tribalism is rooted in doing things that build the spirit, like build the core, and you want to build humanity or you want to have a better community, then I guess that could be cool. Like, I'll give you a good example. You could say that people who ride Peloton, they have a tribe because they're so obsessed with their Peloton or so psycho, whatever, right? You can say, okay, they're very tribal. Like they don't play about their fitness. They don't play about their gear, their shoes, their workout bikes and shit like that. So that kind of tribalism, even though sometimes it can, punish other people, but it helps you to become better. They take cycling very, very seriously. But I'm like, that's something that builds muscle. It builds endurance. It builds stamina. When you have tribalism rooted in stuff that's like your morphology, your physiology, stuff that you were born with, that you didn't even have to work for, now that to me is extremely dangerous. Oh, I have blue eyes, so we're going to treat people like shit because they have brown eyes. Like, what the fuck? How does that benefit anybody? Make sense? If you have a sense of tribalism where you say, okay, like the way it used to be in the 60s, where America says like we are the best engineers, because at one point America was fucking awesome in engineering, right? That's the America that I remember. Problem solvers, engineers, entrepreneurs, like people doing shit that are like, what, right? So to me, if that's the kind of American tribalism where American white, like American people go back to being the number one in engineering, the number one in math, like think of like the Manhattan Project with Oppenheimer, right? Where like everybody came together for this nuclear bomb and something was created that I don't even think has ever existed again. But from Oppenheimer to Einstein to all the people who worked at the Alamo to make the Manhattan Project a reality, to me, this is what you call the American spirit. You understand me, right? So that kind of tribalism, I fucks with that shit because that's the kind of shit that increases your fucking GDP. Today, America has lost that. That's why all the jobs in China, people don't want to study. They want to be YouTubers. They want to be influencer. Nobody wants to do hard shit no more. Okay? They don't want to have families. Like they're just fucking weird. Even like tribalism in the sense that like as American people, we need to multiply. We need to have more children, have to have more families. Like we need to make sure America continues to live. No, they don't give a fuck. They don't want to work. So the immigrants have to come and do the jobs. You know what I'm saying? So like it depends. If your tribalism is rooted in something that increases the GDP, I fucks with you. If your tribalism is rooted in shit that even you didn't have to work for, and now you want to oppress people, nah, fuck you. Okay? Yeah, that's it. And the same thing, like I said earlier too, like even with the whole Black American FBA thing, the first time I heard foundational Black American, I understood exactly what it was about. It did not bother me. And I don't even know why, but because a lot of Black Americans too, they love to listen to pseudo intellectuals, former pimps, former felons, former drug addicts. Like they just love to listen to a bunch of imbeciles. They love to be led by imbeciles, right? But because me being West African, I understand the concept of ethnicity. It's all over the place. It's not a problem. My mom and dad don't have the same ethnicity. My mom has her culture. My dad has her culture. It is not a big deal. It truly is not a big deal. You go to Nigeria, there's a bunch of different cultures. You have an Edo wedding. You have, I'm gonna show you, hold on, let me show you real quick. So you get what I'm trying to say. Hold on. Because you have to see what I mean, right? Sorry, not bribe. Shut up. Let me show you a picture, right? Okay, you see? So like the Yoruba ladies, when they get married, they look like this, right? They have the little fan. It's like this beautiful fan on their heads, right? It's really, really pretty, right? That's a Yoruba wedding. Now, when you see an Igbo wedding, let me show you what they look like also. Right, Igbo wedding, they do a lot of corals. Like it's the corals, it's the big fan. Now they do the fan. They have the coral stuff. It's very pretty. Then you have an Edo wedding. They look like princesses. Like they do all of this, right? It's like they all have their different ethnicities. They have their different tradition. They wear different outfits when they get married. It's all beautiful. This is the beauty of Nigeria. It's the fact that everybody has their own ethnicity. But we can still come together and have a beautiful Nigeria. You don't have to give up, what's it called? Right there, you see these are the Fulani girls. Their stuff is really earth tone because they're up in the north over there, right? You like, and that's what's so funny with Black Americans. They think us African people, we don't understand ethnicity. We understand what they're trying to do better than what they're trying to do because this is our reality. White people told us to be together and make one country, sure, whatever, right? But Africa is full of people that have different ethnicities. Most countries have a minimum 50 different ethnicities. You understand? And not even Black Americans, they don't even know what the hell they're doing. They do not know because they're trying to do something. And instead of actually hiring people to help them out, they just do all of this foolishness. Because even within Black American culture, you have different ethnicities. Black Americans are not homogenous. You have Creoles, like the Creole culture is a real culture. Like people from Louisiana, parts of Texas, parts of Alabama, parts of Mississippi, like these people are actually Creole. These are people who grew up with grandmothers, great grandmothers who spoke French. They spoke French. They spoke Caribbean. They didn't even speak English. Okay, a lot of these, what's it called? These Louisiana Creoles, they just started speaking English. Many of them do not speak English. Like their parents do not speak English. Right? So even calling them Black Americans, it's like it's shortchanging them because they have a Creole culture. They have a lot of French culture. They have a lot of West African culture. It's a people who speak Creole. Their ancestors did not speak English. Right? You go to the Carolinas, you have the Gullah Geechee people. And when you talk this old FBA thing, you erase the fact that you have people that have distinct cultures. Everybody's not the same. So even calling somebody an FBA, you are once again practicing erasure. Like you're fucking crazy. But it's like because people are from here, they think they're smarter than people, but the scores show us otherwise. Then they know more than people. You don't know shit. You only speak one language. You've never been abroad. We come from places that truly have diversity. In America, diversity is what? Sexuality, your gender, sexual orientation, and your complexion. Y'all don't really do diversity. Okay, like my mom speaks like in the Ivory Coast alone. My mom she speaks like 6 different languages. We come from diversity. So for you to say that you're an FBA, it doesn't bother me. And they think it's a joke. Oh, you want to be me? I don't want to be you. Right? Like even I'll joke with my friends. I have a lot of people because a lot of people think I'm Nigerian. I'm not Nigerian, but it doesn't matter. I claim it. Right? I'm an honorary Nigerian. There are a lot of people. I'll joke with my people. Like if I'm with Yoruba people, I'll do my Yoruba shit. If I'm with the Igbo people, like, because I used to want to be called Ijoma. Oh my gosh, Ijoma was like my dream name, right? I was like, but then I think I am an Ijoma because I talk a lot, right? But I'm like, that's what's up though. Like, I could be with Igbo people. But initially, I wanted to be an Igbo girl. I really did. Like, my nickname was Ijoma. But then I got into a fight. I got into a fight with an Igbo chick. I packed my shit. I left the village. I never looked back. I'm like, nah, fuck that shit. I'm going back to Yoruba land. Okay, a proper Yoruba or Lora Marlene. Okay, or Lora Marlene. Okay, point blank. Period. Okay, but it's like it's a beautiful thing. Nobody is threatened by culture. Nobody is threatened by diversity. Nobody is threatened by ethnicity. We come from that shit. Many African people, the mom and dad don't even have the same ethnicity. Many African people, mom and dad don't even speak the same native language. You don't even know what real diversity is. Most American people, their understanding of diversity and inclusion is always complexion and then his body size and his sexual orientation and sexual identity. That's it. Like, you have to go deeper than that, right? You don't talk to other people. You don't go to their homes. Don't eat their food. Don't try to speak their languages, right? Like Spanish, to me, Spanish is very easy to learn. Most people can't even speak Spanish because people don't really do diversity. Well, I mean, like, listen, right? But I feel like when it comes to like white Americans, for example, white Americans don't have an issue saying I'm Italian American, I'm Irish American, I am Anglo-Saxon, like I'm French American. Like, I don't think they don't have an issue like that. They take pride in being Italian American, Irish American, Finnish American, German American. Like, a lot of, I mean, if you're Anglo-Saxon, you're technically German American, right? They don't have an issue with that. You understand? But to me, it's like, it doesn't bother me. Because I feel like when you have, the thing about immigration is that immigration can create dilution. It can dilute a thing. It's true. People can be diluted. Right? So to have a people say, after everything we've been through, we think it's in our best interest to preserve, protect who we are, because this is a fight that we had to fight. I think it's a beautiful thing. And I don't even know why anybody needs to be disrespectful to convey the message. And it's well understood and it's going to be well received, because who is going to be in opposition to that? Who is going to say, oh yeah, Black Americans don't have the right to protect their culture? Who's going to say that? Right? Who's going to say that? And to even be Black, because we all share a complexion, we share ancestry. Like I said, before the 13th Amendment, these people are all considered African. And nothing indigenous. There's nothing Cherokee or whatever about freaking Dred Scott. He's West African when you see fucking Dred Scott. Like, stop playing with me. Okay? Who is going to be mad at that? But the fact that you would think that African people coming from Africa have so much hatred for you that we can't even empathize with. So you think in Africa, white people were nice to us? You think in Africa, white people had like these, like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Are you actually okay? Most African people, when you live in Africa, you learn about the trilogy. That is Malcolm X, Dr. King, and Muhammad Ali. Everybody knows. We all watch Kunta Kinte. Like, for real, like, what the fuck? They took our people. Like, they stole our people. Okay? Like, what the fuck? People have a lot of empathy. Like, it's crazy. But when we come here, the behavior that we see, it's truly shocking. It's really, really shocking. And if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you're too far gone. But like, you have to stop thinking that African people have so much hatred for you. No, we don't. And that's why when you do all your bullshit, you're very disrespectful, you're xenophobic. Most African people remain quiet. They don't say anything. They just let you have your way. And because people don't check your ass, you think it's okay to continue. It's like, no, you're going to stop. You're going to stop. Because who in America, even in the world at large, who do you want to convince that African people are the boogeyman and African people are the reason why you can't even walk the street at night? Who are you going to convince of that? No one is going to believe you. Even you don't believe that, right? The most you can say is, oh, you went to an African braiding shop and the lady braided your hair too tight. Sure, tell her. But you also have to understand that most of these African braided ladies, they never went to school. They did not go to school. They didn't do cosmetology. They didn't do trichology. So in their head, hey, whatever. Because African people don't care about baby hairs. You have a mouth. Speak. You have a mouth to insult these men. You have a mouth for all kinds of bullshit. But when somebody pulls on your hair, now you're submissive. Now you can't talk. Now you can't say, oh, wow, this is a little too tight. Don't braid my hair so damn tight, right? Just tell her she's braiding your hair too tight. But to make it seem like on a day-to-day basis, you live in fear, you are being oppressed and you're being judged by African people, that must be your conscience. Get back to God. Repent, get back to the Lord, and maybe you'll have a better day. But it's crazy. No, for me, there's no lack of empathy, gracious. But my problem is, if you come disrespectfully, you're going to get disrespect. African people are not a weak people. I keep telling y'all this. Like, stop thinking that because we're from Africa, we're weak. No, especially even Nigerians are crazier. I feel like even French-speaking Africans, we're very laid back. Like, if I was a proper Igbo chick and there was some Igbo blood running through my veins, this life would have been completely different. You understand? Like, even me, I'm West African. As a West African woman, I will tell you, there are certain African people you don't fuck with because their blood is super hot. Their blood is super, super hot. But I'm like, and like I said, most Black Americans are extremely sensitive. You're going to fuck around one day and piss off an Igbo chick. You're not going to like it. Like, not trying to be funny, not because I don't want to really mention her name, but one time for the one time, like during the thing, like the NSARS thing in Nigeria, right? Even Jackie had to beg. She had to bow down in front of Nigerian Twitter. When I tell you they're mad disrespectful, Ronke almost lost her YouTube channel because of Nigerian Twitter. There are some African people you don't play with. Like, their disrespect is too disrespectful. Like, and when you're from America, you come from a place where people lie to you a lot. People are very PC. People care about your feelings, right? African people don't give a fuck about feelings. You understand? We are, like, I don't know if it's bullying, whatever, but we are raised tough. You understand? Like, there's no, oh, let me see how I'm going to tell you that you're fat. Let me see how I'm going to tell you, huh? There's no let me see. What feelings weird? We tell you exactly the way it is. Most American people, somebody tells you something the way it is, you're going to book a therapy session. You are extremely fragile. And that's the part that makes me sad, because I know you're sensitive. Like, I know most Black Americans, you are incredibly sensitive. You don't like to feel ostracized. You don't like to feel left out. But at the same time, you keep behaving in a way that leads to these kinds of outcomes, right? When you know that you are sensitive and that you are a sweetheart on the inside, I need you to act accordingly. Act accordingly. But I think the problem is, because amongst yourselves, you're not nice to each other, you assume that African people are going to treat you the same way. And the answer is no. I am not Black American. You understand? And I'm sorry that you come from a community where people are fake. The only time they show support is when police officers are out here shooting people. Okay? So you have to stop that. Because I think most of you guys, most people who are Black Americans, you know that you cannot rely on your fellow Black American, because it's fugazi. It's okay. It's fake. The love is fake. There is no community. It doesn't exist. So I think sometimes you think, oh, if I get next to an African person, they're going to think they're better than me. They're not going to help me. They're not going to do this. No. Why would I not help you? Why would I not help you? Like my husband, when I first met, I said, oh, when we actually talked, the same night I sent him a message. Oh, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you for being here. You know, at Mason, I ran most of the tutoring at Mason because all the Black kids in STEM, having them be successful in their courses, it meant a lot to me. Even on Facebook, they always talk to me. Hey, Marlene, how are you? Because I took care of them. Right? So just because you don't have a loving heart, don't think we don't have one. African people are really about family. We might not know each other, but when we go places, oh, you're my brother, you're my sister, we help each other out. You understand? A lot of African people are very nice, but the way you behave, they're not going to, because in our culture, we don't do disrespect. And when you disrespect us, it's really hard for us to move on. You are in a culture where you talk without thinking. You behave without thinking. You do shit without reflection. And that's why so many of your young people are in prison. You are very impulsive. You act first and you think years later. You have to stop. You truly have to stop. You know, we have different cultures. That is a fact. We are different people. That's a fucking fact. And no one is going to sit here and disagree with you on that. Right? But if you want to get along with African people, you have to know respect is a big deal for us. It's a big deal. All my little sisters, all of them, they come in here, Ruva. When they come in here, hi, Marlene, they know how to behave because that is the culture. Chioma, everybody knows how to behave. Esther, when Esther messages me, she will never start a text message without saying, good morning, Marlene. I'm like, there you go, my baby, right? Respect is big. Jen's the same thing. Jen and I, we were talking. There were things I was like, okay, whatever, right? But even by herself, she messaged me. She said, Marlene, I want to ask for forgiveness because right? She's 31 years old. But she understands her place because for us African people, respect is a big, big deal. You are very disrespectful. You have a disrespectful culture. You're very disrespectful. And this is why when it comes to African Americans and African people, we're not going to vibe. It's just not going to work. And it's not because I dislike you. Our cultures are not compatible. If you insist on being disrespectful, you will stay by yourself. That's it. I don't play like that because it's too much disrespect. You understand? I cannot be with people and I don't feel safe because that's my culture. I don't disrespect anybody. I'm very respectful to people because that's what it means to me to be West African. The same way you don't want to give up on being a Black American, it's the same way I will never surrender being a West African. Talk about all the huts you want. I don't care. The huts, that's just an abode. What's in here? My African values. You understand? And no matter where you put me, yeah, some might because they're stupid. You know, some people, they come to Europe and they lose themselves. They come to the West and they lose themselves because they have low self-esteem and they want to fit in so badly. That's their problem. And that's why people need to have a lot of education. People need to read. I don't know how to explain this. The more you educate yourself, the less likely you are to be influenced to want to fit in. You see, me, I'm the type of person, even by nature, I don't really care to fit in. But I will also say the fact that I take a lot of pride in educating myself because I know a lot of shit. When you're highly educated, you don't care to fit in. You understand? I have a better time. That's just me personally. I have a better time engaging with AI, with DeepSeek, than I do with people. I would rather sit by myself and watch a documentary and learn something new. I love learning new shit. I'm fine by myself. And because of how much I know, that's why I'm able to love myself. Okay? So that's that. You know what I'm saying? Listen. It depends. It depends what you read. It depends what you read. Right? And so you gotta know how to choose. But whatever, yeah, go fix dinner for your baby, my love. Go do it. Right? That's what happens when you're by yourself. You gotta fix it. You gotta fix dinner by yourself. So go do it, my love. Go do it. The people need you. Go get some food, right? But I'm like, the thing is, the thing remains, right? Whatever you read, which that's what I think is also really sad when it comes to American education, is that American education, 13 years, people are in these halls of public education, right? And for 13 years, American pupils are never encouraged to be critical thinkers. And now I think that's biting America in the ass because they're not spending all this money on education that encourages curiosity, that encourages problem solving, that encourages self-reliance, right? It's just a bunch of babysitting. People are given the answers to the test. People are given the answer to the quiz. People are told how to think. Even the mere fact, like I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you a good example, right? I have one for you. One thing that truly bothers me is that in America, you're not allowed to question World War II. Right? You are told Hitler is bad, and then your job is to repeat it. Hitler bad, Hitler bad, Hitler bad. But is everything about Hitler bad? Right? And so are you. You're also trash. So go fix your trashy dinner. Like, what the fuck? I'm trash, you're trash. That's why we spend our time together. Okay? Trash of a feather, trash together. Anything else? You fucking idiot. And that's what, and you did that, and that's what you paid a master's for. And you want me to believe that somehow Obama did not pay off your student loans. Okay, trash. Trash of a trasher, trash of a feather, trash together. Go feed your child, single mother. Okay? Because that's what happens when you raise kids by yourself. Should have done things the right way. Okay? You wouldn't be in this mess, in your trashy mess. Go feed your child. All right? There you go. Anyways, so as I was stating, right? One thing that I will say, sorry. Exactly. But you see, to me, that's critical thinking skills. Because everybody, we can say, yeah, Hitler is bad. Like killing 6 million people, you ain't shit. Okay? You truly ain't shit. However, what was Germany going through at the time? Yeah, that's okay. Because if we don't sit here, oh, she's gone, the trash is gone. She's sensitive. You see, she can't say anything because I speak too much facts. I speak too many facts. That's why they all got quiet. They that's what they do. And I'm like, and when you deal with most American people, I don't care who they are, white Americans, Black Americans, they struggle with stamina. They come out the gate swinging. You see at the Olympics. American people with their flashy gear, their Nike sunglasses, their Nike shoes, and they get their asses beat by Jamaicans who run bare feet in Jamaica. It never fails, right? Or the Kenyans who barely have food. They're going to win the marathon. American people is a pompous, flashy people that struggles with stamina. They can start wars, but they're not going to know how to finish them. What war have they finished? There you go. So, like, you live here long enough. You know how these people work. You know how they function. And you're like, snooze fest. That's what they do. They come in swinging super, super hot. They're going to leave because most Americans are brainwashed. Most Americans are not able to arrive at their own thoughts by themselves. Everything they know, everything they speak to you is spoon-fed. Feminism, they were spoon-fed that shit. Becoming promiscuous, they were spoon-fed that shit. Like everything they say, they're spoon-fed. Oh, loan is the way to go. You got to get into loans. They do not think for themselves. That's what it means to be an American. And today it's biting them in the ass because most Americans are not problem solvers. So they want the government to do everything for them. That's why you don't train your people to be brainwashed. But like I said, when it comes to World War II, though, everybody should be allowed economically to study where was Germany at that time. Was Germany financially prosperous? Because if more people understood that there was hyperinflation, there was hyperinflation, we're all going to realize that, hey, when you have an economy, you might not want to have inflation or hyperinflation because it leads to hatred. People will start hating people, right? But the thing about the Second World War and the man with the mustache, right? A lot of technology came out of that. The radio came out of that. Transatlantic flights came out of that. Better engines came out of that. A lot of the fashion, there was a lot of fashion too. All the fashion we get during the summer, the trench coats and things like that. The trench coats come from the Nazis. Like that's how they used to dress when Hugo Boss was doing their outfits. Today, like life got improved because of the war. Not just that. You study American history, FDR with the New Deal, where he tried, once again, Democrats and their goofy socialist policies, where he wanted the federal government to take the place of the private sector. When FDR puts in place the New Deal, it doesn't work. Because when you try to stimulate an economy, through fiscal policy from the federal government, it does not work. You have to go to the private sector. With Hitler and America joining the war, he saved America. It saved America. World War, the Second War put America on the map. That's what made the way for the US dollar to be the currency of the world, right? And that's why today Americans are richer than other people, not because they produce more than other people, because they print money whenever they feel like it, right? And that's why I'm talking about like critical thinking skills. Like people here don't do critical thinking. Everything they repeat to you, they've been spoon-fed. They have a baby in their body. These goofy ass people will tell you, oh, my body, my choice. It is not your body. The child has a separate body. How can you even repeat shit like that? Okay. No. Yeah. Like, let's be so for real. There's a child in your body. The child is inside the placenta. It has a head. It has two legs. It has a heart. It has organs. It has a kidney. And you sit here and you tell us, oh, it's my body. How the fuck can it be your body? It's a separate body. Everybody should know. But then again, people don't pay attention in biology. People don't pay attention in sex ed. That's why you have a spike in STDs, right? Babies in the womb have their own blood supply. It is not your body. You are an incubator. The word you're looking for is an incubator. You can say, I don't want to be an incubator. That is factually correct, but it's not your body. They are fucking insane, right? But this is what happens when you live with people who don't know how to think. They say shit, don't even know what the fuck they're saying. But then they want to tell you about being from Africa and being from a hut. You're from here. Why are you so remedial? Like, I will never give her that fucking shit. Before we came to America, my dad always had to pay for my school fees. Are you kidding me? Why are you so remedial? How can you be pregnant and tell us that the baby's body inside of your body is your body? It is not your body. Because if it was your body, the way abortion kills the baby, it will also kill your ass, right? When you have an abortion, only the baby dies. You don't die because it's not your body. You are an incubator. So you can't say my body, my choice. The baby is the one that will say my body, my choice. But a baby doesn't have a choice because a baby can't talk. It is not for you to decide. It's like imagine a nation that says, oh yeah, says 11 million people on welfare and they can't take care of themselves. We should euthanize the people or we should kill the people because a country is an incubator, right? The citizens of a country, the country is the host. The citizens are like the freaking bacteria that lives in here. I imagine we say, oh yeah, 11 million people cannot feed themselves after 13 years of subsidized education. Let's just kill them. Because what's the point? Why are you remaining alive? Because what's going to change next month? What's going to change the month after that? What's going to change 6 months from now? You're still not going to be able to feed yourself, right? But we continue to bend over backwards. We raise taxes. We do so fucking much for grown-ass people who were given 13 years of subsidized education so they don't have to pay bills. But then a little baby can't live. A little baby's in the belly, and he don't even have the right to live. But grown ass people who can't feed themselves, they have to live. For what? They're poor. And they have no interest in getting out of poverty. They're going to have more babies on welfare. These kids are going to be more criminals. It doesn't get better. We are financing the terrorists of tomorrow. We are financing the killers of tomorrow. For what reason? Right? But then again, like I said, because we don't do critical thinking over here. People are spoon-fed the shit that they say, and that's why they say so much dumb shit. Oh, I don't need a man. I don't need a man. Yeah, the fuck right. Most of the shit you need, most of the shit you use every single day was built by men, okay? Please. Woman can't even commit to a 9-month pregnancy. Can you imagine? You asking this broad to hold a baby for 9 months, she can't even do it. Most inventions that have changed modern society have taken 10 years of hard work. 12 years of hard work. She can't even hold a baby for 9 months. You think she gonna help us to have a better society? Like, get the fuck out of here. Because we live in a country that does not encourage people to critical think, and it does not encourage people to call out bullshit. Like, yeah, you're talking bullshit. Shut the fuck up. You're dumb. That's it. You're fucking dumb. Exactly. It put America on the map. And you see that with Palestine. The whole Palestine situation was started by Great Britain. Great Britain passed their goofy shit to America, but because America too is made up of British people. Like, they're all British, they're all French, they're all German, whatever, right? But people do not do critical thinking. They don't do it. And so when they're presented with an actual factual argument, they don't know how to think. So they say, oh, you hate me. Oh, you're against me. Because they're stuck. They're stuck on stupid. They're stuck on stupid. Right? You just don't have an argument for what I'm saying because you never had to think for yourself. You don't know how to think for yourself. That's why you can't feed yourself. Like, make it make sense. 11 million people on fucking welfare from one ethnic group, and you want to talk about people? You need to have your fucking brain checked. Like, that's crazy. No, abortion is not a good thing, baby. Abortion is never a good thing because we don't know who is getting aborted. We don't know. We could have geniuses getting aborted. We could have neurosurgeons getting, I don't know who's getting aborted, right? The issue here is the lack of responsibility. They don't have to get pregnant. She can be on birth control. The man could also marry her. The man could also pull out. But we are surrounded by a bunch of dumbasses who do not want to hold themselves accountable. So politicians say, hey, if you vote for me, you can kill as many kids as you want. And that also is deplorable. No one has to die. You can just be respectful and marry someone. And also you can have enough integrity that, hey, we had sex. Now I'm pregnant. We're going to raise the baby. That's what responsible people do. But even for that too, they don't even learn responsibility in school. They can come late to school. Their book bags can be messy. Their work can be messy. Nobody holds these people to be responsible. So once they graduate high school, everybody needs to be fucking afraid. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. It's fucking insane. But I'm like, people do not do critical thinking. Like, you even have people who are Black Americans who believe in reparations. Like, make it make sense. Reparations. Oh, then you need to pay us $20 trillion. Like, yeah, right. Just say you want to bankrupt America and let's be done with this shit. Reparations, because they don't care. Microeconomic policy, inflationary policy, macro policy. They don't give a fuck. Because they think you can just print money. You can just print and print money. And when they say they're dumb shit with reparation, nobody says, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like, just what's it called? Right? Just right now, just with COVID, the fact that America printed money for people to stay home, we're all suffering. Before we went into lockdown, price of egg was affordable. The price of toilet paper, affordable. America was so affordable before we went into lockdown. People printed money for the sake of printing money. And now here we are. People are suffering. Companies are laying off people. Inflation is not a fucking joke. It does not make people wealthier. It makes people poorer. But once again, bunch of imbeciles, bunch of pseudo-intellectuals, bunch of people who harbor education. They just despise common sense, right? Just give me money, always panhandling and bullshit like that. It's like people are batshit crazy. People are batshit crazy. And it's like, it's a few people who make everything go around in this damn country. And I'm like, how the fuck is that even fair? How the fuck is that even fair? Like, seriously, yeah. It's hyperinflation. And that's, oh no, print more money for reparations. Like, okay, so we should all be homeless. Like, you want us to be in the streets. You want people's 401ks to be complete garbage. You want people's home values to be complete garbage. The level of selfishness. The level of selfishness. But they're going to tell you they're proud to be American. Then they get the fuck out of here. With this kind of mindset, there will be no America. People don't even sit here and study what happened to the Dutch Empire. What happened with the Dutch Empire that the people went broke? Before America was a thing, before even France had an empire, before Napoleon was the international bully that he was, before Great Britain even had a fleet, Denmark was out here. Denmark was outside. Denmark went broke. They went broke. It's called inflation, right? Germany had 2 wars. It's called inflation. Argentina had so many wars, coup d'etats, you name it, inflation. It is horrible. It is horrible. And if you claim to love your country, you will have to care about fiscal policy. Monetary policy has to be your priority. People want to take loans, don't even know how they're going to pay for that. But if everybody starts to default on their student loan, it is bad for everyone, because everybody's retirement, your money, it's all of these things are tied together. Mortgages, student loans, all these loans, they're all connected. You start having mass default of student loans, it's going to affect the mortgage people. You start having a bunch of mortgage defaults, it affects the student loan people. These loans are all connected, but you never see people sit here and talk about monetary policy. African greater this. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's fucking old. Me, honestly, I think the issue is America. Like, listen, I don't know when you came in, Snuggles, but America, to me, it's a country that bullies people. Okay, white Americans, like these Anglo-Saxons, they're a bully people. And right now, we have an issue with money. We're broke. You understand, right? There's only so much taxation you can do. Annually, America brings in $6 trillion in revenue. We have a national debt. I think by tomorrow, it might be 39 trillion. We have a 39 trillion national debt. In June, we had, there was an interest payment of 9 trillion that was due. They have yet to pay that money, you know? They have yet to pay that money, right? They have created an entire section of welfare. Okay, so many people here are on fucking welfare. America is becoming more and more socialist by the day. Ingenuity, entrepreneurship, creativity, and shit like that out the fucking window. Okay, so there's a need for cash. You can only print with so much money. So there's also a need to pillage. So the issue with Venezuela is pillaging, it's to steal. Same thing with Palestine. I'm just like, there has to be incredibly something special in Palestine. You cannot convince me that under the soil of Palestine, there's not some kind of crazy natural resource. The same thing with Ukraine. The war between Russia and Ukraine was nothing but a front for the American government and the powers that be to steal this quote unquote rare earth, right? There are special minerals between, I'm sure in the Crimea. I'm sure the Crimea, the Baltic Sea, whatever, there are probably some rare minerals out there that they want to steal. You also know that Russia is the largest gas supplier to Europe. You see, and I do believe that America wants to take some of the business from Russia. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, it's a lot of stuff that goes into it, but pretty much we are in debt. We are in debt. There's not a lot of ingenuity. There's not a lot of creativity. I think the most interesting thing in American economic, right, was with Apple, especially the iPhone. But ever since then, I don't know. I guess they're trying with AI, but AI sometimes it be giving some dumbass answers. You know what I'm saying? But they want to convince people that the future is in AI. But I still believe that it can do some pretty cool things, but it still has a lot to go. And not just that, AI consumes a lot of energy. You know, it consumes a lot of energy. Like where I live, I'm surrounded by data center share, right? But you'll see most people who live around data centers, our power bills don't look right because we're subsidizing these data centers because it takes a lot of energy. It consumes a lot of energy. And they don't want to talk about that stuff. But like I said, people don't do critical thinking, right? But I'm like, the level of energy, like the amount of electrical supply that you need to run AI, right? People don't want to talk about the aggregate cost that is going to have not just to the economy, but even to the environment. Because we're just like, oh, wow. But this wow, it ain't free. Okay? It really is not free. Man, But even with Bitcoins too, like Bitcoins to me, Bitcoins was meant to be something revolutionary. But I kind of feel like now Bitcoins has bent the knee to the powers that be. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I feel like most, even, but I think, and I feel like with any savvy like financial diversity, it's like you would have Bitcoins, right? You would also have futures. You know, like you will be in the commodities. You get involved with commodities, right? But shit, we might even get to a point where you might even want to start buying cans of food, because I'm like, at this rate, we might get to a point where even cans of food are worth more than money. Should have some gold, should have some silver, you should have some Bitcoins. But I'm like, and also when you travel abroad, you should change some of your US dollars into other currencies that are not as volatile. I think most people should study countries with currencies that have where the countries have a low national debt. I think in the Scandinavia might be a good investment, right? But I'm like, you would have to have like a somewhat sophisticated diversification mindset to be able to insulate yourself from America, the inflation, the goofy politicians, and the goofy people who love to be on welfare, because all that is, it's all a fucking liability, you know. And this is why, whether people want to or not, America is going to have to import immigrants. They're going to have to import immigrants by the boatload, because they need people to have children. They need people to come here and pay taxes for at least 30 years. Because how are they going to meet their expectations with all these benefits, the pensions, the this, the that, the this, the that? They have so much they have to pay for, because they have trained people to wait for the government for housing, wait for the government for food, wait for the government for your medical thing. You know, like we live in America, and you have politicians who tell American people healthcare is a human right. No, the fuck is not. Okay, the human right that you are entitled to is called exercise. How about that? I don't know. Well, I mean, like, I think people should go to different kinds of energy and chips and all that kind of stuff, right? But I'm like, it's a lot of no, they're gonna have, because the thing is, like, the reason why you're gonna have to import immigrants, babe, is because of the culture of the immigrants. Like, immigrants are more likely to get married. Immigrants are more likely to have families. Immigrants are more likely to work the job. American people today, they're too cool for school. They're too rich. They're too successful. They're too American. Like, certain jobs are beneath them. Yeah, childcare. But you know, most immigrant people too, like I'll tell you this, like, you have some West African people, when they have a child in America, the child will be born here, but they'll send the child back to Africa to be raised. Right? There's that flexibility, right? Also, a lot of African people, compared to Black people here, they have tighter networks. So, like, many times you can have people to watch your kids. You have their aunties who can watch your kids, the people who can watch your kids. So African, like, I'll tell you about this, even Indians, I'm sure, but African people, when they live abroad, they have systems of childcare like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, usually, like, the more standardized childcare is usually for white Americans. It's for Black Americans. Most Latinos don't send their kids to daycare because they have people, right? Most African people don't send their kids to daycare because they have people. That's when you know you have community, right? Most Black Americans don't like to look out for kids. They don't watch kids of other Black Americans. You gonna come back, the baby's dead. Okay, like, just like that. You gonna come back, the child is fucking dead, right? So they can't rely on each other. So they have to have money, and they have to actually pay for services. Otherwise, usually you would be able to rely on family. Also, the issue with having kids so early, like today, most Black American grandmothers are in their 40s. So she doesn't have the mindset, oh, I need to watch my grandkids and things like that, because she's still young. She started having kids way too soon. So she doesn't have, like, the quietness. Whereas, like, before, most Black American grandmothers were like 60, 70, 80. Oh yeah, of course, they love watching kids. It's not a problem. But today, the average grandmother today, she's like what, 45, 55, even 60? And for her, being a grandma is a problem. She doesn't even want to be called grandma. Like, you got to call all these bougie names, right? So that's that. I don't think so. I think people who tend to adopt to the culture sometimes are people who live, like, in certain income housing. because they're surrounded by nothing but that. That wasn't my situation, right? So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah. But most immigrants do not pay for childcare. They have community. People can watch the kids. It's not a problem. You know, so I'm like, they're going to have to. You need people to work. You need people to pay taxes. We have the government pays a lot of money in pension, Medicare, Medicaid, the VA, whatever, the post office, they pay the federal workers. They have their liabilities are crazy, right? And so, given the current mindset of the average American, that's not a suitable force. That's not a suitable workforce. They need to bring new people that they can scam, that are going to believe that if you work hard, you'll make it, the American dream. And so, like, they're going to bring in a lot of immigrants. Absolutely. Even with Trump, if you notice carefully, Trump is not really trying to deport people, right? Democrats are fighting for immigrants to stay. If you look carefully as well, Trump is not really trying to deport people. Yeah, it's not a human right. You're not. Why would you think that healthcare is a human right? Because you're from Sierra Leone, right? If you really believe that healthcare was a human right, you'd be in Sierra Leone fighting for human rights, right? It's not a human right. In order for someone to be a doctor, they have to go to school. You're not entitled to somebody's IP. Nobody owes you to treat you. I'm so confused, right? Like Esther goes to medical school. Her dad pays a lot of money. It has been a huge, he has 2 daughters in medical school. He's been selling everything to pay for their education. So who are you to think that once his daughters graduate that you are owed their expertise? Why didn't you go to med school? What the heck? The people in the pharmaceutical industry. Do you know how long it takes to come up with a new drug? Like, do you have people? I mean, people here are so damn silly, right? People who work in the labs. Do you know how long? First of all, their education, like a PhD, like a bachelor in chemistry, a master's in chemistry, a PhD in chemistry. Like, you know how many years that is? Where they couldn't have shit, they didn't have no money. Do you know how hard it is to be a grad student? You ain't got no fucking money. And you got to be on Instagram and see everybody live their best life while you over here studying these goofy ass equations, right? But people who work in the lab, people who come up with these technologies, who come up with these medications, do you know how long it takes? Even to come up with one vaccine, people are like, that's why I say America is full of like entitled, lazy ass people who have no respect for other people's hard work. Medication is not easy to come through. These formulas are patented. That is somebody's intellectual IP. That is a lot of people's intellectual IP. They put their brains together. Now they can say, hey, I want to give it to you. That's fine. But that's their call to make. Who are you to think that you're owed somebody's intellectual IP? That is crazy to me. But we never focus on the healthcare that's your human right. It's called exercise. There you go. It's exercise. If you like the kind of healthcare that you are entitled to is to exercise. It is your body. Take care of it. Why do you want to sit here and watch your body completely fall apart? And like, oh my gosh, my body's falling apart. I need to go to the doctor. It never even had to get there. Right? And we have to stop once again because people don't do critical thinking. We have to stop telling people that healthcare starts and ends at going to the doctor and getting medicated. Healthcare is more than that. Every action you take throughout the course of your life plays a part in your overall healthcare. So if you want to live long, you want to have great healthcare, start by having better habits. No, people have horrible habits. People have multiple sex partners. People eat whatever the fuck they want to eat. People go and get all this kind of debt they can't pay. It stresses them the fuck out, making poor ass decisions, right? Now your heart is stressed out, your kidney fucked up. Oh, now we got to give you healthcare. No, the fuck we don't. No, fuck we don't, right? Had you made better decisions in your life, you would not be this sick. Nobody owes you to treat you. Now, they can do it if they want to, but that is at their discretion. Nobody owes you their years of medical school. Why didn't you go to medical school? Nobody owes you years and hours and days of being in the lab, working on medication over and over and over and over. And like I said, America does not respect smart people. Americans do not respect science. That's the problem. And when Vivek said it, people try to make a big issue. No, Vivek was right. People do not respect science. People don't even respect the people who are in science. People don't have respect for us. People take smart people for granted. Oh, they'll just resolve it. Oh, they'll just find the cure. Oh, they'll just find the medication. No, why don't you do it? Why don't you come help out? Right? Oh, I'll just take the loan. loan, and they'll figure out how to cancel my loan. This country does not respect smart people. But nobody owes you their IP. Nobody owes you their intellectual IP. It came from somebody's brain. And you have no idea how long someone has been working on this medication. Nobody owes you the medication. It is not a human right. You're not owed. It's not a human right. What right is it? Can you enforce it? No, that's why you got to hide behind the government. You cannot enforce anybody to treat you. Like even me, Marlene, if you came in front of me and you were bleeding, I don't have to help you. Like, why are you bleeding? What did you do? Oh, okay. How's it my problem? Why are you bleeding? Right? But like I said, you're from Africa too. So you come here and you think, oh, it's a human right because you listen to politicians. Nobody owes you shit. Right? Your human right is the right that you have to take care of yourself. So take good care of yourself, but you can't go through life and think that, I'm owed healthcare. For what? For what? And if you want great healthcare, get a fucking great job. How about that? Get a great job. Work hard in school. Get a fucking great job, or marry a husband that has a fucking great job, and you'll have great healthcare. But it's not a human right. That's why we pay for it. A human right is whatever you can enforce. Can you enforce a doctor? You gonna go enforce a doctor to treat you? No, I don't have to treat you. Why didn't you go to medical school? Why didn't you sacrifice? Esther, she studies every day. Why aren't you doing it? Right? People want to, like I said, people want to live like cicadas and grasshoppers. And then when they get sick, oh, you owe me to treat me. No, the fuck I don't. You can come in front of me bleeding. I'm like, okay, I don't know. Like, why are you bleeding like this? Did you kill someone? You stole something? I don't know. But it's at my discretion if I want to help you or not. I don't have to help you. Right? A neurosurgeon is not owed to give you his surgery. He had to go to school for that. You know how many cadavers he had to operate on to learn how to be a surgeon? No. I'm not a feminist, people. I'm not a feminist. Okay? Nobody owes you shit. Even if you go to an oncologist, the world's best oncologist, he doesn't have to treat your cancer. That's his knowledge. That's his know-how. He worked hard to be that person. Now, if he wants to do it for free, it's on him. If he wants to charge you also, it's on him. At the end of the day, he went to school. He sacrificed. Don't even know if the family put their house up, if the family went and got a second mortgage. People never worry about the sacrifices other people had to endure in order to be where they are. Right? Oh, you owe me. I don't owe you shit. Like me, Marlene, if I was like the top best oncologist, it's at my discretion. If I see a patient, I'm like, okay, I really want to help this person. I'll do it because I want to. You're not entitled to me. And that's why even with this goofy ass Obamacare, you still don't have access to the best doctors in the world because it costs money. It's a fucking brand. If somebody works hard to be the best of their class, to be at the top of this medicine game, the fuck they look like taking Obamacare. Get your money up, or though you just die. Babies die all the time. Nobody dies. Nobody cries. There's abortions every single day. Innocent babies. They do the DNC. They cut them up like chickens. Nobody cares. So you lived a good life. If you die, you die. What's the big deal? People die all the time. Even today, if you die today, at the end of the day, you've lived a longer life than most people. In the 20s, people live until like what, 40 or something, like in the 1800s. Most people die at like 25 or 30. So if you made it to 70, consider yourself lucky. Nobody owes you. Oh, we have to make sure you make it to 100. For what? How does that help us? Die. Just go. Bye-bye. We're tired. I'm like, it's fucking crazy. Healthcare is a human right. It's a what? If you want healthcare, exercise. The human right that you are entitled to is called exercise. Exercise every day. Do 30 minutes of cardio. Be mindful of your food. Reduce the level of stress. Do not have too many sexual partners. Take your supplements. Go to sleep at a reasonable time. Wake up at a reasonable time. Don't take on loans you can't afford. Right? And you'll most likely live a good life. Don't drink too much. Right? Respect your kidneys. Don't be out here smoking left and right. Respect yourself. You'll have a good life. But healthcare is not a human right. We should want more people to have access to healthcare. But people have to understand, if you want to have access to great healthcare, you're going to have to work hard on being industrious. You got to be productive. Yeah, but people in third world countries, Snuggles, they don't do what people do here because they have no money, right? They don't do all kinds of alcohol. They can't even afford that shit. don't do all kinds of smoking and drinking and promiscuity. Like they live a sane life. Like even in Japan, people in Japan live so long. And their cost of healthcare is extremely lower than America because Japanese people are responsible. They have a responsible culture. They measure their food. They're always walking. Like every time they eat food, they walk. They don't have a bunch of debt over their head because in Japan also they got prison for you if you don't pay your debt. Okay. But the Japanese people, they live in a certain way that is conducive to a healthier, better life. Right? Most Americans, they live like trash. They eat everything. They eat all hours of the night. Most of their foods are processed. Everything has to be super sweet. They live off of junk food. They just do all kinds of dumb shit. And then they expect other people to foot the bill when they get sick. No, you don't even have to get sick. But in America, it's like it's a no-no to tell people like, hey, you're going to have self-restraint. You're going to have to hold yourself accountable. You can't just eat everything you see. You can't say that here. Even when someone is fat, you got to say, oh, like they're body positive. No, you're fat. You are absolutely fat. You know what I'm saying? And that's why Marlene, I would never pay for someone. I would never agree to pay for someone's healthcare in America. If I lived in Japan, for example, I would not mind paying for Japanese. I would not mind paying because in Japan, no, I'm serious, Mark. You know me, I don't mind socialism if you do it with responsible people. Like if you do socialism with responsible people, mindful people, thoughtful people, it can actually work because people will not take more than they've put into the bucket, right? If I know I put 3 coins in the bucket, Marlene put 3, Mark put 3, Snuggles put 3, right? Okay. And most people like that, they might even just take 1. Oh, I'll just take 1 and I'll save the rest. So if you do socialism with people like that, it actually can work because these are mindful people. They don't want to take more than they've put in. Right? They even feel bad to take. So I'm like, sure, I don't mind being in a fucking like socialist shit with your ass. That's why it works in Scandinavia because people there are very demure, right? In America, people are dishonest. In America, people don't have integrity. They don't work. They're not productive. They engage in reckless behavior. And then they want to come reap when they haven't sowed. And they're not even asking for a little bit of help. They want all the help. And I'm like, how is that reasonable? So like, no, I will never agree to do healthcare to pay for someone's healthcare over here because a lot of people here, even the sickness that they have, they're completely preventable. Type 2 diabetes, that's self-inflicted. High blood pressure, many times is self-inflicted because people have too much debt. Too much debt, they sleep late, they don't take care of themselves. People do not take care of themselves, right? So then they get sick. Okay, why do I have to feel bad about that shit? Right? Everybody needs to understand it is your body. Oh, that's not a problem, baby. That's not a problem, right? It is your body. If you don't, how dare you not invest in your body, but then you want society to invest in keeping you alive? You can die. It's not a problem. People die all the time. Even your family, they might miss you for a week or so, then they'll move on, right? Because if you really wanted to live, you would take better care of yourself. Right? And that's the thing that people also don't have the courage to say is that a lot of people don't have the will to live. You don't have a will to live because if you had a will to live, you would not be living the way that you're living. You would not eat the way that you're eating. You would not be sleeping around the way that you sleep around with no protection, all that kind of weird shit. Right? People don't have a will to live. But when they get sick, we all have to pretend that their lives matter. No, it doesn't matter. Because if that person's life matter, even they themselves will be a bigger stakeholder in their health, right? The way America is set up today with this goofy ass socialist bullshit, right? It's like random people are expected to be stakeholder in people who don't even care about themselves. Why would I be a stakeholder in your health? Why do you want me to go into my pockets, pay taxes, pay for your health care when you don't give a fuck about your health? Me, I don't smoke. I've never smoked because I know it's bad for you. I don't even drink alcohol like this. I gained weight. I was 243 pounds. I took my black ass, my fat ass on the Stairmaster to lose some fucking weight because I don't want to be a burden to other people. But that's called responsible because I don't even want to go to the hospital. But most people here, they don't care. They'll just get bigger and bigger and bigger because in their mind, there has to be a medicine for that. There has to be medication for that. There has to be a pill for that. They want to be medicated instead of being proactive. You have to take care of yourself. But if your body breaks down, why are we going to waste an extra 100,000, an extra 200,000 when the end is very clear? You're going to die. You're going to die. We have no qualms talking about the termination of human life in utero. We don't feel like people don't feel no kind of way talking about abortion, making a triviality of abortion. Oh, it's normal to kill baby. Oh, it's not a real baby. Oh, it's a speck of cells. Like people have no qualms talking about murder, right? And it's so normal to talk about killing children in the womb who can't even speak. And nobody even says when they start the abortion process, the shots, the pills, what does that even do to the baby's body? Has anybody even cared to measure the heart rate of a baby that's about to be aborted? Who knows? Maybe the heart is like 200 beats per minute. The child is fucking scared. And nobody says like, yo, that's fucking brutal. You see a DNC, they cut the baby up like a piece of like chicken. They cut the legs off. They cut the arms. They cut the head. And then they pick the baby out limb by limb. This is fucking atrocious. This is barbaric. It is so fucking barbaric. But people have no qualms talking about the dismemberment of babies in utero. But somehow, when it's grown people who have self-neglected and they're falling apart, oh my gosh, we need to pay taxes so we can stretch their lives by 2 more days. We can stretch their lives by 6 more weeks. They're going to fucking die. That's it. That's that. It's not worth the money. You're not willing to invest money in the future. Oh, let's invest money in childcare. Let's invest money in the NICU to have more babies so they can grow up and pay taxes. We need to invest people. We need to invest our money in people that are sick because they chose to be sick and they're on the way out. They're going to die. An extra 6 months of life, an extra 3 years of life is not worth $300,000. I mean, if you have the money, by all means, pay for it. But I don't want to pay for it. You living an extra 6 months does not serve me. There you go. A child being born in this life that might live 60 years and to see me die, now that actually does serve me because that person is here to stay. You're on your way out. What's the problem? Truly and honestly, what is the problem, right? So no, healthcare is not a human right. Nobody owes you their year of med school. Nobody owes you their years of PhD in chemistry. Nobody owes you years of coming up with these medications. And also, no taxpayer is responsible for making sure you can afford your medication. Where is your family? Where is your mom? Where is your dad? Where are your brothers? Where are your cousins? Where is your community? Where is your husband? Why am I expected to pay for your medical bills? Pay for your own bills. Get a job. I have like a sister, like, she got pregnant, but because where she works, like her insurance is really, really good. Even though she has a high risk pregnancy, she kept the job so she could keep her insurance. So who are you not to get a job to have insurance? Right? We have to stop. We have to stop calling people. You are a fucking adult. You need to know how to take care of yourself. If you are not capable as a woman taking care of yourself, go find a husband. And then he'll be your leader. You'll be your patriarchy. He will take care of you. He'll make sure you're okay. But stop expecting random people to be stakeholder in your education, stakeholder in paying your student loans off, stakeholder in giving you food stamp, stakeholder in how you're going to feed your kids. Listen, this is not what this is. Citizenry is not about other people being a burden to other people. Go read John Locke. Go learn something about that shit, right? That's not what citizenry is. Good citizens are people who can take care of themselves. You do everything in your power to not be a burden to other people. Do not burden other people. And that's one thing I love about Asian people. Asian people do not try to burden other people. In Asian culture, you do everything. Like, it takes a lot. Yeah. In Asian culture, it takes a lot for a person to even ask for money because they're so embarrassed to ask for money. In America, people have no qualms about opening up lines of credit cards that don't even have no damn money. You have no money, no shame whatsoever. But you have a man in Asia, he probably really needs the money. Maybe his child is sick. Like, that's some real shit. He's afraid to even ask for money. He is willing to let the boy die, the child die, than to ask for money. You squander money on fuckery. Shein, this, and that. And then when you're sick now, you have no money, you have no credit, or we all need to pitch in so you can live an extra 6 months. No. I'm not doing this. That's why I said the day I become rich, I'm putting all my money in a trust. Get that shit in blood. People are crazy. Oh, well, you see, because people here want the easy way out. They want to eat as much food as they want. But then when it comes time to losing the weight, they want to lose the weight without doing any effort. But I'm like, all these Ozempic people, listen, their kidneys are going to kidney. No, now you can use credit responsibly, but you should definitely use your credit for serious things like buying a home, right? Buying a home, maybe getting a car, even that. You and me need a car like that, right? That's it. You can use credit responsibly. Over here, people treat credit like it's fast food. They open credit cards for everything. They use Klarna, even something that costs $35. They're going to use Klarna. You don't have $35. If you don't have $35, you can't afford it. They live on payday loans, auto loans, title loans, deed loans, afterpay loans. They're like, this is crazy. Because God forbid they admit to themselves, listen, I just don't belong in that social class. People make $50,000. They want to live like they make $150,000. People make $20,000. They want to live like they make $200,000. People make $100,000. They want to live like they make $1 million. We have a problem over here with gluttony. People are gluttonous. They're lazy, mediocre, and they're gluttonous. That's a real problem, right? Because people should live below their means. But most Americans feel as though they're too posh, they're too first world to live below their means. They think it's okay to live above your means, use credit, borrow money, rob Peter to pay Paul. Like, why are you living like this? You know what I'm saying? Why are you living like this? They're like, no, you cannot live like this. You cannot live like this. You know what I'm saying? Well, I just feel like people, my first thing I will say is truly and honestly, live below your means. Live below your means. Your car, drive an old car. Your house, get a house that's way below what you can actually afford. Recycle everything as much as possible. Upcycle things as much as possible, right? You don't have to go on vacation every year, right? You need to be able to save more. Make sure you save more money. Save more money. Spend less money, right? There are ways to enjoy yourself without spending money. Make your own food. People will save so much money if they stop eating out all the time. Make your own food, right? It's not that hard. There are books that teach people that. There are podcasts that teach people that. There are schools that teach people that. People don't want to learn. They want to act like children. They want to live like cicadas and then blame someone and then beg the federal government, especially Democrats, to just wipe their slate clean. Oh, forgive my student loans. Oh, forgive my this. Forgive. You never have to be in debt in the first place. America is no longer a nation of producers. It's a nation of consumers and entitled people waiting for some kind of welfare payment. And like you cannot sustain a country like that. The nation will go broke. America is going to default because they have raised a very, very entitled, lazy people. They're very lazy. And Democrats don't make things easy because Democrats, every single election is on, I'm going to give you something for free. You're going to get something for free. We're going to pay this for you. This is free. This is free. Nothing is free. Everything costs money. Now, where the money is going to come from? Well, and so when they can't tax people, what happens? They print money. But the more they print money without justifying where that money came from, like there's no industry, you're just printing money for the sake of printing money, people get poorer. Poor people become even poorer. Things become more expensive. I don't even know what they're going to do with it. I really don't know. But the problem is, like, right now, the issue we have here right now is with the interest rate. Because if the interest rate are high, our interest payment are also high. So that's why Trump is really trying to do everything with Jerome Powell. He's bullying him because he wants to lower the interest rate. Because if you lower the interest rate, then the debt payment, the interest payment will go down. Because they haven't paid the $9 trillion yet, right? The problem is, when you lower the interest rate, you don't make the debt attractive. So now you have less and less people less countries, because it's mostly countries. It's mostly countries and it's mostly wealth funds who buy the American debt, right? But if you lower the interest rate, what's the appeal of the American debt? So this is where we are right now. And that's why Trump had to go to all these Asian countries, because he didn't go to Asia for the sake of going to Asia. He went to Asia because these are the people that hold the most bonds. These are the people that hold most of the U.S. debt. Right? And they want them to buy more debt. I don't think they want to do it. Right? Because maybe America needs to learn to tighten the belt. And like, yeah, you can't afford it. And a lot of things have to be cut. A lot of programs. No, the thing about Trump, though, Trump to some extent, he's trying to be a bit more fiscally responsible than most people. Because it's getting bad. It's getting really bad. Democrats, they act like there's no debt. They act like there's no inflation. All they care about are like illegal immigrants, trans identity, trans issues, abortion, homosexuality. But it's like, without money, we can't live. Money is a real issue. Money is real. If you don't have money, you can't live, right? If we have so much inflation that young people have to live with their parents, you know, it causes a lot of depression. Like, people don't want to get married. People don't want to save. Oh, what's the point of saving anyways? I'm going to be broke forever. People start behaving a certain way, but you need people to save, right? There's certain behaviors that have to occur. But I'm like, if inflation is so bad that young people have no hope in working, they don't want to live by themselves, don't want to get married and things like that, it becomes a problem. You know, like even recently, a lot of wedding stores have closed down. Like, wedding stores are closing because people are not buying wedding dresses. Wedding venues also are closing down because nobody's booking weddings, right? So it's like there are real consequences to that stuff. But we live in a nation now where it's like people want to be socialist. People want to stay home and get checks. People want every single part of their lives to be handled by the federal government. Their healthcare, their job, their food, their this, their insurance, everything. They want everything to come from the federal government. People don't want to take care of themselves. People don't want to solve problems. People don't want to create companies. People don't want to create jobs for other people, right? So you have some real issues there. But I do feel like, compared to Democrats and Republicans, I feel like Trump, he's somewhat trying. To me, when it comes to national debt, I blame both parties because the money can't come out unless both Democrats and Republicans agree. So the money was spent. They all agreed to it because they all get kickbacks. DC is very corrupt, you know. So to me, the debt, I blame both people. I blame both parties, Democrats and Republicans, because somebody should be brave enough to be like, okay, that's enough, right? With the war, like with all the wars in the Middle East, like in 25 years, America wasted $14 trillion, no return on investment. So if the wars had never happened, the debt would have been at 25 trillion. I don't think you would have inflation, right? So there's a lot of mismanagement with the finances, which is really bad. But as long as people are distracted with racism, black versus white issues, feminism issues, right? People don't really focus on what truly matters. It's the US dollar. If you don't have a strong currency, what do you have? I feel like the wars, they just benefited a few people. Just like even the war in Ukraine. Who did it really benefit? Because most Ukrainians did not want the war, right? But it's like the small cartel of people in Ukraine that made most of the money. And all that money that was sent to Ukraine, it's not free. It's a loan. The Ukrainian people are going to have to pay for that. And even like we have, and the thing that is so evil, the thing that is so evil with Ukraine, in terms of loans, America has given loans in Ukraine that exceed their GDP. That's inflation. There's more money in Ukraine than they can even justify. Right? I think we give I don't know how much we gave, but America gave more loans to Ukraine than Ukraine even produces with their GDP. They don't even make that much money. But they're going to have to pay for that money. Just like Argentina. And they crushed their economy. Even that was just a pretense. They were never going to join NATO. It was never going to happen. But it was a great charade to get these goofy ass people to sign up for loans. America kept ousting presidents until they found Zelensky. But the people of Ukraine did not want Zelensky. Zelensky was put in place by the American government. But the people of Ukraine don't want Zelensky. Like even now in Ukraine, people are silenced, they're kidnapped, they're muzzled, they can't speak, they can't say how they really feel, right? But I'm like, America has given, these white people have given to these people way more money in loans than their national GDP. And I'm like, they're going to cause inflation. And only God knows how many decades these people are going to have to pay for these loans. On top of the stuff that was destroyed, like bridges that were destroyed, homes that were destroyed, on top of like 1 million Ukrainian young men have died. So these are people that will never get married, homes that will never be bought, right? Families that will never be created, taxes they will never pay, children that will never be born, right? So for a country to lose out on 1 million young men to just die, even that too, like only God knows what the consequences of that are as well. So I'm like, it's freaking crazy, right? But it's like, this is how we live out here, child, right? Everything is socialism. Everything is give somebody something for free, give people stuff for free, Oh, I want this for free. I want healthcare for free. I want free housing. I want free school. I want free food. I want free. People are not patriotic. People don't feel like they have to work for anything. People don't want to fight to make America like the best country in the world, the land of the engineers, the land of innovation. No, people want to stay home and receive the universal check thingy. Well, they'll just get paid $1,000 a month to stay home. This is what people want to do. Yeah. So it's like, it's insane. They print the money, or they go to war. They manufacture wars with Venezuela. They manufacture wars with countries in the Middle East, and then they pillage those people. They steal their stuff. Right? At one point, we had Russia's money frozen. I think Europe had, maybe to this day they still do. I don't know. Right? We freeze people's money. At one point, America also had Libya's money frozen. So that's what they do. They pillage. They take people's money because like the SWIFT, and that's why the Russians and the Chinese and the Brazilian are trying to create the BRICS. Because since the world currency, most of the trade is done in US dollars, right? Most countries, most people have to use the SWIFT system. But when you use the SWIFT system, Americans are able to see your transactions. So they can just block your money. That's what they do. Don't forget, America was created by Anglo-Saxons, right? It was created by a bunch of pirates. It's England is a maritime empire. It's full of pirates, a bunch of pirates. They steal, they loot, they grape, whatever, right? But this is what they do. They steal people's money. And they say, oh, it's an embargo. Oh, because you're a terrorist. Oh, because you have nuclear bombs. They just make shit up. It's an American virtue. They just lie over here. They lie. Iran is doing this. Iran is doing that. People not even doing anything. They just make shit up. Like I said, because we live in a place where people don't do critical thinking. They believe everything they hear. They believe everything they're told. They believe everything they're spoon-fed. And that's how America gets to freeze people's money, right? Venezuela. If Venezuela had agreed to let America do whatever it wanted to do with their oil, or to price the barrel at whatever price the Pentagon wanted them to price the oil at, they wouldn't have a problem, right? But the price of oil is not something they like. So now they have to turn about something else. So, but how can you do that though? African countries are not that powerful. They have resources, but they're not that powerful. They're not that powerful. You know what I'm saying? And the sad part with Africa is right there. You're connected to Europe. You're right in front of Europe, and then you're right in front of America. So it's not like you have all this autonomy. Oh, you can do X, Y, and Z. No, but probably that's why also slavery was easy, right? Maybe that's what made slavery easy, is that you're right there. They're all around you. This is Africa. You are surrounded by these people. Where can you go, right? Whereas, if you think about the landscape of China is protected by Russia, right? To get to China, if you want to get to China from the east, you have to go through Russia. And if you study European history, people have tried to take down the Romanovs. They all went broke. The Dutch Empire tried it. They went broke. Napoleon tried it. He went broke. The British tried it. They went broke. America's trying it. They're about to go broke. They told us going to war with Russia was going to last 2 days. And Vladimir was going to just bend the knee. It didn't. 4 years, he's still standing. So when you think of the landscape of China has more protection than Africa does. It's a real thing. You see, it's not easy to get to these people compared to Africa. It's not. Hold on. Where's the slide? Let me see this map. Right. It's not easy to get to China. Right. So they have a lot of just by geography alone. The Chinese have a lot of protection, because to get to China from the east, you got to go through Russia. So far, nobody has been able to bring down the Romanovs. You want to get to China from the south, you have to go through India. India is huge, right? The French went to India. The British went to India. They didn't go that far, did they? Right? So they're a bit more. They're better protected than we are. When Africa is right there in the center. So the Europeans have access to Africa. The Americans have access to Africa. We're right there. We don't have that much protection. So it makes it hard. If we were if the continent was hidden somewhere and make it harder for the Europeans to get to us, I think we would have more autonomy. So it's not easy. It's truly, truly not easy. It's really not that easy, right? So geography is a thing, And sometimes people don't consider that when they talk about like, oh, people being enslaved and things like that. Certain things make it more feasible to attack a people because most of Africa is surrounded by water. So it's easy to come and besiege our asses. But to get to China, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. It really is not. It's not an easy place to take down. But even now, like Russia stands right there. And I'm like, that's why I feel like even with the whole thing with Russia, I really feel like President Ping was supporting Vladimir because if Russia falls, so does China. And Russia has to stand strong. So I'm like, it's not that easy, but many people do not study European history, right? But many countries have tried, many empires have tried to take down these Romanovs and they have failed. And America keeps trying it and they're going to go bankrupt playing with these people. And that's why Trump said, oh, let's just call a treaty. Like it never even had to be a problem in the first place. People have tried. They were not successful. And the thing about it, and the thing a lot of these goofy ass Americans do, what they forget is the terrain in Russia is very different. Russia has a lot of ice. It's fucking cold. Like if you're not from, imagine like you're an American and you have to go fight a war in Russia. You're not going to make it. Yeah, but look at everybody tried though. Napoleon really tried. He tried. I think he made it to St. Petersburg. Now getting out of St. Petersburg, okay. Okay. That's what France went broke. Right? France went broke trying to fuck around with these Russian people. What's it called? What's that thing called? The Dutch Empire. They went broke trying to mess with these Russian people. British Empire too. People don't learn. Like, leave these Romanovs alone. Like, listen, they're completely different. Yeah, but I'm like, but the future definitely is Chinese. I think everybody can agree on that. The future is China. In the next 50 years, it's a wrap. And the future is Chinese. Now, are the Chinese going to make the yuan like an international currency? We shall see. I don't think because that makes you extremely volatile. We shall see. But the future is definitely Chinese. And even Trump, like, cause I was watching a thing with Nick Fuentes, and he was like going off and off, like he's just going on and on about, because Trump said like he still has to let like Chinese students come in here, like 600,000 Chinese students a year need to come to America, whatever, because of all these universities. And Nick was like, oh no, if that's the case, then the schools need to close down or whatever. But I'm like, come on, you guys. And I'm like, listen, boo-boo, okay? My stuff is lagging. Hold on here a second. Right? But I'm like, they want whatever is happening in China, they want these kids to come here because there's a lot of innovation in China. But the future is Chinese. The future is Mandarin. The future is Ni Hao. Okay? That's what's going to happen. And that's why I say it's kind of sad for people not to focus on the future and obsessed with the xenophobic bullshit, trying to attack African people. Yeah. But I'm like, it's really hard to, it has been proven to be quite impossible to take down these Romanovs. So I don't even know why anybody wants to bother. But they tried. They froze his money. Europe froze it. They owed the man $300 million because he supplies electricity. Joe Biden went and bonded one of his Gulf Stream. Like he has some kind of pipeline somewhere where he distributes gas throughout Europe. They took his shit down. But Vladimir is still standing. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not a goofball. I'm like, good job, Libra. Like, stand up for yourself. Because these people here, they're a bunch of bullies. They're a bunch of bullies. And they thought they could bully this man. Oh, we are American. Oh, we have these weapons. Oh, we have the tomahawk. So we have the whatever. Vladimir is standing. That's why I say American people, it's the people who struggle with stamina. They come out the gate swinging super hot, always extremely overconfident. Because they look at other people. Oh, you're poor. You're from the third world. You're an idiot. They always look down on people. And that's why they always underestimate people and they always get their asses whooped. They did the same thing in Vietnam. They looked at these Vietnamese people. Oh, they're small. Oh, they live in the jungle. Oh, they're primitive. Oh, they don't have running water. Underestimating these Vietnamese people. And the people did what they knew best, guerrilla warfare. America got his ass whooped. They went to Somalia. Underestimated people too. All they had to do was they grabbed one helicopter, the Black Hawk. They took one white American soldier and they dragged his body throughout Mogadishu. America's running for their life. They went to Afghanistan. The thing about Afghanistan too, Afghanistan has so many mountains. Like if you're not from there, it's hard. Breathing is hard. Walking is hard. Like it's like there's like people are just so fucking arrogant. There is a lot of mountains in Afghanistan, y'all. People know how to hide. They know where to hide. You're not from there. They have an advantage. Even if you have the best weapons, even if you have infrared light night goggles, child, who the fuck cares? It is their natural habitat. Imagine fighting a war in somebody's natural habitat. How do you expect to win? That makes no sense to me, right? Like desert people, they know how to disappear. Like it's not like I'm like people are so fucking crazy. People are truly crazy. Desert people know how to fucking disappear. Like what's my boy's name? Like Gaddafi, like General Gaddafi, right? His people, they're called Bedouin people, right? This is what they do. I don't even know how. Like it's some weird shit. They cover their faces. Like they just know what to do. They stay in the sand all day. They do this stuff all day. They do stuff for fun. They meditate in the sand. They live in the sand. Like they just like wrap their faces super fast, and they just like disappear. They in the dunes, they'll just disappear in the sand. You're like, what the fuck did he go? How can you tell? And how do you know? But they've done this their entire life. They live like this their entire lives, right? You come from America where you have roads and you have this and you have that, and you think you can just go somewhere like Libya or Iraq and you can compete with a Bedouin. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? But it's the lack of respect for other people and other people's culture, and thinking that if somebody is third world, they don't bring anything to the table. Keep going and getting killed. They sure do. You know, because I live in Burkina Faso, so in Burkina Faso too, like, cause we're in the Sahelian desert. When you live in Burkina Faso, you're in the desert. Like it's really, really dry. When I tell you these Bedouin people will come, like they'll come to you, because sometimes they come, like they let you see their camels so they can give you money, whatever. They have a way of just like, they do it so fast. They just, and their faces are fully covered. And then they go into the sand and they just disappear. These people can live off of dates and milk. They can eat camel milk for 2 months. They don't need to eat food. They're extremely skinny, but their bodies are used to it. Their noses are used to this stuff. Their brains are used to this stuff. It's a sand people. They don't live off with luxuries and phones and this and that. They can sit in the desert for hours. Most Americans, they can't even do 1 minute without being on TikTok. How can you fight these people? Right? And that's the issue that I have with so many American people, is this ethnocentrism, where you think people are from different countries, different worlds, they speak different languages, third world countries, and therefore they have nothing to bring. They're not intelligent. They can't stand up for themselves. And it gets you every single time. Like every single time. Right? Yeah. They have huge camels. You know, they come to trade a little bit and they go. But that's like pop, boom, boom. Face is fully covered like a ninja. And then they just go on their camels. They can be out there, y'all. Like, what the fuck did they go? The camel, him, everybody disappears in the sand. How can you fight people like this? Right? And that's why I say, like, American people always coming in hot. The Nike gear. You see it at the Olympics. Very pompous. A lot of bravado. A lot of like, watch me. Like, even with the recent team, the basketball team, right? At the Olympics, like, they almost lost. If it wasn't for Stephon Curry, they would have lost to Angola. Because it's that arrogance again. Oh, these Africans, like, they can't do that. Angola, it was like, what? The game was a 100 to 101. Like, America only won by 1 point. And you see, and even now, more and more, the NBA is recruiting more African players. Like, stop underestimating people because you think they're less than you, because you think they're from a third world country. That has nothing to do with favor. Somebody can come from abject poverty. And if God says you're going to make it, they're going to make it. There's nothing you can do about it. There's truly nothing you can do about it. It's better to make friends with people. But you see me, the way I live my life, I don't underestimate anyone. Because you never know someone who can whoop your ass. And you also never know somebody that can be a friend to you. Like, be nice to people. It's not that hard. Okay? Yeah, it is not that hard. But I'm like, it's like, imagine, like, because it's super quiet. And it's just the sand. Like, what the heck? What is this? But most Americans will go crazy because it's the people who need constant distraction. They need to be constantly distracted, constantly entertained. You see, and even here too, that's why Jewish people are so successful, because Jewish people on the day of Shabbat, there's no entertainment. There is no computer. There's no technology. They just connect with nature and their books. Jewish people are very smart. So very smart people because they study a lot. They read a lot. They don't need technology. Most Jewish people don't even let their kids on social media. Like most of the CEOs of these tech companies are Jews, right? You know, they tell you, oh, the people don't let their kids on these apps. Their kids don't have Kindles. No, they don't. Most Jews don't let their kids play on social media, their tablets, social media, phones. No, you need to read. You need to read. You absolutely need to learn how to read. And that's why when it comes to the finance and things like that, they take over. They dominate the world because it's a very, very smart people because they spend so much time reading quietly in silence. They read, they seek instruction. So they're usually very successful people and they have lots of money. And because the Jews also love reading so much, they don't need external validation to buy this and buy this and buy that. Because when you are a well-read person, your mind will be set free. Education is truly meant to set people free. The more you know, usually you are supposed to be more confident. You're supposed to be like calmer, love yourself more. You don't need to have a bunch of things to like yourself. Like, no, I'm very smart, so I'm good to go. You know that no matter what, you're going to be okay, right? But when you're not well-read, you are always seeking external validation. The Jews don't seek external validation. They make people conform to them, right? They study hard, they save lots of money, and they're usually good with money. So everybody goes to them because they're the money people. They have found a way to make themselves indispensable. Everybody needs Jewish people. If you want money, you need Jewish people. If the continent of Africa had way more Jewish people, it would be way more successful because it's a money people. When the Jews show up, your money gonna go up because it's a money people. That's just who they are. Wherever they go, they bring money. And that's why they're usually attached to power because successful people, rich people, kings and queens love to have the Jews around because they understand money. And also, I feel like even with the Jews, the reason why is probably also a lot easier for people to trust Jewish people because it's not a flashy people. So if you are a money manager, if you are a financier, if you're a banker, and you're not super flashy, people are more likely to trust you with more money because they feel like, oh, you ain't gonna steal my shit because you dress like you're poor anyways, right? And that psychology, like the fact that they understood that is quite brilliant. I'm the banker. Why would I look like I have more money than my client? Right? If I'm a financier, why am I going to look like I have more money than my client? They're not going to feel safe. They're going to be scared. Like, oh, look at this fancy watch. Did he buy that with my money? Right? Oh, look at his car. Oh, did he buy that with my money? Right? So I feel like that right there, it's truly like, it's great foresight. And it's great psychology. Like you're really good at thinking. Right? Where most Black people, they spend everything they have because they want to impress people. Not realizing that it actually scares people. Like, how are you paying for all of this? So now people have anxiety. Well, I don't know, because if I use my money, you might run with my money. But this is how they made it. I watched this documentary recently. I don't really care about a bunch of people like that. Hold on. I watched this documentary recently, and they were talking about Lehman Brothers, right? Impressive. Really impressive. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if hold on. Yeah, I should be able to find it. Hold on. Let me show you. It was really nice. That's why I said, I would rather, I enjoy my own company, truthfully, because most people don't even have interesting conversations like that. So what the fuck? But let me show you this. Where is it? Let me show you this. It was really impressive.
Than the GDP of most countries.
Yeah.
Picture your signature on a single document, moving billions across continents in seconds. Now imagine losing it all in 72 hours. September 15th, 2008. Lehman Brothers Holdings Inc., the fourth largest investment bank in America, files for bankruptcy. 600.
This is the thing. That's why I find it really funny. People say, "Oh, we built America. I saw a video. This guy was like, "Oh, we made it possible for the African people to come here." I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" "Oh, we built this country." America is nothing without its banking system. People need to be real. If you think the slavery of cotton from the 1600, 1700 is why America stands as the top economy, the US dollar is the world currency, you need help. America is nothing without its banking system. And that's why the same thing I said about Nick Fuentes. All this Jewish people shit, you get rid of Jewish people. If Jewish people were to pack their bags today, and these Ashkenazi Jews were to pack their bags today and leave America, this country is going broke. It is not a joke. Your car loans, your student loans, your credit cards, your Klarna, your house, it's all brought to you by Jewish people. There's not a single company that makes it to Wall Street without going through Jewish people. Jewish people do the underwriting. They find ways. I mean, I don't know. It's fucking art. It's fucking sorcery. They will find money out of nowhere. All these IPOs, all these companies that are listed in the stock market, it's them. Wall Street is brought to you by the Jews. Like, what are you gonna do? And that's why when you talk to these people, you need to talk to them people nice. I'm like, you, Nick Fuentes, what plan do you have to replace these people? You're in your fucking basement. You're broke as fuck. You have no credit card. You don't have shit because you need these people to even have a bank account. They run America. It's not a joke. It is not a joke. That's why people are scared of them. But I'm like, you think America is America because of people pick cotton like God knows when? No. You wouldn't have Apple without the Jews. All the money that it takes to make Apple, it comes from them. You wouldn't have Tesla without the Jews. What else? Give me another company. Oracle without the Jews. What else? Give me, like, what company can exist in America without the Jewish people putting their money in it, without the Jewish people doing the underwriting, without the Jewish people doing whatever sorcery they have to do to make it work? Even the election, it's the Jewish people who pay for election. Most of the donors are Jews. Most of the money comes from the Jews on both sides. Whether it's a Republican, it's a Democrat, doesn't matter who runs. But when you hear that somebody raised 1.4 billion, somebody raised 300 million, where do you think this money comes from? American people and their $5 text donations? Now, are you actually insane? No, it's their fault because they're lazy. It's not the Jewish man's fault. The Jewish man, he's smart. If you don't want to work and he takes over your country, that's your problem. Who's stopping you? No, I would not blame them for that. That's just who they are. They're smart. And it's the people who understand leverage. Like Jewish people, they understand leverage and they understand arbitrage. American people, all they understand is how to spend money. Like, this is crazy. So you can't blame the Jewish man. How are you going to blame a freaking like business savant for seeing that you like to go into debt because you want status by any means necessary? Sure, I'll make it available to you, but then you owe me everything. You don't have to do it. But you want status so much, you'll become a slave. That's not his fault. You got to check yourself. You can say no, right? Nobody told them not to say no, but they pay for everything. Even Mackenzie Bezos, Mackenzie, she gave money to Howard. You're going to go look down with the 80 million. You're going to go find out she's Jewish. Jeff Bezos is Jewish, so technically that's his money too, though. But I'm like, Mackenzie, you're going to go look in there. You're going to find out she's Jewish. Like, that's who they are. And people hate them for that because they're really good. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, Nick Fuentes is like, even Candace Owens. Okay, y'all clapping at these people. But if these people were to leave America, it's going to be lights off because nobody can do what they do. They are really good at money. They're good at banking. And they take on some big risks so that people can live off of credit. People need to say thank you to people, you know? Yeah. Like he thinks it's a fucking joke. Like, oh, get rid of the Jews. Get rid of the who? Are you insane? Are you truly saying get rid of the Jews? The Jews? Are you fucking insane? You gonna get rid of Morgan Stanley? You gonna get rid of Goldman Sachs? You're gonna get rid of are you insane? Are you truly insane? These people have been financing America's bullshit for over 200 plus years. You're going to just get rid of them people? Are you like, is he sane? If you don't go sit down somewhere with your granddad was a truck driver, I'm like, shut up, Nick. You're so stupid. They're not going anywhere.
$1 billion in debt.
Exactly.
25,000 employees lose their jobs overnight. Global markets crater by $3 trillion.
Show me one American business, whether it's a white American business, a black American business that can hire 25,000 people. I'll wait. People are crazy. People are really, really crazy. People just say bullshit because they want to be so hateful. Yeah, right. You have a plan to replace these people. You can replace these people. Shut up.
In a single week. But what nobody knows is this wasn't just another corporate failure. This was the spectacular end of a 158-year dynasty that began with 3 Jewish immigrants selling fabric from a pushcart in antebellum Alabama.
Exactly.
The Lehman Brothers didn't just build a bank. They built an empire that survived the Civil War, 2 world wars, the Great Depression, and dozens of market crashes. They accumulated wealth that made them richer than Vanderbilt, more powerful than Morgan, and more influential than Rockefeller.
He's saying, when he said Morgan, he's talking about Morgan Stanley. Because Morgan is the father-in-law, Stanley is the son-in-law. They're both Jewish. They're also Jewish immigrants. These people are smart as shit. Like Nick Fuentes will fucking play him. Oh, you need to, what they say, like, oh, you need to deplatform Nick. I'm like, no, let him talk. Let him make a fool of himself. Okay, he's a fucking idiot. Okay, Jewish people are fucking smart. It's not a fucking joke. Like, the hype is fucking real. Okay, that's what I said. The Manhattan Project, the nuclear bomb, brought to you by the Jews. America wouldn't have had a nuclear bomb without those people. Let's get one thing straight. The banking industry, whether you're in Chicago and you're trading futures and you're doing all that shit with the commodities, or you go to New York City and you trade on Wall Street, okay, even with NASDAQ, it's brought to you by the Jews. They pay for everything. If any company needs 100 million, you need 200 million, you need 500 million. Them people, they don't know how they do it. It's like sorcery, hocus pocus. Somehow they're going to find that money for you in 24 hours. It's unbelievable how they do it. And I'm like, you have to respect that. You have to, like I said, America is a country that does not respect intelligent people. They really, like, we are besieged by fucking idiots and fools and imbeciles and fucking lazy ass people, right? Because we don't give the respect to smart people that they deserve. Like, it's true. Like, the whole Palestinian shit it's a lot. They need to go get therapy because that's too much. But I'm like, to really sit here and think that America could sustain itself without Jewish people, you are insane. You are insane. If the Jews were to grab their bags, let's say move to the Ivory Coast will be a superpower in 2 days. You will start to see roads come out of nowhere. You will see buildings come out of nowhere. Banks come out of, I don't know how the fuck they do it, but they have a gift for this money stuff. They have a gift for this banking stuff that most other ethnicities cannot compete with these people. They cannot compete. Arabs, they just have money because they sell oil. So the Arabs they have money because oil is one of their easiest commodities, and it's easy for them to get the oil out the ground. It's very easy for them. So because the world runs on oil, they make easy money. The Jews, they use their brain. They will make money come out of nowhere. Like I said, the IPOs, you need 500 million, they're gonna find it for you by tomorrow. You need $1 billion, they give them like 2 days. You're going to have the money. You need 75 million. Oh, yeah, come back tomorrow. Come even like, oh, give me 30 minutes. That's small money for them, right? You go see a Jewish uncle. If you're Jewish and you go see your Jewish uncle, you can come out with 50 million. It's not a problem. Oh, you want to start a business? No problem. Here you go. How much you need? There you go. What? How much? And then they'll tell you, how much do you need to be the leader in your industry? You be like, oh, Uncle Benjamin or Uncle Jacob. Okay. Uncle Isaac. I need like 50 million. You'd be like, okay, niece. No problem. Leave your routing number and leave your bank account number. It's going to be in there. And you go home. You wake up tomorrow, the 50 million is in there. That's just how they do business. They are really about community. And it's not like screaming and yelling. Like, nah, it's them crazy ass bank transfers that if you know, you know. Cuando tú sabes, tú sabes. If you've never seen it, you don't understand. Like, I'm like, you think you can just get rid of these people like this? You're fucking insane. You are fucking insane. And they're very smart.
Henry Lehman, Emmanuel Lehman, Maya Lehman. 3 names you've probably never heard, controlling an institution that shaped American capitalism for over a century. At their peak in 2007, Lehman Brothers managed $700 billion in assets.
Exactly.
Their leverage ratio hit 44-1, meaning they borrowed $44 for every dollar they owned. They weren't just playing with house money, they were playing with 17 houses worth of money they didn't have. The secret behind their rise: they understood something about American finance that nobody else did in 1844. Debt could be turned into gold, risk could be packaged and sold, and with enough leverage, you could move mountains. They pioneered investment banking. They
pioneered investment banking, George Brothers. Without these, they're like, investment banking is why America is so rich. And let me also say this. You see what he said? That with the Jews, they use their debt to get richer. And you see it with rich people, right? Rich people don't use cash. They go and take loans against their assets. It reduces their tax liability. It's all kinds of shit, right? Whereas like most regular people, they use debt for status. They use debt to impress people. They don't use their debt to get richer. If anything, their debt makes them more broke because the stuff they buy with their debt is utter bullshit. Utter garbage. It's stuff that loses values. It's stuff that depreciates really fast, never gains in value, right? But do you see like the difference in culture, like the difference in psychology, right? And that's why some people are successful and some people live paycheck to paycheck. But they want to tell you, oh, the government needs to come in there and tax the rich. Why would you tax someone or punish someone for understanding money? You just have to understand money, right? But you can tax people all you want. You can transfer wealth all you want. But you put money in the hands of people who don't know how to multiply money. All you'll do is create more addicts, more homeless people, more people who are in debt and things of the sorts, right? Nothing good will come out of it, right? You don't prosper. You do not, my phone. You do not prosper. You don't prosper. Nobody at school. You don't prosper or you don't build a nation by thinking all you have to do is just transfer wealth. Like, oh, I'm going to take a rich person's money and give it to a poor person because that's the fair thing to do. No, the money will never grow because they do not have the financial skills to multiply the money. So it doesn't make any sense, right? People think it's as easy as a wealth transfer. Oh, just tax the rich, give it to the poor, and everything will be fixed. No, because now the poor person has received an influx of money without having to ever develop skills that make more money. So they have more money, they will spend the money, but when the money is gone, they're even more depressed because you didn't teach them how to have skills to make that kind of money. So it's actually evil. And that's why socialism is fucking evil. Socialism is diabolical. Like on the surface, it sounds good, it sounds noble, but it's truly evil because to just give someone money without teaching someone how do you make that kind of money, you're fucking evil. Because because you know they're going to round the money. When you receive money without ever having to work for it, right? Are you going to be more mindful of how you spend it? Of course not. You're going to be a good steward? No, it's not your money. You're not a stakeholder. You are a recipient, but you're not a stakeholder. So you don't care what happens to that money. You don't give a fuck what happens to that money, right? When you learn, when somebody actually teaches you the art of financial literacy, when someone teaches you how to multiply money, when you multiply money and you get an increase, you're proud of yourself. You have a lot of pride. You see how intelligent you are. You are even going to be driven to try to make more. Like, oh, wow, I didn't know I could do this. Let me see if I can do it again, right? You have to empower people in skill sets and financial literacy that encourages people to make more money. Because once people know how to make more money, they'll do it again and again and again and again. But socialism says, oh, I'm not going to teach you how to make more money. Just sit there, wait for me to tax the rich, and I'll now just give you the money. Okay, but that's for the first month. What about the second month? What about the 6th month? What about the second year? They still have to wait for you to get money? So you're not a good person. You're diabolical, right? And that's why I said most of these socialists, they're narcissists. They have to be put in some kind of group for like sociopaths and like malignant narcissists. Because if you are a good person, you're going to show people how to understand money and how to make money work for them, especially debt. There is a smart way to take debt. There's a stupid ass way to take on debt. Most people have stupid debt and it holds them back. Emotionally, financially, spiritually, health-wise, they're being held back because this debt is such a burden. But with the brothers over here, they use debt in a very smart way. So it made them richer. And that's how you should be using debt. And that's why rich people do not use cash. They use loans. They go to the bank and they take a loan against their assets. And that also allows you to let your asset appreciate in value. Because if you always take your money out, you're not going to have any appreciation, right? But it's an entire science to how to be a wealthy person, how to stay a wealthy person, and how to even make sure that you pass it down to your kids. And by God's grace, they're going to stay wealthy, right? But I'm like, people need to learn that. And so to go around with these goofy ass Democrats to tell people, right? Oh, I'm just going to give you money. They're fucking evil. But because you're fucking lazy, you'll take it. And your life gets worse and worse because you know what it feels like to have all that money, but you don't have the know-how to get the money. So what happens is you get depressed. You become sadder. It's like crack. It's like cocaine. When you take the drugs, you feel like, oh my gosh, I can do anything. But once you come down that high, you remember that you're just a mere mortal. You're like, oh wow, I'm not that powerful. No, I'm not that daring. No, I don't have all this charisma. No, it was the drugs. They made you feel like you were that person, right? And that's the same thing. When you have someone else's money for a short while, you feel rich, you feel powerful, you feel invincible. But what you don't have is that person's know-how. Because you can tax them, they'll make more money. You have to wait, right? And if there's ever a government shutdown, well, then I guess you're fucking out of luck, right? And that's why I said socialism is diabolical. But hey, like I said, critical thinking is not something that people value in America. So hey, what the fuck do I know?
The first mortgage-backed securities. They turned speculation into science.
Exactly.
The secret behind their fall, the exact same thing. This is the story of how three brothers from Bavaria conquered Wall Street, redefined global finance, and ultimately triggered the worst economic crisis since 1929. It's a story about genius and greed, innovation and hubris, and the thin line between calculated risk and reckless gambling. Because when you're leveraged 44-1, you're not just too big to fail, you're too big to survive. September 15th, 2008, 1:45 a.m. Richard Full Jr., CEO of Lehman Brothers, stands in his corner office on the 31st floor of 745 7th Avenue, Manhattan. Through floor-to-ceiling windows, he watches the city that his company helped build for over 15 decades. In 6 hours, Lehman Brothers will file the largest bankruptcy in American history. Fuld, known on Wall Street as the gorilla for his aggressive tactics, has just finished a conference call with Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson. No government bailout is coming. No white knight buyer will emerge. The 158-year-old institution that survived the Civil War, built the railroads, financed 2 world wars, and helped create modern America is about to die.
And you know, whoever talks about the railroads, you're talking about Cornelius Vanderbilt and J.P. Morgan. Like, it's not a joke. I'm like I said, some people don't pay attention in class anyway, so what do I know? But you study the Industrial Revolution, it's not a joke. They're all Jewish people. All the money came from the Jews. They're like, it's very rich. But, oh, I made it possible for you to come here. So did the Jews. Are you okay? Like, you okay? Like, okay, I'm here because of you. Okay, now how do I get a house? I need the Jewish man. How do I get a car? I need a Jewish man. How do I have credit? I need a Jewish man. How do I turn my water on, my power on? I need a Jewish man. How do I have a bank account? I need a Jewish bank. There you go. There you go. People need to be, it's okay to give other people credit. We might have done this, but they also did this. This other group did this, that other group did that. And all of that, it made America what it is today. But you don't have America if you don't have the banking prowess of these Jewish people sustaining the American economy. Slavery is not the reason why America is here today. Like, I don't know why people think that. A lot of countries had slaves. Brazil had a bunch of slaves. Argentina had a bunch of slaves. Why don't they look like America? People swear like a slavery only happened here. Slavery happened all over. It happened in Haiti. It happened here. Slavery happened all over. But the one difference is the vast majority of these European Jews chose to migrate to America in bigger numbers than they did anywhere else in the world. And that's why this country looks the way that it does. That's okay. The nuclear bomb is a courtesy of the Jews. Oppenheimer, he's a Jew. He's an Ashkenazi Jew, okay? Freaking Albert Einstein, another Ashkenazi Jew, okay? It's a bunch of Jews. You look at Princeton. You look at the physics department in Princeton. Most of the professors are Jews. Most honorary people, most people who've ever won a Nobel Peace Prize, a Nobel Prize in physics, they're Jews. Most people who win Nobel Econ Prizes are Jews. It's okay to be honest. It's truly okay. You study quantum physics. You need quantum physics to make all these chips. The Jews. So very, very smart people. So very, very intelligent people. And because they're so obsessed with studying and being nerds, they have made life easy for a whole lot of people. They have their flaws. They just stop killing the Palestinians. But they have made life easy for a whole lot of people. And they deserve credit for that. Because one thing about white Americans and black Americans, you don't save your money. It was up to you. This country, look, a damn third world country. You need money. You need savers. You need money multipliers. You need money people. Those people are called the Jews. Plain and simple. And that's why no one is going to separate themselves from them. No politician is going to disavow them, because How do you separate the heart from an artery? Like, how'd that work? It is what it is. You need the Jews. The same way the heart needs blood supply, it's the same way America needs the Jews. That's it. That's that. They're not going anywhere. America first, America first. If you love your country so much, stop getting into debt. But you're not going to do it. So there you go. So you need the Jews. That's it. Good job to the Jews. Just stop killing the Palestinians, please. That's it.
But this isn't where our story begins. What most people don't know is that the Lehman Brothers collapse wasn't the story of a modern investment bank that got too greedy. It was the final chapter of an American dynasty that began in 1844, when 3 Jewish brothers stepped off a ship from Bavaria with nothing but determination and a profound understanding of how money really works. Henry Lehman was 23 years old when he left Rimpar, a small farming village outside Würzburg, Germany. Bavaria in the 1840s was brutal for Jewish families. Restrictive laws limited where they could live, what jobs they could hold, and how they could earn money. Henry had watched his father scrape together a living as a cattle trader, never able to own land or join merchant guilds. The promise of America wasn't just opportunity.
This is why I keep talking this. It's not my content, but I gotta stop it, right? This is why people say, oh, as a Black American, you will never understand my unique experience. What they lived through, doesn't it sound like Jim Crow? Doesn't it sound like Jim Crow? Like, when you're a Jew, you have to live in a certain neighborhood. When you are a Jew, you can't study this. When you're a Jew, you can't. Doesn't it sound like Jim Crow? Every human being understands suffering. There's nothing that unique because people are evil. People are evil anywhere you go. And when you are a minority, people are really mean to you. People are really, really mean. But I'm like, if you close your eyes, like, yeah, this sounds like Jim Crow, right? But that was in Bavaria. And look at what they had to go through. Everybody has suffered. Everybody went through something. But the problem here in America, people always want to create like a hierarchy of who has suffered more and who has this unique experience on pain. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut up. We're fucking tired. There's not a single human being that doesn't have a story to tell. Everybody has a story to tell. But most of the time, when you tell your story, you're talking about people who lived 200 years ago. You're not even talking about your recent story. What's your recent story? I would love to hear it, but maybe not, right? Everybody has gone through something. Everybody's ancestor has gone through something. There's not a single people on this earth that has not experienced oppression, famine, abuse, degradation, this, and that. Right? Even today, African people are living that xenophobic shit, right? That's it. Everybody's been through something. And it becomes incredibly dangerous when a group of people, when an ethnic group is allowed to believe that they went through something that nobody can understand, that nobody can relate to. And this is how you create supremacy. This is how you create sociopaths. This is how you create supremacy. This is how you create some very, very evil, sick people. Because no matter what you think you've been through, you need to realize I don't know anybody else's story but my story. So when you only know your story, I can see how in your head it takes on this bigger than life type of shit. I get that. But maybe you should read. I will never stop saying it. Read, make friends, get to know other people, learn about other people in other countries and how they live, and other people, other ethnicities, how they were treated. And you will see that human suffering, it happened throughout humanity. People being abused, people being murdered, people being gassed, all kinds of evil shit. And that's why as humanity, everybody should try to stay away from tribal shit, racism, xenophobia, stereotypes, wumpty-wump-wump, because it can get extremely dangerous. When you start dehumanizing people, and instead of addressing someone by their name, instead of talking about what a person actually did, but you take a whole people and you lump them up together, you start insulting them and picking on them, you can truly create a genocide. You dehumanizing people, it never ends well. You don't have to you don't dehumanize people. You do not dehumanize people. Talk about what you need to talk about, but you don't have to dehumanize people because it can get seriously dangerous. And we have seen this throughout human history. But because, like I said, people don't practice critical thinking skills. They just repeat the same mistakes of before. And they think, oh, Hitler is dead. No, Hitler lives in anyone that's a racist. If you are a white person, you're a racist, how are you different than Hitler? If you're Black American and you're a xenophobe, how are you different than Hitler? People who just hate people because they're different or they come from a different place. And so you feel like, oh, they got to be treated this way, talked to this way, being called a tether, all these racial slurs. For what reason? How are you different? That's why I said people think Hitler is dead. The spirit that motivated Hitler to do what he did to all these people is very much alive. It is very much kicking, and it has no complexion. It has no complexion. It has no gender. Because anytime somebody has a chance to be hateful, they don't say, you know what, let me do better. No, they just give into it. Because it's an easy way to make money. It's an easy way to build an audience. It's an easy way to manufacture some false sense of community and some false sense of ethnic pride. If you need to be disgustingly hateful to other people, to love yourself and to love your own people, you don't even love your people in the first place. That is disgusting. Oh, the only thing that brings us together is hatred for other people. Oh, yeah, how about a wedding? Can a wedding bring you together? People are fucking insane. Stop dehumanizing human beings because of where they come from and what they look like. It is weird. If you have an issue, take an issue with the actual person. Don't just lump a whole group of people and start attacking people for just existing. That is fucking weird. It is so fucking weird. It's so fucking bizarre. This is fucking weird.
Opportunity. It was survival. He landed in New York Harbor in September 1844 with $900 sewn into his coat lining, roughly $35,000 in today's money. Instead of staying in the crowded tenements of Manhattan like most immigrants, Henry made a decision that would define his family's destiny. He bought a train ticket south to Alabama. Montgomery in 1844 was experiencing a cotton boom that would reshape American economics. Plantation owners were expanding rapidly, and they needed capital, not just to buy land and slaves, but to bridge the gap between planting season and harvest. Cotton was America's first global commodity, and Alabama was sitting on billions of dollars worth of white gold. Henry opened H. Lehman, a small dry goods store on Commerce Street. But behind the bolts of fabric and household supplies was a much more sophisticated operation. Henry wasn't just selling merchandise. He was learning how American capitalism actually functioned. He watched plantation owners leverage their land for credit. He saw how cotton was traded months before harvest. He understood that in America, future promises could be as valuable as cash in hand. Within 2 years, his brothers Emmanuel and Mayer joined him. Emmanuel, the middle brother, had a genius for numbers and relationships. Mayer, the youngest...
Oh, by the way, just to toot my horn a little bit, the middle brother, Emmanuel, he's an Aquarius. The older one, Henry, the one that came here first, he's a Libra. The youngest one, Meyer, he's a Capricorn. Okay, so I'm gonna look at Aquarius and Libra being friendly for once. Okay, super cute. But the smartest one was the Aquarius. More strategic. He cared about number. He had more cogency. Okay, we have a gift for that. Right there, you go, my fellow Aquarius. So Henry. The oldest one, Henry, that's the Libra. Emmanuel, Aquarius. Meyer, a Capricorn. These are money people, so it makes a lot of sense. So if you're an Aquarius, take pride in your intelligence, okay? Don't be afraid to be smart and stay away from dumbass people. You don't need to have friends. You need to have powerful partnerships. And where a lot of people go wrong sometimes, they think friendship automatically implies partnership. You can have partnership with people without having friendship with people. Okay, you don't need friendship. It's overrated. You don't have, I need to have friends. No, the fuck you don't. You need to be surrounded by really smart people. You need smart partnerships that you can leverage to level up your life. Okay, there you go. That's it. Let's keep watching.
Possessed an almost supernatural ability to assess risk. Together, they transformed a simple store into something unprecedented, a financial hub that connected Alabama cotton with global markets. Behind the Lehman Brothers' success was a revolutionary insight about credit and commodity trading that wouldn't be fully understood by economists for another century. They realized that cotton wasn't just a crop, it was a financial instrument. By 1850, they were accepting cotton as payment for goods, storing it in warehouses, and selling it to textile mills up north and in Europe. They were essentially creating the first commodity futures market in America. This wasn't just about being smart businessmen. The Lehman Brothers understood something fundamental about capitalism that would eventually make them the most powerful financiers in American history. Money doesn't create wealth, leverage does. They weren't just trading cotton. They were trading promises, futures, and calculated risks. The Civil War should have destroyed them. Alabama seceded from the Union in 1861. Confederate currency became worthless overnight, and the cotton economy collapsed. Instead, the Lehman Brothers made a decision that revealed their true genius. They picked up everything and moved to New York City. By 1868, they had established Lehman Brothers at 119 Liberty Street in Manhattan, just blocks from what would become the financial capital of the world. They brought with them 15 years of experience in commodity trading, an intimate understanding of American agriculture, and something even more valuable, a network of relationships that stretched from southern plantations to European banks. What happened next would reshape Wall Street forever. The Lehman Brothers.
I hope you guys are listening, because y'all really quiet. I hope y'all listening. Okay, I hope you're still here listening, right? The relationships, a network. They knew people in banks. They had friends. They knew a lot of people. That's why I say partnership matters. But you can't go around insulting people. Like, you can't just go around insulting people, do all kinds of weird shit. Partnerships, they matter. You have to know how to treat people. Make allies with people. Have strategic partnership with people. You don't have to insult people. You don't like something, say what you don't like. Let's have a conversation. You don't have to insult people. You don't have to degrade people. You don't have to do any. It's not necessary. What are you trying? And who are you trying to scare? Nobody's scared. You don't scare anyone. Okay? You don't have to do anything. Right? But you see, these three brothers here, they understood the power. Like, when you're a business person, you need more allies than you need enemies, because this person might have cotton. This person might have extra money they want to invest. This person might have extra land they want to sell. So the more people you know, the more deals you can broker, and then you make money. That's why I say you don't need to have friends. You need to have great partners. You need to have great partners. It's not that hard.
Others didn't just become another investment bank. They pioneered investment banking.
Yep.
They were among the first to underwrite railroad bonds,
Exactly.
finance department store expansions,
Exactly.
and create what we now call leveraged buyouts. They turned speculation into science and risk into reward.
Exactly.
By 1906, Lehman Brothers had
Don't ever, I'm telling you, and it might be shocking for some people, but who cares? Don't ever sit here and think, oh, America is this powerful juggernaut because of slavery. Slavery only lasted for 200 years. After that, how did America sustain itself? You know what I'm saying? That's why don't listen to people. People just say all kinds of bullshit. Okay? How did America sustain itself? Study Cornelius Vanderbilt. Well, even your boy Carnegie. Carnegie came from Europe. He revolutionized the steel industry. Still just allowed people started building left and right. Pop, 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 pop. All these big buildings you see in New York City, around them old ass buildings, they were all made with Carnegie steel. It's not a joke. Where is he from? Like Ireland or something like that, right? What about your boy? What's your boy's name? Rockefeller. Made it available for people to have all this gas, all this oil. Maybe he's the reason why we have gas stations like at every street corner. Like, the American story don't start and end in slavery. Like, people are crazy. People are really, really crazy. But like, and people say that to make you feel, oh, slavery, without us, you wouldn't be here. No, without me, you wouldn't be here. People who were brought here were African slaves. The whole African American thing, it happens later, right? Up until the Civil War, even after the Civil War, they're considered Africans. Are you actually okay? Are you all the way there? When Dred Scott went to the Supreme Court, they let him know he was African. There you go. They're African. It said indigenous. It didn't say Native American. It said fucking African. If you're an African person, don't let anybody gaslight you into that pseudo-intellectual hotep bullshit. The history is properly documented. Right? There you go. You read the 13th Amendment, the 14th, the 15th, it never said we are giving indigenous people U.S. citizenship. Okay? It doesn't say we're giving the American people what it called whatever citizenship. No. The language is clear. And they do everything and above to try to make it seem like Africans did not play a part in building America. Oh, yes, we did. And thing is, like, I think they stopped bringing African slaves like in the 1800s because most of these African slaves were very rebellious. They would kill the slave master. They would do all kinds of revolts and shit like that, right? So they love to do that because they want you to think like, oh, no, you didn't do, we did this. You did what? You did what? What did you do? I would love to know. What did you do? Please enlighten me. These are African people. They came from Africa. People know about the trade of African slaves, especially the Igbo people, because many Igbo people, they jumped out the water. Right? The link between the Gullah Geechee people of the Carolinas with Igbo people is very, very, very clear. And I'm sure if some Igbo people even cared to study Gullah Geechee, they would find that some words are the words are common. The words are similar. There you go. There you go. African people were here.
They were here. We're still going to be here. We're not going anywhere. Now, some people have been here longer. That's fine. But etymologically, these are African people. Dark skin, big nose, big lips, all the stuff that comes along with it. They're not indigenous. They're not Native American. They're from Africa. Most of them are coming from West Africa. Back then, Ghana used to be called the Golden Coast. So Ghana was like the Ivory Coast and things like that. Some parts of Togo also were involved in Ghana, but they're coming from West Africa. Some people also came from Congo, but the Congo back then, it involved the Congo of today, Congo Brazzaville, and also Angola. A lot of people came from Angola, right? Because it was a big port for slavery as well. They came here and they were sold here. And they suffered here. In the Virginias, like you come to Virginia over here, it is well documented. They have all that stuff. I don't even know why people play these games. They have the names of these people. They have their names. They have their height. They have their girth. They even have how much they sold the people for. It's not hard. People just say things. It is, if you look for the information, it's not hard. You like they have a museum in DC. The African American Museum is there in DC. They're not called indigenous or blah, blah, blah. These are African people. Most of them were West African. Like I said, some were from Central Africa, especially what was then called the Congo, which is the DRC today, Angola, and Congo Brazzaville. They were sold here. You go to Louisiana, you go to New Orleans, they have a place, it's near Treme, it's called the Congo Square. This is where every Sunday, when the African slaves will be set free, like they could have a Sunday to themselves because Louisiana is part of French territory, so they're a bit more lenient out there. But everybody would convene at a place called the Congo Square. Why would you call a place the Congo Square if you're Native American? What do Cherokee people, Navajo people know about the Congo? They ever been to the Congo? They rode their horses in Kinshasa. Like, get the fuck out of here. People say all kinds of bullshit. People will say all kinds of bullshit. Do not let anybody, I repeat, make you feel any kind of way because you're African. It is the resilient, it is the spirit, it's the perseverance of these African people that made it possible for them to survive whatever a heinous experiment the slave trade was. If they were not African, they wouldn't have made it. Before the Europeans even considered bringing African slaves to America, they had enslaved the Indians. Many Indians got sick because, you know, the whites are very dirty. Many Indians got sick. Many Indians also would run away, right? Many Indians ran away because they know the terrain, so they're really good at running away, right? But ultimately, right, Indians, their body, their immune system couldn't take it. So this is what led to, let's go find stronger, better, healthier slaves or people to torture. And so they went to Africa. And even they know they went to Africa. They tried with Native Americans. They couldn't sustain it. It was too much. If you ever go to any plantation and they explain to you the grueling work that came with being a slave, you're like, okay, you know what? I can see why the Indians couldn't take it. It's a very small people. They're very small in stature. They're very small. They're very skinny. You know, we saw the Trail of Tears. It was sad, right? They didn't survive. Today, I think you only have 500,000 of them left. They live mostly on reservations, right? Some people don't have that resiliency. It is what it is. Okay. So don't let anybody make you feel any kind of way. America has a documented history. If you care, you can read it. If you want to know, you can know it. But there's been many, you study from the 1600s. Every century or so, America's had to reinvent itself. And when she reinvents herself, she has different contributors. And all of these contributors have made this country what it is today. And it's okay to give people credit. You read about the Chinese in California. They built the railway, right? You can learn about that. It's not that hard. A lot of people contributed to America, right? We test the waters with who? I ain't testing nothing. Okay? So it's like, don't let anybody make you feel any kind of way. The wording is clear. When you read the writings of W. Du Bois is clear in calling people Africans. He doesn't say indigenous. He doesn't say native. But these are people who are born in most of these FBA people are probably born the 70s, the 80s. But they want to tell you about the people who were here. But yeah, the people who lived in the 1800s, who have PhDs in sociology from Harvard, are classifying people as Africans. Right? Even W. Du Bois. W. Du Bois, his mother is African American, but his dad is Haitian. And they want you to believe that nobody's ever contributed. Like even Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey is Jamaican. Mr. Farrakhan, I think his mother is from the West Indies, right? Malcolm X also, his mother's from the West Indies. There have been plenty of Black people from abroad who have came to America and who have also contributed to a better life for Black people overall, to making life easier for Black people overall, right? So like, let's not do this, and don't ever allow anyone to do this to you. Correct the people, and they might throw the little tantrums, whatever. Who cares? Who really cares? 2025, and the words of Kamala Harris, you have to unburden yourself of what has been. When people start spewing nonsense, when people spew false information, falsehoods, half-truths, and all that bullshit, unburden yourself by what has been. You don't have to take disrespect from anyone, especially when you know that you're not disrespectful, right? You don't have to take disrespect from anybody. If you don't disrespect people, you're not mean to people, okay. Why are you doing this to me? If you aren't comfortable in your skin, have a moment with God. Go talk to God, pray to God, ask God to help you. If you truly can't do it that way, then go see a therapist, right? But you don't get to use people as your punching bag because you're having a bad day, right? It's not going to work. It's truly, and honestly, it is not going to work. Everybody has to learn to better manage their feelings. We learned that shit in kindergarten. We learned that shit in preschool. We learned that shit in the 4th grade. You have to manage your feelings. If you grew up watching Barney, you should know that. I love you, you love me. Manage your little feelings because no one cares. From me to you, once you realize I give a big old fuck you, don't bother me. Right? Manage your feelings. Everybody has a bad day. Everybody go through shit. And it doesn't give you the right to make someone else's day a living hell. Like, for what reason? That is fucking crazy. That is really, really crazy. Do not bother people. If you're unhappy with yourself, cool, get a journal. You don't like African people, don't engage with them. Anytime you see them, block them. It's not that hard, right? But at the end of the day, African people, no African people, if your life is not where it's supposed to be, that's a personal problem. And you might want to handle that, right? You don't have to insult people. Me, anytime now I see content with people insulting African people, I will come outside. I sure will come outside. People are going to learn. People are going to learn to respect people. All this bullying crap.
Had become one of the most prestigious firms on Wall Street. They had financed Sears Roebuck, helped create F.W. Woolworth, and played crucial roles in funding America's industrial expansion. The 3 Jewish immigrants who started with a fabric store in Alabama now controlled hundreds of millions of dollars and advised presidents. Let me take you back to that small shop in Montgomery, Alabama, in 1844. Because to understand how Lehman Brothers ultimately destroyed itself in 2008, you need to understand the ambition, intelligence, and fatal flaw that was built into their DNA from the very beginning. The Lehman Brothers believed that with enough leverage, you could move mountains. For 164 years they were right, until the day they weren't. Chapter 1. Humble Beginnings. Henry Lehman could smell opportunity in the Montgomery heat. September 1844. Commerce Street buzzed with plantation owners, cotton traders, and merchants hawking everything from farm equipment to imported silks. Henry walked the dusty street for 3 days, studying every storefront, counting customers, watching money change hands. At 23, he had already
Henry, that's the Libra one. That's him. Okay, this is Henry.
developed the analytical mind that would define the Lehman legacy. Never make a decision without understanding every variable. The building he chose sat at the corner of Commerce and Court Street, a narrow 2-story structure with wide windows, perfect for displaying goods. The rent was $15 per month, nearly half his available capital. Most immigrants would have found cheaper space. Henry understood something his competitors didn't. Location determines access, and access determines profit. H. Lehman opened on October 1st, 1844, with inventory worth $800. Bolts of cotton fabric, ribbons, sewing supplies, basic household goods. But Henry's real product wasn't merchandise, It was relationships. Within weeks, he had memorized the names of every plantation owner within 50 miles, their crop yields, their buying patterns, and most importantly, their credit needs. You see, cotton wasn't just a crop in 1840s Alabama. It was a complex financial ecosystem that controlled global markets. Raw cotton represented 60% of American exports, generating more foreign currency than all other American products combined. New York banks, London financiers, and European textile mills all depended on Alabama's white gold. Here's what made Henry different. While other merchants simply sold goods for cash, he studied the deeper mechanics of cotton economics. Plantation owners needed credit during planting season, but couldn't pay until harvest. Cotton prices fluctuated based on weather, global demand, and speculation. There was a 6-month gap between investment and return that created enormous opportunities for anyone smart enough to bridge it. Henry's breakthrough came during his second winter in Montgomery. James Thornton, who owned a 2,000-acre plantation 15 miles south of town, needed fabric for slave clothing, but wouldn't have cash until his cotton sold. Traditional merchants would have demanded payment up front. Henry offered something revolutionary. He would accept cotton as payment at harvest time, assuming the price risk himself. The deal seemed simple. Thornton needed $200 worth of fabric. Henry would provide it immediately in exchange for 4 bales of cotton delivered after harvest. At current prices, 4 bales were worth $240, giving Henry a 20% profit. But Henry was actually executing a complex financial transaction that wouldn't be fully understood by economists for decades. He was creating a commodity future while providing short-term financing. When Emanuel Lehman arrived in Montgomery in 1847, he found his older brother operating
Emmanuel, that's the Aquarius.
something far more sophisticated than a dry goods store. Henry had developed relationships with 37 plantation owners and was regularly accepting cotton payments worth more than his entire store's cash inventory. Emanuel, who had studied bookkeeping in Bavaria, immediately recognized the genius of Henry's system and its enormous risks. Emanuel was the strategic mind of the partnership. Where Henry was intuitive and relationship-focused, Emanuel was analytical and systematic. He created the first formal record-keeping system for their cotton trades, tracking not just individual transactions, but market patterns, seasonal variations, and credit risks. By 1848, the brothers were essentially operating as agricultural commodities traders while maintaining the facade of a simple retail store. The arrival of Meyer Lehman in 1850 completed the formula that would eventually conquer Wall Street. Meyer was only 20 years old, but he possessed an almost supernatural ability to assess risk and market timing. While Henry built relationships and Emanuel managed systems, Meyer focused on the core question that would define their success for the next 158 years. How much leverage could they safely employ? Meyer's innovation was the cotton warehouse. Instead of simply accepting cotton payments and immediately reselling them, the brothers began storing cotton during low price periods and selling during peaks.
But you see, in this one, this is when you realize, this is what happens when you read your Bible. Because remember, Joseph is in the Old Testament, right? So I gotta do my hair, you guys. Sorry, I gotta work out a little bit. Gotta do my hair, right? But remember in the Bible with Joseph, this Meyer, he got that from the Bible. If you read your Bible, you would know. When the Pharaoh kept having the dreams of the cows being eaten and the cows being all kinds of skinny, right? Joseph said to him, a time of famine is coming. So find you a man that can take care of business, because you're going to have to store this stuff. Like, you're going to have, right now, you're going to have to store the food. And so when the famine comes around, you'll be able to feed your people. So then Pharaoh said to Joseph, well, maybe the man is you. Why don't you do it? So look at what Meyer did. He did what Joseph did. You build a barn, you put the stuff in there, and then when you have a famine, you go in there and you take it. Right? And this even applies to life. When it comes to your money, you should never spend your entire paycheck. You know how some people say, like, you should always pay yourself, or like put 10% aside and things like that, right? That's your barn. That is your safe house. Like, you know how, like, in Malachi, I don't know if you know, but if you read the Bible, some people don't read the Bible, but if you read the Bible, in Malachi 3:10, it says what? That I will pour out a blessing so great that you won't have enough room in your storehouses to contain it,
right? So when you read, especially when you read the Old Testament, that's why I said debt is not good like that. You have to be very careful with debt. People of faith have to be very careful with debt. But the Bible encourages you to have a storehouse, right? You should even have storehouses, because every day is not going to be a day of prosperity. Every year is not going to be a year of prosperity, right? There will be moments of famine. And when moments of famine come, the way you will sustain yourself, because you saved when there was not a famine, right? And that's why foolish people, they spend everything they have. They're always broke. They live paycheck to paycheck. They can't say no to nothing. I have to buy it, gotta buy it, gotta buy it. They live like cicadas, right? So I'm like, when you think of this story, you need to automatically think of Joseph. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, like the thing with the Torah is the Old Testament. So if you study, like the Bible says, like God told Joshua, right? Study this book day and night, and let not the word depart from your mouth. Hold on, I'm saying, right? So that way, when you get older, you will know exactly what to do. But if you study your Bible, you read your Bible, you study your Bible, you will understand why for a Christian, it's very, very important to have savings. It's really important. Hold on, please.
This required substantial capital. They had to rent warehouse space, hire workers, and pay insurance costs while waiting months for optimal selling opportunities. But it also multiplied their profits. By 1851, Lehman Brothers was storing over 400 bales of cotton at any given time, representing inventory worth more than $20,000. This was leverage at its most basic level, using borrowed money and extended credit terms to control assets worth far more than their actual cash position. They were borrowing against future cotton prices to finance current operations, a strategy that would eventually evolve into the complex derivatives trading that defined modern investment banking. Look, this wasn't just smart business. This was the birth of American financial speculation. The Lehman Brothers had discovered that in a commodity-based economy, information and timing could be more valuable than capital. They knew which plantations had the best soil, which owners were the most reliable, and how global events affected local prices. They were creating wealth not by producing anything, but by understanding money flows better than anyone else. The brothers' reputation grew throughout the 1850s. Plantation owners began consulting them not just for goods, but for market advice. Should they plant more cotton or diversify into tobacco? When should they sell their crop? How much could they safely borrow against expected yields? The Lehman Brothers weren't just merchants anymore. They were financial advisors to Alabama's agricultural elite. But this success contained the seeds of both their future dominance and eventual destruction. The Lehman Brothers had learned to see debt not as a burden, but as a tool. They understood that leverage could amplify profits exponentially. Most importantly, they had developed an absolute confidence in their ability to assess and manage risk. This confidence would carry them through the Civil War, drive their conquest of Wall Street, and ultimately lead to the largest bankruptcy in American history. Because when you've spent your entire career being right about leverage, it becomes impossible to imagine being catastrophically wrong. By 1860, Henry Emanuel and Mayer Lehman controlled the largest cotton trading operation in Alabama. They had built a sophisticated network of warehouses, developed relationships with buyers from New York to Liverpool, and accumulated enough capital to weather market downturns that destroyed their competitors. They were ready for
Who's talking to me? Do you see how they keep saying relationships? They had relationships. You see, successful people know how to treat people well. They might not even like you. How will you know? Successful people know how to treat people well. It's better to make friends with people than to have enemies everywhere you turn. That's why going through life, insulting people, degrading people, dehumanizing people, how does that help you? Like, I'm like, what the heck? And like I said, this is why this FBA movement, a lot of people are not going to take it seriously, because it's infested by too many offensive people. They're not business savvy. They haven't had success. And that's why do you see like a Magic Johnson identify as an FBA? Do you see even Uncle Junior when he was alive with his 1.4 billion? Do you see him identify as an FBA? Tell me a very successful Black American with great businesses, great business ties, and all that successful. Oh, you're an FBA. No. Don't just say I'm a Black American, I'm African American. They don't do all that stuff, right? I'm like, there is a way. Like, there is a way. There, like, successful people, they move a certain way. Successful people, they talk to people a certain way. I will never stop saying, even a lot of women also need to learn this, right? Nobody is saying you don't have the right to be upset or you shouldn't be upset. But just because you're upset doesn't mean that you get to talk to people any kind of way. You have to have respect for people, right? That's why people walk away from you. They never look back. There is a way of talking to people. But the moment you say to yourself, well, since I'm upset, I get to be disrespectful. You're telling on yourself. You weren't raised right. And most likely your mama ain't shit. You were not raised right. Because if you were raised right and you were raised by a lady, you would know how to be. You can be upset and you can keep your composure. That's what the Bible says. Be angry and sin not. You can be upset, but that don't give you the right to do all kinds of foolishness. You still have to have some sense about yourself. Because nobody is so self-righteous that you think you can point the finger at people without also having 3 fingers pointing back at you. Every time you point the finger at somebody, there's 3 fingers pointing right back at you. There you, that's the African proverb. You can say what you want to say. You can talk about what you've observed. That's fine. But that does not give you permission to think that you can start disrespecting people. And that's why some people are successful and some people are not successful. And some people will tell you, oh, it's because of racism. It has nothing to do with racism. You're just not a people person. You don't know how to make people feel good. People just stay away. They go elsewhere, right? You have to be likable. A lot of people, they're not likable. Don't even try to be likable. But then they want you to believe that, oh, because I'm a Black American, that's why you don't know. You're just not likable. You're not friendly. You see, you're just not friendly. You have to be likable. You can be upset, that's fine. But that should not destroy your nature. Like, imagine if you have a glass of orange juice, right? So because you're upset, you'll put vinegar in your orange juice. That makes no sense. That's exactly what character is. If your character is a nice glass of orange juice, would you put salt in it? The answer is no. Would you put vinegar in it? The answer is no. You preserve your character. And if anything, when you are upset, that is when your character needs to shine, right? That is when your character needs to shine. In this life, all people will know conflict. But it's not so much the conflict, it's how you go about the conflict and resolving the conflict. Intelligent people stay focused on the actual conflict, not the nature of the people involved in the conflict. It's deplorable. Got to do better. You truly have to do better. You have to do better. Because the way the world is going today, it's a very diverse, all kinds of, there's a lot of stuff going on, child. You're going to have to learn to be adept. And you're going to have to learn to work with other people. If you think your little FBA bubble will somehow inoculate you or protect you from what's happening in the world, you're crazy. Because most Black Americans, they haven't even saved for tomorrow. Let me tell you that. They haven't. Everybody knows that. So if something really bad happens as a Black American, you're going to have to take anchor with other groups of people. Right? Don't be delusional. Rich Black Americans do not invest in Black Americans. They invest with the Jews, the this, the that. They invest with money people. They don't even they don't see you as a good investment. Right? Like I said, this famine that we're facing right now, it's on the start. It's going to get worse. So it's better to make friends with people. You see all these Black American women crying. They're in hotels. They have nowhere to stay with their children. They are in their cars. They go in the shelter. You see, if you were friendly to a lot of people, a lot of African people are very nice. They would let you stay at their house. Okay, sis, come over with the kids. No wahala now. African people are very nice. We're very, very nice people. We're very friendly. We're very nice. You have to know how to talk to us. If you know how to talk to us, you know how to handle us, you can have a lot of things from us. Oh, yeah, sure, you can have it. No problem, sis. Here you go. Go have it. No, it's not a problem. So, you see me? I met a homeless lady. I don't even know the lady. But she said she's Ghanaian. I said, okay, she's auntie. Fine, you can come stay here. We're very, like, you know, because I guess because maybe we don't have a lot. But when it comes to, like, community and having a big heart, we're very open. But one thing we do not do well, like we don't respond well to, is disrespect. You're very disrespectful. And you have to learn to abate that bullshit.
Gotta abate it. Amongst each other, you're disrespectful. With your kids, you threaten your kids. I brought you and I can take you out. Like, who the fuck says that? It's weird. That's a threat. Okay, it's against the law, right? Gotta stop doing that. You don't have to be disrespectful. You can say what you have to say. You can be firm. You can be stern. It's up to you, right? But you don't have to be disrespectful. And also, you should never think that, oh, I'm going to be disrespectful and they're going to just sit there and take it. No one is your child. I'm not your child. Like when I came to America, you had no bearings into whether or not I got a visa. My dad went to the embassy. You were not there, right? You were not the ambassador. You were not the consulate. Like you have no bearings on us getting a visa. You don't have that much power. Got to calm down, right? When my dad got a visa for all of us that came here, it was based on what he could do, what he had done, what he could do, what he was going to do. So he earned a visa for all of us. We never been on welfare, right? So I don't know where you come off thinking that because you're a Black American, you can scold people, insult people, degrade people, dehumanize people, be a xenophobe. And because somebody's from Africa, they're going to sit there quietly and allow you to berate them, right? No, you're not going to berate me. Berate yourself, berate your children. It's not going to work. I'm going to give myself a headache. I'm doing just fine. If the Stairmaster doesn't give me a headache, this is not going to give me a headache, right? But it's important for me to say it because it's on my heart. Because it's not, I'm the type of person, maybe because I'm an Aquarius, I don't know. But I'm the kind of person, I don't like to see people be mistreated. I don't like to see people bully people, gang up on people, take advantage of people. Like it really does trigger me. I don't like injustice. And what I see from so many of these FBA people is a gruesome injustice because many of them don't even know any African person directly. They have no African friends directly. They've never really engaged with African people. They just want to join in on being hateful because that's how they bond. This trauma bonding shit at the expense of innocent people has to stop. It's fucking sick. How are you different than a Klans person when you behave like this? Right? So it's like, it's mean. It is truly mean behavior. And it triggers me because I don't like that. I don't like anybody taking advantage of innocent people or weak people. Or let's just go gang on these people. It's not nice. And many times when the white people do it, I do my live. Somebody says, oh, Marlene, don't give yourself a headache because people love it when I roast white people. But you see, I'm not tribal. I don't even have a hatred for white people. I just understand that's who they are. But they will be checked out. But don't ever believe that, oh, she's afraid of me. Afraid of what? White people have a lot of power. Jewish people have a lot of power. It's way more dangerous to offend white people than to offend Black people. White people have so much power. They have so much money, but no one cares because you're not bigger than God. No one is bigger than God. And the day I live my life where I'm afraid to speak my mind because I fear what people are going to do, I don't fear shit. Jesus, he went through way worse than me, and he came out on top. If the truth triggers people to be destructive, then they need to be exposed. Somebody got to be a sacrifice. If it takes me for so many people to see how so many Black Americans, especially the FBA people, conduct themselves with their xenophobia in 2025, then so be it. Because people need to be made aware. Because this term tether, tether, whatever it is, right? It's low-key a racial slur. It's a racial slur. It really is a racial slur. And they use that word as they see fit whenever they want. I'm like, how is that even okay? Right? But if a Latina says ninja, if a white person says, oh my gosh, you're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear the end of it. It will never cease. That girl Huda, she didn't even say the N-word. Somebody said it and she started laughing. Oh, we want her to lose all her deals. We want her to lose this. Like they're always calling for cancel culture on anybody who uses a racial slur against them. But then you think you have the right to use a racial slur against African people? Are you actually there? Maybe you're not. Are you sane? Or you left like part of your brain in the prison and the other part of your brain in the abortion clinic. Like, which one is it? Like, people need to get themselves together. Who are you talking to? Like, seriously, like on God's great earth, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? So people can't use a racial slur against you, but you want to use a racial slur against other people. Why? It's a crime to come from Africa. It's a crime to be African. I guess it's a crime to come from West Africa. And every time you turn around, they want to have tours in Africa. They want to go to the Serengeti. They want to invite other people to go there. But like, we're so fucking evil. Why do you want to send your people there? O'Shea, he lives and he's fully immersed in Ugandan culture.
He has so many African friends. He has so many friends from Uganda. And instead of speaking positively about how welcoming people have been because he doesn't want to come home, no, let's make videos talking poorly about African people while you are the benefactor of African African hospitality. Are you okay? Are you actually okay? In my culture, women and I had a household. So I don't know what that is. It's over here. I'm not from here. In my culture, women and I had a household. Men are the head of the household. I don't come from a matriarchy. I don't come from a matriarchal structure. I come from a patriarchal structure. Both my grandmothers when I had a household. It's not even possible. My mom's dad was a colonel, so that's not even possible. I'm not from here. So you need to ask people from here, women from here, Black women from here, they're head of household. So I don't know how that works. But I'm not from here. I'm from the Ivory Coast. And so where I'm from the Ivory Coast, both my grandmothers, we don't do matriarchy. To me, coming from a patriarchy, I think patriarchy is way more healthy than matriarchy. Absolutely. I mean, you can look at Black America and see the consequences of matriarchy. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Matriarchy doesn't work. So if they've been doing it for 60 years, it doesn't work. Why would you do that? Then you had Liberia. Liberia, at one point, they went with Sirleaf Johnson as the president. It was a disaster. So they went back and elected a man. Okay? Because it doesn't work. There's a reason why America at large does not want to vote for a woman president. Because they know better. It's not going to work. It doesn't work.
The next phase of American economic development.
Please.
They just had no idea that within a year, their entire world would be destroyed by war. But here's the thing about the Lehman Brothers. Destruction was just another opportunity to prove that with enough intelligence, adaptability, and leverage, any crisis could be turned into profit. Chapter 2. Cotton Kings. By 1855, the Lehman Brothers controlled cotton like Rockefeller would later control oil. Their warehouse on Commerce Street held over 800 bales on any given day, nearly $40,000 worth of raw cotton, more inventory than most Alabama banks held in actual cash. But the real power wasn't in the cotton they stored, it was in the information network they had built around it. Emmanuel had developed something unprecedented in American agriculture, a real-time intelligence system that tracked cotton prices from Montgomery to Manchester. England. Every Tuesday and Friday he received telegrams from buyers in New York, Mobile, and New Orleans. He maintained correspondence with textile manufacturers in Massachusetts and shipping companies that moved cotton across the Atlantic. The Lehman Brothers knew cotton prices in Liverpool before most Alabama plantation owners knew prices in Montgomery. This information asymmetry was worth more than gold. Mayer had figured out how to weaponize it. While competitors bought cotton after harvest and sold it immediately, Mayer mapped seasonal price patterns going back 7 years. Cotton typically hit its lowest prices in October during peak harvest season, then rose 15–20% by February when supplies tightened. But within this pattern were microcycles based on weather reports, shipping delays, and demand fluctuations from textile mills. Here's what made the Lehman strategy so powerful. They weren't just buying and selling cotton, they were buying and selling time itself. When plantation owners needed cash in October, the brothers would purchase their entire crop at harvest prices, then store it through winter and spring. This required enormous capital and carried significant risks, but the profits were spectacular. Consider their 1857 season. The brothers purchased 1,200 bales in October at an average price of $11 per bale, a total investment of $13,200. They stored this cotton through winter, paying warehouse costs of approximately $800. By March, cotton prices had risen to $14.50 per bale due to delayed shipments from other regions. They sold their inventory for $17,400, generating a profit of $3,400 in 5 months, a 26% return on invested capital. But Mayer wasn't satisfied with 26% returns. He had discovered something that would eventually become a cornerstone of Wall Street speculation. Volatility creates opportunity. During periods of high price uncertainty, profit margins expanded dramatically. The key was having enough capital to survive temporary losses while waiting for favorable price movements. This insight led to their most audacious strategy yet. In 1858, the brothers began offering guaranteed price contracts to plantation owners. A farmer could lock in cotton prices months before harvest, eliminating his market risk in exchange for a modest discount. For example, if current cotton was trading at $12 per bale, the Lehman Brothers would guarantee a harvest price of $11.50, assuming all market risk themselves. This was revolutionary. The Lehman Brothers were essentially creating the first commodity futures market in America, 60 years before futures exchanges became common. They were taking pure speculation and turning it into a structured financial product that served both buyers and sellers. Emanuel's records from this period reveal the breathtaking scope of their operation. By 1859, they had guaranteed price contracts covering over 2,000 bales from 14 different plantations. They were storing 1,500 bales at any given time across 3 warehouses. They employed 8 full-time workers and maintained business relationships with buyers in 6 different cities. Henry had meanwhile expanded beyond cotton into general agricultural financing. Plantation owners increasingly came to the brothers not just for commodity trading, but for the kind of complex credit arrangements that would later define investment banking. They provided seasonal loans against future crops, financed equipment purchases, and even arranged mortgage financing for land acquisition. The mathematics of their lending operation demonstrated sophisticated risk management. Interest rates varied from 8% to 15% depending on the plantation's credit history, crop diversification, and soil quality. They required collateral worth 150% of loan value and maintained detailed assessments of borrower creditworthiness. Emanuel's lending files read like modern credit analyses, tracking debt-to-asset ratios, cash flow patterns, and risk factors with remarkable precision. Look at this example from their 1859 files. William Morrison wanted to expand his plantation by purchasing an additional 500 acres for $2,500. The Lehman Brothers analyzed his existing 800 acres, which typically produced 400 bales annually, worth...
As you asked, I went and looked it up. Hold on, let me show you what was happening to me. It was even called the Ivory Coast, but whatever. So they said in 1850, right? That's the time. Okay, so in 1850, the region that would become the Ivory Coast was an area of coastal trading posts and inland villages with European contacts and influence growing. It was not yet a formal French colony, but France had established trading posts and signed treaties with some coastal chiefs in the 1830s, setting the stage for increased colonial presence in the coming decades. The economy was heavily reliant on the ivory trade, so I guess the French came there to kill a bunch of elephants, as well as other goods, and European traders were beginning to penetrate further inland. But I feel like even with this too, like instead of having like pure French colonizers, had we had Jewish French colonizers, it would have been better for us. Because I don't think the average French person also is quite intelligent. They're not good with money. I'm not trying to be funny, but once again, where would France be without the Rothschild family, the richest Jewish banking family in the world? So I feel like the Ivory Coast should have been colonized by Jewish French. No. I'm not trying to be, no, I wouldn't take it as an insult. I have self-awareness. It doesn't bother me, right? Because I'm like, we got colonized by regular basic ass French people with no money sense. Like that's probably why France is going bankrupt right now. We probably got colonized by a bunch of like socialist French people. Okay. We should have been colonized by Jewish French people. They would have came in there and created some kind of banking system for that place. Okay. Only God knows. But I'm like, my point is, this is why wealthy people, affluent people, politicians and stuff, they usually like to be around Jewish people because they know how to make money. But if you just get oppressed or just get colonized by regular ass white people, I don't know. It's not looking good for you, right? But the Jews, they know how to make money. Like it's a real thing. It really is. They do it. I'm like, they end up always getting kicked out, but I'm like, they do have a gift for money. I will give them that. I give people credit. I don't take it away from people. So that's what was happening in the Ivory Coast. Nothing much, just killing elephants.
With $4,800 at current prices. His operating costs were approximately $2,200 per year, leaving net income of $2,600. They calculated that the additional 500 acres would produce 250 additional bales worth $3,000, with operating costs of $1,400, generating additional net income of $2,600. The brothers approved a $2,500 loan at 12% annual interest, requiring annual payments of $300. Morrison's increased net income of $1,600 easily covered the debt service, while the additional land served as collateral. This wasn't just lending. This was sophisticated financial analysis that wouldn't become standard practice on Wall Street for another 20 years. But the real genius of the Lehman operation was how they integrated all these services. A plantation owner might start by buying goods from their store, then selling cotton to them at harvest, then borrowing money for expansion, then purchasing additional goods with the loan proceeds. The brothers weren't just serving customers. They were creating a complete financial ecosystem that generated multiple profit streams from each relationship. Mayer had calculated that their average customer generated profits through 4 different channels: retail markup on goods sold, 15–20%, commodity trading spreads, 10–15%, interest income on loans, 8–15%, and service fees for financial advice, 2–5%. By 1860, their most valuable customers generated combined profits of 25–30% annually on the brothers' invested capital. This integrated approach created powerful competitive advantages. Competitors might match them on individual services, but no one could replicate their comprehensive offering. A plantation owner who tried to piece together similar services from multiple providers would pay higher prices, receive less personalized attention, and lose the convenience of dealing with a single trusted partner. The numbers by 1860 were staggering. The Lehman Brothers controlled cotton inventory worth over $50,000, had outstanding loans totaling $35,000, and generated gross revenues approaching $100,000 annually. They employed 12 people and maintained business relationships that...
You know what I mean? Because I think about that. What, like, even today, I told my little sister that, Esther, that, right? Me, Marlene, if I could be the president of the Ivory Coast, babe, I would have a special immigration policy. Like, I would go to certain countries and I would import their people. Like, I would go to Japan. I would import a significant amount of Japanese people in the Ivory Coast. Because the thing is, like, you have to change culture. You understand? Like, I don't know how much you know about the Ivory Coast, but most West African countries, most West African countries suffer from most what Black Americans go through here, socialism. So they go to school so they can end up getting a job for the government. You know, I don't know if you're from here, but in America, for example, the federal government is the single largest employer of Black women, which is not normal, right? It's not normal. Like, the federal government, the public sector should never be the #1 employer of anything. And it should never be the #1 employer of one ethnic group and one gender. That is weird. It is really weird, right? The private sector needs to hire more people than the public sector, right? So when you study most West African countries, the psychology of most people is to go to school and then do like, they have these exams for you to work at the finance ministry, the whatever ministry. So, and if you know relatives there, to get you in there, because once you have a federal job, once you have a government job, just like here, you have guaranteed benefits, right? So when the main attraction to people wanting to work for the federal government is guaranteed pension, is guaranteed health care, it's the fact that they can't fire you, because it's really hard. Here, overseas, it's really, really hard to fire federal workers. You already know that you're not attracting the best. They're not competitive. So yeah, they'll do whatever it takes to get the job. And once they get the job, they ain't gonna do shit. That's why most governments it's nothing but bureaucracy. It's very slow. Nothing works. People are always unhappy. Yeah, because you're not attracting the best. Most people need to be hired in the private sector. Right. So I believe that mindset needs to change. Right. We need to encourage people. You go to school for self. You pursue your education for self. If you work, you should aspire to work in the private sector. You should even aspire to be an entrepreneur, because Africa needs, I speak for West Africa, but West Africa needs more West African people who are going to create jobs. Everybody wants a job, but nobody wants to create a job. We need entrepreneurs. We need people who can create jobs, which is where the marvel of Jewish people comes in. Because they know how to finance stuff, they know how to create money out of thin air, they know how to extend credit, they enable companies to grow. And when companies are growing, they can hire more people, right? Because if you have to go just off of your balance sheet, you might not be able to hire people. If you are able to take out certain loans or to make certain investments, right? Not because you predict you're expecting future income to be larger, you can make certain bets. Oh yeah, maybe we'll hire more people because in 6 months to a year, we're going to make the money back. Right? So I feel like for those reasons, for those cultural reasons, I would bring into the Ivory Coast about 1 million Japanese people. Because it's not a people who do socialism, you know. Japanese people, they survived 2 nuclear bombs thrown at their asses. They could have been gone. They could have been like, they could have just vanished. They could have been so depressed. They could have been so defeated. Like, oh, you know what? It's over. I don't even know how far apart Nagasaki and Hiroshima are from each other. But nonetheless, though, it's a freaking island. And an island that received 2 nuclear bombs back to back to back. But today, Japan is part of like what the 5th one, of the, like I don't know, it's the part of the G8, G6, like it's one of the largest economies in the world, right? You see this? That's a resilient people. It's the people that don't do welfare. So I would bring about like 1 million to 2 million Japanese. I would also go to Korea. I would go to Korea, and I would also beg at least like another 1 million to 2 million Koreans to come to the Ivory Coast because I like their work ethic. I like how they study. They are very intense. They study so hard. They work so hard. They get to work before their bosses and they leave after the boss. Most Asian people, most Asian countries, they do like a 6, like a what, a 6, 9, whatever it's called. So you get to work at 6 a.m. You don't leave until 9 a.m. and you do it 6 days a week. There you go. So yeah, and they were very smart with that. You said that they played the Japanese people with the Marshall Plan. They played a very good game because I'm sure they were very hurt, but they took their pain in stride, right? But with the Marshall Plan at that time, I think with the Marshall Plan, it was like what, 2 million? It was $2 billion, right? Which I think if you adjust for the dollar today, it's about 52 to 56 billion. But with that, what happened? You have Toyota, right? You have Motorola, right? You have Sony. They invested the money well because it's a money people. It's an industrious people. They're very resilient, you know. Once upon a time, Japanese car couldn't last. Today, Toyotas are some of the most reliable cars on the road. They last forever. So yeah, I would import these people. They're very smart. So like if I gave them $2 billion, if I gave these people $2 billion, only God knows 30, 50 years from now, what they're going to do with that money. That's amazing. I will also bring Koreans. I think Koreans need to come to the Ivory Coast also and teach people how to make these damn batteries. But I love their work ethics. I love how they're competitive. I really love how they study. Right? I think Koreans also have done really good for themselves because once upon a time, I mean, after Korea broke in half, right? A lot of people didn't have much faith for South Korea. You know, especially a lot of Americans, a lot of economists, oh, it's so poor. They'll never get out. They'll never get up on their feet. Wumpty wump wump wump. Yeah, right. Right. Today, Korea is also part of the G6, right? G6, G8, G5, right? So I'll bring Koreans. I would also bring people from Singapore. I like Singaporean people. I like their mindset. There's no welfare in Singapore. You take care of yourself. They're very clean. You don't chew gum. I think Africa has a problem with people being neat. There's a problem with people respecting, you know, putting like their trash. Put the trash in the trash can. Pick up after yourself. We have a problem with cleanliness. So for that, I would definitely bring a lot of people from Indonesia. And they're going to train these people how to take care of their trash. And hopefully Indonesian people can come to Africa, to the Ivory Coast also, and teach people how to make like, you know how like you use your food stuff, like the stuff you don't eat, and make manure and stuff like that out of it. They don't do that. But Singaporeans are very, very clean. It's a law-abiding people. It's a very clean people. It's a very respectful people. So I do think that there'll be a positive contribution to the Ivory Coast. Now, where else would I go? I'll bring in lots of Jews. I will have lots of Ashkenazi Jews move to the Ivory Coast also. And give them lots of tax credits, lots of tax benefits. They wouldn't have to pay taxes. And I would ask them to do what you did in America. Like, can you do that to my economy? Okay. No, they're taking parts of Africa, but they're not doing the management, right? The Chinese, they take most of the Chinese mostly take care of like the resources, like they extract the resources, but they don't care how they run the country. Like, and it's not, there's not theirs to take care of. Like, it's not their country. I'm telling me, if I was a president, this is what I would do. And also when it comes to China, because China is so big, you know, certain areas of China, people are crazy. And then you have other, like me, if I was to bring Chinese people, I would want Chinese people from like Shenzhen, which is like the Palo Alto of China, right? So they can bring a lot of the tech, whatever stuff they do to the Ivory Coast and teach people their tech. I would also want Chinese people from Shanghai, right? But China is huge. You have some people like they come from villages, they can't really help me, okay? But there's certain city like I would Shenzhen. I really want people from Shenzhen. I think Shenzhen is the Guangdong, but I would want Chinese people from the Shenzhen to come to the Ivory Coast and even build universities and teach these kids about tech and apps and this and that. I would also want Chinese people from Shanghai because Shanghai is big on business. Shanghai is also big on money and banking. And then I would also want I would also want Chinese people from Guangzhou, because Guangzhou is very into manufacturing because we have to create jobs. With manufacturing, you can create lots of jobs really, really, really fast. So I would bring those people here, but not all of China, because all of China I don't need. But certain parts of China, I absolutely do need. You know, when you study Shenzhen, like years ago, Shenzhen used to be a fish farmer town. Most of the people in Shenzhen were farmers. They grew rice and then they harvested fish. And then they had a starvation. They had a famine in Shenzhen. Today, Shenzhen is light years ahead of, well, I don't think they can do, they don't have the culture, baby. They don't have the culture. Let's not even sit here and lie. They don't have the culture. No, they do not have the culture. Now, what happens is like, if you compare like Fulani, like Muslim Africans, because they've always dealt with the Arabs, they're more business minded, right? If you look at Christian Africans, like let's say, like if you look at Christian West African Christians, right? They're really into socialism because in their book, in their eyes, Jesus fed the poor, Jesus did this for the poor, Jesus. So they live like, you know, they want to live off of miracles. But if you ever go to West Africa, you will notice that Muslim West Africans are more industrious. They're more business minded. They have more cash. And I think maybe because maybe in Islam, there's no savior. I don't know. Right. But Christianity, it has done something weird to West African people. Right. So the culture is not there. And that's why you need to bring people who have that culture so they won't have a choice. They're going to have to adapt. I would also bring Indian people. Because Indian people, they know how to create businesses in small villages. They know how to go to remote places and create businesses. And think about Indian people too. They can have a business and they don't need a lot of profit. Even if they just make a penny, they're happy. If they make 10 cents, they're happy. Because we have to go into rural areas like villages and stuff, and we have to uplift those villages out of poverty. But if I'm being frank with you, there's a certain culture of entrepreneurism, banking, studying, it's not there. And I'm not going to lose my mind trying to tell them how to do it. I'm just going to bring the people and you'll see what their behavior, and you're going to have to keep up with their behavior. You see what I'm saying? That's what I would do. Right? That's it. Yeah, and I'll also bring Germans. I think German engineering is top notch. Yes. I would also bring German engineering. Germans ain't no joke. The Germans ain't no joke. If we can have 4, 5, even 6 universities in the Ivory Coast with top engineering programs led by German, preferably German Jews. Oh, absolutely. I'll pay for that shit. I will pay for that. And I would make sure that within 20 to 30 years, the Ivory Coast will become like an oasis of medical progress, medical advancement, like in sub-Saharan Africa. Anybody who wants to get treatment, I got to go to the Ivory Coast because they got the best doctors. With AI, with robotics, right? We would be the number one place for any kind of medical procedure. But most specifically, I want to focus on like pregnancies, like, you know, anything that has to do with like, pregnancies and also like cancers. I want to work on cancers. Also, we have like some of the best oncologists ever in West Africa, but we would be the number one hub for anything health related and innovative in terms of healthcare in sub-Saharan Africa. We would have hubs. Like, it would be fucking crazy, right? But I know I don't have the people. You understand? And in this life, like I said, that's why I said it's important to have partnership with people. You don't just insult people, because God, he put something in everybody, every people on this planet, even if they had a questionable past, but everybody on this planet, God put something special in everyone. And that's why we have to learn to get past our differences and full shit and, minor offenses to learn how to work together, right? You have a great skill. I have a great skill, because we're not meant to live in isolation. We have to live in partnership, right? But if I'm being honest with you, the Ivory Coast, it's lacking a whole lot. That's why you have to import people of a certain caliber. And within 20 years, you'll see a significant shift in the culture and the attitude and the mindset. Because the goal would be, if I was the president, is I don't want young people to wait for a job. Create jobs. Why don't you do it? I don't want young people to wait to work for the government. We don't have enough. We can't hire everybody. That was never the goal. Most of the government would actually be automated. I would put AI everywhere, because that is not the job. That's not the goal of the public sector. Like, the public sector is not here to take care of people, feed people, clothe people, school people, tell them how to think. This is crazy. People need to take care of themselves, right? So, I have a lot of self-awareness. I have a lot of self-awareness. Yeah, but thank you, my love. I have a lot of self-awareness, because if you don't have self-awareness, how can you grow? I don't think everybody's a racist. No, certain things are factual. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to say, you know what? I have a shortcoming when it comes to that. Do you mind moving to the Ivory Coast? Like, that's what I would do. I would go to Japan. I'd be like, do you mind? Because you have certain cultures, even like when you study samurai culture, like the Hishido, Hikido, like all this stuff about honor, integrity, I want that. And it will be good for us too, because we struggle with corruption. We struggle with corruption. Do you want to incarcerate everybody? Do you want to lock up everybody? Like, it's so much easier if people just have the courage to have integrity. You don't have to steal. You have a salary. If you don't like your salary, just say so. Why are you stealing? Right? But in Japan, stealing is a big deal. Like, when politicians and the people, when they get caught, they say, they come outside, they get on their knees, they beg for forgiveness. Arigato mas, arigato mas, arigato mas. Like, yeah, we need that culture in Africa. We need that culture. We need that culture where corruption is a no-no. Now, I don't want to be like President Ping. Like, President Ping, when he took over China, he started killing a lot of people because he had to send a message. Like, I don't want to kill anyone. I'm a Christian. Please don't make me kill you. Okay. But I do feel like there are many components of Japanese culture, especially samurai culture, that would truly help my people to be like, yo, it's not a good thing to steal. You don't have to steal, right? There are certain things you don't see in Japan. So I would love to have that in the Ivory Coast. Why are you stealing money? Do your job. If you want to make more money, just tell me, I'll increase your salary. You don't have to steal. And also tell your wife to stop buying all this jewelry. Then you can actually live off your paycheck. Like, it's not that hard. Okay. Yeah, they don't care. It's the lack of care. It's the lack of accountability. They're not going to get locked up. There's no real punishment. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say sometimes that's where immigration can be a good thing, because when your people lack certain traits, or they lack certain like structural shit, you bring another people that has it, so that way they don't have a choice. They're like, yeah, stop doing that weird shit. Stop stealing, you dumbass, right? Then it can be really good. So I'm like, yeah, I would even bring like Japanese samurais to have a TV show every Sunday. Stealing is bad. Honor, you need to have honor. Disgrace, right? You know what I'm saying? Because if you raise up people like that, it's so much better for business, for trade, for commerce, for banking. If the Ivory Coast has a high rating for trust, like honor, a lot of people don't steal there. People are very transparent. People are going to want to come and do business. Just like in Saudi Arabia. People know that nobody steals. People don't steal in Saudi Arabia. They're not impressed. Your iPhone, your AirPods, your whatever, nobody cares. You can leave your stuff in Saudi Arabia. Nobody steals that stuff. You see, so a culture like that, it's more conducive to people want to live there, want to do business there, want to invest there, right? And we need to have quality people so that the economy can grow. The economy grows, you can lift so many people out of poverty, right? But corruption it truly is a problem. So like there's a certain culture that doesn't exist. There are many cultures that don't exist, right? So I'm like, yeah, I would go around certain countries and beg people to come over. I would even go to Brazil. I think the people who make oil, like people who are able to make gasoline out of the corn stuff, they're really good at that, the Brazilians. They're good at finding alternative source of fuel. Everything is not drilling. So I would want the Brazilians to come with that also and teach some people how to create alternative fuel, right? But I'm like, there are a lot of people that offer lots of things. I would even hire some Argentinians, not to help me with the economy, but to just tell my Ministry of Finance what not to do. So tell us what y'all did and you fucked up your economy so we can make sure not to do it, right? That's it. I think even people who made mistakes also, they can be a great asset because they can tell you what they did wrong so that way you don't do it. Because Argentina really struggled with hyperinflation. They struggled with decades with hyperinflation and it truly destroyed the country, right? So it would be nice to have some Argentinian counselors, like not to actively help with the economy, but to keep people aware. Leverage your debt, exposure to market changes, exposure even to currency, like currency devaluation. Because many times, because West, like, our currency is like split in half. Like, so some West African countries, like we have one type of CFA. People in Central Africa, they have a different CFA. But many times the African currency, like the CFAs, has been devalued, right? So even that too, like you have to hedge against that. A lot of us don't, a lot of African economists, like those who are currently local, they do not understand how you hedge, right? I would even bring people from Scandinavia to teach my Ministry of Finance how to create a wealth fund. We used to be #1 producer of cocoa and coffee, but we never created a wealth fund. People just spent the money. You understand, right? But I'm like, people in Scandinavia, they could really help us with that. Like whatever is left of cocoa and coffee, like how can we take some of the money that we get from taxing the people, like the sellers, the buyers, and truly create a wealth fund for the Ivory Coast so that one day we don't have to wait for taxation. We take money from the wealth fund. Like, how do you invest that? Like this. So it's a lot, but that's why I said you got to have enough self-awareness and you have to have enough humility to say that, you know what, there are things I'm lacking. I have to reach out to other people so they can help me. You know what I'm saying? And me, like, I'm not too proud to ask for help like that. That's just my nature, right? And that's why when I watched this documentary the first time, right, it really stuck to me how much like these brothers, they were really, really big on people, right? People, treat people well, because you never know. The guy who buys from you, he buys fabric from you today, he might want to sell you cotton tomorrow, or he might want to ask you for a loan tomorrow, right? So you like, it's this funnel. Like you never know when somebody can come back with more business. Treat people well. They knew all the plantation owners. They knew bankers in Europe. They knew everybody, right? Location and people and systems, right? And then turning everything into a science. Oh, I assume. No, don't guess. Don't assume, right? Study these trends. Study the patterns. There has to be a formula that can come out of this, right? And I'm like, and that kind of stuff. I feel like the people that I've mentioned that I would seek to come to the Ivory Coast, I think there are people that are very analytical. Okay, they have loads of analytical skills. They're engineers, they're business people, they're money people, but ultimately they're problem solvers. And that's what we need. We need people who love solving problems. They're not afraid of problems. They're not waiting for the government. They're not waiting for this person and that person. They solve problems and they actually enjoy solving problems. Because this current generation of people in Ivory Coast, I don't think you can save them. They're too weird. You can't save them. But the babies that are coming up, if we have the right schools, the right teachers, the right diversity with immigration, the future of the Ivory Coast doesn't have to look like the current generation. Because I can't save these people, Chan. I don't even care to save their asses, if I'm being honest. They're gone. They're far too gone. You can't save them, right? But the young people that are coming up, we can get these young people to fall in love with science and electrical engineering. It's kids. Kids can be influenced. The same way you can influence a child to do foolishness is the same way you can influence a child to want to be honorable. It is not that hard. So that's how I would do it, my love. No. I'm being honest. If they could, they would have done that shit by now. No, I don't believe that. My job would be to broker stuff. I will have the right kind of laws. I would create a tax haven, and I would find the right kind of immigrants to come and to get the shit started. Just like be like a little referee, like it's like a dating coach. Like I'll be like a matchmaker type of shit. But no, if they could, they would have done it by now. Are they doing it? The answer is no. They ain't doing shit. Okay. Yeah, they're not doing shit. No, No, you don't. No, it's okay. It's really okay, my love. Sometimes it would be nice, right? Hypothetically, in a beautiful world, it would be nice for people to be self-starters. Okay. No, they cannot. Even America, would America be as great without immigrants? The answer is no. Like, it's okay. Look at Europe. They don't attract good immigrants. They're falling behind. It's okay, my love. It really is okay. We don't have to be idealist. We have to be pragmatic. It's okay. It's really okay. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It would have been nice, but it's not going to happen. It's okay. It's okay. Right? Child, listen. Like, that's why I tell you, some people have different cultures. Right? Japanese people, they've always been go-getters. Japan, it's like the UK. It's a small island out there in the Pacific. They've bullied everybody. They beat up the Chinese. They beat up the Koreans. They beat up the Vietnamese, right? They're go-getter people. I guess it's innate. Some people are driven. Some people have to be led to be driven. You see what I'm saying? Like, why England and not Poland? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why England and not Norway? Right? That makes sense. Why was America populated, like the whole, like the colonies and stuff? Why was it not the Norwegian? Okay, there was a bunch of Anglo-Saxons and a bunch of Dutch, right? It's a lot of Anglo-Saxons, a lot of Dutch, and a little bit of French people, but mostly Anglo-Saxons, like, and I mean white, like British people and German people, right? Many Dutch, and you see the relics of the Dutch people all throughout the north, like Connecticut, New York, Vermont, New Jersey, like that, like, I'm saying, all over the places. It's cool. But some people, they're self-motivated. Some people have to be forced into motivation. It could be climate. It could be topology, like the way the layout of the land, maybe if you come from a place that's really, really hard to survive, you're more driven. Maybe when you come from a place that has great temperature, lots of coconut, there's the beach, it could be a lot of things, right? But some people are they don't have it for now. But if you put them in the right petri dish with the right kinds of people, they will have it. They won't have a choice. Right? So that's that. It's like, think about the grape stuff. Like, like when people do like the wine stuff. How do you call it? Is it graphing? What is it called? Oh, grafting. There you go. Right? Think about it. That's the way you need to look at it. Right? There you go. Do you know what grafting is? Right? This is how you need to look at it. This is how you need to look at immigration. Okay? Like this. It's like grafting. Okay? That's how you need to look at this thing. Right? Some people need to be attached to other people. Where's the picture? Oh, I got to sign up. Girl, bye. Okay? Hopefully you can see this picture, right? Right? And I'm like, that's what immigration looks like to me. So if you're lacking something, you grab immigrants that have that culture, and then you graft them into your actual vine, and then you wrap it all up, and eventually it's all going to grow together. Make sense? It's some kind of social engineering, but it's okay. Right? You don't have to wait, because how much longer are you going to wait? You don't have that much time, because you have to grow an economy. So you have this culture. Okay, come here. Boom. You attach, you graft it, you wrap it up, you watch it grow. What I'm saying? And before you know it, 20 years, 30 years from now, you're like, wow, good job. Good harvest. It was a good mix. You know, because that's how wine is made. It's a lot of grafting. You take from this plant and that plant, and it creates a certain flavor in the wine, right? It creates like these different notes in the wine, right? And then there's a nice, like, especially like French wine, like there's you have, yeah, exactly, Kevin. But even like, I remember like there's a passage in the New Testament where the Apostle Paul talks about this. He said, don't forget, one day the real kids are coming back. But you've been grafted into this family, right? But I'm like, that's what France has the best wine. They're really good at this grafting stuff, taking from this vine to this vine and putting over here, putting over there. So, and then the climate, the soil, the climate, the temperature, right? In parts of like Dohon, Kutjuhon is where they have lots of the wine stuff like that. It makes the wine taste really, really good, right? So diversity is a beautiful thing. Right? And said, oh, well, you should be a self-starter. It's not gonna happen. Oh, you should have this culture already. Yeah, right. If they had the culture, it would have been here by now. Okay, they don't have it. They do not have it. Okay, so we got to go get the people who have the culture, and then we graft the people together. And then 10 years, 20 years from now, you're gonna look at the Ivory Coast. You're gonna be like, wow, we did the right thing. Right? This generation you can't save. But the babies that are born now, 20 years from now, you're going to be so proud you did what you had to do. Grafting, okay? It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Okay. And that's it. You see what I mean? You know what I mean? But the Japanese, I'm getting those people to come in. For real, for real.
Stretched from rural Alabama to London's financial district. 3 Jewish immigrants who had arrived with less than $1,000 now controlled more capital than most small banks. Their success hadn't gone unnoticed. Competitors throughout Alabama attempted to replicate their strategy, with limited success. The Lehman brothers had built their network over 15 years, developing trust and expertise that couldn't be quickly duplicated. They had first-mover advantage in agricultural finance that created sustainable competitive moats. What nobody realized, including the brothers themselves, was that their entire empire was built on a foundation that was about to crumble. Cotton economics depended on slave labor.
Yeah.
Alabama's agricultural system relied on an economy that was about to be challenged by political forces the brothers couldn't control or predict. Abraham Lincoln was elected president in November 1860. South Carolina seceded from the Union in December. By February 1861, 7 southern states had formed the Confederate States of America. War was inevitable. The Lehman brothers faced a choice that would define their destiny: defend their Alabama empire or abandon everything they had built to pursue opportunities in a rapidly changing America. They chose adaptation over preservation. It was the decision that would ultimately make them Wall Street royalty. Chapter 3. Moving North, April 12th. 1861. Confederate artillery opened fire on Fort.
Also, let me say this. You see this? Abraham Lincoln Aquarius. He got elected. But do you see how they quickly pivoted? Oh, but everything I built, oh my gosh, my life savings. Like, we got to go. Right? Because listen, a win is a win. Like, even if you have to start over, it kind of sucks. But listen, it's slavery. It's not going to last forever. Like, you're using human beings. But ultimately, your know-how, you take your know-how and you start another business. It's not over. Okay? The business don't make you, you make the business. Whatever you decide to do, you can do it. You can be very successful, right? What Black country have you seen in power? None. Because most Black countries were created by white people. You get me? Like Angola, like the boundaries of Angola are not natural to Angola. The Portuguese did that, right? Nigeria, the borders of Nigeria are not natural to Nigeria. The British did that. So when you're not even responsible for who you want to have in your country and you are forced to live with people, yeah, you're going to have an issue with being in power. Because who's going to assume power first and foremost, right? So here's another issue we have due to colonization.
Sumter. The American Civil War had begun, and with it, the systematic destruction of everything the Lehman brothers had built. Within months, Union naval blockades choked off cotton exports to Europe. Confederate currency became increasingly worthless as the...
I think that goes for everyone.
I think that goes for everyone. What people has ever done anything independently of other people? All right, no one. Because if you talk to the Jews do not consider themselves to be white, right? So I could also ask you, like, what have white people done without the Jews? Does that make sense? Because Jewish people do not consider themselves to be white. When you tell them they're white, they get offended because they believe that white people have a natural hatred for Jews, right? So what have white people done for themselves by themselves? Even gunpowder, the stuff that allows white people to bully everybody, is from the Chinese, right? Your number system, like the 0, the 1, is from the Arabs. So who has done anything by themselves? That's my whole point. So what people should do is realize that God has put something special in everyone, right? Makes sense? But gunpowder that's put white people in a position to do slave trade and steal and loot and kill, it's not their creations for the Chinese, right? White people would have been able to travel the world if it was not for the Chinese. The first world maps were in Mandarin. So all this story about Christopher Columbus not knowing where he was going, that's a lie. Magellan, it's a lie, right? Because the Chinese had traveled the world before the Europeans. And we know that to be true. Look at Native Americans, they look Chinese, right? So everybody has helped. Everybody in humanity, everybody in human history has done something for another group of people. The problem that I have with many white people is that they always try to be dismissive of the contribution of other people, right? Why didn't white Americans grow their own cotton? Right? Why did white people also stay in Europe? Why come to America and then kill all these Native American people and steal their land? You see what I'm saying? So they do not consider, maybe you don't know them. You need to study them. Jewish people do not, Ashkenazi Jews do not consider themselves to be white. They do not consider themselves to be white. So I don't know, but they don't consider themselves to be white. And I mean, it's their choice. To me, they look white, but to them, they're not white. Okay. I don't know. I'm not getting involved, right? What is Blackstone? I don't know, right? So that's the thing. So to me, everybody has contributed, right? Everybody has added something to another person. Muslims, Arabs, everybody's added something. Most Europeans didn't know about seasoning their food, right? If they had never encountered the Arabs, right, especially the Silk Road, who knows what white people be eating today? I don't know, right? So my point is everybody has done something. But many times when white people talk about other people, they try to make it seem like their contributions are completely insignificant. And that's where we start to say, okay, you're racist, right? Makes sense. Because no person can do everything by themselves. Nobody does, right? A lot of stuff Europeans have stolen from Egypt. Pythagorean theorem, you name it, the pulley is from the pyramids, right? We have seen architectures from Europe. The Tower of Pisa, the bitch is leaning. It's falling over. The pyramids are still standing straight. You understand? So there are many things that white people have needed help to do because everybody needs help. Horses from China, horses from Mongolia, where the fuck they came from, right? That's it. England, like you take England, for example, it's an island. So you know that by itself, it can't be self-sufficient. So you can't say, well, what if it, right? England is an island. It's an island. So if it didn't rely on pillaging and stealing and looting, they wouldn't have made it, right? So it's okay. Everybody has contributed. Even if it's a minor contribution, it's a contribution nonetheless. So give people credit for that, right? Because the whites surely did not grow their own cotton, but they sure did get rich off that shit.
South printed money to finance the war. Plantation owners who owed the brothers thousands of dollars could only pay in Confederate notes that lost value weekly. The sophisticated agricultural financing system the Lehmans had spent 15 years building was collapsing in real time. But while their competitors panicked, the Lehman brothers saw opportunity in catastrophe. Emanuel had been tracking disturbing economic trends since Lincoln's election. Cotton prices in New York were rising not because of demand, but because of supply uncertainty. European textile mills were desperately seeking alternative suppliers. Meanwhile, northern manufacturers were experiencing unprecedented growth as the Union government ordered massive quantities of uniforms, weapons, and supplies. The brothers faced a brutal choice: stay in Alabama and hope the Confederacy survived, or abandon their empire and start over in Union territory. Most Alabama businessmen chose loyalty to the South. The Lehman brothers chose profit over patriotism.
Exactly. I'm not from
Mayer made the decisive calculation. Their Alabama assets, warehouses, inventory, outstanding loans, and real estate were worth approximately $80,000 on paper. But these assets were becoming worthless as the Confederate economy collapsed. Meanwhile, their cotton trading expertise and financial skills were desperately needed in New York, where commodity markets were experiencing unprecedented volatility. In September 1862, Emmanuel quietly traveled north to New York City. His mission was reconnaissance, evaluate opportunities, establish contacts, and determine whether the brothers could successfully transplant their operation. What he found exceeded every expectation. New York's financial district was experiencing explosive growth driven by war profiteering and government financing needs. The Union was spending over $2 million daily on the war effort, creating massive opportunities for anyone who understood government contracting, commodity trading, and financial intermediation. Banks were overwhelmed with business, and new investment houses were forming weekly to handle the unprecedented volume of transactions. Emmanuel's intelligence gathering revealed that New York needed exactly what the Lehman brothers offered: sophisticated commodity trading expertise, agricultural market knowledge, and experience managing complex credit relationships. Northern manufacturers were struggling to understand cotton markets disrupted by war. Government contractors needed financing to fulfill massive military orders. Investors were seeking opportunities in agricultural commodities as traditional securities became too risky. The brothers made their move in early 1863. Henry remained in Montgomery to liquidate their Alabama assets and collect outstanding debts. Emmanuel and Mayer relocated to New York, establishing temporary offices at 78 Broad Street in Lower Manhattan. Their strategy was audacious: use their remaining capital and cotton market expertise to build a new empire in the financial capital of America. Their timing was perfect. Cotton prices had become incredibly volatile as war disrupted normal supply patterns.
You see, Kevin, and this is why I have an issue with Dr. King. And I have an issue with so many Black people who allow themselves to be led by church people. Church people can't do this. I think somebody told me Dr. King had a major, like he majored in sociology. Like how can he, like he can't do this, right? Today is who? Jamal Bryant. What did he major in? Let me even see. What the fuck did he major in? Unbelievable. Let me see. There you go. All right. Jamal Bryant. So he majored in political science and international studies. Like, what does he know about money? What does he know about money? They don't understand shit. And that's why they think, oh, all you have to do is tax the rich and just give it to the poor and everything will work out. It doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. I'm like, I wish like John Washington Carver, he would have gotten into finance. But I'm like, with his agricultural mind, and if he had understood finance, oh, he would have been a problem as well. But I'm like, you need money people. You need people who understand money. You need people who know how to multiply money. You need people who know how to use debt to create more money. That's how you get your people out of poverty. Then like you say, oh, choose patriotism. Why would they be patriots? Like they're not from here. They're from Moldova. Where are they from? Like Bavaria. I don't know where the fuck they're from. Okay. But I'm like, why would they be patriotic? They go where the money resides. Like you are fucking crazy. Like I'm going where the money is. New York, here I come. Right. But I'm like, this is why it is really important to allow you. You have to be led by people who understand money. You cannot be led by people who study socialism, people who studied international science, political science and international studies, people who read the Bible all day and don't even understand the science of money, even though the Bible tells you how to get money, right? You need people who understand money. You need finance people. You need money people. You need people who understand leverage. Like those are the kinds of people you need. Because if you are led by those people, you're going to make so much money. And my thing is, no matter how someone might not like you for the color of your skin, I'm sure they don't like them Jewish people too. But when you're rich, people don't have a choice. When you provide a service, like you said, they did so many things for these people, they didn't have a choice. It's a one-shop stop. Like you go there, they have everything you need. It's like, damn. So even if they don't like you, they're going to do business with you because they need you. You understand something they don't understand. You see, and that right there is leverage. But money people who understand money have leverage. If you don't understand money, it's going to be really bad for you. And I'm like, a lot of people here who lead people, all they care about is socialism, sociology, political science, whatever they studied at whatever college they went to, like so whatever goofy liberal college they went to. But it's like, it's never a money people. And so they say things that sound good. We're going to give you free food. We're going to give you free housing. We're going to give you free this. No, you need to teach people how to make money. Teach people how to make money. And that's why you have to encourage people to go into business. You have to encourage people to become a money people. Even if you don't want to go into business, you need to know how to save your money. Save your money. Because one day, a lot of people are going to waste all their money. They won't come to you. And when they come to you, now you have leverage. Because everybody fucks up one day out the year. And when they do fuck up, you want to make sure you're ready. Like, oh yeah, I can help you out. But here's what you'll have to do. But when you don't have money, you don't understand money, you don't have leverage. And if you don't have leverage, you don't have respect. Many people do business with each other, not because they like each other. They need each other. A lot of people don't like the Jews. They don't like them. But they are indispensable. So they do business with them because that's how you get the money. I think people have put so much of a coefficient on, oh, I have to be liked. People have to like me. I got to be likable. You don't have to be likable, right? You have to be indispensable. People have to need you. And the more people need you, the more leverage you have. They're not your friends now. They will never be your friends now. But they are going to do what you need them to do because they need your help. You're the only person who can help them out. And that right there, like Henry, Emmanuel, Libra, and Aquarius realize, that right there is leverage. People have to need me. If people don't need you, you're most likely poor. And you're most likely going to stay poor. Because that's how it goes. Hold on. Let me play. Let me make sure I play this thing. Hold on. That's how it goes. I'm like,
dollars per bale, depending on military developments, weather reports, and speculation about war duration. This volatility created enormous opportunities for traders who understood the underlying markets. Mayer's first major transaction demonstrated their evolved sophistication. In March 1863, he learned that a Massachusetts textile manufacturer needed 200 bales of cotton immediately to fulfill a government uniform contract. The manufacturer was willing to pay $45 per bale, well above current market prices, but couldn't locate sufficient high-quality cotton. Using contacts developed during their Alabama years, Mayer arranged to purchase 200 bales from a Memphis trader for $32 per bale and resold them to the Massachusetts manufacturer for the full $45. The transaction generated $2,600 profit in 2 weeks with minimal capital investment. More importantly, it established the brothers as serious players in New York's cotton market. Emmanuel simultaneously focused on developing relationships with Union government contractors. The War Department needed enormous quantities of supplies, uniforms, tents, blankets, medical supplies, and was willing to pay premium prices for reliable delivery. Contractors who could guarantee delivery often lacked the capital to purchase raw materials up front. This created perfect opportunities for the brothers' financing expertise. Their breakthrough came through a relationship with Marcus Goldman, a Jewish immigrant who had established a successful commercial paper business. Goldman introduced the brothers to several government contractors who needed short-term financing to bridge the gap between contract award and payment receipt. The Lehman Brothers began providing working capital loans to contractors at interest rates of 15 to 20% annually. Here's what made their lending operation so profitable. Government contracts provided excellent collateral because union payments, while often delayed, were virtually guaranteed. Contractors could assign their government receivables to the Lehman Brothers as security for loans. This eliminated traditional credit risks while generating substantial interest income. By late 1863, the brothers were financing over $200,000 in government contracts while maintaining active cotton trading operations. They had successfully transplanted their integrated business model from Alabama to New York, adapting agricultural financing expertise to war profiteering opportunities. But their real breakthrough was recognizing that New York's financial district was evolving beyond traditional banking towards something entirely new: investment banking. Wealthy individuals and institutions were seeking opportunities to invest in American economic growth, but they lacked expertise to evaluate opportunities or structure transactions. Meanwhile, growing businesses needed capital for expansion, but couldn't access traditional bank loans.
The issue with the government stuff is that government issues bonds, right? Makes sense. So if you get a contract from the government, even if they take a while to pay you, they low-key run the printing machines. They print the money, so they gonna pay you. Now, an individual, I don't know. Do you have access to the treasury, right? But the president, the treasury secretary, they can just print the money. They issue bonds. But I'm like, the U.S. government is gonna be more trustworthy than a private investor. Like, that's the U.S. government. They're gonna print the money. They have the printing machines. That's the U.S. Treasury. They can print money. They can print money as they see fit. So they're gonna pay you. But a regular person, I don't know. Right. So I feel like that's why people are more likely to want to, they can take a government contract as like collateral, because the government will pay you. They usually pay their bills. They might pay them late, but you'll get paid. And that's why people are really big in bed with like senators and Congress people, because usually they can help you to get government contracts, or they can pass laws that make it easier for you to get a contract, make it easier for you to get paid. That's why it's a lot of business people who usually make political contributions to politicians when they're running for office. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Right? That's how Nancy Pelosi got rich. Many people are government contractors. Like, as far as like here in the States, like a lot of neocons, like people who are into the war shit, like, you know, like the war and the killing industrial complex, like Raytheon, Lockheed, Booz, Northrop Grumman, who else? I guess even Palantir now, right? But they are the defense contractors. They're some of the wealthiest people. Like if you ever come to DC, like DC has a lot of money, but it's not because like we have an actual industry. It's like a lot of like CEOs for like defense contractors who work here. There's a lot of politicians who live here. So it's a lot of corruption out here, child. But they make a lot of money. You know, when you look at the national budget, like I think every year it's about $700, almost $1 trillion that's allocated to all the defense stuff. So there's a lot of money. Like before Trump was elected, I think like 6 billion or whatever went missing at the Pentagon. Billions always go missing at the Pentagon. Okay, so they're going to print the money. They don't get the money. They don't print it.
Emmanuel identified this gap and proposed a revolutionary solution. The Lehman Brothers would serve as intermediaries, matching investors with businesses while earning fees for structuring transactions. This was the birth of investment banking in America, though it wouldn't be called that for another 20 years. Their first investment banking transaction involved a railroad company seeking capital to extend track from Buffalo to Cleveland. The company needed $500,000, but couldn't obtain bank financing because the project was considered too speculative. Emmanuel structured a solution where wealthy investors would purchase railroad bonds paying 8% interest annually, with the bonds secured by both the railroad equipment and future revenue streams. The Lehman Brothers earned $25,000 in fees for structuring the transaction, while helping the railroad raise necessary capital. More importantly, they had discovered a business model that could generate enormous profits with relatively modest capital requirements. Instead of risking their own money on commodities or loans, they could earn fees for bringing together parties who needed each other.
Yep.
Henry's return from Alabama in late 1863 brought additional capital and completed their transition. He had successfully liquidated most of their Southern assets, converting Confederate currency and outstanding debts into approximately $40,000 in Union currency. Combined with profits from their New York operations, the brothers now controlled over $100,000 in capital. This capital base enabled them to pursue larger opportunities. They began underwriting entire bond issues for growing companies, guaranteeing that businesses could raise necessary capital while earning substantial fees for their services. They expanded their government contract financing to include longer-term relationships with major suppliers. Most importantly, they began building the network of relationships with wealthy investors that would become the foundation of their Wall Street empire. Think about what the Lehman Brothers had accomplished in just 2 years. They had abandoned a successful regional business, relocated to America's most competitive financial market, and established themselves as significant players in multiple business lines. They had transformed from commodity traders into investment bankers, from regional merchants into New York financiers. The transition revealed the core characteristic that would define their success for the next 145 years. Adaptability combined with leverage. When their original business model became obsolete, they didn't try to preserve it. They identified new opportunities, applied their existing skills in new contexts, and used borrowed capital to accelerate their growth. By 1864, Lehman Brothers was generating over $300,000 in annual revenues from commodity trading, commercial lending, and investment banking. The three brothers who had lost everything in Alabama were well on their way to conquering Wall Street. But their greatest opportunities still lay ahead. The post-war American economy was about to experience unprecedented expansion, and the Lehman Brothers were positioned to profit from every aspect of that growth. Chapter 4. Wall Street. January 1868. Emanuel Lehman signed a lease for office space at 119 Liberty Street, just 2 blocks from the New York Stock Exchange. After 5 years of temporary locations and shared spaces, Lehman Brothers finally had a permanent address in the heart of America's emerging financial district. The move symbolized more than just stability. It represented the brothers' evolution from opportunistic war profiteers into legitimate Wall Street power brokers. But their real transformation was just beginning. Post-Civil War America was experiencing explosive economic growth. Railroad construction was expanding rapidly westward. Industrial manufacturing was replacing agricultural production as the primary driver of economic development. Most importantly, American businesses were growing beyond the capacity of traditional bank financing. They needed something new, access to capital markets through securities underwriting and trading. The Lehman Brothers understood this shift before most of their competitors. While established banks continued focusing on commercial lending and deposit services, the brothers positioned themselves at the intersection of growing businesses and wealthy investors seeking higher returns than bank deposits provided.
And I will say this too, and this is why it's really important as a people to always look ahead. Because if you're always looking backwards, you're going to miss out on great opportunities that are coming up in your future. Business opportunities, partnership, this, and that. Imagine they were like, oh, we miss Alabama. Oh, we miss the way it used to be. If you're always looking backwards and you're always focusing on the past, right, you're going to miss out present opportunities, future opportunities, right? Sometimes you have to turn the page. You have to move on. Like, hey, kiss like what happened, it is what it is, right? Got to move on. You got to look ahead because you might have missed something in the past or something could have happened. It didn't work out. Yeah, I get it. You're sad. But at some point, you're going to have to move on and you're going to have to look at your present. You're going to have to look at your future. Okay, like what could be the next thing I could do, right? And in this life, I'm like, even with the story, but I'm like, it's just life in general. You have to know how to reinvent yourself. You cannot live in the past. You're going to die. I mean, I think they missed out on many things. I told you earlier. I think they could have had a wealth fund because at one point, the Ivory Coast was the #1 producer of coffee and cocoa beans. Today it's even Ethiopia is, taken some of our market share, right? Vietnam also has taken some of the market share. So I think those things could have, I think that's a big misstep, you know, because people don't think ahead. People just live, oh, this money's coming in, this money's coming in. No, they used to be the #1 producer, but with anything you do, you're always going to have competition. So I think they could have had a wealth fund. I think many, we definitely have one big main university in the Ivory Coast. I think they could have invested, the government could have invested in a whole bio-agricultural lab or something to come up with some kind of seed, some kind of cocoa bean that's like resistant, some kind of cocoa bean that tastes like, I don't know, tastes like what? Tastes like vanilla? I don't know, right? But way more. I think they could have also invested in more of the supply chain with those cocoa beans. I think they could have done more branding, you know, because sometimes even if somebody else sells cocoa bean, you can be like, oh, the soil in the Ivory Coast has this level of humidity, and therefore when you do a roast, it tastes like this, it tastes like that. Does that make sense? Like branding matters, storytelling matters. There's never been any real storytelling around the Ivorian cocoa bean. I think that's a loss. That's a huge loss, because you have to tell a story, because what sets us apart from the Ethiopian cocoa bean or coffee bean, right? You have to tell that story before somebody else tells the story for you. So like, because if you don't tell a story, like at some point, it all comes down to price. If the Vietnamese are cheaper, they're going to go buy from them. If the Ethiopians are cheaper, they're going to go buy from them. But when you actually have storytelling and you actually build a brand around your cocoa bean, your coffee bean, right? It helps you, like, even if it's going to be a little bit more expensive, people are going to buy your shit because you know how to tell the story. Does that make sense? I think they could also have invested in Starbucks. You know, I think they could have done, but like I said, sometimes I really think it's a cultural thing. Like right now, you have this, there is this coffee chain from China. It's like a deer, I forgot what it's called, but there's like a coffee chain from China, right? They're trying to compete with Starbucks over here. I think they could have tried that shit too. Why not? You make the coffee bean. Why not just roast it and sell it to the people? Why do you not see yourself selling to an American audience? Why do you have to sell to somebody that's going to do? Why not try it? But fear sometimes it can be a bitch, huh? So that's that. But to me, the coffee stuff, I think that was really unfortunate, because that could have saved a lot of people. Could have made a lot of money. Could have built a lot of roads. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you got to have the right kind of leaders. You got to have leaders that have big vision. You got to have leaders who know how to invest the money. Like, it's a real thing. Not everybody can lead. Not everybody should lead a people. Not everybody should be head of state. Not everybody should do X, Y, and Z. So, like, yeah, no, right? So that's what I would do. That's what I would have done.
Emmanuel had spent months studying the operations of other emerging investment houses. He analyzed how Kuhn, Loeb & Coder structured railroad financing deals. He observed how J.P. Morgan was building relationships with industrial companies seeking capital. Most importantly, he studied the fee structures and profit margins that different types of transactions generated. His analysis revealed that investment banking was potentially far more profitable than their existing business lines. Commercial lending typically generated 8 to 12% annual returns on capital. Commodity trading, while lucrative, carried substantial risks and required significant capital investment. Investment banking, by contrast, could generate 15 to 25% fees on transaction value with minimal capital requirements. Here's what Emmanuel discovered. The real money wasn't in taking financial risks, but in managing financial risks for others. Investment bankers earned fees for structuring transactions, bringing together buyers and sellers, and providing expertise that neither party possessed independently. The most successful firms focused on relationships and reputation rather than capital deployment. Mayer, meanwhile, had identified specific opportunities where Lehman Brothers could gain competitive advantage. Railroad companies needed massive capital infusions for track construction and equipment purchases. Department store chains were expanding rapidly and required financing for inventory and real estate. Manufacturing companies were investing in new production technology that exceeded their internal funding capacity. The brothers' breakthrough came through a relationship with Adam Gimbel, who was expanding his department store operations from Indiana into major eastern cities. Gimbel needed $200,000 to open stores in New York and Philadelphia, but traditional banks considered retail expansion too risky for large loans. Emmanuel structured a revolutionary solution. Instead of a bank loan, Gimbel would issue bonds paying 7% annual interest that investors could purchase directly. The bonds would be secured by store inventory and real estate, providing protection.
And this right here also, since you asked me a question, right? This right here also, creating bonds. Like, it's because, I don't know how much you know, but a lot of African countries, yeah, but I'll speak on West African people, they have taken a lot of loans with the World Bank. They can't pay it back. They have taken lots of loans with the IMF. They ain't got the money to pay it back. Okay, because it's a lot of stealing. They don't do the investment. They get the money. They go shopping in Paris, right? I think a good thing that could have happened or could still happen is this whole like the entire issuing of bonds, because that way, if we take the Ivory Coast, for example, if a company wants to do something and you issue bonds, right, it makes Ivorian people stakeholders in the progress of the Ivory Coast. Right? Why do you have to go borrow money from white people? Right? Borrow money from your people. Right? Invest. Issue bonds. Let them buy the bonds, and you pay them a little bit at a time. Right? I think that would have been also really great. But the thing about the loans are so easy to get, because if you have to do all this bond stuff, it takes a while. You got to talk to people, you got to convince people. So people rather go take a loan because it's extremely convenient. But at the end of the day, you can't pay them back, you lose your credit rating, and then bad things start to happen, right? But I'm like, I don't think a lot of African countries have the infrastructure or try to have the infrastructure where they issue bonds to finance projects, so that way the people of that country are directly stakeholders in the growth or expansion of the country. So I think that people need to work on that. But I think you also need a lot of sophisticated people. So you have to send people to like Western schools, I guess, right? To get MBAs, to learn financial derivatives, to learn statistics, probability, underwriting of these kinds of financial instruments and things like that. So I'm like, because you need money people. You need a lot of money people. You need a lot of people who are extremely creative with money, which we don't have, unfortunately. So yeah, the Jews can come over.
For investors, while giving Gimbel access to capital at reasonable rates, Lehman Brothers would underwrite the bond issue, guaranteeing that Gimbel could raise the full $200,000 while earning a $10,000 underwriting fee. The transaction was successful beyond expectations. Wealthy New York investors were eager for opportunities offering higher returns than government bonds or bank deposits. Gimbel's bonds sold quickly, providing him with necessary capital while generating substantial profits for investors. Most importantly, the transaction established Lehman Brothers as serious players in retail industry financing. Word of their success spread quickly through New York's business community. Within months, other department store owners approached them for similar financing arrangements. The brothers had discovered a profitable niche, providing capital market access to growing retail companies that traditional banks couldn't serve effectively. Henry's contribution was expanding their scope beyond retail into heavier industries. He developed relationships with railroad companies seeking capital for westward expansion. Railroad financing was enormously complex because projects required massive capital investments with uncertain returns dependent on future economic development along proposed routes. The brothers' first major railroad transaction involved the Kansas and Pacific Railroad, which needed $2 million to extend track from Kansas City to Denver. Traditional bank financing was impossible because the route traversed largely undeveloped territory with uncertain economic potential. But the federal government had granted land subsidies that provided substantial collateral value if the railroad could be completed successfully. Emmanuel and Henry structured a complex financing arrangement that distributed risks among multiple parties while ensuring adequate returns for all participants. Wealthy investors would purchase railroad bonds secured by federal land grants and future revenue projections. The railroad would pay 8% annual interest and retain control over operations. Lehman Brothers would earn $100,000 in underwriting fees while helping coordinate the entire transaction. This deal demonstrated the brothers' sophisticated understanding of risk distribution and stakeholder management. Instead of asking investors to accept all risks of railroad development, they structured transactions that shared risks among investors, railroad companies, and government agencies. This approach made previously impossible projects financially feasible while generating substantial profits for all participants. But their most important innovation was developing systematic approaches to company valuation and credit analysis. Most investment houses relied on personal relationships and subjective judgments when evaluating potential clients.
Oh,
The Lehman Brothers created...
do you mean like if you bring a lot of people, eventually you could lose your country or something like that? Is that what you're trying to say? But I think it's the same thing with like in business too, right? You can own 100% of ain't shit, right? Or you can own 5% of something that's fucking amazing. It's all about perspective. But right now it's like, okay, right? It's true. You can bring a lot of people and they can be like, well, I'm from here. I'm a citizen. Da, da, da. Yeah, sure. But I feel like that's a small price to pay for watching a bunch of people just die. Because if you don't do anything, 20 years from now, you're looking at status quo. That's not good. I think any good leader has to make sure that the children, the grandchildren, they're going to be successful. They have to have something. But if right now the parents are beggars, the children are also going to be beggars, then the grandkids are going to be beggars, that's not good leadership. Right? So it's like, that's it. Just like here, you have immigration too. You can say like today it leads to certain kind of issues, right? But ultimately, America is better because of it, for the most part. There are parts of immigration I think need to be amended, but for the most part, right? So, but yeah, I'm like, it's just like business. And that's something you have to think about when you take on investors, right? You can own 100% of a business that will never grow, or you can own 20% of a business that might become $1 billion business. So you take the 20%. You can't have it all, bro. You cannot have it all. You can't have everything.
Formal analytical frameworks that assessed companies based on financial performance, market position, management quality, and growth prospects. Mayer's analytical methods were particularly advanced for their time. He developed standardized financial ratios that allowed comparisons across different industries. He tracked historical performance patterns to identify companies with sustainable competitive advantages. Most importantly, he created risk assessment models that predicted which types of investments were most likely to generate consistent returns.
This also, we don't have that. We don't have a lot of people. We don't have a lot of people who can do risk assessment models. That's a lot of probability. It's a lot of probability. It's a lot of stochastic calculus. It's a lot of stochastic probability. It's really hard. That's PhD level stuff. That's how you recognize that some people, it's not about going to Harvard. Some people naturally, God gave them a powerful brain. God really will choose whoever he wants and just make you smart as fuck. I'm like, there are people who go to Harvard, they have MBAs from Harvard. There are people that have MBAs, period. They're waiting for a job. Like, yeah, you were never meant to get an MBA. You're not a self-starter. Wasted your money. Okay. But I'm like, this kind of stuff, risk assessment, that's a lot of probability. That's a lot of stochastic probability. It's really, really hard. That's the stuff that quant people do. It's not easy. It's a lot of probability. But I'm like, we don't have a lot of people that do risk assessment. You need really smart people for that shit. You need really, really smart people. And I think, and that's why when you have I'll speak on that, but if you have, let's say you're ruling a third world country and you're trying to get people out of poverty, you have to make sure that you mitigate their exposure to foolish people, like not too much dancing, not too much partying. You don't want content on the national TV that promotes foolishness, okay? You want people to be obsessed with academia. You want people to be obsessed with education. Because, the thing about too much entertainment sometimes, it makes people lazy. They think everything's a joke. Too much entertainment, right? You got to have content that pushes people to want to be smart, want to be really, really smart. But we don't have a lot of people who can do risk assessments. It's really hard.
Consider their analysis of R.H. Macy & Co. in 1869. Mayer's evaluation examined 5 years of sales and profit data, inventory turnover rates, location advantages, management track record, and competitive positioning. His analysis concluded that Macy's was undervaluing expansion opportunities and could profitably support additional debt financing for growth investments. The brothers proposed a $300,000 bond issue that would finance Macy's expansion into additional product lines and store locations. Their detailed financial analysis convinced investors that Macy's could easily service the debt while generating substantial returns. The transaction was successful, and Macy's subsequently became one of America's largest retail companies. These analytical capabilities gave Lehman Brothers substantial competitive advantages. While competitors relied on intuition and personal relationships, the brothers made decisions based on systematic financial analysis. This approach reduced their risks while identifying opportunities that others missed. By 1870, Lehman Brothers was underwriting over $5 million in securities annually, for clients ranging from railroad companies to department stores to manufacturing firms. They had built relationships with hundreds of wealthy investors seeking attractive returns and dozens of growing companies needing capital access. Their fee income was approaching $500,000 annually, more than many established banks earned from traditional lending operations. They employed 15 people and maintained offices that rivaled the most prestigious financial houses on Wall Street. 3 Jewish immigrants who had started with a fabric store in Alabama were now among the most influential investment bankers in America. But their success was creating new challenges and opportunities. American businesses were growing larger and more complex, requiring increasingly sophisticated financing arrangements. International investors were showing interest in American securities, creating opportunities for global capital raising. Most importantly, the federal government was considering financial regulations that could reshape the entire investment banking industry. The Lehman Brothers had established themselves as major players, but their greatest achievement still lay ahead. The late 19th century would bring opportunities for wealth accumulation and political influence that would make them among the most powerful financiers in American history. Look, what they had accomplished by 1870 wasn't just business success. It was the creation of an entirely new American industry. Investment banking as we know it today was largely invented by firms like Lehman Brothers, who recognized that growing businesses needed access to capital markets rather than traditional bank loans. The brothers hadn't just adapted to changing economic conditions, they had helped create those conditions by developing new ways for money to flow from investors to businesses. They were building the financial infrastructure that would power American economic dominance for the next century. Chapter 5. Trading Empire. By 1875, Lehman Brothers controlled the largest private client network on Wall Street. Their client list read like a directory of American capitalism: Macy's, Gimbel Brothers, F.W. Woolworth, Sears Roebuck, May department stores. But these weren't just customers. They were partners in an integrated financial ecosystem that generated profits from every aspect of American retail expansion. Emmanuel had revolutionized how investment banking actually worked. Instead of simply underwriting securities and earning one-time fees, Lehman Brothers created ongoing relationships that provided multiple revenue streams over decades. They didn't just help companies raise capital, they became their permanent financial advisors, earning fees for merger advice, acquisition financing, international expansion, and strategic planning. Take their relationship with R.H. Macy. Between 1869 and 1875, Lehman Brothers had underwritten 4 separate bond issues totaling $1.2 million for Macy's expansion. They earned $60,000 in underwriting fees, but that was just the beginning. They also provided ongoing financial advisory services, arranged short-term credit facilities, advised on real estate acquisitions, and structured compensation packages for senior executives. Mayer's innovation was turning investment banking into recurring revenue business. Traditional underwriters earned fees only when companies issued new securities. Mayer created retainer agreements where companies paid annual advisory fees in exchange for continuous access to Lehman Brothers' expertise and capital market connections. This retainer model was revolutionary because it aligned Lehman Brothers' interests with their clients' long-term success rather than short-term transaction volume. Instead of pushing unnecessary financings to generate fees, they focused on helping companies grow sustainably, which created more valuable long-term relationships. The numbers by 1875 demonstrated the power of this approach. Lehman Brothers earned over $200,000 annually from retainer fees alone, providing predictable income that didn't depend on market conditions or transaction timing. This steady revenue base enabled them to take larger risks on individual transactions while maintaining overall financial stability. But their real breakthrough was recognizing that American retail was experiencing structural transformation that would create unprecedented investment opportunities. Department stores were replacing small specialty shops. Chain stores were expanding across multiple cities. Mail-order catalogs were enabling retailers to serve customers nationwide. Mass production was reducing costs while improving product quality. Henry's insight was that these changes required enormous capital investments that far exceeded what individual companies could finance internally. Department stores needed money for inventory, real estate, and infrastructure. Chain stores required capital to open dozens of locations simultaneously. Mail-order companies needed warehouse facilities and distribution networks. Traditional banks couldn't serve these needs because retail loans were considered too risky and required specialized industry knowledge. Insurance companies had capital but lacked expertise to evaluate retail investments. Wealthy individuals wanted higher returns but needed professional management for complex transactions. Lehman Brothers positioned themselves as the essential bridge between capital and opportunity. They developed deep expertise in retail industry economics, created standardized valuation methods for retail companies, and built relationships with investors specifically interested in retail sector opportunities. Their most ambitious project was creating what they called retail investment pools. Instead of arranging individual transactions for separate companies, they would aggregate multiple retail investments into diversified portfolios that wealthy investors could purchase shares in. This approach reduced risks through diversification while enabling larger-scale investments than individual companies could support. The first retail investment pool, launched in 1876, raised $2 million from 25 wealthy investors to fund expansion of 5 different department store companies across 7 cities. Each investor purchased shares representing ownership in the entire portfolio rather than individual companies. Lehman Brothers managed the pool, earning 2% annual management fees plus 20% of profits above 10% annual returns. This structure was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Modern private equity firms use virtually identical models today, nearly 150 years later. The Lehman Brothers had essentially invented private equity investing decades before anyone called it that.
That is amazing. This is gorgeous. I saw this document. You guys, I love money people. Listen, I love money people. I love banking people. I love business people. I love problem solvers. I love problem solvers that charge a fee. I like people who don't wait for no one. They just make happen for themselves, right? So yeah, I have to go now. Hopefully you enjoyed today's video. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I wish I didn't have to do it, but people have to know you can't just talk to people any kind of way. You can't just talk any kind of way. The same way you don't want to be talked to a certain way, you better believe that other people do not want to be talked to a certain way. You can make your commentary about Onyeka and her stupidity, but don't forget, Halle Berry is a bigger idiot. Halle Berry was a bigger fool. Okay? There's nothing you will find in African people that you won't find in yourself. It's okay. You don't have to insult people. We're on social media. We see things all the time on social media. I think many times if we're going to make commentary on stuff, it should be a commentary. No, well, of course, Kevin. It should be a commentary that allows everybody to learn from it. People should learn, hey, this girl, she made this mistake. What can we take from that to make sure it happens to no one? That should be the goal. To see what when people come out here and they share their stories and stuff, it should be, hey, what can we learn from this? How can we be careful? But the issue is, because of where white people rank in society, for as long as they've had money, a lot of people, doesn't matter where they're from, a lot of people think white people are better, their stuff is better, their Grammys are better, their Oscars are better. You know, a lot of Black American TV shows have died because people don't want to go. You know what I'm saying? Soul Train Award died, BET Awards died. People don't want to go because they think, oh, this is not white enough, right? It's like people have to stop doing that.
At one point in time, people used to patronize a lot of black businesses. Then when people were able to integrate, they're like, oh, you know what? I can shop with the whites. So then the black people, their businesses went down the drain, right? It's okay. We can all learn. But I think most black people, no matter where they live, no matter where they're from, they usually have some kind of self-esteem issue when it comes to white people. They usually feel like imposters next to white people. So stick to that, right? And if you're going to make content, if you're going to make your content, right, inspire black people, all black people, to believe in themselves. Believe in yourself. Believe that you can make it, right? There's nothing, even these Jewish brothers, like, yeah, they're pretty dope, but they're also black people who are just as smart. You know, the thing about these Jewish people is that people gave them a chance. There are a lot of very smart black people. People don't give them a chance. You know, not everybody wants to commit a crime before you like them. Not everybody wants to have to go to prison before you take them seriously. Not everybody wants to have kids by multiple people for you to take them seriously. You can just like black people who are doing well. Another thing I'm going to say before I leave, stop being so mean to black American kids who come from pastor family, pastoral family. It is not their fault that their mom and dad is a pastor. What is wrong with being a pastor? People love to say things like, oh, you have to love yourself, be your truthful self, live in your truth. But why is it that when it comes to black American PKs, they can live their truth? They always have to modify themselves, overcompensate, be extremely toxic. Why can't they just be themselves? Why is it so like, I don't know. I get it. I really do understand that today. Black America has an obsession with homosexuality. So anybody that talks about God, it's a problem. Listen, be gay all you want, man. Be gay all you want. That's it. Listen. At the end of the day, when you die, you're gonna find out if you're gonna find out if you should have done it or not, right? But it's like, I don't know if it's because of homosexuality that people don't have the right to be Christians. People don't have the right to be godly. People are always so triggered. You talk about God, they triggered. You talk about the Bible, they're triggered. You talk about the things you didn't do because you were trying to be pleasing unto God, they're triggered. Like, what the fuck? Like, the fuck, right? The same way you live your life and you answer to no one, why are you triggered when a black person says, hey, I answer to God? Why does that trigger you? Why is it that godly black people are never welcome? Yeah, Kevin, they're very mean, Kevin. They're very, very mean. They're truly mean. You know what I'm saying? And me, I know, like maybe that's why you like me so much, because I know you wouldn't be safe. You would not be safe. The moment they find out that your dad is a pastor, you're going to be attacked. Even like you wearing a suit, you're going to see somebody go make a video because you wore a suit. Like, it's so fucking crazy. But I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy. Why is it that black American kids that are pastors' kids are never black enough for people? And why is it that even being black enough in America always means that you have to be unhinged? Right? Not everybody wants to be unhinged. Not everybody is unhinged. Not everybody's adversarial. Not everybody is combative. You have some really sweet people. They don't like to fight. Don't like to argue. That's why they stay to themselves. Because this culture always being aggressive and you always got to bark and stuff. There are a lot of people that are really sweet. There are a lot of people that are very chill. There's a lot of people that are very laid back. All the jokes, always making jokes, always cracking jokes at people. They're not funny. They're hurtful. People don't find them funny. Like, what you call humor is actually detestable. It's not funny. You're just being a bully. You're just being a mean bully. You know, when I'm going to tell you a story before I go, Kevin. When I was in high school, there was this black American girl, right? Because I went to Fairfax High School. This girl, Kevin, she was light-skinned. And she was light-skinned, and she used to dress like an AKA. Let me show you. Okay. She used to dress like an AKA. I'm talking like the pearls. Like, this is exactly like she was light skinned. Like, this is how she used to dress. Like, she used to wear the Ralph Lauren stuff. Like, her shirts were Ralph Lauren. Sometimes she would roll her sweater and have her sweater around her neck. She always wore pearls. Yeah, she wore pearls. She always did her hair like a silk press in the wrap. Kevin. And I think she came from a good home. But I'm like, she didn't really meddle with those people. Kevin, one day, we were coming out of lunch, right? They circled her. A whole circle. Like, she had nowhere to go. These two black girls, black American, of course, one was dark skinned, one was light skinned, started beating her. Just because she dressed good.
She was very polite. She was very demure. I remember, I'm like, what the heck? Why are these people so barbaric? And the girls who jumped her, they lived in like, I guess, I don't think you have like the project here in Fairfax, but you can tell they live in government housing here around Fairfax. Like they live in these weird ass apartments near the mall, right? But it's always the poor ones. They behave in such a way. It's so disgusting. Like she was completely encircled, like a little deer just trapped. And nobody came to her rescue. I'm like, I was just so stunned by the level of savagery. And she's light skinned, so you hit her, it's gonna show. And she started bleeding. They pulled her pearls, they pulled her thing. I'm like, these girls were so barbaric. You know, so her family took her out that school. She had never bothered. She was a new girl. Like she had just moved in. She just transferred to Fairfax High School. She didn't bother anybody. But the fact that she was not messing with these people, she was not identifying with these people. She was not, like, sometimes the bell would ring for class. They're still sitting there on the steps talking, braiding their hair. Like that just wasn't her culture. Every day, it was like a fancy shirt, pearls. She would roll her sweater up. She had like a little purse. Like her hair was kind of blonde-ish, like, you know what I'm saying? Like very light like that. And then she would do her hair like a silk press, kind of like a Leah-ish, right? The jealousy of it all. The jealousy of it all. I'm like, wow, these people were something else. Absolute savagery. See, even here, you wonder why sometimes, even light-skinned girls sometimes, I'm going to say it, even light-skinned girls who are Black American, they usually stay away from dark-skinned Black American girls because they're bullies. They put their hands on people. Always trying to put their hands on people. Like, oh, I don't know why people don't like me because I'm dark-skinned. Yeah, because some people have had really bad experiences. So they stay away. Like, they really do stay away. It's okay to be honest, you know. It's okay to be honest, right? And that's why even when you go to sororities, like you see like the AKAs are usually really soft and like the deltas are like super masculine and shit. Whatever. But I'm like, yeah, you gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop doing it. The bullying, it has to stop. Like people need to get help. People really need to get help, right? People need to get help. Like I said, you can say what you want to say. You can say, I mean, not you can't say whatever you want to say, but you can make your commentary, but you don't have to be a xenophobe. You ain't gotta be mean. There's no need for that. It's 2025. It's almost Christmas. Like, I think we should try to end the year on a positive note. You don't have to insult anyone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was very traumatic. I mean, like I'm telling you, it was right next to the cafeteria. You know, when there's a fight, people, so I'm sure she was even more stressed about that. They just started like pop. Jontia, that was her name, and Tiffany. They were so despicable. Those girls were so despicable. They were absolutely atrocious. Atrocious. Like they were not raised right. And Tiffany, she was light-skinned. She looked just like Ice-T. Like she was light-skinned with green eyes, but her mom was dark-skinned. And I think her mom was not nice to her. Because, you know, sometimes when you have some dark-skinned women out here, when they have light-skinned children, they're really mean to their children. Because, oh, you think you're better than me, da-da-da. And so they treat their daughters horribly. Because that colorist stuff, it's extremely damaging for so many people. She was so mean. So her and that girl, Jontia, they just jumped that girl. I mean, because she was so skinny. She was so skinny and frail. They just kept beating her and bullying. Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's the truth, Kevin. They're very mean, Kevin. They're very mean. And also, you're light skinned with green eyes. So I can only imagine how much they hated your ass, okay? It's unbelievable. But yet you're Black. You go around white people, like they're usually nice to you. But they tell you, oh no, the whites are the racists. I mean, they could be the racists, like, you know, like, yeah, in the bigger scheme of things, but most Black children find that white children are actually nicer. And it's the Black kids that they have to hide from. It's the Black kids that are the bullies. They bully other Black children. They pick on you for your clothes. They pick on you because you don't have the right shoes. Like, listen, not everybody can afford Air Jordans. Like, they're expensive. They're truly expensive. Like, who got time for that? It's too much money. The focus is never on academia. The focus is never on, do you love to read? Hey, I love to read. Do you like poetry? Yeah, I like poetry. Let's be friends, right? It's always a competition, right? Yeah, they're really mean, Kevin. They're really mean. Because, I mean, I know, like, you being a pastor's kid, you wouldn't be safe. You would have to completely transform yourself, get tattoos on your body, start impregnating people, like being a deadbeat. Oh, like, yeah, he's Black. That's why Cam does what he does. You see how clean and cut he used to be? You see? But he knew, like, it meant a lot to him to be cool. And that's the trap that gets a lot of people. Oh, I need to be cool. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you're fine. You're really fine.
right? Even little John. Little John, I think his dad's a neurosurgeon, and then his mom is like a lawyer or something. But I'm like, look at little John, right? Because he knew if he wasn't doing all this crazy shit, nobody would take him seriously. Right? Look at him, right? This is what he had to do. If somebody told you his dad was a neurosurgeon, you wouldn't believe it. His people have money. His parents have so much money. But he knows if you have a 2-parent household, daddy's a neurosurgeon, mommy's a lawyer, you will never be black enough for these people. They're a bunch of bullies. Yeah. Something like this is what he had to turn himself into. Right? Look at even 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz went to college, doing too fucking much. Plies also went to college. Right? But they know, hey, if you're educated, they're not going to accept you. You have to be a stereotype. Everything Plies does is like he's emulating his big brother's life. His big brother ran the streets. He didn't. He went to college. Right? This man went to college. He'll sit there, talk about eating vagina, all kinds of foolishness, right? Because he's embarrassed to say, I'm educated. He has an education. Even Suge Knight. Suge Knight is also educated. Death Row Records. Welcome to Death Row. What are we talking about over here? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Right? But this is the reality of this stuff. Like, this is the reality of the situation right now. Right? J. Cole, college educated. So many people are college educated, but they're so embarrassed. Because if you're college educated, you don't have kids out of wedlock, both of your parents are still married, your mom's a lawyer, your dad's a bishop, oh, you're not black enough. But somehow that is not considered anti-black. And that's really crazy to me. Like, that kind of rhetoric is not considered anti-black. Who are you to say who's black and who's not black enough? What the fuck? What the fuck? The most unproductive people somehow think that they hold within their hands the power to bestow upon anyone blackness. Oh, get a fucking job. Get off of fucking welfare. You're a fucking clown. I wish somebody would come outside and try to make me feel a way about being educated. I work hard for my degrees. You work just to stay fat. Make it make sense. Are you insane? But that's how they treat people. And one day, I'm going to sit here and make a whole list of most Black American kids that I know that are children of pastors and what they've had to do in order to be considered black enough, in order to be accepted by the culture, listen, the price is too fucking expensive. Nobody needs to be accepted this badly. Nobody needs community this badly. Even Monica. If Monica had listened to her mom and her mom's big Bible, there's so many things she wouldn't have experienced. But I repeat, it's really toxic. And any Black American person or any Black person in America, period, who wants their children, you want your kids to be successful. You want your kids to be honorable. You want your kids to go to college, even go to grad school and be proud of their education. You want your babies to be married. You want to see your grandbabies be raised in a 2-parent household. I implore you to tell your children you're black enough. Nobody gets to tell you what you have to do to be black. Get out of here with that. You are black. You're already born black. You don't have to prove your blackness to anyone. And if anyone doesn't like you because you're above board, you're not corrupt, you're not weird, you fear God, that's actually a good thing. It's a good thing when certain people reject you. Not everybody should like you. You should even be concerned when everybody starts to like you. Like, that's weird. Maybe you don't have boundaries. Maybe you don't have any standards. Okay, maybe you have no sense of identity. That's why everybody likes you. You should trigger some people because that means you stand for something, right? But nobody should make you feel any kind of way because your father's a minister. That is insanity. But when they go through crisis, they look for prayer. When they get locked up, they look for prayer. When they get sentenced, they look for prayer. When they can't find a husband, they look for prayer. They make a mockery of people, of Black people that are Christians. But every time evil befalls their asses, they're looking for someone to pray. Oh, please pray for me. Please say a prayer for me. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah, right. You know why God hears my prayers? Because I don't turn my back on God. And I don't turn my back on the teachings of the Most High. There you go. When you're a child of God, you have to stand up for righteousness. Stand up against bullies in all kinds of forms. Like me, I will never stop doing it. It's not okay to bully people. And it's not okay to tell a one-sided narrative because you want to inspire other people to go hate another group. It is disgusting. It's
disgusting. It's not right. It's really not right. Oh, we know lead attorney is going through it. And I'm like, because he's talking about like, oh, like his cancer, it feels like a bankruptcy because all his money is gone pretty much. And I'm like, yeah, because you chose to use your platform to speak ill of Carmelo. Everybody who spoke badly of Carmelo, bad things are happening to those people. One at a time, slowly but surely, right? You got to use your voice for good. You got to use your voice for good. You got to use your platform for good. If you can speak life and you can speak words that bring people together, just shut the fuck up. That's it. If you don't know how to speak in a way that empowers people, that brings people together, that inspires accountability and self-awareness, shut up. We have too many idiots talking because they were told they could make money online. I think YouTube needs to really go ahead and reassess the monetization on YouTube. But I think it's too easy now to make money on YouTube. Yes, Kevin, everybody who spoke against Carmelo, one at a time, they're going through it. I'm like, yeah, because Carmelo's family, you guys played a part in them not being able to raise the money they should have raised. You want to see this family in hardship. So now you're going to know what financial hardship is like. Okay. Even the other one, the other pastor, the Igbo one, forgot his name. Candace Owens is on his ass because he chose to speak on Candace. I'm like, there you go. You about to meet your match today. Candace is on that ass. But I'm like, yeah, every single person, one person at a time. Nate, the lawyer, he had made a video talking shit about Carmelo, wishing harm on Carmelo. And over Thanksgiving, he made a video, pray for me. I have a brain tumor. I said, well. Did you pray for Carmelo? Did you pray for his family? No, you ran to social media. You use your platform to inspire people to hate this young man and to hate his family and to stop giving them donation. Now you want prayers? People are actually really funny. When you have a platform, you got to take your platform seriously. When you have a voice, you have to take your voice seriously. Everybody should learn from Charlie Kirk. You sow hatred, you sow hate and discord and all that weird shit. That's exactly what you're going to reap. God does not care about complexion. God looks at the heart of people and the deeds of people. You don't have to because I'm black. No. You can be black and be just as hateful. And you will have to answer to the things that you do. You make content to inspire one person to hate another person. You'll have to answer to God. You make content to inspire one person to grab a weapon and go attack another person. You are responsible. Like I said, YouTube really needs to reassess their monetization shit because it's gotten too easy to make money. And now everybody does low effort content, racist content, hate black people content, hate the black women content, hate this, it's gotten too easy now. People don't even apply themselves to make their videos show both sides. No, everything is pandering, creating hateful content because when I spew hate, I see a spike in my views. Dishonorable behavior. So I say, don't be a dishonorable person. Don't live your life where you live to just say things in a certain way because you want to inspire one set of people to have hatred against another set of people. Say things factually and say things introspectively where you consider both sides and where you see where you yourself could have strayed. Like, you know what? I can see where also I have messed up sometimes. Yeah. We all have a little bit of self-hate in us. It takes a lot of self-awareness. I used to have a point in my life where I didn't really like myself like that. Right? Because of this goofy ass society. But doing YouTube, when you do YouTube, you don't have a choice but to look at yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like when you don't have a choice. Like how many times you gonna wear makeup? How many times you gonna contour your nose? You get to a point you're tired. Like, listen, it is what it is. Like, listen, right? So I would say for me, doing YouTube videos has forced me to learn to love myself because what other choice do I have? You're not gonna do makeup every day, wigs every day. It's exhausting. You just want to be your fucking self. You just want to be your fucking self. Like, I'm fucking tired, right? Even with my weight loss videos. Listen, you show the belly, you show the belly. This is what it is. Like, what can I do? Right? So I'm like, it's the same thing. You want to be someone that creates content when you inspire people to look inward. Hey, something happened to this person, but it could also happen to us. So how do we learn from that? That's it. You don't have to start insulting people and all that stuff. It's overwhelming. It really is overwhelming. So with that being said, you guys, appreciate y'all. If you're mad, it's okay. Stay mad. If you don't want to be mad no more, then don't be mad. If you want to unfollow, do so. I could care less. This channel don't feed me.
Okay, this channel is like, I come in here just to chill. Like, it's my kickback channel. I have lots of channels. But anyways, right? So yeah, that's it. Right? I'm West African. Please remember that. So when certain things are said, and they're said in with the goal of inspiring people to be hateful towards me and my people just for shits and giggles, it's not gonna work. Right? It's not gonna work. I don't take shit from white people. I don't take shit from Jewish people. Yeah, I don't take shit from no one. I don't even take shit from my own parents. I take shit from ask anybody that knows me. I'm an Aquarius. I take shit from no one. Right? Because I think in this life, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. But it's like people need to learn to be respectful. People truly we need to go back to a time like pre-Trump, like Obama, I guess, like around Obama time, whatever, where people go back to being respectful. Respect is completely gone today for American society. People talk any kind of way, they dress any kind of way, they act any kind of way, they overshare, they do too damn much. We have to go back to respect. Respect yourself, respect me, let's respect each other. So thank you, Kevin. Love you guys. Gotta go. I gotta go to Planet Fitness. Oh, this hair, y'all. My hair is just so much work. Love y'all. And I'll see you next time, okay? And 6 to Goddess, girl, do better. Like, you're a hot mess. You are a hot mess. Do your videos. So many African people will help you with your channel. Right? Is there like a Nigerian guy who put you in his music video? Like, listen, make it make sense, right? Don't do that. It's ratchet. A lot of us watch your content. When you make content, you don't even know who's watching you. You don't have to be intentionally mean. You're a mean girl, because I'm sure she was also bullied, and now that is her defense mechanism. She intentionally, she's just mean for the sake of being mean. You have to go to therapy. Go to therapy. Too many people here are missing out by not scheduling their next therapy session. Go to therapy and be the sweetheart that God intended for you to be. Okay? Be a nice person, be a friendly person, be a sweetheart. And you will see so many things in your life. They're going to prosper because you're a good person and you let it show. All right? Bisous, my people. Gotta go. Love you all. Love you, Kevin. Bisous, Libra. Let's talk to you later. You can text me if you need me. Okay? Bye-bye. Gotta go.